Peveril of the Peak. Chapter 1. When civil dudgeon first grew high, and men fell out they knew not why. When foul words, jealousies, and fears set folk together by the ears. Butler. William the Conqueror of England was, or supposed himself to be, the father of a certain William Peveril, who attended him to the Battle of Hastings, and there distinguished himself, the liberal-minded monarch, who assumed in his charters the veritable title of Guliumus Bastardus, was not likely to let his son's illegitimacy be any bar to the course of his royal favour, when the laws of England were issued from the mouth of the Norman victor, and the lands of the Saxons were at his unlimited disposal. William Peveril obtained a liberal grant of property and lordships in Derbyshire, and became the erector of that Gothic fortress which, hanging over the mouth of the Devil's Cavern, so well known to tourists, gives the name of Castleton to the adjacent village. From this feudal baron, who chose his nest upon the principles on which an eagle selects her eyrie, and built it in such a fashion as if he had intended it, as an Irishman said of the Martello Towers, for the sole purpose of puzzling posterity, there was, or conceived themselves to be descended for their pedigree, was rather hypothetical an opulent family of knightly rank in the same county of Derby, the great fief of Castleton with its adjacent wastes and forests, and all the wonders which they contain, had been forfeited, in King John's stormy days, by one William Peveril, and had been granted anew to the Lord Ferrers of that day. Yet this William's descendants, though no longer possessed of what they alleged to have been their original property, were long distinguished by the proud title of Peverils of the Peak, which served to mark their high descent and lofty pretensions. In Charles II's time, the representative of this ancient family was Sir Geoffrey Peveril, a man who had many of the ordinary attributes of an old-fashioned country gentleman, and very few individual traits to distinguish him from the general portrait of that worthy class of mankind. He was proud of small advantages, angry at small disappointments, incapable of forming any resolution or opinion abstracted from his own prejudices, was proud of his birth, lavish in his housekeeping, convivial with those kindred and acquaintances who would allow his superiority in rank, contentious and quarrelsome with all that crossed his pretensions kind to the except when they plundered his gamey, a royalist in his political opinions, and one who detested alike a Roundhead, a poacher, and a Presbyterian in religion. Sir Geoffrey was a high churchman of so exalted a strain that many thought he still nourished in private the Roman Catholic tenets, which his family had only renounced in father's time, and that he had a dispensation for conforming in outward observances to the Protestant faith. There was at least such a scandal amongst the Puritans, and the influence which Sir Geoffrey Peveril certainly appeared to possess amongst the Catholic gentlemen of Derbyshire and Cheshire seemed to give countenance to the rumour. Such was Sir Geoffrey, who might have passed to his grave without further distinction than a brass plate in the chancel, had he not lived in times which forced the most inactive spirits into exertion, as a tempest influences the sluggish waters of the deadest mere. When the civil wars broke out, Peveril of the Peak, proud from pedigree and brave by constitution, raised a regiment for the king, and showed upon several occasions more capacity for command than men had heretofore given him credit for. Even in the midst of the civil turmoil, he fell in love with and married a beautiful and amiable young lady of the noble house of Stanley, and from that time had the more merit in his loyalty as it divorced him from her society, unless at very brief intervals, when his duty permitted an occasional visit to his home, scorning to be allured from his military duty by domestic inducements. Peveril of the Peak fought on for several rough years of civil war, and performed his part with sufficient gallantry, until his regiment was surprised and cut to pieces by Points, Cromwell's enterprising and successful general of cavalry. The defeated Cavalier escaped from the field of battle, and like a true descendant of William, the Conqueror, disdaining submission, threw himself into his own castellated mansion, which was attacked and defended in a siege of that irregular kind which caused the destruction of so many baronial residences during the course of those unhappy wars. Martindale Castle, after having suffered severely from the cannon which Cromwell himself brought against it, was at length surrendered, when in the last extremity Sir Geoffrey himself became a prisoner, and while his liberty was only restored upon a promise of remaining a peaceful subject to the Commonwealth, in future his former delinquencies, as they were termed by the ruling party, were severely punished by fine and sequestration. But neither his forced promise nor the fear of farther unpleasant consequences to his person or property could prevent Peveril of the Peak from joining the gallant Earl of Derby, the night before the fatal engagement in Wigan Lane, where the Earl's forces were dispersed. Sir Geoffrey, having had his share in that action, escaped with the relics of the Royalists after the defeat to join Charles Roman II. He witnessed also the final defeat of Worcester, where he was a second time made prisoner, and as in the opinion of Cromwell, and the language of the times, he was regarded as an obstinate malignant, he was in great danger of having shared with the Earl of Derby his execution at Boltunnel Moor, having partaken with him the dangers of two actions. But Sir Geoffrey's life was preserved by the interest of a friend who possessed influence in the councils of Oliver. This was a Mr. Bridgenorth, a gentleman of middling quality, whose father had been successful in some commercial adventure during the peaceful reign of James Roman I, and who had bequeathed his son a considerable sum of money, in addition to the moderate patrimony which he inherited from his father. The substantial though small-sized brick building of Moultrassy Hall was but 2 miles distant from Martindale Castle, and the young Bridgenorth attended the same school with the heir of the Peverils. A sort of companionship, if not intimacy, took place betwixt them, which continued during their youthful sports rather that Bridgenorth, though he did not at heart admit Sir Geoffrey's claims of superiority, to the extent which the other's vanity would have exacted, paid deference in a reasonable degree to the representative of a family so much more ancient and important than his own, without conceiving that he in any respect degraded himself by doing so. Mr. Bridgenorth did not, however, carry his complaisance so far as to embrace Sir Geoffrey's side during the Civil War. On the contrary, as an active justice of the peace, he rendered much assistance in arraying the militia in the cause of the Parliament, and for some time held a military commission in that service. This was partly owing to his religious principles, for he was a zealous Presbyterian, partly to his political ideas, which without being absolutely democratical favoured the popular side of the great national question. Besides, he was a moneyed man, and to a certain extent had a shrewd eye to his worldly interest. He understood how to improve the opportunities which civil war afforded of advancing his fortune by a dexterous use of his capital, and he was not at a loss to perceive that these were likely to be obtained in joining the Parliament, while the King's cause, as it was managed, held out nothing to the wealthy, but a course of exaction and compulsory loans. For these reasons, Bridgenorth became a decided Roundhead, and all friendly communication betwixt his neighbour and him was abruptly broken asunder. This was done with the less acrimony that during the Civil War Sir Geoffrey was almost constantly in the field, following the vacillating and unhappy fortunes of his master, while Major Bridgenorth, who soon renounced active military service, resided chiefly in London, and only occasionally visited the. Upon these visits, it was with great pleasure he received the intelligence that Lady Peveril had shown much kindness to Mrs. Bridgenorth, and had actually given her and her family shelter in Martindale Castle, when Moultrassy Hall was threatened with pillage by a body of Prince Rupert's ill-disciplined Cavaliers. This acquaintance had been matured by frequent walks together, which the vicinity of their places of residence suffered the Lady Peveril to have with Mrs. Bridgenorth, who deemed herself much honoured in being thus admitted into the society of so distinguished a lady. Major Bridgenorth heard of this growing intimacy with great pleasure, and he determined to repay the obligation as far as he could without much hurt to himself, by interfering with all his influence in behalf of her unfortunate husband. It was chiefly owing to Major Bridgenorth's mediation that Sir Geoffrey's life was saved. After the Battle of Worcester, he obtained him permission to compound for his estate on easier terms than many who had been less obstinate in malignancy, and finally, when in order to raise the money to the composition, the knight was obliged to sell a considerable portion of his patrimony, Major Bridgenorth became the purchaser, and that at a larger price than had been paid to any cavalier under such circumstances, by a member of the Committee for Sequestrations. It is true the prudent committeeman did not by any means lose sight of his own interest in the transaction, for the price was after all very moderate, and the property lay adjacent to Moultrassy Hall, the value of which was at least trebled by the acquisition. But then it was also true that the unfortunate owner must have submitted to much worse conditions, had the committeeman used as others did the full advantages which his situation gave him, and Bridgenorth took credit to himself, and received it from others for having on this occasion fairly sacrificed his interest to his liberality. Sir Geoffrey Peveril was of the same opinion, and the rather that Mr. Bridgenorth seemed to bear his exaltation with great moderation, and was disposed to show him personally the same deference in his present sunshine of prosperity, which he had exhibited formerly in their early acquaintance. It is but justice to Major Bridgenorth to observe that in this conduct he paid respect as much to the misfortunes as to the pretensions of his far-descended neighbour, and that with the frank generosity of a blunt Englishman, He conceded points of ceremony about which he himself was indifferent merely because he saw that his doing so gave pleasure to Sir Geoffrey. Peveril of the Peak did justice to his neighbour's delicacy, in consideration of which he forgot many things. He forgot that Major Bridgenorth was already in possession of a fair third of his estate, and had various pecuniary claims, affecting the remainder to the extent of 1/3 more. He endeavoured even to forget what it was still more difficult not to remember, the altered situation in which they and their mansions now stood to each other. Before the Civil War, the superb battlements and turrets of Martindale Castle looked down on the red brick-built hall as it stole out from the green plantations, just as an oak in Martindale Chase would have looked beside one of the stunted and formal young beech trees with which Bridgenorth had graced his avenue. But after the siege which we have commemorated, the enlarged and augmented hall was as much predominant in the landscape over the shattered and blackened ruins of the castle, of which only one wing was left habitable, as the youthful beech in all its vigour of shoot and bud would appear to the same aged oak stripped of its boughs and rifted by lightning, one half laid in shivers on the ground, and the other remaining a blackened and ungraceful trunk, rent and splintered, and without either life or leaves. Sir Geoffrey could not but feel that the situation and prospects were exchanged as disadvantageously for himself as the appearance of their mansions, and that, though the authority of the man in office under the Parliament, the sequestrator and the committeeman had been only exerted for the protection of the Cavalier, and the malignant they would have been as effectual if applied to procure his utter ruin, and that he was become a client while his neighbour was elevated into a patron. There were two considerations besides the necessity of the case, and the constant advice of his lady, which enabled Peveril of the Peak to endure with some patience this state of degradation. The first was that the politics of Major Bridgenorth began on many points to assimilate themselves to his own. As a Presbyterian, he was not an utter enemy to monarchy, and had been considerably shocked at the unexpected trial and execution of the king. As a civilian and a man of property, he feared the domination of the military, and though he wished not to see Charles restored by force of arms, yet he arrived at the conclusion that to bring back the heir of the royal family on such terms of composition as might ensure the protection of those popular immunities and privileges for which the Long Parliament had at first contended would be the surest and most desirable termination to the mutations in state affairs which had agitated Britain. Indeed, the Major's ideas on this point approached so nearly those of his neighbour that he had well nigh suffered Sir Geoffrey, who had a finger in almost all the conspiracies of the Royalists, to involve him in the unfortunate rising of Penruddock and Groves in the west, in which many of the Presbyterian interest as well as the Cavalier party were engaged, and though his habitual prudence eventually kept him out of this and other dangers, Major Bridgenorth was considered during the last years of Cromwell's domination, and the interregnum which succeeded, as a disaffected person to the Commonwealth and a favourer of Charles Stuart. But besides this approximation to the same political opinions, another bond of intimacy united the families of the castle, and the whole Major Bridgenorth, fortunate, and eminently so, in all his worldly transactions, was visited by severe and reiterated misfortunes in his family, and became in this particular an object of compassion to his poorer and more decayed neighbour. Betwixt the breaking out of the Civil War and the Restoration he lost successively a family of no less than 6 children, apparently through a delicacy of constitution which cut off the little prattlers at the early age, when they most wind themselves round the heart of the parents. In the beginning of the year 1658, Major Bridgenorth was childless. Ere it ended he had a daughter indeed, but her birth was purchased by the death of an affectionate wife, whose constitution had been exhausted by maternal grief, and by the anxious and harrowing reflection that from her the children they had lost derived that delicacy of health which proved unable to undergo the tear and wear of existence. The same voice which told Bridgenorth that he was the father of a living child, it was the friendly voice of Lady Peveril, communicated to him the melancholy intelligence that he was no longer a husband. The feelings of Major Bridgenorth were strong and deep, rather than hasty and vehement, and his grief assumed the form of a sullen stupor, from which neither the friendly remonstrances of Sir Geoffrey, who did not fail to be with his neighbour at this distressing conjuncture, even though he knew he must meet the Presbyterian pastor, nor the ghastly exhortations of this latter person, were able to rouse the unfortunate widower. At length Lady Peveril, with the ready invention of a female, sharped by the sight of distress, and the feelings of sympathy, tried on the sufferer one of those experiments by which grief is often awakened from despondency into tears. She placed in Bridgenorth's arms the infant whose birth had cost him so dear. and conjured him to remember that his Alice was not yet dead, since she survived in the helpless child she had left to his paternal care. Take her away, said the unhappy man, and they were the first words he had spoken. Let me not look on her, it is but another blossom that has bloomed to fade, and the tree that bore it will never flourish more. He almost threw the child into Lady Peveril's arms, placed his hands before his face, and wept aloud. Lady Peveril did not say be comforted, but she ventured to promise that the blossom should ripen to fruit. Never, never, said Bridgenorth, take the unhappy child away, and let me only know when I shall wear black for her. Wear black, he exclaimed, interrupting himself. What other colour shall I wear during the remainder of my life? I will take the child for a season, said Lady Peveril, since the sight of her is so painful to you, and the little Alice shall share the nursery of our Julian, until it shall be pleasure and not pain for you to look on her. That hour will never come, said the unhappy father. Her doom is written, will follow the rest. God's will be done, lady. I thank you, I trust her to your care, and I thank God that my eye shall not see her dying agonies. Without detaining the reader's attention longer on this painful theme, it is enough to say that the Lady Peveril did undertake the duties of a mother to the little orphan, and perhaps it was owing in a great measure to her judicious treatment of the infant that its feeble hold of life was preserved, since the glimmering spark might probably have been altogether smothered, had it, like the Major's former children, undergone the overcare and overnursing of a mother, rendered nervously cautious and anxious by so many successive losses. The lady was the more ready to undertake this charge that she herself had lost 2 infant children, and that she attributed the preservation of the third, now a fine healthy child of 3 years old, to Julian's being subjected to rather a different course of diet and treatment than was then generally practiced. She resolved to follow the same regiment with the little orphan which she had observed in the case of her own boy, and it was equally successful by a more sparing use of medicine, by a bolder admission of fresh air, by a firm yet cautious attention to encourage rather than to supersede the exertions of nature. The puny infant, under the care of an excellent nurse, gradually improved in strength and in liveliness. Sir Geoffrey, like most men of his frank and good-natured disposition, was naturally fond of children, and so much compassionated the sorrows of his neighbour that he entirely forgot his being a Presbyterian, until it became necessary that the infant should be christened by a teacher of that persuasion. This was a trying case. Father seemed incapable of giving direction, and that the threshold of Martindale Castle should be violated by the heretical step of a dissenting clergyman was matter of horror to its orthodox owner. He had seen the famous Hugh Peters with a Bible in one hand and a pistol in the other ride in triumph through the court door when Martindale was surrendered, and the bitterness of that hour had entered like iron into his soul. Yet such was Lady Peveril's influence over the prejudices of her husband, that he was induced to connive at the ceremony taking place in a remote garden house which was not properly within the precincts of the castle wall. The lady even dared to be present, while the ceremony was performed by the Reverend Master Salsgrace, who had once preached a sermon of 3 hours' length before the House of Commons, upon a Thanksgiving occasion after the relief of Exeter. Sir Geoffrey Peveril took care to be absent the whole day from the castle, and it was only from the great interest which he took in the washing, perfuming, and as it were purification of the summer house that it could have been guessed he knew anything of what had taken place in it. But whatever prejudices the good knight might entertain against his neighbour's form of religion, they did not in any way influence his feelings towards him as a sufferer under severe affliction. The mode in which he showed his sympathy was rather singular, but exactly suited the character of both and the terms on which they stood with each other. Morning after morning, the good baronet made Moultrassy Hall the termination of his walk or ride, and said a single word of kindness as he passed. Sometimes he entered the old parlour where the proprietor sat in solitary wretchedness and despondency, but more frequently, for Sir Geoffrey did not pretend to great talents of conversation, he paused on the terrace and, stopping or halting his horse by the latticed window, said aloud to the melancholy inmate, "How is it with you, Master Bridgenorth?" The knight would never acknowledge his neighbour's military rank of major. "I just looked in to bid you keep a good heart, man, and to tell you that Julian is well and little Alice is well, and all are well at Martindale Castle." A deep sigh, sometimes coupled with "I thank you, Sir Geoffrey, my grateful duty waits on Lady Peveril," was generally Bridgenorth's only answer, but the news was received on the one part with the kindness which was designed upon the other. It gradually became less painful and more interesting. The lattice window was never closed, nor was the leathern easy-chair which stood next to it ever empty. When the usual hour of the baronet's momentary visit approached, at length the expectation of that passing minute became the pivot upon which the thoughts of poor Bridgenorth turned during all the rest of the day. Most men have known the influence of such brief but ruling moments at some period of their lives, the moment when a lover passes the window of his mistress, the moment when the epicure hears the dinner bellies that into which is crowded the whole interest of the day. The hours which precede it are spent in anticipation, the hours which follow in reflection on what has passed, and fancy dwelling on each brief circumstance gives to seconds the duration of minutes to minutes, that of hours. Thus seated in his lonely chair, Bridgenorth could catch at a distance the stately step of Sir Geoffrey or the heavy tramp of his war-horse Black Hastings, which had borne him in many an action. He could hear the hum of "The King shall enjoy his own again," or the habitual whistle of cuckolds and roundheads, die unto reverential silence, as the knight approached the mansion of affliction. And then came the strong hail voice of the huntsman's soldier, with its usual greeting. By degrees the communication became something more protracted, as Major Bridgenorth's grief, like all human feelings, lost its overwhelming violence, and permitted him to attend in some degree to what passed around him, to discharge various duties which pressed upon him, and to give a share of attention to the situation of the country, distracted as it was by the contending factions, whose strife only terminated in the Restoration. Still, however, though slowly recovering from the effects of the shock which he had sustained, Major Bridgenorth felt himself as yet unable to make up his mind to the effort necessary to see his infant, and though separated by so short a distance from the being in whose existence he was more interested than in anything the world afforded, he only made himself acquainted with the windows of the apartment where little Alice was lodged, and was often observed to watch them from the terrace as they brightened in the evening, under the influence of the setting sun. In truth, though a strong-minded man in most respects, he was unable to lay aside the gloomy impression that this remaining pledge of affection was soon to be conveyed to that grave, which had already devoured all besides that was dear to him, and he awaited in miserable suspense the moment when he should hear that symptoms of the fatal malady had begun to show themselves. The voice of Peveril continued to be that of a comforter, until the month of April 1660, when it suddenly assumed a new and different tone. "The King shall enjoy his own again," far from ceasing as the hasty tread of Black Hastings came up the avenue, bore burden to the clatter of his hoofs on the paved courtyard, as Sir Geoffrey sprang from his great war-saddle, now once more garnished with pistols of 2 feet in length, and, armed with steel-cap back and breast and a truncheon in his hand, he rushed into the apartment of the astonished Major with his eyes sparkling, and his cheek inflamed, while he called out, "Up, neighbour, no time now to mope in the chimney-corner. Where is your buff-coat and broadsword? Man, take the true side once in your life, and mend past mistakes. The King is all lenity, man, all royal nature, and mercy, I will get your full pardon." "What means all this?" said Bridgenorth. "Is all well with you? All well at Martindale Castle, Sir Geoffrey?" "Well as you could wish them, Alice and Julian, and all, but I have news worth 20 of that monk has declared at London against those stinking scoundrels. The rump Fairfax is up in Yorkshire for the King man, churchmen, Presbyterians, and all are in buff and bandolier for King Charles. I have a letter from Fairfax to secure Derby and Chesterfield with all the men. I can make DN him fine that I should take orders from him. But never mind that, all our friends now, and you and I, good neighbour, will charge abreast, as good neighbours should see their reed, and then boot and saddle in an instant. Hey for Cavalier show, for Cavaliers. Pray for Cavaliers. Doobadub. Have it, old Beelzebub. Oliver shakes in his beer. After thundering forth this elegant effusion of loyal enthusiasm, the sturdy Cavalier's heart became too full. He threw himself on a seat, and exclaiming, "Did ever I think to live to see this happy day?" he wept to his own surprise as much as to that of Bridgenorth. Upon considering the crisis in which the country was placed, it appeared to Major Bridgenorth, as it had done to Fairfax and other leaders of the Presbyterian party, that their frank embracing of the royal interest was the wisest and most patriotic measure which they could adopt in the circumstances when all ranks and classes of men were seeking refuge from the uncertainty and varied oppression attending the repeated contests between the factions of Westminster Hall and of Wallingford House. Accordingly, he joined with Sir Geoffrey with less enthusiasm indeed, but with equal sincerity, taking such measures as seemed proper to secure their part of the country on the King's behalf, which was done as effectually and peaceably as in other parts of England. The neighbours were both at Chesterfield, when news arrived that the King had landed in England, and Sir Geoffrey instantly announced his purpose of waiting upon his Majesty, even before his return to the castle of Martindale. Who knows, neighbour, he said, whether Sir Geoffrey Peveril will ever return to Martindale titles, must be going amongst them yonder. And I have deserved something among the rest. Lord Peveril would sound weller stay Earl of Martindalino, not of Martindale, Earl of the Peak. Meanwhile, trust your affairs to me. I will see you secured. I would you had been no Presbyterian neighbour, a knighthood. I mean a knight bachelor, not a knight baront, would have served your turn well. I leave these things to my betters, Sir Geoffrey, said the Major, and desire nothing so earnestly as to find all well at Martindale when I return. You will find them all well, said the Baronet, Julian, Alice, Lady Peveril, and all of them bear my commendations to them, and kiss them all, neighbour Lady Peveril, and Alice you may kiss a countess when I come back. All will go well with you now you are turned honest man. I always meant to be so, Sir Geoffrey, said Bridgenorth calmly. Well, no offence meant, said the knight. All is well, no so you to Maltrassy Hall, and I to Whitehall, said I. Well, aha, so ho, mine host a stoup of canary to the king's health ere we get to horse. I forgot, neighbour, you drink no healths. I wish the king's health as sincerely as if I drank a gallon to it, replied the Major, and I wish you, Sir Geoffrey, all success on your journey, and a safe return. Chapter 2. Why then we will have bellowing of beeves, broaching of barrels, brandishing of spigots. Blood shall flow freely, but it shall be gore. Of herds and flocks and venison and poultry, joined to the brave heart's blood of Jana Barleycorn. Old play. Whatever rewards Charles might have condescended to bestow in acknowledgment of the sufferings and loyalty of Peveril of the Peak, he had none in his disposal equal to the pleasure which Providence had reserved for Bridgenorth on his return to Derbyshire. The exertion to which he had been summoned had the usual effect of restoring to a certain extent the activity and energy of his character, and he felt it would be unbecoming to relapse into the state of lethargic melancholy from which it had roused him. Time also had its usual effect in mitigating the subjects of his regret, and when he had passed one day at the Hall, in regretting that he could not expect the indirect news of his daughter's health, which Sir Geoffrey used to communicate in his almost daily call, he reflected that it would be in every respect becoming that he should pay a personal visit at Martindale Castle, carry thither the remembrances of the night to his lady, assure her of his health, and satisfy himself, respecting that of his daughter. He armed himself for the worst, called to recollection the thin cheeks, faded eye, wasted hand, pallid lip, which had marked the decaying health of all his former infants. I shall see, he said, these signs of mortality. Once more I shall once more see a beloved being to whom I have given birth gliding to the grave, which ought to enclose me long before her. No matter, it is unmanly so long to shrink from that which must be God's will be done. He went accordingly on the subsequent morning to Martindale Castle, and gave the lady the welcome assurances of her husband's safety and of his hopes of preferment. For the first may Almighty God be praised, said the Lady Peveril, and be the other as our gracious and restored sovereign may will it we are great enough for our means, and have means sufficient for contentment, though not for splendour. And now, I see, good Master Bridgenorth, the folly of putting faith in idle presentiments of evil. So often had Sir Geoffrey's repeated attempts in favour of the Stuarts led him into new misfortunes, that when the other morning I saw him once more dressed in his fatal armour, and heard the sound of his trumpet which had been so long silent, it seemed to me as if I saw his shroud, and heard his death knell. I say this to you, good neighbour, the rather, because I fear your own mind has been harassed with anticipations of impending calamity, which it may please God to avert in your case, as it has done in mine. And here comes a sight which bears good assurance of it. The door of the apartment opened as she spoke, and two lovely children entered. The eldest, Julian Peveril, a fine boy betwixt 4 and 5 years old, led in his hand with an air of dignified support and attention a little girl of 18 months, who rolled and tottered along, keeping herself with difficulty upright by the assistance of her elder, stronger and masculine companion. Bridgenorth cast a hasty and fearful glance upon the countenance of his daughter, and even in that glimpse perceived with exquisite delight that his fears were unfounded. He caught her in his arms, pressed her to his heart, and the child, though at first alarmed at the vehemence of his caresses, presently, as if prompted by nature, smiled in reply to them. Again he held her at some distance from him, and examined her more attentively. He satisfied himself that the complexion of the young cherub he had in his arms was not the hectic tinge of disease but the clear hue of ruddy health, and that though her little frame was slight it was firm and springy. I did not think that it could have been thus, he said, looking to Lady Peveril, who had sat observing the scene with great pleasure, but praise be to God in the first instance, and next thanks to you, madam, who have been his instrument. Julian must lose his playfellow now, I suppose, said the lady, but the hall is not distant, and I will see my little charge often. Dame Martha, the housekeeper at Moultracy, has sense, and is careful. I will tell her the rules I have observed with little Alice, and— God forbid my girl should ever come to Moultracy, said Major Bridgenorth hastily. It has been the grave of her race. The air of the low grounds suited them noter. There is perhaps a fate connected with the mansion. I will seek for her some other place of abode. That you shall not under your favour be it spoken, Major Bridgenorth, answered the lady. If you do so, we must suppose that you are undervaluing my qualities as a nurse. If she goes not to her father's house, she shall not quit mine. I will keep the little lady as a pledge of her safety and my own skill. And since you are afraid of the damp of the low grounds, I hope you will come here frequently to visit her. This was a proposal which went to the heart of Major Bridgenorth. It was precisely the point which he would have given worlds to arrive at, but which he saw no chance of attaining. It is too well known that those whose families are long pursued by such a fatal disease as existed in his become, it may be said, superstitious respecting its fatal effects, and ascribe to play circumstance and individual care, much more perhaps than these can in any case contribute to avert the fatality of constitutional distemper. Lady Peveril was aware that this was peculiarly the impression of her neighbour, that the depression of his spirits, the excess of his care, the feverishness of his apprehensions, the restraint and gloom of the solitude in which he dwelt were really calculated to produce the evil which most of all he dreaded. She pitied him, she felt for him, she was grateful for former protection received at his hands, had become interested in the child itself. What female fails to feel such interest in the helpless creature she has tended? And to sum the whole up, the dame had a share of human vanity, and being a sort of Lady Bountiful in her way for the character, was not then confined to the old and the foolish. She was proud of the skill by which she had averted the probable attacks of hereditary malady so inveterate in the family of Bridgenorth. It needed not perhaps in other cases that so many reasons should be assigned for an act of neighbourly humanity, but civil war had so lately torn the country asunder, and broken all the usual ties of vicinage and good neighbourhood, that it was unusual to see them preserved among persons of different political opinions. Major Bridgenorth himself felt this, and while the tear of joy in his eye showed how gladly he would accept Lady Peveril's proposal, he could not help stating the obvious inconveniences attendant upon her scheme, though it was in the tone of one who would gladly hear them overruled. Madam, he said, your kindness makes me the happiest and most thankful of men, but can it be consistent with your own convenience? Sir Geoffrey has his opinions on many points which have differed, and probably do still differ from mine. He is highborn, and I of middling parentage, only he uses the church service, and I the catechism of the Assembly of Divines at Westminster. I hope you will find prescribed in neither of them, said the Lady Peveril, that I may not be a mother to your motherless child. I trust Master Bridgenorth, the joyful restoration of his Majesty, a work wrought by the direct hand of Providence, may be the means of closing and healing all civil and religious dissensions among us, and that instead of showing the superior purity of our faith, by persecuting those who think otherwise from ourselves on doctrinal points, we shall endeavour to show its real Christian tendency, by emulating each other in actions of goodwill towards man, as the best way of showing our love to God. Your ladyship speaks what your own kind heart dictates, answered Bridgenorth, who had his own share of the narrow-mindedness of the time, and sure am I that if all who call themselves loyalists and cavaliers thought like my friend Sir Geoffrey, he added after a moment's pause, being perhaps rather complimentary than sincere, who thought it our duty in time past to take arms for freedom of conscience and against arbitrary power, might now sit down in peace and contentment. But I wot not how it may fall. You have sharp and hot spirits amongst you. I will not say our power was always moderately used, and revenge is sweet to the race of fallen Adam. Come, Master Bridgenorth, said the Lady Peveril gaily, those evil omenings do but point out conclusions which, unless they were so anticipated, are most unlikely to come to pass. You know what Shakespeare says: to fly the boar before the boar pursues, were to incense the boar to follow us, and make pursuit when he did mean no chase. But I crave your pardon, it is so long since we have met, that I forgot you love no playbooks. With reverence to your ladyship, said Bridgenorth, I were much to blame, did I need the idle words of a Warwickshire stroller to teach me my grateful duty to your ladyship on this occasion, which appoints me to be directed by you in all things which my conscience will permit. Since you permit me such influence, then, replied the Lady Peveril, I shall be moderate in exercising it, in order that I may in my domination at least give you a favourable impression of the new order of things. So if you will be a subject of mine for one day, neighbour, I am going at my lord and husband's command to issue out my warrants to invite the whole neighbourhood to a solemn feast at the castle on Thursday next, and I not only pray you to be personally present yourself, but to prevail on your worthy pastor, and such neighbours and friends high and low, as may think in your own way to meet with the rest of the neighbourhood, to rejoice on this joyful occasion of the king's restoration, and thereby to show that we are to be henceforward a united people. The parliamentarian major was considerably embarrassed by this proposal. He looked upward and downward, and around, cast his eye first to the oak-carved ceiling, and anon fixed it upon the floor, then threw it around the room, till it lighted on his child, the sight of whom suggested another, and a better train of reflections than ceiling and floor had been able to supply. Madam, he said, I have long been a stranger to festivity, perhaps from constitutional melancholy, perhaps from the depression which is natural to a desolate and deprived man, in whose ear mirth is marred, like a pleasant air, when performed on a mistuned instrument. But though neither my thoughts nor temperament are jovial or mercurial, it becomes me to be grateful to heaven for the good he has sent me by the means of your ladyship. David, the man after God's own heart, did wash and eat bread when his beloved child was removed. Mine is restored to me, and shall I not show gratitude under a blessing, when he showed resignation under an affliction? Madam, I will wait on your gracious invitation with acceptance, and such of my friends with whom I may possess influence, and whose presence your ladyship may desire, shall accompany me to the festivity, that our Israel may be as one people. Having spoken these words with an aspect which belonged more to a martyr than to a guest bidden to a festival, and having kissed and solemnly blessed his little girl, Major Bridgenorth took his departure for Moultrassy Hall. Chapter 3. Here's neither want of appetite nor mouths. Pray heaven we be not scant of meat or mirth. Old play. Even upon ordinary occasions, and where means were ample, a great entertainment in those days was not such a sinecure as in modern times, when the lady who presides has but to intimate to her menials the day and hour when she wills it to take place. At that simple period, the lady was expected to enter deeply into the arrangement and provision of the whole affair, and from a little gallery, which communicated with her own private apartment, and looked down upon the kitchen, her shrill voice was to be heard from time to time, like that of the warning spirit in a tempest, rising above the clash of pots, and stewpans, the creaking spits, the clattering of marrowbones, and cleavers, the scolding of cooks, and all the other various kinds of din, which form an accompaniment to dressing a large dinner. But all this toil and anxiety was more than doubled in the case of the approaching feast at Martindale Castle, where the presiding genius of the festivity was scarce provided with adequate means to carry her hospitable purpose into effect. The tyrannical conduct of husbands in such cases is universal, and I scarce know one householder of my acquaintance who has not on some elopement and most inconvenient season announced suddenly to his innocent helpmate that he had invited some odious Major Rock to drop in at 6 o'clock, to the great discomposure of the lady and the discredit perhaps of her domestic arrangements. Peveril of the Peak was still more thoughtless, for he had directed his lady to invite the whole honest men of the neighbourhood to make good cheer at Martindale Castle, in honour of the blessed restoration of his most sacred Majesty, without precisely explaining where the provisions were to come from. The deer park had lain waste ever since the siege. The dovecot could do little to furnish forth such an entertainment. The fish ponds, it is true, were well provided, which the neighbouring Presbyterians noted as a suspicious circumstance, and game was to be had for the shooting upon the extensive heaths and hills of Derbyshire, but these were but the secondary parts of a banquet, and the house steward and bailiff, Lady Peveril's only coadjutors and counsellors, could not agree how the butcher-meat, most substantial part, or as it were the main body of the entertainment, was to be supplied. The house steward threatened the sacrifice of a fine yoke of young bullocks, which the bailiff, who pleaded the necessity of their agricultural services, tenaciously resisted, and Lady Peveril's good and dutiful nature did not prevent her from making some impatient reflections on the want of consideration of her absent knight, who had thus thoughtlessly placed her in so embarrassing a situation. These reflections were scarcely just if a man is only responsible for such resolutions as he adopts when he is fully master of himself. Sir Geoffrey's loyalty, like that of many persons in his situation, had by dint of hopes and fears victories, and defeats struggles and sufferings, all arising out of the same moving cause and turning, as it were on the same pivot, acquired the character of an intense and enthusiastic passion, and the singular and surprising change of fortune, by which his highest wishes were not only gratified but far exceeded, occasioned for some time a kind of intoxication of loyal rapture, which seemed to pervade the whole kingdom. Sir Geoffrey had seen Charles and his brothers, and had been received by the merry monarch with that graceful, and at the same time frank urbanity by which he conciliated all who approached him. The knight's services and merits had been fully acknowledged, and recompense had been hinted at, if not expressly promised. Was it for Peveril of the Peak, in the jubilee of his spirits, to consider how his wife was to find beef and mutton to feast his neighbours? Luckily, however, for the embarrassed lady, there existed someone who had composure of mind sufficient to foresee this difficulty, just as she had made up her mind, very reluctantly, to become debtor to Major Bridgenorth for the sum necessary to carry her husband's commands into effect. And whilst she was bitterly regretting this departure from the strictness of her usual economy, the steward, who by the by had not been absolutely sober since the news of the king's landing at Dover, burst into the apartment, snapping his fingers, and showing more marks of delight than was quite consistent with the dignity of my lady's large parlour. "What means this, Whitaker?" said the lady somewhat peevishly, for she was interrupted in the commencement of a letter to her neighbour on the unpleasant business of the proposed loan. "Is it to be always thus with you? Are you dreaming?" "A vision of good omen, I trust," said the steward with a triumphant flourish of the hand, "far better than Pharaoh's, though like his it be of fat kine." "I prithee be plain, man," said the lady, "or fetch someone who can speak to purpose." "Why, odds my life, madam," said the steward, "mine errand can speak for itself. Do you not hear them low? Do you not hear them bleat? A yoke of fat oxen and half a score prime. Whether's the castle is victualled for this bout. Let them storm when they will, and Gatheril may have his mains ploughed to the boot." The lady, without farther questioning her elated domestic, rose, and went to the window, where she certainly beheld the oxen and sheep which had given rise to Whitaker's exultation. "Whence come they?" said she in some surprise. "Let them construe that who can," answered Whitaker. "The fellow who drove them was a West Country man, and only said they came from a friend to help to furnish out your ladyship's entertainment. The man would not stay to drink. I am sorry, he would not stay to drink. I crave your ladyship's pardon for not keeping him by the ears to drink. It was not my fault." "That ill be sworn it was not," said the lady. "Nay, madam, by G, I assure you it was not," said the zealous steward, "for rather than the castle should lose credit, I drank his health myself in double ale, though I had had my morning draught already. I tell you the naked truth, my lady, by G." "It was no great compulsion, I suppose," said the lady, "but Whitaker, suppose you should show your joy on such occasions by drinking and swearing a little less, rather than a little more, would it not be as well, think you?" "I crave your ladyship's pardon," said Whitaker, with much reverence. "I hope I know my place. I am your ladyship's poor servant, and I know it does not become me to drink and swear like your ladyship. That is like his honour Sir Geoffrey, I would say. But I pray you, if I am not to drink and swear after my degree, how are men to know Peveril of the Peak, steward, and I may say butler too, since I have had the keys of the cellar, ever since old Spigots was shot dead on the northwest turret, with a black jack in his hand? I say, how is an old Cavalier like me to be known from those cuckoldly Roundheads that do nothing but fast and pray, if we are not to drink and swear according to our degree?" The lady was silent, for she well knew speech availed nothing, and after a moment's pause proceeded to intimate to the steward that she would have the persons whose names were marked in a written paper, which she delivered to him, invited to the approaching banquet. Whitaker, instead of receiving the list with the mute acquiescence of a modern majordomo, carried it into the recess of one of the windows, and adjusting his spectacles began to read it to himself, the first names being those of distinguished Cavalier families in the neighbourhood. He muttered over in a tone of approbation, paused, and pshawed at that of Bridgenorthiet, acquiesced with the observation, "But he is good neighbour, so it may pass for once." But when he read the name and surname of Nehemiah Salsgrace, the Presbyterian parson, Whitaker's patience altogether forsook him, and he declared he would as soon throw himself into Eldenhole as consent that the intrusive old Puritan Howlet, who had usurped the pulpit of a sound orthodox divine, should ever darken the gates of Martindale Castle by any message or mediation of his. A chasm in the earth, supposed to be unfathomable, one of the wonders of the Peak. The false crow-paired hypocrites, cried he with a hearty oath, have had their turn of the good, whether the sun is on our side of the hedge now, and we will pay off old scores, as sure as my name is Richard Whitaker. You presume on your long services, Whitaker, and on your master's absence, or you had not dared to use me thus," said the lady. The unwanted agitation of her voice attracted the attention of the refractory steward, notwithstanding his present state of elevation. But he no sooner saw that her eye glistened and her cheek, reddened than his obstinacy, was at once subdued. "A murrain on me," he said, "but I have made my lady angry in good earnest, and that is an unwonted sight for to see. I crave your pardon, my lady. It was not poor Dick Whittaker disputed your honourable commands, but only that second draught of double ale. We have put a double stroke of malt to it, as your ladyship well knows ever since the happy restoration. To be sure I hate a fanatic, as I do the cloven foot of Satan. But then your honourable ladyship hath a right to invite Satan himself cloven foot, and all to Martindale Castle, and to send me to Hell's Gate with a billet of invitation, and so your will shall be done." The invitations were sent round accordingly in all due form, and one of the bullocks was sent down to be roasted whole at the marketplace of a little village called Martindale Moultrassy, which stood considerably to the eastward, both of the castle and hall from which it took its double name, at about an equal distance from both, so that suppose a line drawn from the one manor house to the other to be the base of a triangle, the village would have occupied the salient angle, as the said village, since the late transference of a part of Peveril's property belonged to Sir Geoffrey, and to Bridgenorth in nearly equal portions, the lady judged it not proper to dispute the right of the latter to add some hogsheads of beer to the popular festivity. In the meanwhile she could not but suspect the Major of being the unknown friend who had relieved her from the dilemma arising from the want of provisions, and she esteemed herself happy when a visit from him on the day preceding the proposed entertainment gave her, as she thought, an opportunity of expressing her gratitude. Chapter 4. "No, sir, I will not pledge im one of those who think good wine needs neither bush nor preface to make it welcome. If you doubt my word, fill the quart cup and see if I will choke on't." Old play. There was a serious gravity of expression in the disclamation with which Major Bridgenorth replied to the thanks tendered to him by Lady Peveril for the supply of provisions which had reached her castle so opportunely. He seemed first not to be aware what she alluded to, and when she explained the circumstance, he protested so seriously that he had no share in the benefit conferred that Lady Peveril was compelled to believe him the rather, that being a man of plain downright character, affecting no refined delicacy of sentiment, and practising almost a Quaker-like sincerity of expression, it would have been much contrary to his general character to have made such a disavowal unless it were founded in truth. "My present visit to you, madam," said he, "had indeed some reference to the festivity of tomorrow." Lady Peveril listened, but as her visitor seemed to find some difficulty in expressing himself, she was compelled to ask an explanation. "Madam," said the Major, "you are not perhaps entirely ignorant that the more tender conscienced among us have scruples at certain practices so general amongst your people, at times of rejoicing, that you may be said to insist upon them as articles of faith, or at least greatly to resent their omission." "I trust, Master Bridgenorth," said the Lady Peveril, not fully comprehending the drift of his discourse, "that we shall, as your entertainers, carefully avoid all allusions or reproaches founded on past misunderstanding." "We would expect no less, madam, from your candour and courtesy," said Bridgenorth, "but I perceive you do not fully understand me to be plain. Then, I allude to the fashion of drinking healths and pledging each other in draughts of strong liquor, which most among us consider as a superfluous and sinful provoking of each other to debauchery, and the excessive use of strong drink, and which besides, if derived as learned divines have supposed from the custom of the blinded pagans, who made libations and invoked idols, when they drank, may be justly said to have something in it heathenish and allied to demon worship." The lady had already hastily considered all the topics which were likely to introduce discord into the proposed festivity, but this very ridiculous yet fatal discrepancy betwixt the manners of the parties on convivial occasions had entirely escaped her. She endeavoured to soothe the objecting party, whose brows were knit like one who had fixed an opinion by which he was determined to abide. "I grant," she said, "my good neighbour, that this custom is at least idle, and may be prejudicial, if it leads to excess in the use of liquor, which is apt enough to take place without such conversation. But I think, when it hath not this consequence, it is a thing indifferent, affords a unanimous mode of expressing our good wishes to our friends, and our loyal duty to our sovereign, and without meaning to put any force upon the inclination of those who believe otherwise, I cannot see how I can deny my guests and friends the privilege of drinking a health to the king, or to my husband after the old English fashion." "My lady," said the Major, "if the age of fashion were to command it, popery is one of the oldest English fashions that I have heard of, but it is our happiness that we are not benighted like our fathers, and therefore we must act according to the light that is in us, and not after their darkness. I had myself the honour to attend the Lord Keeper Whitelock, when at the table of the Chamberlain of the Kingdom of Sweden, he did positively refuse to pledge the health of his Queen Christina, thereby giving great offence, and putting in peril the whole purpose of that voyage, which it is not to be thought so wise a man would have done, but that he held such compliance a thing not merely indifferent, but rather sinful and damnable. With all respect to Whitelock, said the Lady Peveril, I continue of my own opinion, though heaven knows I am no friend to riot or wassail, I would fain accommodate myself to your scruples, and will discourage all other pledges, but surely those of the king, and of Peveril of the Peak may be permitted. I dare not, answered Bridgenorth, lay even the 99th part of a grain of incense upon an altar erected to Satan. How so, said the lady, do you bring Satan into comparison with our master King Charles, and with my noble lord and husband? Pardon me, madam, answered Bridgenorth, I have no such thoughts. Indeed, they would ill become me. I do wish the king's health, and Sir Geoffrey's devoutly, and I will pray for both, but I see not what good it should do their health, if I should prejudice my own by quaffing pledges out of quart flagons. Since we cannot agree upon this matter, said Lady Peveril, we must find some resource by which to offend those of neither party. Suppose you winked at our friends drinking these pledges, and we should connive at your sitting still. But neither would this composition satisfy Bridgenorth, who was of opinion, as he expressed himself, that it would be holding a candle to Beelzebub. In fact, his temper, naturally stubborn, was at present rendered much more so by a previous conference with his preacher, who, though a very good man in the main, was particularly and illiberally tenacious of the petty distinctions which his sect adopted, and while he thought with considerable apprehension on the accession of power, which popery, prelacy, and Peveril of the Peak were like to acquire by the late revolution, became naturally anxious to put his flock on their guard, and prevent their being kidnapped by the wolf. He disliked extremely that Major Bridgenorth, indisputably the head of the Presbyterian interest in that neighbourhood, should have given his only daughter to be, as he termed it, nursed by a Canonidish woman, and he told him plainly that he liked not this going to feast in the high places with the uncircumcised in heart, and looked on the whole conviviality only as a Machingmery in the house of Tirzah. Upon receiving this rebuke from his pastor, Bridgenorth began to suspect he might have been partly wrong in the readiness which in his first ardour of gratitude he had shown to enter into intimate intercourse with the castle of Martindale, but he was too proud to avow this to the preacher, and it was not till after a considerable debate betwixt them that it was mutually agreed their presence at the entertainment should depend upon the condition that no healths or pledges should be given in their presence. Bridgenorth, therefore, as the delegate and representative of his party, was bound to stand firm against all entreaty, and the lady became greatly embarrassed. She now regretted sincerely that her well-intended invitation had ever been given, for she foresaw that its rejection was to awaken all former subjects of quarrel, and perhaps to lead to new violences amongst people who had not many years since been engaged in civil war. To yield up the disputed point to the Presbyterians would have been to offend the Cavalier party, and Sir Geoffrey in particular, in the most mortal degree, for they made it as firm a point of honour to give healths and compel others to pledge them, as the Puritans made it a deep article of religion to refuse both at length. The lady changed the discourse introduced, that of Major Bridgenorth's child caused it to be sent for, and put into his arms. The mother's stratagem took effect, for though the parliamentary major stood firm, the father, as in the case of the governor of Tilbury, was softened, and he agreed that his friends should accept a compromise. This was that the major himself, the reverend divine, and such of their friends as held strict Puritan tenets, should form a separate party in the large parlour, while the hall should be occupied by the jovial Cavaliers, and that each party should regulate their potations after their own conscience or after their own fashion. Major Bridgenorth himself seemed greatly relieved after this important matter had been settled. He had held it matter of conscience to be stubborn in maintaining his own opinion, but was heartily glad when he escaped from the apparently inevitable necessity of affronting Lady Peveril by the refusal of her invitation. He remained longer than usual and spoke, and smiled more than was his custom. His first care on his return was to announce to the clergyman and his congregation the compromise which he had made, and this not as a matter for deliberation, but one upon which he had already resolved, and such was his authority among them, that though the preacher longed to pronounce a separation of the parties, and to exclaim to your tents, O Israel, he did not see the chance of being seconded by so many as would make it worth while to disturb the unanimous acquiescence in their delegate's proposal. Nevertheless, each party being put upon the alert by the consequences of Major Bridgenorth's embassy, so many points of doubt and delicate discussion were started in succession that the Lady Peveril, the only person perhaps who was desirous of achieving an effectual reconciliation between them, incurred in reward for her good intentions the censure of both factions, and had much reason to regret her well-meant project of bringing the Capulets and Montagues of Derbyshire together on the same occasion of public festivity. As it was now settled that the guests were to form two different parties, it became not only a subject of dispute betwixt themselves, which should be first admitted within the castle of Martindale, but matter of serious apprehension to Lady Peveril and Major Bridgenorth, lest if they were to approach by the same avenue and entrance a quarrel might take place betwixt them, and proceed to extremities even before they reached the place of entertainment. The lady believed she had discovered an admirable expedient for preventing the possibility of such interference, by directing that the Cavaliers should be admitted by the principal entrance, while the Roundheads should enter the castle through a great breach which had been made in the course of the siege, and across which there had been made a sort of bypath to drive the cattle down to their pasture in the wood. By this contrivance the Lady Peveril imagined she had altogether avoided the various risks which might occur from two such parties encountering each other, and disputing for precedence. Several other circumstances of less importance were adjusted at the same time, and apparently so much to the satisfaction of the Presbyterian teacher, that in a long lecture on the subject of the marriage garment, he was at the pains to explain to his hearers that outward apparel was not alone meant by that scriptural expression, but also a suitable frame of mind for enjoyment of peaceful festivity. And therefore he exhorted the brethren that whatever might be the errors of the poor blinded malignants with whom they were in some sort to eat and drink upon the morrow, they ought not on this occasion to show any evil will against them, lest they should therein become troublers of the peace of Israel. Honest Dr. Dummerar, the elected episcopal vicar of Martindale, cum Moultracy, preached to the Cavaliers on the same subject. He had served the cure before the breaking out of the rebellion, and was in high favour with Sir Geoffrey, not merely on account of his sound orthodoxy and deep learning, but his exquisite skill in playing at bowls, and his facetious conversation over a pipe and tankard of October. For these latter accomplishments, the doctor had the honour to be recorded by old Century White amongst the roll of lewd incompetent profligate clergymen of the Church of England, whom he denounced to God and man on account chiefly of the heinous sin of playing at games of skill and chance, and of occasionally joining in the social meetings of their parishioners. When the king's party began to lose ground, Dr. Dummerar left his vicarage, and betaking himself to the camp showed upon several occasions, when acting as chaplain to Sir Geoffrey Peveril's regiment, that his portly bodily presence included a stout and masculine heart when all was lost, and he himself, with most other loyal divines, was deprived of his living. He made such shift as he could now, lurking in the garrets of old friends in the university, who shared with him, and such as him, the slender means of livelihood which the evil times had left them, and now lying hid in the houses of the oppressed and sequestered gentry, who respected at once his character and sufferings. When the Restoration took place, Dr. Dummerar emerged from some one of his hiding places, and hied him to Martindale Castle to enjoy the triumph inseparable from this happy change. His appearance at the castle in his full clerical dress, and the warm reception which he received from the neighbouring gentry, added not a little to the alarm which was gradually extending itself through the party, which was so lately the uppermost. It is true Dr. Dummerar framed honest worthy man no extravagant views of elevation or preferment, but the probability of his being replaced in the living from which he had been expelled under very flimsy pretences inferred a severe blow to the Presbyterian divine, who could not be considered otherwise than as an intruder. The interest of the two preachers, therefore, as well as the sentiments of their flocks, were at direct variance, and here was another fatal objection in the way of Lady Peveril's scheme of a general and comprehensive healing ordinance. Nevertheless, as we have already hinted, Dr. Dummerar behaved as handsomely upon the occasion as the Presbyterian incumbent had done. It is true that, in a sermon which he preached in the castle hall to several of the most distinguished Cavalier families, besides a world of boys from the village, who went to see the novel circumstance of a parson in a cassock and surplice, he went at great length into the foulness of the various crimes committed by the rebellious party during the late evil times, and greatly magnified the merciful and peaceful nature of the honourable lady of the manor, who condescended to look upon or receive into her house, in the way of friendship and hospitality, men holding the principles which had led to the murder of the king's slaying. and despoiling his loyal subjects and the plundering and breaking down of the Church of God. But then he wiped all this handsomely up again with the observation that since it was the will of their gracious and newly restored sovereign, and the pleasure of the worshipful Lady Peveril, that this contumacious and rebellious race should be for a time forborne by their faithful subjects, it would be highly proper that all the loyal liegemen should for the present eschew subjects of dissension or quarrel with these sons of Shimei, which lesson of patience he enforced by the comfortable assurance that they could not long abstain from their old rebellious practices, in which case the royalists would stand exculpated before God and man in extirpating them from the face of the earth. The close observers of the remarkable passages of the times from which we draw the events of our history have left it upon record that these two several sermons, much contrary doubtless to the intention of the worthy divines, by whom they were delivered, had a greater effect in exasperating than in composing the disputes betwixt the two factions under such evil auspices, and with corresponding forebodings on the mind of Lady Peveril, the day of festivity at length arrived. By different routes and forming each a sort of procession, as if the adherents of each party were desirous of exhibiting its strength and numbers, the two several factions approached Martindale Castle, and so distinct did they appear in dress, aspect, and manners, that it seemed as if the revellers of a bridal party and the sad attendants upon a funeral solemnity were moving towards the same point from different quarters. The puritanical party was by far the fewer in numbers, for which two excellent reasons might be given. In the first place, they had enjoyed power for several years, and of course became unpopular among the common people, never at any time attached to those who, being in the immediate possession of authority, are often obliged to employ it in controlling their humours. Besides, the country people of England had and still have an animated attachment to field sports, and a natural unrestrained joviality of disposition, which rendered them impatient under the severe discipline of the fanatical preachers, while they were not less naturally discontented with the military despotism of Cromwell's major generals. Secondly, the people were fickle as usual, and the return of the king had novelty in it, and was therefore popular. The side of the Puritans was also deserted at this period by a numerous class of more thinking and prudential persons, who never forsook them till they became unfortunate. These sagacious personages were called in that age the waiters upon Providence, and deemed it a high delinquency towards heaven if they afforded countenance to any cause longer than it was favoured by fortune. But though thus forsaken by the fickle and the selfish, a solemn enthusiasm, a stern and determined depth of principle, a confidence in the sincerity of their own motives, and the manly English pride, which inclined them to cling to their former opinions like the traveller in the fable to his cloak, the more strongly that the tempest blew around them, detained in the ranks of the Puritans many who, if no longer formidable from numbers, were still so from their character. They consisted chiefly of the middling gentry, with others whom industry or successful speculations in commerce or in mining had raised into eminence, persons who feel most umbrage from the overshadowing aristocracy, and are usually the most vehement in defence of what they hold to be their rights. Their dress was in general studiously simple and unostentatious, or only remarkable by the contradictory affectation of extreme simplicity or carelessness, the dark colour of their cloaks varying from absolute black to what was called sad colored, their steeple-crowned hats with their broad shadowy brims, their long swords, suspended by a simple strap around the loins, without shoulder-belt, sword-knot, plate buckles, or any of the other decorations with which the Cavaliers loved to adorn their trusty rapiers. Shortness of their hair, which made their ears appear of disproportioned size, above all the stern and gloomy gravity of their looks, announced their belonging to that class of enthusiasts who, resolute and undismayed, had cast down the former fabric of government, and who now regarded with somewhat more than suspicion that which had been so unexpectedly substituted in its stead. There was gloom in their countenances, but it was not that of dejection, far less of despair. They looked like veterans after a defeat which may have checked their career and wounded their pride, but has left their courage undiminished. The melancholy now become habitual which overcast Major Bridgenorth's countenance well qualified him to act as the chief of the group, who now advanced from the village. When they reached the point by which they were first to turn aside into the wood, which surrounded the castle, they felt a momentary impression of degradation, as if they were yielding the high road to their old and oft-defeated enemies. The Cavaliers, when they began to ascend the winding path, which had been the daily passage of the cattle, the opening of the wooded glade gave them a view of the castle ditch half choked with the rubbish of the breach, and of the breach itself, which was made at the angle of a large square flanking tower, one half of which had been battered into ruins, while the other fragment remained in a state strangely shattered and precarious, and seemed to be tottering above the huge aperture in the wall. A stern, still smile was exchanged among the Puritans, as the sight reminded them of the victories of former days. Holdfast Clegg, a millwright of Derby who had been himself active at the siege, pointed to the breach and said with a grim smile to Mr. Salsgrace, "I little thought that, when my own hand helped to level the cannon which Oliver pointed against yon tower, we should have been obliged to climb like foxes up the very walls which we won by our bow, and by our spear. Methought these malignants had then enough of shutting their gates, and making high their horn against us." "Be patient, my brother," said Salsgrace, "be patient, and let not thy soul be disquieted. We enter not this high place dishonourably, seeing we ascend by the gate, which the Lord opened to the godly." The words of the pastor were like a spark to gunpowder. The countenances of the mournful retinue suddenly expanded, and accepting what had fallen from him as an omen, and a light from heaven how they were to interpret their present situation, they uplifted with one consent one of the triumphant songs in which the Israelites celebrated the victories which had been vouchsafed to them over the heathen inhabitants of the promised land. "Let God arise, and then his foes shall turn themselves to flight. His enemies for fear shall run, and scatter out of sight. And as wax melts before the fire, and wind blows smoke away, so in the presence of the Lord the wicked shall decay. God's army 20,000 is, of angels bright and strong. The Lord also in Sinai is present them among. Thou didst, O Lord, ascend on high, and captive ledst them all, who in times past thy chosen flock in bondage did enthrall." These sounds of devotional triumph reached the joyous band of the Cavaliers, who, decked in whatever pomp their repeated misfortunes and impoverishment had left them, were moving towards the same point though by a different road, and were filling the principal avenue to the castle with tiptoe mirth and revelry. The two parties were strongly contrasted, for during that period of civil dissension, the manners of the different factions distinguished them as completely as separate uniforms might have done. If the Puritan was affectedly plain in his dress, and ridiculously precise in his manners, the Cavalier often carried his love of ornament into tawdry finery, and his contempt of hypocrisy into licentious profligacy. Gay gallant fellows, young and old, thronged together towards the ancient castle, with general and joyous manifestation of those spirits which, as they had been buoyant enough to support their owners during the worst of times, as they termed Oliver's usurpation, were now so inflated as to transport them nearly beyond the reach of sober reason. Feathers waved, lace-glittered spears jingled, steeds caracoled, and here and there a petronel or pistol was fired off by someone who found his own natural talents for making a noise inadequate to the dignity of the occasion. Boister, as we said before, the rabble were with the uppermost party as usual, hallooed and whooped down with the rump and fie upon Oliver. Musical instruments of as many different fashions as were then in use played all at once, and without any regard to each other's tune, and the glee of the occasion, while it reconciled the pride of the highborn of the party to fraternize with the general rout, derived an additional zest from the conscious triumph that their exultation was heard by their neighbours, the crestfallen Roundheads. When the loud and sonorous swell of the psalm tune, multiplied by all the echoes of the cliffs and ruinous halls, came full upon their ear, as if to warn them how little they were to reckon upon the depression of their adversaries, at first it was answered with a scornful laugh, raised to as much height as the scoffer's lungs would permit, in order that it might carry to the psalmodists the contempt of their auditors. But this was a forced exertion of party spleen. There is something in melancholy feelings more natural to an imperfect and suffering state than in those of gaiety, and when they are brought into collision, the former seldom fail to triumph. If a funeral train and wedding procession were to meet unexpectedly, it will readily be allowed that the mirth of the last would be speedily merged in the gloom of the others. But the Cavaliers, moreover, had sympathies of a different kind. The psalm tune, which now came rolling on their ear, had been heard too often, and upon too many occasions had preceded victory gained over the malignants, to permit them, even in their triumph, to hear it without emotion. There was a sort of pause of which the party themselves seemed rather ashamed, until the silence was broken by the stout old knight Sir Jasper Cranbourne, whose gallantry was so universally acknowledged that he could afford, if we may use such an expression, to confess emotions which men whose courage was in any respect liable to suspicion would have thought it imprudent to acknowledge. "Adad," said the old knight, "may I never taste claret again, if that is not the very tune with which the prick-eared villains began their onset at Wigan Lane, where they trolled us down like so many ninepins. Faith, neighbours, to say truth, and shame the devil, I did not like the sound of it above half." "If I thought the round-headed rogues did it in scorn of us," said Dick Wildblood of the Dale, "I would cudgel their psalmody out of their peasantly throats with this very truncheon, a motion which, being seconded by old Roger Rain, the drunken tapster of the Peveril Arms in the village, might have brought on a general battle, but that Sir Jasper forbade the feud." "Well, have no ranting, Dick," said the old knight to the young Franklin Adad man. "Well, have none, for 3 reasons. First, because it would be ungentle to Lady Peveril; then, because it is against the king's peace; and lastly, Dick, because if we did set on the psalm-singing knaves, thou mightest come by the worst, my boy, as has chanced to thee before." "Who, I, Sir Jasper," answered Dick, "I come by the worst still, BDD, if it ever happened, but in that accursed lane, where we had no more flank, front, or rear, than if we had been so many herrings in a barrel." "That was the reason, I fancy," answered Sir Jasper, "that you, to mend the matter, scrambled into the hedge, and stuck there horse and man, till I beat thee through it with my leading staff, and then instead of charging to the front you went right about, and away as fast as your feet would carry you." This reminiscence produced a laugh at Dick's expense, who was known, or at least suspected, to have more tongue in his head than metal in his bosom, and this sort of rallying on the part of the knight, having fortunately abated the resentment which had begun to awaken in the breasts of the royalist cavalcade, farther cause for offence was removed by the sudden ceasing of the sounds, which they had been disposed to interpret into those of premeditated insult. This was owing to the arrival of the Puritans at the bottom of the large and wide breach, which had been formerly made in the wall of the castle by their victorious cannon, the sight of its gaping heaps of rubbish and disjointed masses of building up, which slowly winded a narrow and steep path, such as is made amongst ancient ruins by the rare passage of those who occasionally visit them, was calculated, when contrasted with the grey and solid massiveness of the towers and curtains, which yet stood uninjured, to remind them of their victory over the stronghold of their enemies, and how they had bound nobles and princes with fetters of iron. But feelings more suitable to the purpose of their visit to Martindale Castle were awakened in the bosoms even of these stern sectaries, when the lady of the castle, still in the very prime of beauty and of womanhood, appeared at the top of the breach with her principal female attendants to receive her guests with the honour and courtesy becoming her invitation. She had laid aside the black dress, which had been her sole attire for several years, and was arrayed with a splendour not unbecoming her high descent and quality. Jewels indeed she had none, but her long and dark hair was surmounted with a chaplet made of oak leaves, interspersed with lilies, the former being the emblem of the king's preservation in the royal oak, and the latter of his happy restoration. What rendered her presence still more interesting to those who looked on her was the presence of the 2 children whom she held in either hand, one of whom was well known to them all to be the child of their leader, Major Bridgenorth, who had been restored to life and health by the almost maternal care of the Lady Peveril. If even the inferior persons of the party felt the healing influence of her presence thus accompanied, poor Bridgenorth was almost overwhelmed with it. The strictness of his caste and manners permitted him not to sink on his knee and kiss the hand which held his little orphan, but the deepness of his obeisance, faltering tremor of his voice, and the glistening of his eye showed a grateful respect for the lady whom he addressed, deeper and more reverential than could have been expressed even by Persian prostration. A few courteous and mild words, expressive of the pleasure she found in once more seeing her neighbours as her friends, few kind inquiries, addressed to the principal individuals among her guests concerning their families and connections, completed her triumph over angry thoughts and dangerous recollections, and disposed men's bosoms to sympathize with the purposes of the meeting. Even Salsgrace himself, although imagining himself bound by his office and duty to watch over and counteract the wiles of the Amalekitish woman, did not escape the sympathetic infection, being so much struck with the marks of peace and goodwill exhibited by Lady Peveril, that he immediately raised the psalm. "Oh, what a happy thing it is, and joyful for to see, brethren to dwell together in friendship and unity." Accepting this salutation as a mark of courtesy, repaid the Lady Peveril marshalled in person this party of her guests to the apartment, where ample good cheer was provided for them, and had even the patience to remain, while Master Nehemiah Salsgrace pronounced a benediction of portentous length. As an introduction to the banquet, her presence was in some measure a restraint on the worthy divine, whose prolusion lasted the longer, and was the more intricate, and embarrassed that he felt himself debarred from rounding it off by his usual alliterative petition for deliverance from popery prelacy and Peveril of the Peak, which had become so habitual to him that after various attempts to conclude with some other form of words, he found himself at last obliged to pronounce the first words of his usual formula aloud, and mutter the rest in such a manner as not to be intelligible even by those who stood nearest to him. The minister's silence was followed by all the various sounds which announced the onset of a hungry company on a well-furnished table, and at the same time gave the lady an opportunity to leave the apartment and look to the accommodation of her other company. She felt indeed that it was high time to do so, and that the royalist guests might be disposed to misapprehend or even to resent the prior attentions which she had thought it prudent to offer to the Puritans. These apprehensions were not altogether ill-founded. It was in vain that the steward had displayed the royal standard with its proud motto of tandem triumphans on one of the great towers, which flanked the main entrance of the castle, while from the other floated the banner of Peveril of the Peak, under which many of those who now approached had fought during all the vicissitudes of civil war. It was in vain. He repeated his clamorous "Welcome, noble cavaliers, welcome, generous gentlemen." There was a slight murmur amongst them that their welcome ought to have come from the mouth of the colonel's lady, not from that of a menial Sir Jasper Cranbourne, who had sense as well as spirit and courage, and who was aware of his fair cousin's motives, having been indeed consulted by her upon all the arrangements which she had adopted. So matters were in such a state that no time ought to be lost in conducting the guests to the banqueting apartment, where a fortunate diversion from all these topics of rising discontent might be made at the expense of the good cheer of all sorts, which the lady's care had so liberally provided. The stratagem of the old soldier succeeded in its utmost extent. He assumed the great oaken chair usually occupied by the steward at his audits, and Dr. Dummeroy, having pronounced a brief Latin benediction, which was not the less esteemed by the hearers that none of them understood it, Sir Jasper exhorted the company to whet their appetites to the dinner by a brimming cup to his Majesty's health filled as high and as deep as their goblets would permit in a moment. All was bustle with the clank of wine-cups, and of flagons in another moment. The guests were on their feet like so many statues, all hushed as death, but with eyes glancing with expectation and hands outstretched, which displayed their loyal brimmers. The voice of Sir Jasper, clear, sonorous, and emphatic, as the sound of his war-trumpet announced the health of the restored monarch, hastily echoed back by the assemblage impatient to render it due homage. Another brief pause was filled by the draining of their cups, and the mustering breath to join in a shout so loud that not only the rafters of the old hall trembled while they echoed it back, but the garlands of oaken boughs and flowers with which they were decorated waved wildly and rustled, as if agitated by a sudden whirlwind. This rite observed, the company proceeded to assail the good cheer, with which the table groaned, animated, as they were to the attack, both by mirth and melody, for they were attended by all the minstrels of the district who, like the episcopal clergy, had been put to silence during the reign of the self-entitled saints of the Commonwealth, the social occupation of good eating and drinking, the exchange of pledges betwixt old neighbours who had been fellow soldiers in the moment of resistance, philosophers in the time of depression and subjugation, and were now partners in the same general subject of congratulation, soon wiped from their memory the trifling cause of complaint which in the minds of some had darkened the festivity of the day, so that when the Lady Peveril walked into the hall, accompanied as before with the children and her female attendants, she was welcomed with the acclamations due to the mistress of the banquet, and of the castle, the dame of the noble knight, who had led most of them to battle with an undaunted and persevering valour which was worthy of better success. Her address to them was brief and matronly, yet spoken with so much feeling as found its way to every bosom. She apologized for the lateness of her personal welcome, by reminding them that there were then present in Martindale Castle that day persons whom recent happy events had converted from enemies into friends, but on whom the latter character was so recently imposed that she dared not neglect with them any point of ceremonial, but those whom she now addressed were the best, the dearest, the most faithful friends of her husband's house, to whom, and to their valour, Peveril had not only owed those successes which had given them and him fame during the late unhappy times, but to whose courage she in particular had owed the preservation of their leader's life, even when it could not avert defeat. A word or two of heartfelt authority completed all which she had boldness to add, and bowing gracefully round her, she lifted a cup to her lips, as if to welcome her guests. There still remained, and especially amongst the old cavaliers of the period, some glimmering of that spirit which inspired Froissart when he declares that a knight hath double courage at need, when animated by the looks and words of a beautiful and virtuous woman, it was not until the reign which was commencing at the moment we are treating of that the unbounded license of the age introducing a general course of profligacy, degraded the female sex into mere servants of pleasure, and in so doing deprived society of that noble tone of feeling towards the sex which, considered as a spur to raise the clear spirit, is superior to every other impulse save those of religion and of patriotism. The beams of the ancient hall of Martindale Castle instantly rang with a shout louder and shriller than that at which they had so lately trembled, and the names of the Knight of the Peak and his lady were proclaimed amid waving of caps and hats and universal wishes for their health and happiness. Under these auspices, the Lady Peveril glided from the hall and left free space for the revelry of the evening. That of the Cavaliers may be easily conceived, since it had the usual accompaniments of singing, jesting, quaffing of healths, and playing of tunes, which have in almost every age and quarter of the world been the accompaniments of festive cheer. The enjoyments of the Puritans were of a different and less noisy character. They neither sung jested herd music, nor drank healths, and yet they seemed not the less in their own phrase to enjoy the creature comforts which the frailty of humanity rendered grateful to their outward man. Old Whitaker even protested that though much the smaller party in point of numbers, they discussed nearly as much sack and claret as his own more jovial associates, but those who considered the steward's prejudices were inclined to think that in order to produce such a result, he must have thrown in his own by-drinkings no inconsiderable item to the sum total of the Presbyterian potations. Without adopting such a partial and scandalous report, we shall only say that on this occasion, as on most others, the rareness of indulgence promoted the sense of enjoyment, and that those who made abstinence, or at least moderation, a point of religious principle, enjoyed their social meeting, the better that such opportunities rarely presented themselves. If they did not actually drink each other's healths, they at least showed by looking and nodding to each other as they raised their glasses that they all were sharing the same festive gratification of the appetite, and felt it enhanced, because it was at the same time enjoyed by their friends and neighbours. Religion, as it was the principal topic of their thoughts, became also the chief subject of their conversation, and as they sat together in small separate knots, they discussed doctrinal and metaphysical points of belief, balanced the merits of various preachers, compared the creeds of contending sects, and fortified by scriptural quotations those which they favoured. Some contests arose in the course of these debates, which might have proceeded farther than was seemly, but for the cautious interference of Major Bridgenorth. He suppressed also in the very bud a dispute betwixt Gaffer Hodgson of Charnellicott and the Reverend Mr. Salsgrace upon the tender subject of lay preaching and lay ministering, nor did he think it altogether prudent or decent to indulge the wishes of some of the warmer enthusiasts of the party, who felt disposed to make the rest partakers of their gifts in extemporaneous prayer and exposition. These were absurdities that belonged to the time which, however, the Major had sense enough to perceive, were unfitted, whether the offspring of hypocrisy or enthusiasm, for the present time and place. The Major was also instrumental in breaking up the party at an early and decorous hour, so that they left the castle long before their rivals. The Cavaliers had reached the springtide of their merriment, an arrangement which afforded the greatest satisfaction to the lady, who dreaded the consequences, which might not improbably have taken place, had both parties met at the same period and point of retreat. It was near midnight ere the greater part of the Cavaliers, meaning such as were able to effect their departure without assistance, withdrew to the village of Martindale Moultracy, with the benefit of the broad moon, to prevent the chance of accidents. Their shouts, and the burden of their roaring chorus of "The King shall enjoy his own again," were heard with no small pleasure by the lady, heartily glad that the riot of the day was over without the occurrence of any unpleasing accident. The rejoicing was not, however, entirely ended, for the elevated Cavaliers, finding some of the villagers still on foot around a bonfire on the street, struck merrily in with them, sent to Roger Rain of the Peveril Arms, the loyal publican, whom we have already mentioned, for 2 tubs of merry stingo, as it was termed, and lent their own powerful assistance at the dusting it off to the health of the king and the loyal General Monk. Their shouts for a long time disturbed and even alarmed the little village, but no enthusiasm is able to withstand for ever the natural consequences of late hours and potations. Pottle deep the tumult of the exulting royalists at last sunk into silence, and the moon and the owl were left in undisturbed sovereignty over the old tower of the village church, which, rising white above a circle of knotty oaks, was tenanted by the bird and silvered by the planet. Chapter 5. 'Twas when they raised mid sap and sea the banners of their rightful liege, at their Shecaptain's call, who, miracle of womankind, lent metal to the meanest hind that manned her castle wall. William S. Rose. On the morning succeeding the feast, the Lady Peveril, fatigued with the exertions and the apprehensions of the former day, kept her apartment for 2 or 3 hours later than her own active habits, and the matutinal custom of the time rendered usual meanwhile Mistress Ellesmere, a person of great trust in the family, and who assumed much authority in her mistress' absence, laid her orders upon Deborah the gouvernante immediately to carry the children to their airing in the park, and not to let any one enter the gilded chamber, which was usually their sporting place. Deborah, who often rebelled, and sometimes successfully, against the deputed authority of Ellesmere, privately resolved that it was about to rain, and that the gilded chamber was a more suitable place for the children's exercise than the wet grass of the park on a raw morning. But a woman's brain is sometimes as inconstant as a popular assembly, and presently after she had voted the morning was like to be rainy, and that the gilded chamber was the fittest playroom for the children, Mistress Deborah came to the somewhat inconsistent resolution that the park was the fittest place for her own morning walk. It is certain that during the unrestrained joviality of the preceding evening she had danced till midnight with Lance Outram the parkeeper, but how far the seeing him just past the window in his woodland trim with a feather in his hat and a crossbow under his arm influenced the discrepancy of the opinions Mistress Deborah formed concerning the weather we are far from presuming to guess. It is enough for us that so soon as Mistress Ellesmere's back was turned, Mistress Deborah carried the children into the gilded chamber, not without a strict charge, for we must do her justice to Master Julian, to take care of his little wife Mistress Alice, and then having taken so satisfactory a precaution, she herself glided into the park by the glass door of the still-room, which was nearly opposite to the great breach. The gilded chamber in which the children were by this arrangement left to amuse themselves without better guardianship than what Julian's manhood afforded was a large apartment hung with stamped Spanish leather curiously gilded, representing in a manner now obsolete but far from unpleasing a series of tilts and combats betwixt the Saracens of Granada and the Spaniards, under the command of King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, during that memorable siege, which was terminated by the overthrow of the last fragments of the Moorish Empire in Spain. The little Julian was careering about the room for the amusement of his infant friend, as well as his own mimicking, with a reed, the menacing attitude of the Abencerrages and Zegris, engaged in the eastern sport of hurling the jerrid or javelin, and at times sitting down beside her, and caressing her into silence and good humour when the petulant or timid child chose to become tired of remaining an inactive spectator of his boisterous sport, when on a sudden he observed one of the panelled compartments of the leather hangings slide apart so as to show a fair hand with its fingers resting upon its edge, prepared it would seem to push it still farther back. Julian was much surprised, and somewhat frightened at what he witnessed, for the tales of the nursery had strongly impressed on his mind the terrors of the invisible world. Yet naturally bold and high-spirited, the little champion placed himself beside his defenceless sister, continuing to brandish his weapon in her defence as boldly as he had himself been an Abencerrage of Granada. The panel on which his eye was fixed gradually continued to slide back and display more and more the form to which the hand appertained, until in the dark aperture which was disclosed the children saw the figure of a lady in a mourning dress past the meridian of life, but whose countenance still retained traces of great beauty, although the predominant character both of her features and person was an air of almost royal dignity. After pausing a moment on the threshold of the portal which she had thus unexpectedly disclosed, and looking with some surprise at the children whom she had not probably observed, while engaged with the management of the panel, the stranger stepped into the apartment, and the panel, upon a touch of a spring, closed behind her so suddenly that Julian almost doubted it had ever been open, and began to apprehend that the whole apparition had been a delusion. The stately lady, however, advanced to him, and said, "Are not you the little Peveril?" "Yes," said the boy, reddening not altogether, without a juvenile feeling of that rule of chivalry, which forbade any one to disown his name, whatever danger might be annexed to the avowal of it. Then said the stately stranger, "Go to your mother's room, and tell her to come instantly to speak with me." "I wannot," said the little Julian. "How," said the lady, "so young and so disobedient? But you do but follow the fashion of the time. Why will you not go, my pretty boy, when I ask it of you as a favour?" "I would go, madam," said the boy Butend. He stopped short, still drawing back, as the lady advanced on him, but still holding by the hand Alice Bridgenorth, who, too young to understand the nature of the dialogue, clung, trembling, to her companion. The stranger saw his embarrassment, smiled, and remained standing fast, while she asked the child once more, "What are you afraid of, my brave boy, and why should you not go to your mother on my errand?" "Because," answered Julian firmly, "if I go, little Alice must stay alone with you." "You are a gallant fellow," said the lady, "and will not disgrace your blood, which never left the weak without protection." The boy understood her not, and still gazed with anxious apprehension first on her who addressed him, and then upon his little companion, whose eyes, with the vacant glance of infancy, wandered from the figure of the lady to that of her companion and protector, and at length, infected by a portion of the fear which the latter's magnanimous efforts could not entirely conceal, she flew into Julian's arms, and clinging to him, greatly augmented his alarm, and by screaming aloud, rendered it very difficult for him to avoid the sympathetic fear which impelled him to do the same. There was something in the manner and bearing of this unexpected inmate which might justify, or at least if not fear, when joined to the singular and mysterious mode in which she had made her appearance. Her dress was not remarkable, being the hood and female riding attire of the time, such as was worn by the inferior class of gentlewomen, but her black hair was very long, and several locks, having escaped from under her hood, hung down dishevelled on her neck and shoulders. Her eyes were deep black, keen and piercing, and her features had something of a foreign expression. When she spoke, her language was marked by a slight foreign accent, although in construction it was pure English. Her slightest tone and gesture had the air of one accustomed to command, and to be obeyed, the recollection of which probably suggested to Julian the apology he afterwards made for being frightened, that he took the stranger for an enchanted queen. Original. While the stranger lady and the children, thus confronted each other, two persons entered almost at the same instant, but from different doors, whose haste showed that they had been alarmed by the screams of the latter. The first was Major Bridgenorth, whose ears had been alarmed with the cries of his child. As he entered the hall which corresponded with what was called the Gilded Chamber, his intention had been to remain in the more public apartment until the Lady Peveril should make her appearance, with the good-natured purpose of assuring her that the preceding day of tumult had passed in every respect agreeably to his friends, and without any of those alarming consequences which might have been apprehended from a collision betwixt the parties. But when it is considered how severely he had been agitated by apprehensions for his child's safety and health, too well justified by the fate of those who had preceded her, it will not be thought surprising that the infantine screams of Alice induced him to break through the barriers of form, and intrude farther into the interior of the house than a sense of strict propriety might have warranted. He burst into the Gilded Chamber, therefore, by a side door and narrow passage, which communicated betwixt that apartment and the hall, and snatching the child up in his arms, endeavoured by 1,000 caresses to stifle the screams which burst yet more violently from the little girl on beholding herself in the arms of one to whose voice and manner she was, but for one brief interview, an entire stranger. Of course Alice's shrieks were redoubled and seconded by those of Julian Peveril, who, on the appearance of this second intruder, was frightened into resignation of every more manly idea of rescue than that which consisted in invoking assistance at the very top of his lungs. Alarmed by this noise, which in half a minute became very clamorous, Lady Peveril, with whose apartment the Gilded Chamber was connected by a private door of communication, opening into her wardrobe, entered on the scene the instant she appeared. The little Alice, extricating herself from the grasp of her father, ran towards her protectress, and when she had once taken hold of her skirts, not only became silent, but turned her large blue eyes, in which the tears were still glistening, with a look of wonder rather than alarm towards the strange lady. Julian manfully brandished his reed, a weapon which he had never parted with during the whole alarm, and stood prepared to assist his mother, if there should be danger in the encounter betwixt her and the stranger. In fact, it might have puzzled an older person to account for the sudden and confused pause which the Lady Peveril made as she gazed on her unexpected guest, as if dubious whether she did or did not recognize in her still beautiful, though wasted and emaciated features, a countenance which she had known well under far different circumstances. The stranger seemed to understand the cause of hesitation, for she said, in that heart-thrilling voice which was peculiarly her own, "Time and misfortune have changed me much, Margaret, that every mirror tells me it. Methinks Margaret Stanley might still have known Charlotte de la Tremouille." The Lady Peveril was little in the custom of giving way to sudden emotion, But in the present case, she threw herself on her knees in a rapture of mingled joy and grief, and half embracing those of the stranger, exclaimed in broken language, "My kind, my noble benefactress, princely Countess of Derbyth, royal queen in Mencud, I doubt your voice, your features, for a moment, oh forgive me." The Countess raised the suppliant kinswoman of her husband's house, with all the grace of one accustomed from early birth to receive homage, and to grant protection. She kissed the Lady Peveril's forehead, and passed her hand in a caressing manner over her face as she said, "You too are changed, my fair cousin, but it is a change becomes you from a pretty and timid maiden to a sage and comely matron. But my own memory, which I once held a good one, has failed me strangely, if this gentleman be Sir Geoffrey Peveril." "A kind and good neighbour only, madam," said Lady Peveril. "Sir Geoffrey is at court." "I understood so much," said the Countess of Derby, "when I arrived here last night." "How, madam," said Lady Peveril, "did you arrive at Martindale Castle, the house of Margaret Stanley, where you have such right to command, and did not announce your presence to her?" "Oh, I know you are a dutiful subject, Margaret," answered the Countess, "though it be in these days a rare character, but it was our pleasure," she added with a smile, "to travel incognitoed, finding you engaged in general hospitality. We desired not to disturb you with our royal presence." "But how and where were you lodged, madam?" said Lady Peveril, "or why should you have kept secret a visit, which would if made have augmented tenfold the happiness of every true heart that rejoiced here yesterday?" "My lodging was well cared for by Ellis Maria Ellismere, now, as she was formerly minish, has acted as quartermaster ere now, you know. And on a broader scale, you must excuse Hirsch had my positive order to lodge me in the most secret part of your castle. Her," she pointed to the sliding panel, "obeyed orders in that, and I suppose also in sending you now hither." "Indeed, I have not yet seen her," said the lady, "and therefore was totally ignorant of a visit so joyful, so surprising." "And I," said the Countess, "was equally surprised to find none but these beautiful children in the apartment, where I thought I heard you moving our Ellismere. Has become silly, your good nature has spoiled Hirsch, has forgotten the discipline she learned under me." "I saw her run through the wood," said the Lady Peveril, after a moment's recollection, "undoubtedly, to seek the person who has charge of the children, in order to remove them." "Your own darlings, I doubt not," said the Countess, looking at the children. "Margaret, Providence has blessed you." "That is my son," said the Lady Peveril, pointing to Julian, who stood devouring their discourse with greedy ear. "The little girl I may call mine too, Major Bridgenorth, who had in the meantime again taken up his infant, and was engaged in caressing it, set it down, as the Countess of Derby spoke, sighed deeply, and walked towards the oriel window. He was well aware that the ordinary rules of courtesy would have rendered it proper that he should withdraw entirely, or at least offer to do so, but he was not a man of ceremonious politeness, and he had a particular interest in the subjects on which the Countess' discourse was likely to turn, which induced him to dispense with ceremony. The ladies seemed indeed scarce to notice his presence. The Countess had now assumed a chair, and motioned to the Lady Peveril to sit upon a stool, which was placed by her side. "We will have old times once more, though there are here no roaring of rebel guns to drive you to take refuge at my side, and almost in my pocket." "I have a gun, madam," said little Julian, "and the parkeeper is to teach me how to fire it next year." "I will list you for my soldier, then," said the Countess. "Ladies have no soldiers," said the boy, looking wistfully at her. "He has the true masculine contempt of our frail sex. I see," said the Countess, "it is born with the insolent varlets of mankind, and shows itself so soon as they are out of their long clothes. Did Ellismere never tell you of Latham House and Charlotte of Derby, my little master?" "A thousand times," said the boy, colouring, "and how the Queen of Man defended it 6 weeks against 3,000 Roundheads under rogue Harrison the butcher." "It was your mother defended Latham House," said the Countess, "not I, my little soldier. Hadst thou been there, thou hadst been the best captain of the 3. "Do not say so, madam," said the boy, "for mamma would not touch a gun for all the universe." "Not I indeed, Julian," said his mother, "there I was for certain, but as useless a part of the garrison." "You forget," said the Countess, "you nursed our hospital, and made lint for the soldiers' wounds." "But did not Papa come to help you?" said Julian. "Papa came at last," said the Countess, "and so did Prince Rupert, but not, I think, till they were both heartily wished for. Do you remember that morning, Margaret, when the round-headed knaves that kept us pent up so long retreated without bag or baggage, at the first glance of the Prince's standards appearing on the hilland, how you took every high-crested captain you saw for Peveril of the Peak that had been your partner 3 months before at the Queen's Mask? Nay, never blush for the thought of it. It was an honest affection, and, though it was the music of trumpets that accompanied you both to the old chapel, which was almost entirely ruined by the enemy's bullets, and though Prince Rupert, when he gave you away at the altar, was clad in buff and bandolier with pistols in his belt, yet I trust these warlike signs were no type of future discord. Heaven has been kind to me, said the Lady Peveril, in blessing me with an affectionate husband. And in preserving him to you, said the Countess, with a deep sigh, while mine alas sealed with his blood his devotion to his Kingo, had he lived to see this day. The Earl of Derby, and king in man, was beheaded at Bolton-on-Thorns moors after having been made prisoner in a previous skirmish in Wigan Lane. Alas, alas, that he was not permitted, answered Lady Peveril. How had that brave and noble Earl rejoiced in the unhoped-for redemption of our captivity! The Countess looked on Lady Peveril with an air of surprise. Thou hast not then heard, cousin, how it stands with our house? How, indeed, had my noble lord wondered had he been told that the very monarch for whom he had laid down his noble life on the scaffold at Bolton-on-Moor should make it his first act of restored monarchy, to complete the destruction of our property already well-nigh ruined in the royal cause, and to persecute me his widow. You astonish me, madam, said the Lady Peveril. It cannot be that you set you the wife of the gallant, the faithful, the murdered earlier Countess of Derby and Queen in Manu, who took on you even the character of a soldier, and seemed a man when so many men proved women, that you should sustain evil from the event, which has fulfilled exceeded the hopes of every faithful subject. It cannot be. Thou art as simple, I see, in this world's knowledge, as ever, my fair cousin, answered the Countess. This restoration, which has given others security, has placed me in danger. This change, which relieved other royalists scarce less zealous, I presume to think, than I, has sent me here a fugitive, and in concealment to beg shelter and assistance from you, fair cousin. From me, answered the Lady Peveril, from me whose youth your kindness sheltered, from the wife of Peveril, your gallant lord's companion in arms. You have a right to command everything, but alas that you should need such assistance as I can render. Forgive me, but it seems like some illumined vision of the night. I listen to your words, as if I hoped to be relieved from their painful import by awaking. It is indeed a dream of vision, said the Countess of Derby, but it needs no seer to read it. The explanation hath been long since given. Put not your faith in princes. I can soon remove your surprise. This gentleman, your friend, is doubtless honest. The Lady Peveril well knew that the Cavaliers, like other factions, usurped to themselves the exclusive denomination of the honest party, and she felt some difficulty in explaining that her visitor was not honest in that sense of the word. Had we not better retire, madam? She said to the Countess, rising as if in order to attend her, but the Countess retained her seat. It was but a question of habit, she said. The gentleman's principles are nothing to me, for what I have to tell you is widely blazed, and I care not who hears my share of it. You remember, you must have heard, for I think Margaret Stanley would not be indifferent to my fact that, after my husband's murder at Bolton, I took up the standard which he never dropped until his death, and displayed it with my own hand in our sovereignty of man. I did indeed hear so, madam, said the Lady Peveril, and that you had bidden a bold defiance to the rebel government, even after all other parts of Britain had submitted to them. My husband, Sir Geoffrey, designed at one time to have gone to your assistance with some few followers, but we learned that the island was rendered to the Parliament party, and that you, dearest lady, were thrown into prison. But you heard not, said the Countess, how that disaster befell me. Margaret, I would have held out that island against the knaves, as long as the sea continued to flow around it, till the shoals which surround it had become safe anchorage till its precipices had melted beneath the sunshine till of all its strong abodes, and castles not one stone remained upon Anatherwood. I have defended against these villainous hypocritical rebels my dear husband's hereditary dominion. The little kingdom of man should have been yielded only when not an arm was left to wield a sword, not a finger to draw a trigger in its defence, but treachery did what force could never have done, when we had foiled various attempts upon the island by open force treason, accomplished what Blake and Lawson with their floating castles had found too hazardous, and enterprise. A base rebel, whom we had nursed in our own bosoms, betrayed us to the enemy. This wretch was named Christian. Major Bridgenorth started and turned towards the speaker, but instantly seemed to recollect himself, and again averted his face. The Countess proceeded without noticing the interruption, which however rather surprised Lady Peveril, who was acquainted with her neighbours' general habits of indifference and apathy, and therefore the more surprised at his testifying such sudden symptoms of interest. She would once again have moved the Countess to retire to another apartment, but Lady Derby proceeded with too much vehemence to endure interruption. This Christian, she said, had eaten of my lord his sovereign's bread, and drunk of his cup, even from childhood, for his fathers had been faithful servants to the house of man, and Derby he himself had fought bravely by my husband's side, and enjoyed all his confidence. And when my princely earl was martyred by the rebels, he recommended to me, amongst other instructions communicated in the last message I received from him, to continue my confidence in Christian's fidelity. I obeyed, although I never loved the man. He was cold and phlegmatic, and utterly devoid of that sacred fire, which is the incentive to noble deeds, suspected too of leaning to the cold metaphysics of Calvinistic subtlety. But he was brave, wise, and experienced, and as the event proved, possessed but too much interest with the islanders when these rude people saw themselves without hope of relief, and pressed by a blockade which brought want and disease into their island, they began to fall off from the faith which they had hitherto shown. What said the Lady Peveril could they forget what was due to the widow of their benefactors, who had shared with the generous Derby the task of bettering their condition? Do not blame them, said the Countess, the rude herd acted, but according to their kind in present distress, they forgot former benefits, and nursed in their earthen hovels with spirits suited to their dwellings, they were incapable of feeling the glory which is attached to constancy in suffering. But that Christian should have headed their revolt, that he born a gentleman, and bred under my murdered Derby's own care in all that was chivalrous and noble, that he should have forgot 100 benefits. We do I talk of benefits, that he should have forgotten that kindly intercourse which binds man to man far more than the reciprocity of obligation, that he should have headed the ruffians who broke suddenly into my apartment, immured me with my infants in one of my own castles, and assumed or usurped the tyranny of the island, that this should have been done by William Christian, my vassal, my servant, my friend, was a deed of ungrateful treachery, which even this age of treason will scarcely parallel. And you were then imprisoned, said the Lady Peveril, and in your own sovereignty. For more than 7 years I have endured strict captivity, said the Countess. I was indeed offered my liberty, and even some means of support, if I would have consented to leave the island, and pledge my word that I would not endeavour to repossess my son in his father's rights. But they little knew the princely house from which I spring, and as little the royal house of Stanley which I uphold, who hope to humble Charlotte of Tremouille into so base a composition. I would rather have starved in the darkest and lowest vault of Rushin Castle than have consented to aught which might diminish in one hair's breadth the right of my son over his father's sovereignty. And could not your firmness in a case where hope seemed lost induce them to be generous and dismiss you without conditions? They knew me better than thou dost, wench, answered the Countess. Once at liberty, I had not been long without the means of disturbing their usurpation, and Christian would have as soon engaged a lioness to combat with as have given me the slightest power of returning to the struggle with him. But time had liberty and revenge in store. I had still friends and partisans in the island, though they were compelled to give way to the storm. Even among the islanders at large, most had been disappointed in the effects which they expected from the change of power. They were loaded with exactions by their new masters, their privileges were abridged, and their immunities abolished under the pretext of reducing them to the same condition with the other subjects of the pretended republic. When the news arrived of the changes which were current in Britain, these sentiments were privately communicated to me, Calcott, and others acted with great zeal and fidelity, and a rising affected as suddenly and effectually as that which had made me a captive placed me at liberty, and in possession of the sovereignty of man as regent for my son, the youthful Earl of Derby. Do you think I enjoyed that sovereignty long without doing justice on that traitor Christian? How, madam, said Lady Peveril, who, though she knew the high and ambitious spirit of the Countess, scarce anticipated the extremities to which it was capable of hurrying her. Have you imprisoned Christian? I, wench, in that sure prison which felon never breaks from, answered the Countess. Bridgenorth, who had insensibly approached them, and was listening with an agony of interest which he was unable any longer to suppress, broke in with the stern exclamation, "Lady, I trust you have not dared—" The Countess interrupted him in her turn. "I know not who you are who question, and you know not me when you speak to me of that which I dare or dare not do, but you seem interested in the fate of this Christian, and you shall hear it. I was no sooner placed in possession of my rightful power than I ordered the Dempster of the island to hold upon the traitor a high court of justice, with all the formalities of the isle as prescribed in its oldest records. The court was held in the open air before the Dempster and the keys of the island assembled under the vaulted cope of heaven, and seated on the terrace of the Zarnwold Hill, where of old Druid and Scald held their courts of judgment, the criminal was heard at length in his own defence, which amounted to little more than those specious allegations of public consideration, which are ever used to colour the ugly front of treason, he was fully convicted of his crime, and he received the doom of a traitor. But which I trust is not yet executed, said Lady Peveril, not without an involuntary shudder. You are a fool, Margaret, said the Countess sharply. Think you I delayed such an act of justice, until some wretched intrigues of the new English court might have prompted their interference? No, whence she passed from the judgment seat to the place of execution with no farther delay than might be necessary for his soul's sake. He was shot to death by a file of musketeers in the common place of execution, called Hengo Hill. Bridgenorth clasped his hands together, wrung them, and groaned bitterly. As you seem interested for this criminal, added the Countess, addressing Bridgenorth, I do him but justice in repeating to you that his death was firm and manly, becoming the general tenor of his life, which but for that gross act of traitorous ingratitude had been fair and honourable. But what of that? The hypocrite is a saint, and the false traitor a man of honour, till opportunity, that faithful touchstone, proves their metal to be base. It is false, woman, it is false, said Bridgenorth, no longer suppressing his indignation. What means this bearing, Master Bridgenorth, said Lady Peveril, much surprised. What is this, Christian, to you, that you should insult the Countess of Derby under my roof? Speak not to me of countesses and of ceremonies, said Bridgenorth. Grief and anger leave me no leisure for idle observances, to humour the vanity of overgrown children. O Christianworthy, well worthy of the name, thou didst bear my friend me, brother of my blessed Eliseth, only friend of my desolate estate art, thou then cruelly murdered by a female fury, who but for thee had deservedly paid with her own blood that of God's saints, which she as well as her tyrant husband had spilled like watery cruel murderess. He continued, addressing the Countess, he whom thou hast butchered in thy insane vengeance, sacrificed for many a year the dictates of his own conscience to the interest of thy family, and did not desert it till thy frantic zeal for royalty had well nigh brought to utter perdition the little community in which he was born. Even in confining thee he acted but as the friends of the madman who bind him with iron for his own preservation, and for thee, as I can bear witness, he was the only barrier between thee and the wrath of the Commons of England, and but for his earnest remonstrances, thou hadst suffered the penalty of thy malignancy, even like the wicked wife of Ahab. Master Bridgenorth, said the Lady Peveril, I will allow for your impatience upon hearing these unpleasing tidings, but there is neither use nor propriety in farther urging this question. If in your grief you forget other restraints, I pray you to remember that the Countess is my guest and kinswoman, and is under such protection as I can afford her. I beseech you in simple courtesy to withdraw, as what must needs be the best and most becoming course in these trying circumstances. Nay, let him remain, said the Countess, regarding him with composure not unmingled with triumph. I would not have it otherwise. I would not that my revenge should be summed up in the stinted gratification which Christian's death hath afforded this man's rude and clamorous grief. Only proves that the retribution I have dealt has been more widely felt than by the wretched sufferer himself. I would I knew that it had but made sore as many rebel hearts as there were loyal breasts afflicted by the death of my princely Derby. So please you, madam, said Lady Peveril, since Master Bridgenorth hath not the manners to leave us upon my request, we will, if your ladyship lists, leave him and retire to my apartment. Farewell, Master Bridgenorth, we will meet hereafter on better terms. Pardon me, madam, said the Major, who had been striding hastily through the room, but now stood fast and drew himself up as one who has taken a resolution. To yourself I have nothing to say but what is respectful, but to this woman I must speak as a magistrate. She has confessed a murder in my presence, said murder too of my brother-in-law as a man, and as a magistrate I cannot permit her to pass from hence excepting under such custody as may prevent her farther flight. She has already confessed that she is a fugitive and in search of a place of concealment, until she should be able to escape into foreign parts. Charlotte, Countess of Derby, I attach thee of the crime of which thou hast but now made thy boast. I shall not obey your arrest, said the Countess composedly. I was born to give, but not to receive such orders. What have your English laws to do with my acts of justice and of government within my son's hereditary kingdom? Am I not queen in man as well as Countess of Derby, a feudatory sovereign indeed, but yet independent so long as my dues of homage are duly discharged? What right can you assert over me? That given by the precepts of Scripture, answered Bridgenorth. Whoso spilleth man's blood by man, shall his blood be spilled. Think not the barbarous privileges of ancient feudal customs will avail to screen you from the punishment due for an Englishman murdered upon pretexts inconsistent with the Act of Indemnity. Master Bridgenorth, said the Lady Peveril, if by fair terms you desist not from your present purpose, I tell you that I neither dare nor will permit any violence against this honourable lady within the walls of my husband's castle. You will find yourself unable to prevent me from executing my duty, madam, said Bridgenorth, whose native obstinacy now came in aid of his grief and desire of revenge. I am a magistrate, and act by authority. I know not that, said Lady Peveril, that you were a magistrate, Master Bridgenorth, under the late usurping powers, I know well, but till I hear of your having a commission in the name of the king, I now hesitate to obey you as such. I shall stand on small ceremony, said Bridgenorth, were I no magistrate. Every man has title to arrest for murder against the terms of the indemnities held out by the king's proclamations, and I will make my point good. What indemnities, what proclamations, said the Countess of Derby indignantly. Charles Stuart may, if he pleases, and it doth seem to please him, consort with those whose hands have been red with the blood, and blackened with the plunder of his father, and of his loyal subjects. He may forgive them if he will, and count their deeds good service. What has that to do with this Christian's offence against me and mine, born a Manchesman, bred and nursed in the island, broke the laws under which he lived and died for the breach of them, after the fair trial which they allowed? Methinks, Margaret, we have enough of this peevish and foolish magistrate. I attend you to your apartment. Major Bridgenorth placed himself betwixt them and the door in a manner which showed him determined to interrupt their passage, when the Lady Peveril, who thought she already showed more deference to him in this matter than her husband, was likely to approve of, raised her voice and called loudly on her steward Whittaker, that alert person who had heard high talking and a female voice with which he was unacquainted, had remained for several minutes stationed in the anteroom, much afflicted with the anxiety of his own curiosity. Of course, he entered in an instant. Let 3 of the men instantly take arms, said the lady, bring them into the anteroom, and wait my farther orders. Chapter 6. You shall have no worse prison than my chamber, nor jailer than myself. The captain. The command which Lady Peveril laid on her domestics to arm themselves was so unlike the usual gentle acquiescence of her manners that Major Bridgenorth was astonished. How mean you, madam, said he. I thought myself under a friendly roof. And you are so, Master Bridgenorth, said the Lady Peveril, without departing from the natural calmness of her voice and manner. But it is a roof which must not be violated by the outrage of one friend against another. It is well, madam, said Bridgenorth, turning to the door of the apartment. The worthy Master Salsgrace has already foretold that the time was returned when high houses and proud names should be once more an excuse for the crimes of those who inhabit the one and bear the other. I believed him not, but now see he is wiser than Roman one. Yet think not I will endure this tamely. The blood of my brother Rolf, the friend of my bosom, shall not long call from the altar. How long, O Lord, how long, if there is one spark of justice left in this unhappy England, that proud woman, and I shall meet where she can have no partial friend to protect her. So saying, he was about to leave the apartment, when Lady Peveril said, You depart not from this place, Master Bridgenorth, unless you give me your word to renounce all purpose against the noble Countess Liberty upon the present occasion. I would sooner, answered he, subscribe to my own dishonour, madam, written down in express words, than to any such composition. If any man offers to interrupt me, his blood be on his own head. As Major Bridgenorth spoke, Whittaker threw open the door and showed that, with the alertness of an old soldier, who was not displeased to see things tend once more towards a state of warfare, he had got with him 4 stout fellows in the Knight of the Peak's livery, well armed with swords and carabines, buffcoats and pistols at their girdles. I will see, said Major Bridgenorth, if any of these men be so desperate as to stop me, a freeborn Englishman, and a magistrate, in the discharge of my duty. So saying, he advanced upon Whittaker and his armed assistants with his hand on the hilt of his sword. Do not be so desperate, Master Bridgenorth, exclaimed Lady Peveril, and added in the same moment, lay hold upon and disarm him, Whittaker, but do him no injury. Her commands were obeyed. Bridgenorth, though a man of moral resolution, was not one of those who undertook to cope in person with odds of a description so formidable. He half drew his sword, and offered such show of resistance as made it necessary to secure him by actual force, but then yielded up his weapon, and declared that, submitting to force which one man was unable to resist, he made those who commanded, and who employed it, responsible for assailing his liberty without a legal warrant. Never mind a warrant on a pinch, Master Bridgenorth, said old Whittaker, sure enough you have often acted upon a worse yourself. My lady's word is as good as a warrant, sure as old Noll's commission, and you bore that many a day, Master Bridgenorth, and moreover, you laid me in the stocks for drinking the king's health, Master Bridgenorth, and never cared a farthing about the laws of England. Hold your saucy tongue, Whitaker, said the Lady Peveril, and do you, Master Bridgenorth, not take it to heart that you are detained prisoner for a few hours, until the Countess of Derby can have nothing to fear from your pursuit. I could easily send an escort with her that might bid defiance to any force you could muster, but I wish, heaven knows, to bury the remembrance of old civil dissensions, not to awaken new once more. Will you think better of it, assume your sword again, and forget whom you have now seen at Martindale Castle? Never, said Bridgenorth, the crime of this cruel woman will be the last of human injuries, which I can forget, the last thought of earthly kind, which will leave me will be the desire that justice shall be done on her. If such be your sentiments, said Lady Peveril, though they are more allied to revenge than to justice, I must provide for my friend's safety, by putting restraint upon your person in this room. You will be supplied with every necessary of life, and every convenience and message shall relieve your domestics of the anxiety which your absence from the hall is not unlikely to occasion. When a few hours, at most 2 days, are over, I will myself relieve you from confinement, and demand your pardon for now acting, as your obstinacy compels me to do. The Major made no answer but that he was in her hands, and must submit to her pleasure, and then turned sullenly to the window, as if desirous to be rid of their presence. The Countess and the Lady Peveril left the apartment arm in arm, and the lady issued forth her directions to Whitaker concerning the mode in which she was desirous that Bridgenorth should be guarded and treated during his temporary confinement, at the same time explaining to him that the safety of the Countess of Derby required that he should be closely watched. In all proposals for the prisoner's security, such as the regular relief of guards, and the like, Whitaker joyfully acquiesced, and undertook body for body that he should be detained in captivity for the necessary period. But the old steward was not half so docile when it came to be considered how the captive's bedding and table should be supplied, and he thought Lady Peveril displayed a very undue degree of attention to her prisoners' comforts. I warrant, he said, that the cuckoldly Roundhead ate enough of our fat beef yesterday to serve him for a month, and a little fasting will do his health good. Merry for drink, he shall have plenty of cold water to cool his hot liver, which I will be bound is still hissing with the strong liquors of yesterday. And as for bedding, there are the fine dry board more wholesome than the wet straw I lay upon when I was in the stocks, I trow. Whitaker, said the lady peremptorily, I desire you to provide Master Bridgenorth's bedding and food in the way I have signified to you, and to behave yourself towards him in all civility. Lackaday, yes, my lady, said Whitaker, you shall have all your directions punctually obeyed, but as an old servant I cannot but speak my mind. The ladies retired after this conference with the steward in the antechamber, and were soon seated in another apartment, which was peculiarly dedicated to the use of the mistress of the mansion, having on the one side access to the family bedroom, and on the other to the still-room which communicated with the garden. There was also a small door which, ascending a few steps, led to that balcony already mentioned that overhung the kitchen, and the same passage, by a separate door, admitted to the principal gallery in the chapel, so that the spiritual and temporal affairs of the castle were placed almost at once within the reach of the same regulating and directing eye. This peculiar collocation of apartments may be seen at Haddon Hall, Derbyshire, once a seat of the Vernons, where in the ladies' pew in the chapel there is a sort of scuttle which opens into the kitchen, so that the good lady could ever and anon, without much interruption of her religious duties, give an eye that the roast meat was not permitted to burn, and that the turnbroch did his duty. In the tapestried room from which issued these various saliports, the Countess and Lady Peveril were speedily seated, and the former, smiling upon the latter, said as she took her hand, 2 things have happened today which might have surprised me, if anything ought to surprise me in such times. First is that yonder round-headed fellow should have dared to use such insolence in the house of Peveril of the Peak. If your husband is yet the same honest and downright cavalier whom I once knew, and had chanced to be at home, he would have thrown the knave out of window. But what I wonder at still more, Margaret, is your generalship. I hardly thought you had courage sufficient to have taken such decided measures, after keeping on terms with the man so long. When he spoke of justices and warrants you looked so overawed, that I thought I felt the clutch of the parish beadles on my shoulder, to drag me to prison as a vagrant. We owe Master Bridgenorth some deference, my dearest lady, answered the Lady Peveril. He has served us often and kindly in these late times, but neither he nor anyone else shall insult the Countess of Derby in the house of Margaret Stanley. Thou art become a perfect heroine, Margaret, replied the Countess. 2 sieges and alarms innumerable, said Lady Peveril, may have taught me presence of mind, my courage, is I believe as slender as ever. Presence of mind is courage, answered the Countess. Real valor consists not in being insensible to danger, but in being prompt to confront and disarm it, and we may have present occasion for all that we possess, she added with some slight emotion, for I hear the trampling of horses' steps on the pavement of the court. In one moment the boy Julian, breathless with joy, came flying into the room to say that Papa was returned with Lamington and Sam Brewer, and that he was himself to ride Black Hastings to the stable. In the second, the tramp of the honest knight's heavy jackboots was heard, as in his haste to see his lady, he ascended the staircase by 2 steps at a time. He burst into the room, his manly countenance and disordered dress showing marks that he had been riding fast, and without looking to anyone else caught his good lady in his arms, and kissed her a dozen of times, blushing, and with some difficulty Lady Peveril extricated herself from Sir Geoffrey's arms, and in a voice of bashful and gentle rebuke, bid him for shame observe who was in the room. One, said the Countess, advancing to him, who is right glad to see that Sir Geoffrey Peveril, though turned courtier and favourite, still values the treasure which she had some share in bestowing upon him. You cannot have forgot the raising of the leaguer of Latham House. The noble Countess of Derby, said Sir Geoffrey, doffing his plumed hat with an air of deep deference, and kissing with much reverence the hand which she held out to him, I am as glad to see your ladyship in my poor house as I would be to hear that they had found a vein of lead in the brown tor. I rode hard in the hope of being your escort through the country. I feared you might have fallen into bad hands. Hearing there was a knave sent out with a warrant from the council. When heard you so, and from whom? It was from Comondley of Vale Royal, said Sir Geoffrey. He has come down to make provision for your safety through Cheshire, and I promise to bring you there in safety. Prince Rupert Ormond and other friends do not doubt the matter will be driven to a fine, but they say the Chancellor and Harry Bennet and some others of the oversea councillors are furious at what they call a breach of the King's proclamation. Hang them, say. They left us to bear all the beating, and now they are incensed that we should wish to clear scores with those who rode us like nightmares. What did they talk of for my chastisement? Said the Countess. I wot not, said Sir Geoffrey. Some friends, as I said, from our kind Cheshire, and others tried to bring it to a fine, but some again spoke of nothing but the Tower and a long imprisonment. I have suffered imprisonment long enough for King Charles' sake, said the Countess, and have no mind to undergo it at his hand. Besides, if I am removed from the personal superintendence of my son's dominions, in man, I know not what new usurpation may be attempted there, I must be obliged to you, cousin, to contrive that I may get in security to Vale Royal, and from thence I know I shall be guarded safely to Liverpool. You may rely on my guidance and protection, noble lady, answered her host, though you had come here at midnight, and with the rogue's head in your apron like Judith, in the holy Apocrypha which I joy to hear once more read in churches. Do the gentry resort much to the court? Said the lady. Ay, madam, replied Sir Geoffrey, and according to our saying, when minors do begin to bore in these parts, it is for the grace of God, and what they there may find. Meet the old Cavaliers with much countenance, continued the Countess. Faith, madam, to speak truth, replied the knight, the King hath so gracious a manner, that it makes every man's hopes blossom, though we have seen but few that have ripened into fruit. You have not yourself, my cousin, answered the Countess, had room to complain of ingratitude. I trust few have less deserved it at the King's hand. Sir Geoffrey was unwilling, like most prudent persons, to own the existence of expectations which had proved fallacious, yet had too little art in his character to conceal his disappointment entirely. Who, madam, he said, alas, what should a poor country knight expect from the King, besides the pleasure of seeing him in Whitehall once more, and enjoying his own again? And his Majesty was very gracious when I was presented, and spoke to me of Worcester, and of my horse Black Hastings, had forgot his name though, faith, and mine too, I believe, had not Prince Rupert whispered it to him. And I saw some old friends, such as his Grace of Ormond, Sir Marmaduke Langdale, Sir Philip Musgrave, and so forth, and had a jolly rouse or two to the tune of old times. I should have thought so many wounds received, so many dangers risked, such considerable losses merited, something more than a few smooth words, said the Countess. Nay, my lady, there were other friends of mine who had the same thought, answered Peveril. Some were of opinion that the loss of so many 100 acres of fair land was worth some reward of honour at least, and there were who thought my descent from William, the Conqueror, craving your ladyship's pardon for boasting it in your presence, you'd not have become a higher rank or title worse than the pedigree of some who have been promoted. But what said the witty Duke of Buckingham, forsooth, whose grandsire was a Leicestershire knight rather poorer, and scarcely so well-born as myself. Why, he said, that if all of my degree who deserved well of the king in the late times were to be made peers, the House of Lords must meet upon Salisbury Plain. And that bad jest passed for a good argument, said the Countess, and well it might where good arguments pass for bad jests, but here comes one I must be acquainted with. This was little Julian, who now re-entered the hall leading his little sister, as if he had brought her to bear witness to the boastful tale, which he told his father of his having manfully ridden Black Hastings to the stable-yard alone in the saddle, and that Saunders, though he walked by the horse's head, did not once put his hand upon the rein, and Brewer, though he stood beside him, scarce held him by the knee. The father kissed the boy heartily, and the Countess, calling him to her so soon as Sir Geoffrey had set him down, kissed his forehead also, and then surveyed all his features with a keen and penetrating eye. He is a true Peveril, said she, mixed, as he should be, with some touch of the Stanley cousin. You must grant me my boon, and when I am safely established, and have my present affair arranged, you must let me have this little Julian of yours some time hence, to be nurtured in my house, held as my page, and the playfellow of the little Darby. I trust in heaven they will be such friends as their fathers have been, and may God send them more fortunate times. Mary, and I thank you for the proposal with all my heart, madam, said the knight. There are so many noble houses decayed, and so many more in which the exercise and discipline for the training of noble youths is given up and neglected, that I have often feared I must have kept Gil to be young master at home, and I have had too little nurture myself to teach him much, and so he would have been a mere hunting, hawking knight of Derbyshire, but in your ladyship's household, and with the noble young Earl, he will have all and more than all the education which I could desire. There shall be no distinction betwixt them, cousin, said the Countess. Margaret Stanley's son shall be as much the object of care to me as my own, since you are kindly disposed to entrust him to my charge. You look pale, Margaret, she continued, and the tear stands in your eye. Do not be so foolish, my love. What I ask is better than you can desire for your boy. For the house of my father, the Duc de la Tremouille, was the most famous school of chivalry in France, nor have I degenerated from him, or suffered any relaxation in that noble discipline which trained young gentlemen to do honour to their race. You can promise your Julian no such advantages, if you train him up a mere homebred youth. I acknowledge the importance of the favour, madam, said Lady Peveril, and must acquiesce in what your ladyship honours us by proposing, and Sir Geoffrey approves of, but Julian is an only child, and an only son, said the Countess, but surely not an only child. You pay too high deference to our masters, the male sex, if you allow Julian to engross all your affection, and spare none for this beautiful girl. So saying, she set down Julian, and taking Alice Bridgenorth on her lap, began to caress her, and there was, notwithstanding her masculine character, something so sweet in the tone of her voice, and in the cast of her features, that the child immediately smiled, and replied to her marks of fondness. This mistake embarrassed Lady Peveril exceedingly, knowing the blunt impetuosity of her husband's character, his devotion to the memory of the deceased Earl of Derby, and his corresponding veneration for his widow. She was alarmed for the consequences of his hearing the conduct of Bridgenorth that morning, and was particularly desirous that he should not learn it save from herself in private, and after due preparation, but the Countess' error led to a more precipitate disclosure. That pretty girl, madam, answered Sir Geoffrey, is none of ours. I wish she were. She belongs to a neighbour hard by, a good man, and to say truth a good neighbour, though he was carried off from his allegiance in the late times by a D.D. Presbyterian scoundrel, who calls himself a parson, and whom I hope to fetch down from his perch presently with a warning to him. He has been cock of the roost long enough. There are rods in pickle to switch the Geneva cloak with. I can tell the sour-faced rogues that much, but this child is the daughter of Bridgenorth, neighbour Bridgenorth of Moultrassy Hall. Bridgenorth, said the Countess, I thought I had known all the honourable names in Derbyshire. I remember nothing of Bridgenorth, but stay, was there not a sequestrator and committeeman of that name? Sure it cannot be he. Peveril took some shame to himself, as he replied, it is the very man whom your ladyship means, and you may conceive the reluctance with which I submitted to receive good offices from one of his kidney. But had I not done so, I should have scarce known how to find a roof to cover Dame Margaret's head. The Countess, as he spoke, raised the child gently from her lap, and placed it upon the carpet, though little Alice showed a disinclination to the change of place, which the Lady of Derby and Man would certainly have indulged in a child of patrician descent and loyal parentage. I blame you not, she said, no one knows what temptation will bring us down to, yet I did think Peveril of the Peak would have resided in its deepest cavern sooner than owed an obligation to a regicide. Nay, madam, answered the knight, my neighbour is bad enough, but not so bad as you would make him he is, but a Presbyterian that, I must confess, but not an independent. A variety of the same monster, said the Countess, who hallooed, while the others hunted and bound the victim, whom the independents massacred. Betwixt such sects, I prefer the independents. They are at least bold, barefaced, merciless villains, have more of the tiger in them, and less of the crocodile. I have no doubt it was that worthy gentleman who took it upon him this morning. She stopped short, for she saw Lady Peveril was vexed and embarrassed. I am, she said, the most luckless of beings. I have said something. I know not what to distress you, Margaret. Mystery is a bad thing, and betwixt us there should be none. There is none, madam, said Lady Peveril, something impatiently. I waited but an opportunity to tell my husband what had happened. Sir Geoffrey, Master Bridgenorth, was unfortunately here when the Lady Derby and I met, and he thought it part of his duty to speak of. To speak of what? Said the knight, bending his brows. You were ever something too fond, dame, of giving way to the usurpation of such people. I only mean, said Lady Peveril, that as the person to whom Lord Derby's story relate was the brother of his late lady, he threatened, but I cannot think that he was serious. Threatened the Lady of Derby and man in my house, widow of my friend noble Charlotte of Latham Houseby. Heaven, the procured slave shall answer it. How comes it that my knaves threw him not out of the window? Alas, Sir Geoffrey, you forget how much we owe him, said the lady. Owe him, said the knight, still more indignant, for in his singleness of apprehension, he conceived that his wife alluded to pecuniary obligations. If I do owe him some money, hath he not security for it? And must he have the right over and above to domineer and play the magistrate in Martindale Castle? Where is Hewhut? Have you made of him? I must speak with him. Be patient, Sir Geoffrey, said the Countess, who now discerned the cause of her kinswoman's apprehension, and be assured, I did not need your chivalry to defend me against this discourteous fate, or, as Mort d'Arthur would have called him. I promise you my kinswoman hath fully righted my wrong, and I am so pleased to owe my deliverance entirely to her gallantry, that I charge and command you as a true knight not to mingle in the adventure of another. Lady Peveril, who knew her husband's blunt and impatient temper, and perceived that he was becoming angry now, took up the story and plainly, and simply pointed out the cause of Master Bridgenorth's interference. I am sorry for it, said the knight. I thought he had more sense, and that this happy change might have done some good upon him. But you should have told me this instantly. It consists not with my honour that he should be kept prisoner in this house, as if I feared anything he could do to annoy the noble Countess, while she is under my roof, or within 20 miles of this castle. So saying, and bowing to the Countess, he went straight to the gilded chamber, leaving Lady Peveril in great anxiety for the event of an angry meeting between a temper hasty as that of her husband and stubborn like that of Bridgenorth. Her apprehensions were however unnecessary, for the meeting was not fated to take place. When Sir Geoffrey Peveril, having dismissed Whitaker and his sentinels, entered the gilded chamber, in which he expected to find his captive, the prisoner had escaped, and it was easy to see in what manner the sliding panel had in the hurry of the moment escaped the memory of Lady Peveril and of Whitaker, the only persons who knew anything of it. It was probable that a chink had remained open sufficient to indicate its existence to Bridgenorth, who, withdrawing it altogether, had found his way into the secret apartment with which it communicated, and from thence to the postern of the castle by another secret passage, which had been formed in the thickness of the wall, as is not uncommon in ancient mansions, the lords of which were liable to so many mutations of fortune, that they usually contrived to secure some lurking place and secret mode of retreat from their fortresses. That Bridgenorth had discovered and availed himself of this secret mode of retreat was evident, because the private doors communicating with the postern and the sliding panel in the gilded chamber were both left open. Sir Geoffrey returned to the ladies with looks of perplexity, while he deemed Bridgenorth within his reach. He was apprehensive of nothing he could do, for he felt himself his superior in personal strength, and in that species of courage which induces a man to rush without hesitation upon personal danger. But when at a distance, he had been for many years accustomed to consider Bridgenorth's power and influence as something formidable, and notwithstanding the late change of affairs, his ideas so naturally reverted to his neighbour as a powerful friend or dangerous enemy, that he felt more apprehension on the Countess' score than he was willing to acknowledge even to himself. The Countess observed his downcast and anxious brow, and requested to know if her stay there was likely to involve him in any trouble or in any danger. The trouble should be welcome, said Sir Geoffrey, and more welcome the danger which should come on such an account. My plan was that your ladyship should have honoured Martindale with a few days' residence, which might have been kept private, until the search after you was ended. Had I seen this fellow Bridgenorth, I have no doubt I could have compelled him to act discreetly. But he is now at liberty, and will keep out of my reach, and what is worse, he has the secret of the priest's chamber. Here the knight paused and seemed much embarrassed. You can then neither conceal nor protect me, said the countess. Pardon, my honoured lady, answered the knight, and let me say out my say. The plain truth is that this man hath many friends among the Presbyterians here, who are more numerous than I would wish them. And if he falls in with the pursuivant fellow, who carries the warrant of the Privy Council, it is likely he will back him with force sufficient to try to execute it, and I doubt whether any of our friends can be summoned together in haste sufficient to resist such a power as they are like to bring together. Nor would I wish any friends to take arms in my name against the king's warrant, Sir Geoffrey, said the countess. Nay, for that matter, replied the knight, and his majesty will grant warrants against his best friends, he must look to have them resisted. But the best I can think of in this emergence is, though the proposal be something inhospitable, that your ladyship should take presently to horse. If your fatigue will permit, I will mount also with some brisk fellows, who will lodge you safe at Vale Royal, though the sheriff stopped the way with a whole posse comitatus. The Countess of Derby willingly acquiesced in this proposal. She had enjoyed a night's sound repose in the private chamber to which Ellesmere had guided her on the preceding evening, and was quite ready to resume her route or flight. Scarce knew, she said, which of the two she should term it. Lady Peveril wept at the necessity, which seemed to hurry her earliest friend and protectress from under her roof at the instant when the clouds of adversity were gathering around her. But she saw no alternative equally safe. Nay, however strong her attachment to Lady Derby, she could not but be more readily reconciled to her hasty departure, when she considered the inconvenience and even danger in which her presence at such a time, and in such circumstances, was likely to involve a man so bold and hot-tempered as her husband Sir Geoffrey. While Lady Peveril therefore made every arrangement which time permitted and circumstances required for the Countess prosecuting her journey, her husband, whose spirits always rose with the prospect of action, issued his orders to Whitaker to get together a few stout fellows with back and breast pieces and steel caps. There are the two lackeys and Outram and Saunders, besides the other groom fellow and Roger Rain and his son, but bid Roger not come drunk against thyself. Young Dick of the Dale and his servant, and a file or two of the tenantswe, shall be enough for any force they can make. All these are fellows that will strike hard and ask no question with their hands, are ever readier than their tongues, and their mouths are more made for drinking than speaking. Whitaker, apprised of the necessity of the case, asked if he should not warn Sir Jasper Cranbourne. Not a word to him, as you live, said the knight. This may be an outlawry, as they call it, for what I know, and therefore I will bring no lands or tenements into peril saving mine own. Sir Jasper hath had a troublesome time of it for many a year. By my will he shall sit quiet for the rest of his days. Chapter 7. Fang a rescue. Mrs. Quickly, good people, bring a rescue or two. Henry Roman 4 Part Roman 1. The followers of Peveril were so well accustomed to the sound of boot and saddle that they were soon mounted and in order and in all the form, and with some of the dignity of danger, proceeded to escort the Countess of Derby through the hilly and desert tract of country which connects the frontier of the shire with the neighbouring county of Cheshire. The cavalcade moved with considerable precaution, which they had been taught by the discipline of the civil wars. One wary and well-mounted trooper rode about 200 yards in advance, followed at about half that distance by two more with their carabines advanced, as if ready for action. About 100 yards behind the advance came the main body, where the Countess of Derby, mounted on Lady Peveril's ambling palfrey for her own, had been exhausted by the journey from London to Martindale Castle, accompanied by one groom of approved fidelity, and one waiting maid, was attended and guarded by the Knight of the Peak, and 3 files of good and practised horsemen. In the rear came Whitaker with Lance Outram, as men of a special trust, to whom the covering the retreat was confided. They rode, as the Spanish proverb expresses it, with the beard on the shoulder, looking around, that is, from time to time, and using every precaution to have the speediest knowledge of any pursuit which might take place. But however wise in discipline Peveril and his followers were somewhat remiss in civil policy, the knight had communicated to Whitaker, though without any apparent necessity, the precise nature of their present expedition, and Whitaker was equally communicative to his comrade Lance the keeper. It is strange enough, master, Whitaker, said the latter when he had heard the case, and I wish you, being a wise man, would expound it. We, when we have been wishing for the Kingand, praying for the king and fighting for the king and dying for the king for these 20 years, the first thing we find to do on his return is to get into harness to resist his warrant. Pooh, you silly fellow, said Whitaker, that is all you know of the true bottom of our quarrel. Why, man, we fought for the king's person against his warrant, all along from the very beginning, for I remember the rogue's proclamations, and so forth always ran in the name of the king and parliament. I was it even so, replied Lance. Nay then, if they begin the old game so soon again, and send out warrants in the king's name against his loyal subjects, well, fare our stout knight, say I, who is ready to take them down in their stocking soles, and if Bridgenorth takes the chase after us, I shall not be sorry to have a knock at him for one. Why, the man baiting he is a pestilent Roundhead, and Puritan, said Whitaker, is no bad neighbour. What has he done to the man? He has poached on the manor, answered the keeper. The devil he has, replied Whitaker. Thou must be jesting. Lance Bridgenorth is neither hunter nor hawker, he hath not so much of honesty in him. Ay, but he runs after game, you little think of, with his sour melancholy face that would scare babes and curdle milk, answered Lance. Thou canst not mean the wenches, said Whitaker. Why, he hath been melancholy mad with moping for the death of his wife. Thou knowest our lady took the child for fear he should strangle it for putting him in mind of its mother in some of his tantrums under her favour, and among friends there are many poor Cavaliers' children that care would be better bestowed upon. But to thy tale. Why, thus it runs, said Lance. I think you may have noticed, Master Whitaker, that a certain Mistress Deborah hath manifested a certain favour for a certain person in a certain household. For thyself, to wit, answered Whitaker. Lance, outram thou art the vainest coxcomb. Coxcomb, said Lance. Why, 'twas but last night the whole family saw her, as one would say, fling herself at my head. I would she had been a brickbat, then to have broken it for thy impertinence and conceit, said the steward. Well, but hearken, the next morning, that is this very blessed morning, I thought of going to lodge a buck in the park, judging a bit of venison might be wanted in the larder after yesterday's wassail, and as I passed under the nursery window I did but just look up to see what Madame Gouvernante was about, and so I saw her through the casement whip on her hood, and scarf as soon as she had a glimpse of me. Immediately after I saw the still-room door open and made sure she was coming through the garden, and so over the breach and down to the park, and so thought I, aha, Mistress Deb, if you are so ready to dance after my pipe and tabor, I will give you a caranto before you shall come up with me. And so I went down Ivatard Dingle where the copse is tangled, and the ground swampy and round by Haxley Bottom, thinking all the while she was following and laughing in my sleeve at the round I was giving her. You deserve to be ducked for it, said Whitaker, for a weather-headed puppy, but what is all this jack-o'-lantern story to Bridgenorth? Why, it was all along of he, man, continued Lance, that is of Bridgenorth, that she did not follow me. Gad, I first walked slow, and then stopped, and then turned back a little, and then began to wonder what she had made of herself, and to think I had borne myself something like a jackass in the matter. That I deny, said Whitaker, never jackass, but would have borne him better. But go on. Why, turning my face towards the castle, I went back as if I had my nose bleeding, when just by the Copley thorn, which stands, you know, a flight short from the postern gate, I saw Madame Deb in close conference with the enemy. What enemy? Said the steward. What enemy? Why, who but Bridgenorth they kept out of sight, and among the copse, but thought I, it is hard if I cannot stalk you that have stalked so many bucks, if so I had better give my shafts to be pudding pins, so I cast round the thicket to watch their waters, and may I never bend crossbow again, if I did not see him give her gold, and squeeze her by the hand. And was that all you saw pass between them? Said the steward. Faith, and it was enough to dismount me from my hobby, said Lance. What, when I thought I had the prettiest girl in the castle dancing after my whistle, to find that she gave me the bag to hold, and was smuggling in a corner with a rich old Puritan. Credit me, Lance, it is not as thou thinkest, said Whitaker. Bridgenorth cares not for these amorous toys, and thou thinkest of nothing else, but it is fitting our knight should know that he has met with Deborah in secret, and given her gold, for never Puritan gave gold yet, but it was earnest for some devil's work done, or to be done. Nay, but, said Lance, I would not be such a dogbolt as to go and betray the girl to our master. She hath a right to follow her fancy, as the dame said who kissed her cowanly. I do not much approve her choice, that is all. He cannot be 6 years short of 50, and a verger's countenance under the penthouse of a slouched beaver, and bag of meagre dried bones swaddled up in a black cloak, is no such temptation, methinks. I tell you once more, said Whitaker, you are mistaken, and that there neither is nor can be any matter of love between them, but only some intrigue concerning perhaps this same noble Countess of Derby. I tell thee it behoves my master to know it, and I will presently tell it to him. So saying, and in spite of all the remonstrances, which Lance continued to make on behalf of Mistress Deborah, the steward rode up to the main body of their little party, and mentioned to the knight and the Countess of Derby what he had just heard from the keeper, adding at the same time his own suspicions that Master Bridgenorth of Maltrassy Hall was desirous to keep up some system of espial in the castle of Martindale, either in order to secure his menaced vengeance on the Countess of Derby, as authoress of his brother-in-law's death, or for some unknown but probably sinister purpose. The Knight of the Peak was filled with high resentment at Whitaker's communication. According to his prejudices, those of the opposite faction were supposed to make up by wit and intrigue what they wanted in open force, and he now hastily conceived that his neighbour, whose prudence he always respected, and sometimes even dreaded, was maintaining for his private purposes a clandestine correspondence with a member of his family. If this was for the betrayal of his noble guest, it argued at once treachery and presumption, or viewing the whole, as Lance had done, a criminal intrigue with a woman so near the person of Lady Peveril was in itself, he deemed a piece of sovereign impertinence and disrespect on the part of such a person as Bridgenorth, against whom Sir Geoffrey's anger was kindled accordingly. Whitaker had scarce regained his post in the rear when he again quitted it, and galloped to the main body with more speed than before, with the unpleasing tidings that they were pursued by half a score of horsemen and better. "Ride on briskly to Hartlinnick," said the knight, "and there with guard to help we will bide the knave's Countess of Derby own word, and a short one Peveril must ride forward with Whitaker and another careful fellow, and let me alone to see that no one treads on your skirts." "I will abide with you, and stand them," said the Countess. "You know of old, I fear, not to look on man's work." "You must ride on, madam," said the knight, "for the sake of the young earl, and the rest of my noble friend's family. There is no manly work which can be worth your looking upon. It is but child's play that these fellows bring with them." As she yielded a reluctant consent to continue her flight, they reached the bottom of Hartlinnick, a pass very steep and craggy, and where the road, or rather path, which had hitherto passed over more open ground, became pent up and confined betwixt copsewood on the one side, and on the other the precipitous bank of a mountain stream. The Countess of Derby, after an affectionate adieu to Sir Geoffrey, and having requested him to convey her kind commendations to her little Padulect, and his mother, proceeded up the pass at a round pace, and with her attendants and escort was soon out of sight. Immediately after she had disappeared, the pursuers came up with Sir Geoffrey Peveril, who had divided and drawn up his party, so as completely to occupy the road at 3 different points. The opposite party was led, as Sir Geoffrey had expected, by Major Bridgenorth. At his side was a person in black, with a silver greyhound on his arm, and he was followed by about 8 or 10 inhabitants of the village of Martindale Maltrassy, 2 or 3 of whom were officers of the peace, and others were personally known to Sir Geoffrey as favourers of the subverted government. As the party rode briskly up, Sir Geoffrey called to them to halt, and as they continued advancing, he ordered his own people to present their pistols and carabines, and after assuming that menacing attitude, he repeated with a voice of thunder, "Halt, or we fire." The other party halted accordingly, and Major Bridgenorth advanced as if to parley. "Why, how now, neighbour," said Sir Geoffrey, as if he had at that moment recognised him for the first time. "What makes you ride so sharp this morning? Are you not afraid to harm your horse or spoil your spurs?" "Sir Geoffrey," said the Major, "I have not time for jesting on the king's affairs." "Are you sure it is not upon old Noll's neighbour you used to hold his the better errand?" said the knight with a smile, which gave occasion to a horselaugh among his followers. "Show him your warrant," said Bridgenorth to the man in black formerly mentioned, who was a pursuivant. Then, taking the warrant from the officer, he gave it to Sir Geoffrey. "To this at least you will pay regard." "The same regard which you would have paid to it a month back or so," said the knight, tearing the warrant to shreds. "What a plague! Do you stare at? Do you think you have a monopoly of rebellion, and that we have not a right to show a trick of disobedience in our turn?" "Make way, Sir Geoffrey Peveril," said Bridgenorth, "or you will compel me to do that. I may be sorry, for I am in this matter the avenger of the blood of one of the Lord's saints, and I will follow the chase, while heaven grants me an arm to make my way." "You shall make no way here, but at your peril," said Sir Geoffrey. "This is my ground. I have been harassed enough for these 20 years by saints, as you call yourselves. I tell you, master, you shall neither violate the security of my house, nor pursue my friends over the grounds, nor tamper, as you have done amongst my servants, with impunity. I have had you in respect for certain kind doings, which I will not either forget or deny, and you will find it difficult to make me draw a sword or bend a pistol against you, but offer any hostile movement or presume to advance a foot, and I will make sure of you presently, and for those rascals who come hither to annoy a noble lady on my bounds, unless you draw them off, I will presently send some of them to the devil before their time. Make room at your proper peril, said Major Bridgenorth, and he put his right hand on his holster pistol. Sir Geoffrey closed with him, instantly seized him by the collar, and spurred Black Hastings, checking him at the same time, so that the horse made a curvet, and brought the full weight of his chest against the counter of the other. A ready soldier might in Bridgenorth's situation have rid himself of his adversary with a bullet, but Bridgenorth's courage, notwithstanding his having served some time with the Parliament army, was rather of a civil than a military character, and he was inferior to his adversary, not only in strength and horsemanship, but also and especially in the daring and decisive resolution, which made Sir Geoffrey thrust himself readily into personal contest, while therefore they tugged and grappled together upon terms which bore such little accordance with their long acquaintance and close neighbourhood. It was no wonder that Bridgenorth should be unhorsed with much violence. While Sir Geoffrey sprung from the saddle, the party of Bridgenorth advanced to rescue their leader, and that of the knight to oppose them. Swords were unsheathed, and pistols presented, but Sir Geoffrey, with the voice of a herald, commanded both parties to stand back and to keep the peace. The pursuivant took the hint, and easily found a reason for not prosecuting a dangerous duty. The warrant, he said, was destroyed. They that did it must be answerable to the council. For his part, he could proceed no farther without his commission. Well said, and like a peaceable fellow, said Sir Geoffrey, let him have refreshment at the castle. His nag is sorely out of condition. Come, neighbour Bridgenorth, get up, man. I trust you have had no hurt in this mad affray. I was loath to lay hand on you, man, till you plucked out your petronel. As he spoke thus, he aided the major to rise. The pursuivant meanwhile drew aside, and with him the constable and headborough, who were not without some tacit suspicion that though Peveril was interrupting the direct course of law in this matter, yet he was likely to have his offence considered by favourable judges, and therefore it might be as much for their interest and safety to give way as to oppose him. But the rest of the party, friends of Bridgenorth and of his principles, kept their ground notwithstanding this defection, and seemed from their looks sternly determined to rule their conduct by that of their leader, whatever it might be. But it was evident that Bridgenorth did not intend to renew the struggle. He shook himself rather roughly free from the hands of Sir Geoffrey Peveril, but it was not to draw his sword. On the contrary, he mounted his horse with a sullen and dejected air, and making a sign to his followers, turned back the same road which he had come. Sir Geoffrey looked after him for some minutes now. There goes a man, said he, who would have been a right honest fellow had he not been a Presbyterian, but there is no heartiness about them. Thigh can never forgive a fair fall upon the sot. Thee bear malice, and that I hate as I do a black cloak or a Geneva skullcap, and a pair of long ears rising on each side on't like two chimneys at the gable ends of a thatched cottage. They are as sly as the devil to boot, and therefore Lance Outram, take two with you, and keep after them, that they may not turn our flank and get on the track of the Countess again. After I had as soon they should course my lady's white tame doe, answered Lance in the spirit of his calling. He proceeded to execute his master's orders by dogging Major Bridgenorth at a distance, and observing his course from such heights as commanded the country. But it was soon evident that no manoeuvre was intended, and that the major was taking the direct road homeward. When this was ascertained, Sir Geoffrey dismissed most of his followers, and retaining only his own domestics, rode hastily forward to overtake the Countess. It is only necessary to say farther that he completed his purpose of escorting the Countess of Derby to Vale Royal, without meeting any further hindrance by the way. The lord of the mansion readily undertook to conduct the high-minded lady to Liverpool, and the task of seeing her safely embarked for her son's hereditary dominions, where there was no doubt of her remaining in personal safety, until the accusation against her for breach of the royal indemnity by the execution of Christian could be brought to some compromise. For a length of time, this was no easy matter. Clarendon, then at the head of Charles' administration, considered her rash action, though dictated by motives which the human breast must in some respects sympathize with, as calculated to shake the restored tranquillity of England, by exciting the doubts and jealousies of those who had to apprehend the consequences of what is called in our own time a reaction. At the same time, the high services of this distinguished family, merits of the Countess herself, the memory of her gallant husband, and the very peculiar circumstances of jurisdiction, which took the case out of all common rules, pleaded strongly in her favour, and the death of Christian was at length only punished by the imposition of a heavy fine amounting, we believe, to many £1,000s, which was levied with great difficulty out of the shattered estates of the young Earl of Derby. Chapter 8. My Native Land, Good Night. Byron. Lady Peveril remained in no small anxiety for several hours after her husband and the Countess had departed from Martindale Castle, more especially when she learned that Major Bridgenorth, concerning whose motions she made private inquiry, had taken horse with a party, and was gone to the westward, in the same direction with Sir Geoffrey. At length her immediate uneasiness in regard to the safety of her husband and the Countess was removed by the arrival of Whitaker with her husband's commendations, and an account of the scuffle betwixt himself and Major Bridgenorth. Lady Peveril shuddered to see how nearly they had approached to renewal of the scenes of civil discord, and while she was thankful to heaven for her husband's immediate preservation, she could not help feeling both regret and apprehension for the consequences of his quarrel with Major Bridgenorth. They had now lost an old friend who had showed himself such under those circumstances of adversity by which friendship is most severely tried, and she could not disguise from herself that Bridgenorth, thus irritated, might be a troublesome if not a dangerous enemy. His rights as a creditor he had hitherto used with gentleness, but if he should employ rigour, Lady Peveril, whose attention to domestic economy had made her much better acquainted with her husband's affairs than he was himself, foresaw considerable inconvenience from the measures which the law put in his power. She comforted herself with the recollection, however, that she had still a strong hold on Bridgenorth through his paternal affection and from the fixed opinion which he had hitherto manifested that his daughter's health could only flourish while under her charge, but any expectations of reconciliation which Lady Peveril might probably have founded on this circumstance were frustrated by an incident which took place in the course of the following morning. The gouvernante, Mistress Deborah, who has been already mentioned, went forth as usual with the children to take their morning exercise in the park, attended by Rachel, a girl, who acted occasionally as her assistant in attending upon them, but not as usual did she return. It was near the hour of breakfast when Ellesmere, with an unwonted degree of primness in her mouth and manner, came to acquaint her lady that Mistress Deborah had not thought proper to come back from the park, though the breakfast hour approached so near. "She will come then, presently," said Lady Peveril with indifference. Ellesmere gave a short and doubtful cough, and then proceeded to say that Rachel had been sent home with little Master Julian, and that Mistress Deborah had been pleased to say she would walk on with Miss Bridgenorth as far as Moultrassy Holt, which was a point at which the property of the Major, as matters now stood, bounded that of Sir Geoffrey Peveril. "Is the wench turned silly?" exclaimed the lady something angrily, "that she does not obey my orders and return at regular hours?" "She may be turning silly," said Ellesmere mysteriously, "or she may be turning too sly, and I think it were as well your ladyship looked to it." "Look to what, Ellesmere?" said the lady impatiently. "You are strangely oracular this morning. If you know anything to the prejudice of this young woman, I pray you speak it out." "I prejudice," said Ellesmere, "I scorn to prejudice man, woman, or child in the way of a fellow servant. Only I wish your ladyship to look about you, and use your own eyes, that is all." "You bid me use my own eyes, Ellesmere, but I suspect," answered the lady, "you would be better pleased were I contented to see through your spectacles. I charge you, and you know, I will be obeyed. I charge you to tell me what you know or suspect about this girl, Deborah Debich." "I see through spectacles," exclaimed the indignant Abigail. "Your ladyship will pardon me in that, for I never use them unless a pair that belonged to my poor mother, which I put on when your ladyship wants your pinners curiously wrought. No woman above 16 ever did white seam without barnacles. And then as to suspecting, I suspect nothing, for, as your ladyship hath taken Mistress Deborah Debich from under my hand, to be sure it is neither bread nor butter of mine." Only here she began to speak with her lips shut so as scarce to permit a sound to issue, and mincing her words, as if she pinched off the ends of them before she suffered them to escape. "Only, madam, if Mistress Deborah goes so often of a morning to Moultrassy Holt, why I should not be surprised if she should never find the way back again." "Once more, what do you mean, Ellesmere? You will want to have some sense. Let me know distinctly what the matter is." "Only, madam," pursued the Abigail, "that since Bridgenorth came back from Chesterfield and saw you at the Castle Hall, Mistress Deborah has been pleased to carry the children every morning to that place, and it has so happened that she has often met the Major, as they call him there, in his walks, for he can walk about now like other folks, and I warrant you she hath not been the worse of the meeting gone way, at least, for she hath bought a new hood. Might serve yourself, madam, but whether she hath had anything in hand besides a piece of money, no doubt your ladyship is best judge." Lady Peveril, who readily adopted the more good-natured construction of the gouvernante's motives, could not help laughing at the idea of a man of Bridgenorth's precise appearance, strict principles, and reserved habits being suspected of a design of gallantry, and readily concluded that Mistress Deborah had found her advantage in gratifying his parental affection by a frequent sight of his daughter during the few days which intervened betwixt his first seeing little Alice at the castle and the events which had followed. But she was somewhat surprised when an hour after the usual breakfast hour, during which neither the child nor Mistress Deborah appeared, Major Bridgenorth's only manservant arrived at the castle on horseback, dressed as for a journey, and having delivered a letter addressed to herself and another to Mistress Ellesmere, rode away without waiting any answer. There would have been nothing remarkable in this had any other person been concerned, but Major Bridgenorth was so very quiet and orderly in all his proceedings, so little liable to act hastily or by impulse, that the least appearance of bustle where he was concerned excited surprise and curiosity. Lady Peveril broke her letter hastily open and found that it contained the following lines: "For the hands of the Honourable and Honoured Lady Peveril, these. Madam, please it your ladyship, I write more to excuse myself to your ladyship than to accuse either you or others, in respect that I am sensible it becomes our frail nature better to confess our own imperfections than to complain of those of others. Neither do I mean to speak of past times, particularly in respect of your worthy ladyship, being sensible that if I have served you in that period when our Israel might be called triumphant, you have more than requited me in giving to my arms a child, redeemed as it were from the veil of the shadow of death, and therefore, as I heartily forgive to your ladyship the unkind and violent measure which you dealt to me at our last meeting, seeing that the woman who was the cause of strife is accounted one of your kindred people, I do entreat you in like manner to pardon my enticing away from your service the young woman called Deborah, Debich, whose direction is it may be indispensable to thy health of my dearest child. I had purposed, madam, with your gracious permission, that Alice should have remained at Martindale Castle under your kind charge until she could so far discern betwixt good and evil that it should be matter of conscience to teach her the way in which she should go, for it is not unknown to your ladyship, and in no way do I speak it reproachfully, but rather sorrowfully, that a person so excellently gifted as yourself, I mean touching natural qualities not yet received that true light which is a lamp to the paths, but are contented to stumble in darkness and among the graves of dead men. It has been my prayer in the watches of the night that your ladyship should cease from the doctrine which causeth to err, but I grieve to say that our candlestick, being about to be removed, the land will most likely be involved in deeper darkness than ever, and the return of the king, to which I and many looked forward as a manifestation of divine favour, seems to prove little else than a permitted triumph of the prince of the air, who setteth about to restore his vanity fair of bishops, deans, and such like, extruding the peaceful ministers of the word, whose labours have proved faithful to many hungry souls. So hearing from a sure hand that commission has gone forth to restore these dumb dogs, the followers of Laud and of Williams, who were cast forth by the late Parliament, and that an act of conformity, or rather of deformity of worship, was to be expected, it is my purpose to flee from the wrath to come, and to seek some corner where I may dwell in peace and enjoy liberty of conscience, for who would abide in the sanctuary after the carved work thereof is broken down, and when it hath been made a place for owls and satyrs of the wilderness? And herein I blame myself, madam, that I went the singleness of my heart too readily into that carousing in the house of feasting, wherein my love of union and my desire to show respect to your ladyship were made a snare to me. But I trust it will be an atonement that I am now about to absent myself from the place of my birth and the house of my fathers, as well as from the place which holdeth the dust of those pledges of my affection. I have also to remember that in this land my honour, after the worldly estimation, hath been abated, and my utility circumscribed by your husband Sir Geoffrey Peveril, and that without any chance of my obtaining reparation at his hand, whereby, I may say, the hand of a kinsman was lifted up against my credit, and my life. These things are bitter to the taste of the old Adam. Wherefore, to prevent farther bickerings, and it may be bloodshed, it is better that I leave this land for a time, the affairs which remain to be settled between Sir Geoffrey and myself I shall place in the hand of the righteous Master Joachim Wynthfite, an attorney in Chester, who will arrange them with such attention to Sir Geoffrey's convenience as justice and the due exercise of the law will permit, for, as I trust I shall have grace to resist the temptation to make the weapons of carnal warfare the instruments of my revenge, so I scorn to affect it through the means of mammon, wishing, madam, that the Lord may grant you every blessing, and in especial that which is over others, namely the true knowledge of his way. I remain your devoted servant to command, Ralph Bridgenorth. Written at Moultracy Hall this 10th day of July 1660. So soon as Lady Peveril had perused this long and singular homily, in which it seemed to her that her neighbour showed more spirit of religious fanaticism than she could have supposed him possessed if she looked up, and beheld Ellesmere with a countenance in which mortification and an affected air of contempt seemed to struggle, Toadster, who, tired with watching the expression of her mistress' countenance, applied for confirmation of her suspicions in plain terms. I suppose, madam, said the waiting-woman, the fanatic fool intends to marry the wench. They say he goes to shift the country. Truly it's time, indeed, for besides that the whole neighbourhood would laugh him to scorn, I should not be surprised if Lance Outram the keeper gave him a buck's head to bear, for that is all in the way of his office. There is no great occasion for your spite at present, Ellesmere, replied her lady. My letter says nothing of marriage, but it would appear that Master Bridgenorth, being to leave this country, has engaged Deborah to take care of his child, and I am sure I am heartily glad of it for the infant's sake. And I am glad of it for my own, said Ellesmere, and indeed for the sake of the whole house. And your ladyship thinks she is not like to be married to him. Troth, I could never see how he should be such an idiot, but perhaps she's going to do worse, for she speaks here of coming to high preferment, and that scarce comes by honest servitude nowadays. Then she writes me about sending her things, as if I were mistress of the wardrobe, to her ladyship, and recommends Master Julian to the care of my age and experience, forsooth, as if she needed to recommend the dear little Jewel to me, and then to speak of my age. But I will bundle away her rags to the hall with a witness. Do it with all civility, said the lady, and let Whitaker send her the wages for which she has served, and a broad piece over and above, for though a light-headed young woman, she was kind to the children. I know who is kind to their servants, madam, and would spoil the best ever pinned a gown. I spoiled a good one, Ellesmere, when I spoiled thee, said the lady, but tell Mistress Deborah to kiss the little Alice for me, and to offer my good wishes to Major Bridgenorth for his temporal and future happiness. She permitted no observation or reply, but dismissed her attendant without entering into farther particulars. When Ellesmere had withdrawn, Lady Peveril began to reflect with much feeling of compassion on the letter of Major Bridgenorth, a person in whom there were certainly many excellent qualities, but whom a series of domestic misfortunes, and the increasing gloom of a sincere yet stern feeling of devotion, rendered lonely and unhappy, and she had more than one anxious thought for the happiness of the little Alice brought up, as she was likely to be under such a father. Still, the removal of Bridgenorth was on the whole a desirable event, for while he remained at the Hall it was but too likely that some accidental collision with Sir Geoffrey might give rise to a rencounter betwixt them more fatal than the last had been. In the meanwhile she could not help expressing to Dr. Dummerar her surprise and sorrow that all which she had done, and attempted to establish peace and unanimity betwixt the contending factions, had been perversely fated to turn out the very reverse of what she had aimed at. But for my unhappy invitation, she said, Bridgenorth would not have been at the castle on the morning which succeeded the feast, would not have seen the Countess, and would not have incurred the resentment and opposition of my husband, and but for the King's return, an event which was so anxiously expected as the termination of all our calamities, neither the noble lady nor ourselves had been engaged in this new path of difficulty and danger. Honoured madam, said Dr. Dummerar, were the affairs of this world to be guided implicitly by human wisdom, or were they uniformly to fall out according to the conjectures of human foresight? Events would no longer be under the domination of that time, and chance which happen unto all men, since we should in the one case work out our own purposes, to a certainty by our own skill, and in the other regulate our conduct according to the views of unerring prescience. But man is while in this vale of tears like an uninstructed bowler, so to speak, who thinks to attain the jack, by delivering his bowl straight forward upon it, being ignorant that there is a concealed bias within the spheroid, which will make it in all probability swerve away, and lose the cast. Having spoken this with a sententious air, the doctor took his shovel-shaped hat, and went down to the castle green to conclude a match of bowls with Whitaker, which had probably suggested this notable illustration of the uncertain course of human events. 2 days afterwards, Sir Geoffrey arrived. He had waited at Vale Royal till he heard of the Countess being safely embarked for Man, and then had posted homeward to his castle, and Dame Margaret on his way. He learned from some of his attendants the mode in which his lady had conducted the entertainment which she had given to the neighbourhood at his order, and notwithstanding the great deference he usually showed, in cases where Lady Peveril was concerned, he heard of her liberality towards the Presbyterian party with great indignation. I could have admitted Bridgenorth, he said, for he always bore him in neighbourly and kindly fashion, till this last career I could have endured him, so he would have drunk the king's health like a true man, but to bring that snuffling scoundrel Salsgrace with all his beggarly longered congregation, to hold a conventicle in my father's house-stole, them domineer it as they listed we, I would not have permitted them such liberty. When they held their head the highest, they never in the worst of times found any way into Martindale Castle, but what Knowles Cannon made for them, and that they should come and cant there, when good King Charles is returned by, my hand Dame Margaret shall hear of it. But notwithstanding these ireful resolutions, resentment altogether subsided in the honest knight's breast, when he saw the fair features of his lady lightened with affectionate joy at his return in safety, as he took her in his arms, and kissed her. He forgave her error, he mentioned her offence. Thou hast played the knave with me, Meg, he said, shaking his head, and smiling at the same time, and thou knowest in what manner. But I think thou art true churchwoman, and didst only act from silly womanish fancy of keeping fair with these roguish roundheads. But let me have no more of this. I had rather Martindale Castle were again rent by their bullets, than receive any of the knaves in the way of friendship. I always, except Ralph Bridgenorth of the Hall, if he should come to his senses again. Lady Peveril was here under the necessity of explaining what she had heard of Master Bridgenorth's disappearance of the gouvernante with his daughter, and placed Bridgenorth's letter in his hand. Sir Geoffrey shook his head at first, and then laughed extremely at the idea that there was some little love intrigue between Bridgenorth and Mistress Deborah. It is the true end of a dissenter, he said, to marry his own maidservant, or some other person's. Deborah is a good likely wench, and on the merrier side of 30, as I should think. Nay, nay, said the Lady Peveril, you are as uncharitable as Ellesmere, I believe it, but to be affection to his child. Shropshire, answered the knight, women are eternally thinking of children, but among men, dame, many one caresses the infant that he may kiss the child's maid, and where's the wonder or the harm either if Bridgenorth should marry the wench? Her father is a substantial yeoman, his family has had the same farm since Bosworthfield, as good a pedigree as that of the great-grandson of a Chesterfield brewer, I trow. But let us hear what he says for himself. I shall spell it out, if there is any roguery in the letter about love, and liking though it might escape your innocence, Dame Margaret. The Knight of the Peak began to peruse the letter accordingly, but was much embarrassed by the peculiar language in which it was couched, what he means by moving of candlesticks, and breaking down of carved work in the church. I cannot guess, unless he means to bring back the large silver candlesticks, which my grandsire gave to be placed on the altar at Martindale Moultracy, and which his crow-haired friends like sacrilegious villains, as they are stole and melted down, and in like manner, the only breaking I know of was when they pulled down the rails of the communion table, for which some of their fingers are hot enough by this time, and when the brass ornaments were torn down from Peveril monuments, and that was breaking and removing with a vengeance. However, dame, the upshot is that poor Bridgenorth is going to leave the neighbourhood. I am truly sorry for it, though I never saw him oftener than once a day, and never spoke to him above 2 words, but I see how it is that little shake by the shoulder sticks in his stomach. And yet, Meg, I did but lift him out of the saddle, as I might have lifted thee into it, Margaret. I was careful not to hurt him, and I did not think him so tender in point of honour as to mind such a thing much, but I see plainly where his sore lies, and I warrant you I will manage that he stays at the Hall, and that you get back Julian's little companion. Faith, I am sorry myself at the thought of losing the baby, and of having to choose another ride, when it is not hunting weather than round by the Hall with a word at the window. I should be very glad, Sir Geoffrey, said the Lady Peveril, that you could come to a reconciliation with this worthy man, for such I must hold Master Bridgenorth to be. But for his dissenting principles, as good a neighbour as ever lived, said Sir Geoffrey. But I scarce see, continued the lady, any possibility of bringing about a conclusion so desirable. Tush, dame, answered the knight, thou knowest little of such matters. I know the foot he halts upon, and you shall see him go as sound as ever. Lady Peveril had from her sincere affection and sound sense as good a right to claim the full confidence of her husband as any woman in Derbyshire, and upon this occasion, to confess the truth, she had more anxiety to know his purpose than her sense of their mutual and separate duties permitted her in general to entertain. She could not imagine what mode of reconciliation with his neighbour Sir Geoffrey, no very acute judge of mankind or their peculiarities, could have devised which might not be disclosed to her, and she felt some secret anxiety lest the means resorted to might be so ill chosen as to render the breach rather wider. But Sir Geoffrey would give no opening for farther inquiry. He had been long enough colonel of a regiment abroad to value himself on the right of absolute command at home, and to all the hints which his lady's ingenuity could devise and throw out he only answered, Patience, Dame Margaret, patience, this is no case for thy handling. Thou shalt know enough on't by and be. Dame, go look to Julian. Will the boy never have done crying for lack of that little sprout of a Roundhead? But we will have little Alice back with us in 2 or 3 days, and all will be well again. As the good knight spoke these words, a post winded his horn in the court, and a large packet was brought in addressed to the worshipful Sir Geoffrey Peveril, Justice of the Peace, and so forth, for he had been placed in authority as soon as the king's restoration was put upon a settled basis. Upon opening the packet, which he did with no small feeling of importance, he found that it contained the warrant which he had solicited for replacing Dr. Dummerar in the parish, from which he had been forcibly ejected during the usurpation. Few incidents could have given more delight to Sir Geoffrey. He could forgive a stout, able-bodied sectary or nonconformist, who enforced his doctrines in the field by downright blows on the casques and cuirasses of himself and other cavaliers. But he remembered with most vindictive accuracy the triumphant entrance of Hugh Peters through the breach of his castle, and for his sake, without nicely distinguishing betwixt sects or their teachers, he held all who mounted a pulpit, without warrant from the Church of England perhaps, he might also in private, except that of Ramito, be disturbers of the public tranquillitisers of the congregation, from their lawful preachers instigators of the late civil war, and men well disposed to risk the fate of a new one. Then on the other hand, besides gratifying his dislike to Salsgrace, he saw much satisfaction in the task of replacing his old friend and associate in sport, and in danger the worthy Dr. Dummerar in his legitimate rights, and in the ease and comforts of his vicarage. He communicated the contents of the packet with great triumph to the lady, who now perceived the sense of the mysterious paragraph in Major Bridgenorth's letter concerning the removal of the candlestick, and the extinction of light and doctrine in the land. She pointed this out to Sir Geoffrey, and endeavoured to persuade him that a door was now open to reconciliation with his neighbour, by executing the commission which he had received in an easy and moderate manner after due delay, and with all respect to the feelings both of Salsgrace and his congregation, which circumstances admitted of this, the lady argued would be doing no injury whatever to Dr. Dummerar, might be the means of reconciling many to his ministry, who might otherwise be disgusted with it, for ever by the premature expulsion of a favourite preacher. There was much wisdom as well as moderation in this advice, and at another time Sir Geoffrey would have sense enough to have adopted it, but who can act composedly or prudently in the hour of triumph? The ejection of Mr. Salsgrace was so hastily executed as to give it some appearance of persecution, though more justly considered it was the restoring of his predecessor to his legal rights. Salsgrace himself seemed to be desirous to make his sufferings as manifest as possible. He held out to the last, and on the Sabbath, after he had received intimation of his ejection, attempted to make his way to the pulpit, as usual supported by Master Bridgenorth's attorney Windfight and a few zealous followers. Just as their party came into the churchyard, on the one side Dr. Dummerar, dressed in full pontificals, in a sort of triumphal procession, accompanied by Peveril of the Peak, Sir Jasper Cranbourne, and other cavaliers of distinction, entered at the other. To prevent an actual struggle in the church, the parish officers were sent to prevent the farther approach of the Presbyterian minister, which was effected without farther damage than a broken head inflicted by Roger Rain, the drunken innkeeper of the Peveril Arms, upon the Presbyterian attorney of Chesterfield. Unsubdued in spirit, though compelled to retreat by superior force, the undaunted Mr. Salsgrace retired to the vicarage, were under some legal pretext which had been started by Mr. Windfight in that day, unaptly named, he attempted to maintain himself bolted gates barred window sand, as report said, though falsely made provision of firearms to resist the officers. A scene of clamour and scandal accordingly took place, which being reported to Sir Geoffrey, he came in person with some of his attendants carrying arms, forced the outer gate and inner doors of the house, and proceeding to the study found no other garrison save the Presbyterian parson with the attorney, who gave up possession of the premises after making protestation against the violence that had been used. The rabble of the village being by this time all in motion, Sir Geoffrey, both in prudence and good nature, saw the propriety of escorting his prisoners, for so they might be termed, safely through the tumult, and accordingly conveyed them in person through much noise and clamour, as far as the avenue of Maltrassy Hall, which they chose for the place of their retreat. But the absence of Sir Geoffrey gave the rein to some disorders, which if present he would assuredly have restrained. Some of the minister's books were torn and flung about as treasonable and seditious trash by the zealous parish officers or their assistants. A quantity of his ale was drunk up in healths to the king and Peveril of the Peak, and finally the boys who bore the exparson no goodwill for his tyrannical interference with their games at skittles football, and so forth, and moreover remembered the unmerciful length of his sermons, dressed up in effigy with his Geneva gown and band, and his steeple-crowned hat, which they paraded through the village, and burned on the spot whilom occupied by a stately maypole, which Salsgrace had formerly hewed down with his own reverend hands. Sir Geoffrey was vexed at all this, and sent to Mr. Salsgrace offering satisfaction for the goods which he had lost, but the Calvinist divine replied from a thread to a shoe latchet, I will not take anything that is thine, let the shame of the work of thy hands abide with thee. Considerable scandal indeed arose against Sir Geoffrey Peveril, as having proceeded with indecent severity and haste upon this occasion, and rumour took care to make the usual additions to the reality. It was currently reported that the desperate Cavalier Peveril of the Peak had fallen on a Presbyterian congregation, while engaged in the peaceable exercise of religion with a band of armed men, had slain, some desperately wounded many more, and finally pursued the preacher to his vicarage, which he burned to the ground. Some alleged the clergyman had perished in the flames, and the most mitigated report bore that he had only been able to escape by disposing his gown cap and band near a window in such a manner as to deceive them with the idea of his person being still surrounded by flames, while he himself fled by the back part of the house. And although few people believed in the extent of the atrocities thus imputed to our honest Cavalier, yet still enough of obloquy attached to him to infer very serious consequences, as the reader will learn at a future period of our history. Chapter 9. Bessest 'tis a challenge, sir, is it not? Gentlemen, 'tis an inviting to the field. King and no king. For a day or two after this forcible expulsion from the vicarage, Mr. Salsgrace continued his residence at Maltrassy Hall, where the natural melancholy attendant on his situation added to the gloom of the owner of the mansion. In the morning, the ejected divine made excursions to different families in the neighbourhood, to whom his ministry had been acceptable in the days of his prosperity, and from whose grateful recollections of that period he now found sympathy and consolation. He did not require to be condoled with, because he was deprived of an easy and competent maintenance, and thrust out upon the common of life, after he had reason to suppose he would be no longer liable to such mutations of fortune. The piety of Mr. Salsgrace was sincere, and if he had many of the uncharitable prejudices against other sects which polemical controversy had generated, and the civil war brought to a head, he had also that deep sense of duty by which enthusiasm is so often dignified, and held his very life little, if called upon, to lay it down in attestation of the doctrines in which he believed. But he was soon to prepare for leaving the district, which heaven he conceived had assigned to him as his corner of the vineyard. He was to abandon his flock to the wolf, was to forsake those with whom he had held sweet counsel in religious communion, was to leave the recently converted to relapse into false doctrines, and forsake the wavering whom his continued cares might have directed into the right path. These were of themselves deep causes of sorrow, and were aggravated doubtless by those natural feelings with which all men, especially those whose duties or habits have confined them to a limited circle, regard the separation from wonted scenes, and their accustomed haunts of solitary musing or social intercourse. There was indeed a plan of placing Mr. Salsgrace at the head of a nonconforming congregation in his present parish, which his followers would have readily consented to endow with a sufficient revenue. But although the Act for Universal Conformity was not yet passed, such a measure was understood to be impending, and there existed a general opinion among the Presbyterians that in no hands was it likely to be more strictly enforced than in those of Peveril of the Peak Salsgrace himself, considered not only his personal danger as being considerable for assuming perhaps more consequence than was actually attached to him or his productions. He conceived the honest knight to be his mortal and determined enemy, but he also conceived that he should serve the cause of his church by absenting himself from Derbyshire. Less known pastors, he said, though perhaps more worthy of the name, may be permitted to assemble the scattered flocks in caverns or in secret wilds, and to them shall the gleaning of the grapes of Ephraim be better than the vintage of Abiezer. But I that have so often carried the banner forth against the mighty I, whose tongue hath testified morning and evening like the watchman upon the tower against popery prelacy, and the tyrant of the peak for me to abide here, were but to bring the sword of bloody vengeance amongst you that the shepherd might be smitten, and the sheep scattered the shedders of blood, have already assailed me even within that ground which they themselves call consecrated, and yourselves have seen the scalp of the righteous broken as he defended my cause. Therefore I will put on my sandals and gird my loins and depart to a far country, and there do as my duty shall call upon me, whether it be to act or to suffer to bear testimony at the stake or in the pulpit. Such were the sentiments which Mr. Salsgrace expressed to his desponding friends, and which he expatiated upon at more length with Major Bridgenorth, not failing with friendly zeal to rebuke the haste which the latter had shown to thrust out the hand of fellowship to the Amalekite woman, whereby he reminded him he had been rendered her slave and bondsman for a season, like Samson betrayed by Delilah, and might have remained longer in the house of Dagon, had not heaven pointed to him a way out of the snare. Also, it sprung originally from the Major's going up to feast in the high place of Baal, that he who was the champion of the truth was stricken down and put to shame by the enemy, even in the presence of the host. These objurgations seeming to give some offence to Major Bridgenorth, who liked no better than any other man to hear of his own mishaps, and at the same time to have them imputed to his own misconduct, the worthy divine proceeded to take shame to himself for his own sinful compliance in that matter, for to the vengeance justly due for that unhappy dinner at Martindale Castle, which was, he said, a crying of peace, when there was no peace and a dwelling in the tents of sin, he imputed his ejection from his living, with the destruction of some of his most pithy and highly prized volumes of divinity, with the loss of his cap, gown, and band, and a double hogshead of choice Derby ale. The mind of Major Bridgenorth was strongly tinged with devotional feeling which his late misfortunes had rendered more deep and solemn, and it is therefore no wonder that, when he heard these arguments urged again and again by a pastor whom he so much respected, and who was now a confessor in the cause of their joint faith, he began to look back with disapproval on his own conduct, and to suspect that he had permitted himself to be seduced by gratitude towards Lady Peveril, and by her special arguments in favour of a mutual and tolerating liberality of sentiments, into an action which had a tendency to compromise his religious and political principles. One morning, as Major Bridgenorth had wearied himself with several details respecting the arrangement of his affairs, he was reposing in the leathern easy-chair beside the latticed window, a posture which by natural association recalled to him the memory of former times, and the feelings with which he was wont to expect the recurring visit of Sir Geoffrey, who brought him news of his child's welfare. Surely, he said, thinking as it were aloud, there was no sin in the kindness with which I then regarded that man. Salsgrace, who was in the apartment and guessed what passed through his friend's mind, acquainted as he was with every point of his history, replied, when God caused Elijah to be fed by ravens, while hiding at the brook Cherith, we hear not of his fondling the unclean birds, whom contrary to their ravening nature a miracle compelled to minister to him. It may be so, answered Bridgenorth, yet the flap of their wings must have been gracious in the ear of the famished prophet, like the tread of his horse in mine. The ravens doubtless resumed their nature when the season was past, and even so it has fared with him. Hark, he exclaimed, starting, I hear his horse's hoof tramp even now. It was seldom that the echoes of that silent house and courtyard were awakened by the trampling of horses, but such was now the case. Both Bridgenorth and Salsgrace were surprised at the sound, and even disposed to anticipate some farther oppression on the part of the government, when the Major's old servant, introduced with little ceremony for his manners, were nearly as plain as his master's, a tall gentleman on the farther side of middle life, whose vest and cloak, long hair, slouched hat, and drooping feather announced him as a cavalier. He bowed formally but courteously to both gentlemen, and said that he was Sir Jasper Cranbourne, charged with an especial message to Master Ralph Bridgenorth of Moultrassy Hall by his honourable friend Sir Geoffrey Peveril of the Peak, and that he requested to know whether Master Bridgenorth would be pleased to receive his acquittal of commission here or elsewhere. Anything which Sir Geoffrey Peveril can have to say to me, said Major Bridgenorth, may be told instantly, and before my friend from whom I have no secrets. The presence of any other friend were, instead of being objectionable, the thing in the world most to be desired, said Sir Jasper after a moment's hesitation, and looking at Mr. Salsgrace, but this gentleman seems to be a sort of clergyman. I am not conscious of any secrets, answered Bridgenorth, nor do I desire to have any in which a clergyman is unfitting confidant. At your pleasure, replied Sir Jasper, the confidants, for aught I know, may be well enough chosen, for your divines, always under your favour, have proved no enemies to such matters as I am to treat with you upon. Proceed, sir, answered Mr. Bridgenorth gravely, and I pray you to be seated, unless it is rather your pleasure to stand. I must in the first place deliver myself of my small commission, answered Sir Jasper, drawing himself up, and it will be after I have seen the reception thereof that I shall know whether I am or am not to sit down at Maltracy Hall. Sir Geoffrey Peveril, Master Bridgenorth, hath carefully considered with himself the unhappy circumstances which at present separate you as neighbours, and he remembers many passages in former times I speak, his very words which incline him to do all that can possibly consist with his honour to wipe out unkindness between you, and for this desirable object he is willing to condescend in a degree which, as you could not have expected it, will no doubt give you great pleasure to learn. Allow me to say, Sir Jasper, said Bridgenorth, that this is unnecessary. I have made no complaints of Sir Geoffrey. I have required no submission from him. I am about to leave this country, and what affairs we may have together can be as well settled by others as by ourselves. In a word, said the divine, the worthy Major Bridgenorth hath had enough of trafficking with the ungodly, and will no longer on any terms consort with them. Gentlemen both, said Sir Jasper with imperturbable politeness, bowing, you greatly mistake the tenor of my commission, which you will do as well to hear out. Before making any reply to it, I think, Master Bridgenorth, you cannot, but remember your letter to the Lady Peveril, of which I have here a rough copy, in which you complain of the hard measure which you have received at Sir Geoffrey's hand, and in particular when he pulled you from your horse at or near Hartleneck. Now Sir Geoffrey thinks so well of you, as to believe that were it not for the wide difference betwixt his descent and rank, and your own, you would have sought to bring this matter to a gentlemanlike arbitrament, as the only mode whereby your stain may be honourably wiped away. Wherefore in this slight note he gives you in his generosity the offer of what you in your modesty, for to nothing else does he impute your acquiescence, have declined to demand of him, and withal I bring you the measure of his weapon, and when you have accepted the cartel which I now offer you, I shall be ready to settle the time, place, and other circumstances of your meeting. And I said, Salsgrace, with a solemn voice, should the author of evil tempt my friend to accept of so bloodthirsty a proposal, would be the first to pronounce against him sentence of the greater excommunication. It is not you whom I address, reverend sir, replied the envoy. Your interest, not unnaturally, may determine you to be more anxious about your patron's life than about his honour. I must know from himself to which he is disposed to give the preference. So saying, and with a graceful bow, he again tendered the challenge to Major Bridgenorth. There was obviously a struggle in that gentleman's bosom between the suggestions of human honour and those of religious principle, but the latter prevailed. He calmly waived receiving the paper which Sir Jasper offered to him, and spoke to the following purpose. It may not be known to you, Sir Jasper, that since the general pouring out of Christian light upon this kingdom, many solid men have been led to doubt whether the shedding human blood by the hand of a fellow creature be in any respect justifiable, and although this rule appears to me to be scarcely applicable to our state in this stage of trial, seeing that such non-resistance, if general, would surrender our civil and religious rights into the hands of whatsoever daring tyrants might usurp the same, yet I am, and have been inclined to limit the use of carnal arms to the case of necessary self-defence, whether such regards our own person, or the protection of our country against invasion, or of our rights of property and the freedom of our laws and of our conscience against usurping power, and as I have never shown myself unwilling to draw my sword in any of the latter causes, so you shall excuse my suffering it now to remain in the scabbard, when having sustained a grievous injury, the man who inflicted it summons me to combat either upon an idle punctilio, or, as is more likely, in mere bravado. I have heard you with patience, said Sir Jasper, and now, Master Bridgenorth, take it not amiss if I beseech you to bethink yourself better on this matter. I vow to heaven, sir, that your honour lies able-leading, and that in condescending to afford you this fair meeting, and thereby giving you some chance to stop its wounds. Sir Geoffrey has been moved by a tender sense of your condition, and an earnest wish to redeem your dishonour, and it will be but the crossing of your blade with his honoured sword for the space of some few minutes, and you will either live or die a noble and honoured gentleman. Besides that the knight's exquisite skill of fence may enable him, as his good nature will incline him, to disarm you with some flesh wound, little to the damage of your person, and greatly to the benefit of your reputation. The tender mercies of the wicked, said Master Salsgrace, emphatically by way of commenting on this speech, which Sir Jasper had uttered very pathetically, are cruel. I pray to have no farther interruption from your reverence, said Sir Jasper, especially as I think this affair very little concerns you, and I entreat that you permit me to discharge myself regularly of my commission from my worthy friend. So saying, he took his sheathed rapier from his belt, and passing the point through the silk thread, which secured the letter, he once more, and literally at sword point, gracefully tendered it to Major Bridgenorth, who again waved it aside, though colouring deeply at the same time, as if he was putting a marked constraint upon himself, drew back, and made Sir Jasper Cranbourne a deep. Since it is to be thus, said Sir Jasper, I must myself do violence to the seal of Sir Geoffrey's letter, and read it to you, that I may fully acquit myself of the charge entrusted to me, and make you, Master Bridgenorth, equally aware of the generous intentions of Sir Geoffrey on your behalf. If, said Major Bridgenorth, the contents of the letter be to no other purpose than you have intimated, methinks farther ceremony is unnecessary on this occasion, as I have already taken my course. Nevertheless, said Sir Jasper, breaking open the letter, it is fitting that I read to you the letter of my worshipful friend, and he read accordingly as follows. For the worthy hands of Ralph Bridgenorth, Esquire of Moultracy hold these, by the honoured conveyance of the worshipful Sir Jasper Cranbourne, Knight of Long Mallington. Master Bridgenorth, we have been given to understand by your letter to our loving wife Dame Margaret Peveril that you hold hard construction of certain passages betwixt you and I of a late date, as if your honour should have been in some sort prejudiced by what then took place, and although you have not thought it fit to have direct recourse to me to request such satisfaction as is due from one gentleman of condition to another, yet I am fully minded that this proceeds only from modesty arising out of the distinction of our degree, and from no lack of that courage which you have heretofore displayed, I would I could say in a good cause, wherefore I am purposed to give you by my friend Sir Jasper Cranbourne a meeting for the sake of doing that which doubtless you entirely long for. Sir Jasper will deliver you the length of my weapon and appoint circumstances, and an hour for our meeting, which whether early or late, on foot or horse, bequith rapier or backsword, I refer to yourself with all the other privileges of a challenged person, only desiring that if you decline to match my weapon, you will send me forthwith the length and breadth of your own, and nothing doubting that the issue of this meeting must needs be to end in one way or other all unkindness betwixt two near neighbours. I remain your humble servant to command, Geoffrey Peveril of the Peak. Given from my poor house of Martindale Castle this same of 1660. Bear back my respects to Sir Geoffrey Peveril, said Major Bridgenorth, according to his light. His meaning may be fair towards me, but tell him that our quarrel had its rise in his own wilful aggression towards me, and that though I wish to be in charity with all mankind, I am not so wedded to his friendship as to break the laws of God, and run the risk of suffering or committing murder in order to regain it. And for you, sir, methinks your advanced years and past misfortunes might teach you the folly of coming on such idle errands. I shall do your message, Master Ralph Bridgenorth, said Sir Jasper, and shall then endeavour to forget your name as a sound unfit to be pronounced, or even remembered by a man of honour in the meanwhile. In return, for your uncivil advice, be pleased to accept of mine, namely, that as your religion prevents your giving a gentleman satisfaction, it ought to make you very cautious of offering him provocation. So saying, and with a look of haughty scorn first at the Major, and then at the divine, the envoy of Sir Geoffrey put his hat on his head, replaced his rapier in its belt, and left the apartment. In a few minutes afterwards, the tread of his horse died away at a considerable distance. Bridgenorth had held his hand upon his brow ever since his departure, and a tear of anger and shame was on his face as he raised it when the sound was heard no more. He carries this answer to Martindale Castle. He said, men will hereafter think of me as a whipped, beaten, dishonourable fellow, whom every one may baffle and insult at their pleasure. It is well I am leaving the house of my father. Master Salsgrace approached his friend with much sympathy, and grasped him by the hand. Noble brother, he said with unwonted kindness of manner, though a man of peace, I can judge what this sacrifice hath cost to thy manly spirit, but God will not have from us an imperfect obedience. We must not, like Ananias and Sapphira, reserve behind some darling lust, some favourite sin, while we pretend to make sacrifice of our worldly affections. What avails it to say that we have but secreted a little matter, if the slightest remnant of the accursed thing remain hidden in our tent? Would it be a defence in thy prayers to say, I have not murdered this man for the lucre of gain like a robber, for the acquisition of power like a tyrant, for the gratification of revenge like a darkened savage, but because the imperious voice of worldly honour said, Go forth, kill or be killed? Is it not I that have sent thee? Bethink thee, my worthy friend, how thou couldst frame such a vindication in thy prayers. And if thou art forced to tremble at the blasphemy of such an excuse, remember, in thy prayers, the thanks due to heaven, which enabled thee to resist the strong temptation. Reverend and dear friend, answered Bridgenorth, I feel that you speak the truth. Bitterer indeed and harder to the old Adam is the text which ordains him to suffer shame, than that which bids him to do valiantly for the truth. But happy am I that my path through the wilderness of this world will for some space at least be along with one whose zeal and friendship are so active to support me when I am fainting in the way. While the inhabitants of Moultracy Hall thus communicated together upon the purport of Sir Jasper Cranbourne's visit, that worthy knight greatly excited the surprise of Sir Geoffrey Peveril by reporting the manner in which his embassy had been received. I took him for a man of other metal, said Sir Geoffrey. I would have sworn it had anyone asked my testimony, but there is no making a silken purse out of a sow's ear. I have done a folly for him that I will never do for another, and that is to think a Presbyterian would fight without his preacher's permission, give them a 2 hours' sermon, and let them howl a psalm to a tune that is worse than the cries of a flogged hound, and the villains will lay on like threshers. But for a calm, cool, gentleman-like turn upon the sod hand to hand in a neighbourly way, they have not honour enough to undertake it. But enough of our crow-paired cur of a neighbour. Sir Jasper, you will tarry with us to dine, and see how Dame Margaret's kitchen smokes, and after dinner I will show you a long-winged falcon fly. She is not mine, but the Countess who brought her from London on her fist, almost the whole way for all the haste she was in, and left her with me to keep the perch for a season. This match was soon arranged, and Dame Margaret overheard the good knight's resentment mutter itself off with those feelings with which we listen to the last growling of the thunderstorm, which, as the black cloud sinks beneath the hill at once, assures us that there has been danger, and that the peril is over. She could not indeed but marvel in her own mind at the singular path of reconciliation with his neighbour which her husband had with so much confidence, and in the actual sincerity of his goodwill to Mr. Bridgenorth, attempted to open, and she blessed God internally that it had not terminated in bloodshed. But these reflections she locked carefully within her own bosom, well knowing that they referred to subjects in which the Knight of the Peak would neither permit his sagacity to be called in question, nor his will to be controlled. The progress of the history hath hitherto been slow, but after this period, so little matter worth of mark occurred at Martindale, that we must hurry over hastily the transactions of several years. Chapter 10. Cleopatra, give me to drink mandragora, that I may sleep away this gap of time. Antony and Cleopatra. There passed, as we hinted at the conclusion of the last chapter, 4 or 5 years after the period we have dilated upon, the events of which scarcely require to be discussed so far as our present purpose is concerned. In as many lines the knight and his lady continued to reside at their castle with prudence, and with patience endeavouring to repair the damages which the civil wars had inflicted upon their fortune, and murmuring a little when her plans of economy were interrupted by the liberal hospitality which was her husband's principal expense, and to which he was attached not only from his own English heartiness of disposition, but from ideas of maintaining the dignity of his ancestrino, less remarkable according to the tradition of their buttery kitchen, and cellar for the fat beeves which they roasted, and the mighty ale which they brewed, than for their extensive estates, and the number of their retainers. The world, however, upon the whole went happily, and easily with the worthy couple. Sir Geoffrey's debt to his neighbour Bridgenorth continued, it is true, unabated, but he was the only creditor upon the Martindale estate, all others being paid off. It would have been most desirable that this encumbrance also should be cleared, and it was the great object of Dame Margaret's economy to effect the discharge, for although interest was regularly settled, with Master Winthrop the Chesterfield attorney, yet the principal sum, which was a large one, might be called for at an inconvenient time. The man, too, was gloomy, important, and mysterious, and always seemed as if he was thinking upon his broken head in the churchyard of Martindale-cum Moultracy. Dame Margaret sometimes transacted the necessary business with him in person, and when he came to the castle on these occasions, she thought she saw a malicious and disobliging expression in his manner and countenance, yet his actual conduct was not only fair but liberal, for indulgence was given in the way of delay of payment, whenever circumstances rendered it necessary to the debtor to require it. It seemed to Lady Peveril that the agent in such cases was acting under the strict orders of his absent employer, concerning whose welfare she could not help feeling a certain anxiety. Shortly after the failure of the singular negotiation for attaining peace by combat, which Peveril had attempted to open with Major Bridgenorth, that gentleman left his seat of Moultracy Hall in the care of his old housekeeper, and departed no one knew whither, having in company with him his daughter Alice and Mrs. Deborah Debich, now formally installed in all the duties of a gouvernante. To these was added the Reverend Master Salsgrace. For some time public rumour persisted in asserting that Major Bridgenorth had only retreated to a distant part of the country for a season to achieve his supposed purpose of marrying Mrs. Deborah, and of letting the news be cold, and the laugh of the neighbourhood be ended ere he brought her down as mistress of Moultracy Hall. This rumour died away, and it was then affirmed that he had removed to foreign parts to ensure the continuance of health in so delicate a constitution as that of little Alice. But when the Major's dread of popery was remembered together with the still deeper antipathies of worthy Master Nehemiah Salsgrace, it was resolved unanimously that nothing less than what they might deem a fair chance of converting the Pope would have induced the parties to trust themselves within Catholic dominions. The most prevailing opinion was that they had gone to New England, the refuge, then of many whom too intimate concern with the affairs of the late times, or the desire of enjoying uncontrolled freedom of conscience, had induced to emigrate from Britain. Lady Peveril could not help entertaining a vague idea that Bridgenorth was not so distant the extreme order in which everything was maintained at Moultracy Hall. See Medno disparagement to the care of Dame Dickens, the housekeeper, and the other persons engaged to argue that the master's eye was not so very far off, but that its occasional inspection might be apprehended. It is true that neither the domestics nor the attorney answered any questions respecting the residence of Master Bridgenorth, but there was an air of mystery about them when interrogated that seemed to argue more than met the ear. About 5 years after Master Bridgenorth had left the country, a singular incident took place. Sir Geoffrey was absent at the Chesterfield races, and Lady Peveril, who was in the habit of walking around every part of the neighbourhood unattended, or only accompanied by Ellesmere, or her little boy, had gone down one evening upon a charitable errand to a solitary hut whose inhabitant lay sick of a fever which was supposed to be infectious. Lady Peveril never allowed apprehensions of this kind to stop devoted charitable deeds, but she did not choose to expose either her son or her attendant to the risk which she herself, in some confidence that she knew precautions for escaping the danger, did not hesitate to incur. Lady Peveril had set out at a late hour in the evening, and the way proved longer than she expected. Several circumstances also occurred to detain her at the hut of her patient. It was a broad autumn moonlight, when she prepared to return homeward through the broken glades and upland which divided her from the castle. This she considered as a matter of very little importance in so quiet and sequestered a country, where the road lay chiefly through her own domains, especially as she had a lad about 15 years old, the son of her patient, to escort her on the way. The distance was better than 2 miles, but might be considerably abridged by passing through an avenue belonging to the estate of Moultracy Hall, which she had avoided, as she came not from the ridiculous rumours which pronounced it to be haunted, but because her husband was much displeased when any attempt was made to render the walks of the castle and hall common to the inhabitants of both the good lady, in consideration, perhaps of extensive latitude allowed to her in the more important concerns of the family, made a point of never interfering with her husband's whims or prejudices, and it is a compromise which we would heartily recommend to all managing matrons of our acquaintance, for it is surprising how much real power will be cheerfully resigned to the fair sex, for the pleasure of being allowed to ride one's hobby in peace and quiet. Upon the present occasion, however, although the Derby's walk was within the inhabited domains of the Hall, the Lady Peveril determined to avail herself of it for the purpose of shortening her road home, and she directed her steps accordingly, But when the peasant boy, her companion who had hitherto followed her whistling cheerily with a hedge-bill in his hand, and his hat on one side, perceived that she turned to the stile which entered to the Derby's walk, he showed symptoms of great fear, and at length coming to the lady's side petitioned her, in a whimpering tone, don't ye now, my lady, don't ye go yonder. Derby, an old English name for goblin. Lady Peveril, observing that his teeth chattered in his head, and that his whole person exhibited great signs of terror, began to recollect the report that the first squire of Maltrassy, the brewer of Chesterfield who had brought the estate, and then died of melancholy for lack of something to do, and as was said, not without suspicions of suicide, was supposed to walk in this sequestered avenue, accompanied by a large headless mastiff, which when he was alive was a particular favourite of the ex-brewer, to have expected any protection from her escort, in the condition to which superstitious fear had reduced him, would have been truly a hopeless trust, and Lady Peveril, who was not apprehensive of any danger, thought there would be great cruelty in dragging the cowardly boy into a scene which he regarded with so much apprehension. She gave him therefore a silver piece, and permitted him to return the latter boon, seemed even more acceptable than the first, for ere she could return the purse into her pocket, she heard the wooden clogs of her bold convoy in full retreat, by the way from whence they came. Smiling within herself at the fear she esteemed so ludicrous, Lady Peveril ascended the stile, and was soon hidden from the broad light of the moonbeams, by the numerous and entangled boughs of the huge elms, which meeting from either side totally overarched the old avenue. The scene was calculated to excite solemn thoughts, and the distant glimmer of a light, from one of the numerous casements in the front of Maltrassy Hall, which lay at some distance, was calculated to make them even melancholy. She thought of the fate of that family of the deceased Mrs. Bridgenorth, with whom she had often walked in this very avenue, and who, though a woman of no high parts or accomplishments, had always testified the deepest respect, and the most earnest gratitude for such notice as she had shown to her. She thought of her blighted hopeshire, premature death, despair of her self-banished husband, uncertain fate of their orphan child, for whom she felt even at this distance of time some touch of a mother's affection. Upon such sad subjects her thoughts were turned, when just as she attained the middle of the avenue the imperfect and checkered light, which found its way through the sylvan archway, showed her something which resembled the figure of a man. Lady Peveril paused a moment, but instantly advanced her bosom, perhaps, gave one startled throb as a debt to the superstitious belief of the times, but she instantly repelled the thought of supernatural appearances from those that were merely mortal. She had nothing to fear. A marauder on the game was the worst character whom she was likely to encounter, and he would be sure to hide himself from her observation. She advanced accordingly steadily, and as she did so had the satisfaction to observe that the figure, as she expected, gave place to her, and glided away amongst the trees on the left-hand side of the avenue. As she passed the spot on which the form had been so lately visible, and bethought herself that this wanderer of the night must be in her vicinity, her resolution could not prevent her mending her pace, and that with so little precaution that, stumbling over the limb of a tree, which twisted off by a late tempest, still lay in the avenue, she fell, and as she fell screamed aloud. A strong hand in a moment afterwards added to her fears, by assisting her to rise, and a voice to whose accents she was not a stranger, though they had been long unheard, said, "Is it not you, Lady Peveril?" "It is I," said she, commanding her astonishment and fear, "and if my ear deceive me not, I speak to Master Bridgenorth." "I was that man," said he, "while oppression left me a name." He spoke nothing more, but continued to walk beside her for a minute or two in silence. She felt her situation embarrassing, and to divest it of that feeling as well as out of real interest in the question, she asked him how her goddaughter Alice now was. "Of goddaughter, madam," answered Major Bridgenorth, "I know nothing, that being one of the names which have been introduced to the corruption and pollution of God's ordinances, the infant who owed to your ladyship, so called her escape from disease and death, is a healthy and thriving girl, as I am given to understand by those in whose charge she is lodged, for I have not lately seen her, and it is even the recollection of these passages which in a manner impelled me, alarmed also by your fall, to offer myself to you at this time, and mode which in other respects is no way consistent with my present safety." "With your safety, Master Bridgenorth," said the Lady Peveril, "surely I could never have thought that it was in danger." "You have some news then yet to learn, madam," said Major Bridgenorth, "but you will hear in the course of tomorrow reasons why I dare not appear openly in the neighbourhood of my own property, and wherefore there is small judgment in committing the knowledge of my present residence to any one connected with Martindale Castle." "Master Bridgenorth," said the lady, "you were in former times prudent and cautious. I Hope you have been misled by no hasty impression be, no rash scheme I hope. Pardon my interrupting you, madam, said Bridgenorth, I have indeed been changed, my very heart within me hath been changed in the times to which your ladyship so called thinks proper to refer. I was a man of this world, bestowing on it all my thoughts, all my actions, save formal observances little deeming what was the duty of a Christian man, and how far his self-denial ought to extend even unto his giving all, as if he gave nothing. Hence I thought chiefly on carnal thinkson, the adding of field to field and wealth to wealth, off balancing between party and party, securing a friend here, without losing a friend there, but heaven smote me for my apostasy, the rather that I abused the name of religion as a self-seeker, and a most blinded and carnal will-worshipper. But I thank him who hath at length brought me out of Egypt. In our day, although we have many instances of enthusiasm among us, we might still suspect one who avowed it thus suddenly and broadly of hypocrisy, or of insanity. But according to the fashion of the times, such opinions as those which Bridgenorth expressed were openly pleaded as the ruling motives of men's actions. The sagacious Vaneth, brave and skilful Harrison were men who acted avowedly under the influence of such Lady Peveril, therefore was more grieved than surprised at the language she heard Major Bridgenorth use, and reasonably concluded that the society and circumstances in which he might lately have been engaged had blown into a flame the spark of eccentricity which always smouldered in his bosom. This was the more probable, considering that he was melancholy by constitution and descent, that he had been unfortunate in several particulars, and that no passion is more easily nursed by indulgence than the species of enthusiasm of which he now showed tokens. She therefore answered him by calmly, hoping that the expression of his sentiments had not involved him in suspicion or in danger. In suspicion, madam, answered the major, for I cannot forbear giving to you such is the strength of habit, one of those idle titles by which we poor potsherds are wont in our pride to denominate each other. I walk not only in suspicion, but in that degree of danger, that were your husband to meet me at this instant, me, a native Englishman treading on my own lands, I have no doubt he would do his best to offer me to the Moloch of Roman superstition, who now rages abroad for victims among God's people. You surprise me by your language, Major Bridgenorth, said the lady, who now felt rather anxious to be relieved from his company, and with that purpose walked on somewhat hastily. He mended his pace, however, and kept close by her side. Know you not, said he, that Satan hath come down upon earth with great wrath, because his time is short? The next heir to the crown is an avowed papist, and who dare assert, save sycophants and time-servers, that he who wears it is not equally ready to stoop to Rome, were he not kept in awe by a few noble spirits in the Common's house? You believe not this yet in my solitary and midnight walks, when I thought on your kindness to the dead, and to the living it was my prayer that I might have the means granted to warn yond. Lo, heaven hath heard me. What I was while in the gall of bitterness, and in the bond of iniquity, it signifies not to recall, answered he. I was then like to Gallio, who cared for none of these things. I doted on creature comforts, I clung to worldly honour and repute. Me thoughts were earthward, or those I turned to heaven were cold formal pharisaical meditations. I brought nothing to the altar save straw and stubble. Heaven saw need to chastise me in love. I was stripped of all I clung to on earth. Me worldly honour was torn from me. I went forth in exile from the home of my fathers, a deprived and desolate man, a baffled and beaten and dishonoured man. But who shall find out the ways of providence? Such were the means by which I was chosen forth as a champion for the truth, holding my life as nothing if thereby that may be advanced. But this was not what I wished to speak of. Thou hast saved the earthly life of my child, let me save the eternal welfare of yours. Lady Peveril was silent. They were now approaching the point where the avenue terminated in a communication with a public road, or rather pathway, running through an unenclosed common field. This the lady had to prosecute for a little way, until a turn of the path gave her admittance into the park of Martindale. She now felt sincerely anxious to be in the open moonshine, and avoided reply to Bridgenorth that she might make the more haste. But as they reached the junction of the avenue and the public road, he laid his hand on her arm, and commanded rather than requested her to stop. She obeyed. He pointed to a huge oak of the largest size, which grew on the summit of a knoll in the open ground, which terminated the avenue, and was exactly so placed as to serve for a termination to the vista. The moonshine without the avenue was so strong that amidst the flood of light which it poured on the venerable tree, they could easily discover from the shattered state of the boughs on one side that it had suffered damage from lightning. Remember you, he said, when we last looked together on that tree, I had ridden from London and brought with me protection from the committee for your husband, and as I passed the spother on this spot where we now stand, you stood with my lost illicit wath. Last two of my beloved infants gambolled before you, I leaped from my horse to her. I was a husband to, those a father to, you are welcome. And revered protector, what am I now to anyone? He pressed his hand on his brow, and groaned in agony of spirit. It was not in the Lady Peveril's nature to hear sorrow without an attempt at consolation. Master Bridgenorth, she said, I blame no man's creed, while I believe and follow my own. And I rejoice that in yours you have sought consolation for temporal afflictions, but does not every Christian creed teach us alike that affliction should soften our heart? Ay, woman, said Bridgenorth sternly, as the lightning which shattered yonder oak hath softened its trunk, no, the seared wood is the fitter for the use of the workmen hardened, and the dreed-up heart is that which can best bear the task imposed by these dismal times. God and man will no longer endure the unbridled profligacy of the dissoluteth, scoffing of the profaneth, contempt of the divine, loss, infraction of human rights. The times demand writers and avengers, and there will be no want of them. I deny not the existence of much evil, said Lady Peveril, compelling herself to answer and beginning at the same time to walk forward. And from hearsay, though not, I thank heaven, from observation, I am convinced of the wild debauchery of the times. But let us trust it may be corrected without such violent remedies, as you hint at. Surely the ruin of a second civil war, though I trust your thoughts go not that dreadful length, were at best a desperate alternative. Sharp but sure, replied Bridgenorth, the blood of the Paschal lamb chased away the destroying angel sacrifices offered on the threshing floor of Arona, stayed the pestilence. Fire and sword are severe remedies, but they pure and purify. Alas, Major Bridgenorth, said the lady, wise and moderate in your youth, can you have adopted in your advanced life the thoughts and language of those whom you yourself beheld drive themselves and the nation to the brink of ruin? I know not what I then was, you know not what I now am, he replied, and suddenly broke off, for they even then came forth into the open light, and it seemed as if, feeling himself under the lady's eye, he was disposed to soften his tone and his language. At the first distinct view which she had of his person, she was aware that he was armed with a short sword, a poniard, and pistols at his belt, precautions very unusual for a man who formerly had seldom, and only on days of ceremony, carried a walking rapier. Though such was the habitual and constant practice of gentlemen of his station in life, there seemed also something of more stern determination than usual in his air, which indeed had always been rather sullen than affable, and ere she could repress the sentiment she could not help saying, Master Bridgenorth, you are indeed changed. You see but the outward man, he replied, the change within is yet deeper. But it was not of myself that I desired to talk. I have already said that, as you have preserved my child from the darkness of the grave, I would willingly preserve yours from that more utter darkness which I fear hath involved the path and walks of his father. I must not hear this of Sir Geoffrey, said the Lady Peveril. I must bid you farewell for the present, and when we again meet at a more suitable time, I will at least listen to your advice concerning Julian, although I should not perhaps incline to it. That more suitable time may never come, replied Bridgenorth. Time wanes, eternity draws nigh. Hearken, it is said to be your purpose to send the young Julian to be bred up in yonder bloody island, under the hand of your kinswoman, that cruel murderess, by whom was done to death a man more worthy of vital existence than any that she can boast among her vaunted ancestry. These are current tidings, are they true? I do not blame you, Master Bridgenorth, for thinking harshly of my cousin of Derby, said Lady Peveril, nor do I altogether vindicate the rash action of which she hath been guilty. Nevertheless, in her habitation, it is my husband's opinion, and my own, that Julian may be trained in the studies and accomplishments becoming his rank, along with the young Earl of Derby. Under the curse of God and the blessing of the Pope of Rome, said Bridgenorth, you lady so quick-sighted in matters of earthly prudence, are you blind to the gigantic pace at which Rome is moving to regain this country? Once the richest gem in her usurped tiara, the old are seduced by gold, the youth by pleasure, the weak by flattericwards, by fear, and the courageous by ambition, 1,000 baits for each taste, and each bait concealing the same deadly hook. I am well aware, Master Bridgenorth, said Lady Peveril, that my kinswoman is a Catholic, but her son is educated in the Church of England's principles agreeably to the command of her deceased husband. I have elsewhere noticed that this is a deviation from the truth. Charlotte, Countess of Derby, was a Huguenot. Is it likely, answered Bridgenorth, that she who fears not shedding the blood of the righteous, whether on the field or scaffold, will regard the sanction of her promise when her religion bids her break it? Or, if she does, what shall your son be the better if he remain in the mire of his father? What are your episcopal tenets? But mere popery, save that ye have chosen a temporal tyrant for your pope, and substitute a mangled mass in English for that which your predecessors pronounced in Latin. But why speak I of these things to one who hath ears indeed, and eyes yet cannot see listen to, or understand what is alone worthy to be heard seen, and known pity, that what hath been wrought so fair and exquisite in form and disposition, should be yet blind, deaf, and ignorant like the things which perish. We shall not agree on these subjects, Master Bridgenorth, said the lady, anxious still to escape from this strange conference, though scarce knowing what to apprehend once more. I must bid you farewell. Stay yet an instant, he said again, laying his hand on her arm. I would stop you if I saw you rushing on the brink of an actual precipicelet. Me prevent you from a danger still greater. How shall I work upon your unbelieving mind? Shall I tell you that the debt of bloodshed yet remains a debt to be paid by the bloody house of Derby? And wilt thou send thy son to be among those from whom it shall be exacted? You wish to alarm me in vain, Master Bridgenorth, answered the lady. What penalty can be exacted from the Countess, for an action which I have already called a rash one has been long since levied? You deceive yourself, retorted he sternly. Think you a paltry sum of money given to be wasted on the debaucheries of Charles can atone for the death of such a man, as Christian, a man precious alike to heaven and to earth? Not on such terms is the blood of the righteous to be poured forth. Every hour's delay is numbered down as adding interest to the grievous debt, which will one day be required from that bloodthirsty woman. At this moment the distant tread of horses was heard on the road, on which they held this singular dialogue. Bridgenorth listened a moment, and then said, Forget that you have seen me. Name not my name to your nearest or dearest. Lock my counsel in your breast, profit by it, and it shall be well with you. So saying, he turned from her, and plunging through a gap in the fence, regained the cover of his own wood, along which the path still led. The noise of horses advancing at full trot now came nearer, and Lady Peveril was aware of several riders, whose forms rose indistinctly on the summit of the rising ground behind her. She became also visible to them, and one or two of the foremost made towards her at increased speed, challenging her as they advanced, with the cry of Stand, who goes there? The foremost who came up, however, exclaimed, Mercy on us, if it be not my lady! And Lady Peveril at the same moment recognized one of her own servants. Her husband rode up immediately afterwards, with How now, Dame Margaret, what makes you abroad so far from home, and at an hour so late? Lady Peveril mentioned her visit at the cottage, but did not think it necessary to say aught of having seen Major Bridgenorth, afraid it may be that her husband might be displeased with that incident. Charity is a fine thing, and a fair, answered Sir Geoffrey, but I must tell you, you do ill, dame, to wander about the country like a quacksalver at the call of every old woman who has a colic fit, and at this time of night especially, and when the land is so unsettled besides. I am sorry to hear that it so, said the lady. I had heard no such news. News, repeated Sir Geoffrey. Why, here has a new plot broken out among the Roundheads, worse than Venner's by a butt's length, and who should be so deep in it as our old neighbour Bridgenorth. There is search for him everywhere, and I promise you if he is found he is like to pay old scores. The celebrated insurrection of the Anabaptists and Fifth Monarchy, men in London in the year 1661. Then I am sure, I trust he will not be found, said Lady Peveril. Do you so? Replied Sir Geoffrey. Now I on my part hope that he will, and it shall not be my fault if he be not, for which effect I will presently ride down to Moultrassy, and make strict search according to my duty. There shall neither rebel nor traitor earth so near Martindale Castle, that I will assure them, and you, my lady, be pleased for once to dispense with a pillion, and get up as you have done before behind Saunders, who shall convey you safe home. The lady obeyed in silence. Indeed, she did not dare to trust her voice in an attempt to reply, so much was she disconcerted with the intelligence she had just heard. She rode behind the groom to the castle, where she awaited in great anxiety the return of her husband. He came back at length, but to her great relief without any prisoner. He then explained more fully than his haste had before permitted that an express had come down to Chesterfield with news from court of a proposed insurrection amongst the old Commonwealth men, especially those who had served in the army, and that Bridgenorth, said to be lurking in Derbyshire, was one of the principal conspirators. After some time, this report of a conspiracy seemed to die away like many others of that period. The warrants were recalled, but nothing more was seen or heard of Major Bridgenorth, although it is probable he might safely enough have shown himself as openly as many did who lay under the same circumstances of suspicion. About this time also Lady Peveril, with many tears, took a temporary leave of her son Julian, who was sent, as had long been intended, for the purpose of sharing the education of the young Earl of Derby. Although the boding words of Bridgenorth sometimes occurred to Lady Peveril's mind, she did not suffer them to weigh with her in opposition to the advantages which the patronage of the Countess of Derby secured to her son. The plan seemed to be in every respect successful, and when from time to time Julian visited the house of his father, Lady Peveril, had the satisfaction to see him on every occasion improved in person and in manner, as well as ardent in the pursuit of more solid acquirements in process of time. He became a gallant and accomplished youth, and travelled for some time upon the continent with the young Earl. This was the more especially necessary for the enlarging of their acquaintance with the world, because the Countess had never appeared in London, or at the court of King Charles, since her flight to the Isle of Man in 1660, but had resided in solitary and aristocratic state alternately on her estates in England, and in that island. This had given to the education of both the young men otherwise as excellent, as the best teachers could render it, something of a narrow and restricted character. But though the disposition of the young Earl was lighter and more volatile than that of Julian, both the one and the other had profited in a considerable degree by the opportunities afforded them. It was Lady Derby's strict injunction to her son, now returning from the continent, that he should not appear at the court of Charles, but having been for some time of age, he did not think it absolutely necessary to obey her in this particular, and had remained for some time in London, partaking the pleasures of the gay court there, with all the ardour of a young man bred up in comparative seclusion. In order to reconcile the Countess to this transgression of her authority, for he continued to entertain for her the profound respect in which he had been educated, Lord Derby agreed to make a long sojourn with her in her favourite island, which he abandoned almost entirely to her management. Julian Peveril had spent at Martindale Castle a good deal of the time which his friend had bestowed in London, and at the period to which, passing over many years, our story has arrived, as it were per saltum, they were both living as the Countess guests in the castle of Rushin, in the venerable kingdom of Man. Chapter 11. Monolong hid from those who roam the main. Carlins. The Isle of Man in the middle of the 17th century was very different as a place of residence from what it is now. Men had not then discovered its merit, as a place of occasional refuge from the storms of life, and the society to be there met with was of a very uniform tenor. There were no smart fellows whom fortune had tumbled from the seat of their Barrowchesno plucked pigeons, or winged rooksno disappointed speculatorsno ruined minersin. Short, no one worth talking to. The society of the island was limited to the natives themselves, and a few merchants who lived by contraband trade. The amusements were rare and monotonous, and the mercurial young Earl was soon heartily tired of his dominions. The islanders, also become too wise for happiness, had lost relish for the harmless and somewhat childish sports in which their simple ancestors had indulged themselves. May was no longer ushered in by the imaginary contest between the queen of returning winter and advancing spring. The listeners no longer sympathized with the lively music of the followers of the one, or the discordant sounds with which the other asserted a more noisy claim to attention. Christmas too closed, and the steeples no longer jangled forth a dissonant peal. The wren to seek for which used to be the sport dedicated to the holiday was left unpursued, and unslain party spirit had come among these simple people, and destroyed their good humour, while it left them their ignorance. Even the races, a sport generally interesting to people of all ranks, were no longer performed, because they were no longer interesting. The gentlemen were divided by feuds hitherto unknown, and each seemed to hold it scorn to be pleased with the same diversions that amused those of the opposite faction. The hearts of both parties revolted from the recollection of former days, when all was peace among them, when the Earl of Derby, now slaughtered, used to bestow the prize, and Christian, since so vindictively executed, started horses, to add to the amusement. Julian was seated in the deep recess which led to a latticed window of the old castle, and with his arms crossed, and an air of profound contemplation, was surveying the long perspective of ocean, which rolled its successive waves up to the foot of the rock on which the ancient pile is founded. The Earl was suffering under the infliction of ennui, looking into a volume of Homer whistling swinging on his chair traversing the room till at length his attention became swallowed up in admiration of the tranquillity of his companion. King of men, he said, repeating the favourite epithet by which Homer describes Agamemnon. I trust, for the old Greek's sake, he had a merrier office than being king of man. Most philosophical Julian, will nothing rouse thee, not even a bad pun on my own royal dignity? I wish you would be a little more the king in man, said Julian, starting from his reverie, and then you would find more amusement in your dominions. What dethroned that royal Semiramis, my mother, said the young lord, who has as much pleasure in playing queen as if she were a real sovereign. I wonder you can give me such counsel. Your mother, as you well know, my dear Derby, would be delighted. Did you take any interest in the affairs of the island? Ay, truly she would permit me to be king, but she would choose to remain viceroy over me. Why, she would only gain a subject the more by my converting my spare time, which is so very valuable to me, to the cares of royalty. No, Julian, she thinks it power to direct all the affairs of these poor Manxmen, and thinking it power she finds it pleasure I shall not interfere, unless she hold a high court of justice again. I cannot afford to pay another fine to my brother King Charles, but I forget this is a sore point with you. With the Countess at least, replied Julian, and I wonder you will speak of it. Why, I bear no malice against the poor man's memory any more than yourself, though I have not the same reasons for holding it in veneration, replied the Earl of Derby, and yet I have some respect for it too. I remember their bringing him out to diet was the first holiday I ever had in my life, and I heartily wish it had been on some other account. I would rather hear you speak of anything else, my lord, said Julian. Why, there it goes, answered the Earl. Whenever I talk of anything that puts you on your mettle, and warms your blood, that runs as cold as a mermansto, use a simile of this happy island he pass. You press me to change the subject. Well, what shall we talk of? O Julian, if you had not gone down to earth yourself among the castles and caverns of Derbyshire, we should have had enough of delicious topics. The playhouses, Julian, both the King's House and the Duke's Lewis establishment, is a jest to Theman the Ring in the Park, which beats the Corso at Naples and the beauties who beat the whole world. I am very willing to hear you speak on the subject, my lord, answered Julian. The less I have seen of London world myself, the more I am likely to be amused by your account of it. I, my friend, but where to begin with the wit of Buckingham and Sedley and Etheredge, or with the grace of Harry Jermyn, the courtesy of the Duke of Monmouth, or with the loveliness of La Belle Hamiltonoff, the Duchess of Richmondoff lady, the person of Roxalana, the smart humour of Mrs. Nelly? Or what say you to the bewitching sorceries of Lady Cynthia? Demanded his companion. Faith, I would have kept these to myself, said the Earl, to follow your prudent example, but since you ask me, I fairly own I cannot tell what to say of them, only I think of them 20 times as often as all the beauties I have spoken of, and yet she is neither the 20th part so beautiful as the plainest of these court beauties, nor so witty as the dullest I have named, nor so modish that is the great matterers, the most obscure. I cannot tell what makes me dote on her, except that she is a capricious, as her whole sex put together. That I should think a small recommendation, answered his companion. Small do you term it, replied the Earl, and write yourself a brother of the angle, why which like you best to pull a dead strain on a miserable gudgeon, which you draw ashore by main force as the fellows here tow in their fishing boats, a lively salmon that makes your rod crack, and your line whistle plays you 10,000 mischievous pranks, wearies your heart out with hopes and fears, and is only laid panting on the bank after you have shown the most unmatchable display of skill, patience, and dexterity. But I see you have a mind to go on angling after your own old-fashioned off-laced coat, and on brown jerkin-lively colours scare fish in the sober waters of the Isle of Manfaith in London. You will catch few, unless the bait glistens a little, but you are going well. Good luck to you. I will take to the Bargeth Sea, and wind are less inconstant than the tide you have embarked on. You have learned to say all these smart things in London, my lord, answered Julian, but we shall have you a penitent for them, if Lady Cynthia be of my mind. Adieu, and pleasure, till we meet. The young men parted accordingly, and while the Earl betook him to his pleasure voyage, Julian, as his friend had prophesied, assumed the dress of one who means to amuse himself with angling. The hat and feather were exchanged for a cap of grey cloth, the deeply laced cloak and doublet for a simple jacket of the same colour with hose conforming, and finally with rod in hand and pannier at his back, mounted upon a handsome Manx pony, young Peveril rode briskly over the country, which divided him from one of those beautiful streams that descend to the sea from the Kirkmurlog Mountains. Having reached the spot where he meant to commence his day's sport, Julian let his little steed graze, which, accustomed to the situation, followed him like a dog, and now and then, when tired of picking herbage in the valley through which the stream winded, came near her master's side, and as if she had been a curious amateur of the sport, gazed on the trouts, as Julian brought them struggling to the shore. But Ferry's master showed on that day little of the patience of a real angler, and took no heed to old Isaac Walton's recommendation to fish the streams inch by inch. He chose indeed with an angler's eye the most promising casts which the stream broke sparkling over a stone, affording the wanted shelter to a trout, or where gliding away from a rippling current to a still eddy it streamed under the projecting bank, or dashed from the pool of some low cascade. By this judicious selection of spots whereon to employ his art, the sportsman's basket was soon sufficiently heavy to show that his occupation was not a mere pretext, and so soon as this was the case he walked briskly up the glen, only making a cast from time to time, in case of his being observed from any of the neighbouring heights. It was a little green and rocky valley through which the brook strayed very lonely, although the slight track of an unformed road showed that it was occasionally traversed, and that it was not altogether void of inhabitants. As Peveril advanced still farther, the right bank reached to some distance from the stream, leaving a piece of meadow ground, the lower part of which, being close to the brook, was entirely covered, with rich herbage being possibly occasionally irrigated by its overflow. The higher part of the level ground afforded a stance for an old house of singular structure, with a terraced garden, and a cultivated field or two beside it. In former times, a Danish or Norwegian fastness had stood here, called the Black Fort, from the colour of a huge healthy hill, which rising behind the building appeared to be the boundary of the valley, and to afford the source of the brook, but the original structure had been long demolished, as indeed it probably only consisted of dry stones, and its materials had been applied to the construction of the present mansion, the work of some churchmen during the 16th century, as was evident from the huge stonework of its windows, which scarce left room for light to pass through, as well as from 2 or 3 heavy buttresses, which projected from the front of the house, and exhibited on their surface little niches for images. These had been carefully destroyed, and pots of flowers were placed in the niches in their stead, besides their being ornamented by creeping plants of various kinds, fancifully twined around them. The garden was also in good order, and though the spot was extremely solitary, there was about it altogether an air of comfort, accommodation, and even elegance by no means generally characteristic of the habitations of the island at the time. With much circumspection Julian Peveril approached the low Gothic porch, which defended the entrance of the mansion from the tempests incident to its situation, and was like the buttresses overrun with ivy and other creeping plants, an iron ring contrived so as when drawn up and down to rattle against the bar of notched iron through which it was suspended, served the purpose of a knocker. And to this he applied himself, though with the greatest precaution. He received no answer for some time, and indeed it seemed as if the house was totally uninhabited, when at length, his impatience getting the upper hand, he tried to open the door, and as it was only upon the latch, very easily succeeded. He passed through a little low-oaked hole, the upper end of which was occupied by a staircase, and turning to the left opened the door of a summer parlour wainscoted with black oak, and very simply furnished with chairs and tables of the same materials, the former cushioned with the leather. The apartment was gloomy one of those stone-shafted windows, which we have mentioned, with its small latticed panes, and thick garland of foliage admitting but an imperfect light. Over the chimney-piece, which was of the same massive materials with the panelling of the apartment, was the only ornament of the room, a painting, namely representing an officer in the military dress of the civil wars. It was a green jerkin, then the national and peculiar wear of the Manxmen, his short band, which hung down on the cuirass, the orange-coloured scarf, but above all the shortness of his close-cut hair, showing evidently to which of the great parties he had belonged. His right hand rested on the hilt of his sword, and in the left he held a small Bible bearing the inscription in hoc signo. The countenance was of a light complexion, with fair and almost effeminate blue eyes, and an oval form of face, one of those physiognomies to which, though not otherwise unpleasing, we naturally attach the idea of melancholy and of misfortune. Apparently, it was well known to Julian Peveril, for after having looked at it for a long time he could not forbear muttering aloud, "What would I give that that man had never been born, or that he still lived?" I am told that a portrait of the unfortunate William Christian is still preserved in the family of Watterson of Bolnabo of Kirk Church. Russian William Doane is dressed in a green coat without collar or cape, after the fashion of those Puritanic times, with the head in a close-cropped wig, resembling the bishop's peruke of the present day. The countenance is youthful and well-looking, very unlike the expression of foreboding melancholy. I have so far taken advantage of this criticism as to bring my ideal portrait, in the present edition, nearer to the complexion at least of the fair-haired William Doane's. How is this?" said a female who entered the room. As he uttered this reflection, "You hear, Master Peveril, in spite of all the warnings, you have had you here in the possession of folks' house, when they are abroad, and talking to yourself, as I shall warrant." "Yes, Mistress Deborah," said Peveril, "I am here once more, as you see, against every prohibition, and in defiance of all danger. Where is Alice?" "Where you will never see her, Master Julian. You may satisfy yourself of that," answered Mistress Deborah, for it was that respectable gouvernante, and sinking down at the same time upon one of the large leathern chairs, she began to fan herself with her handkerchief and complain of the heat, in a most ladylike fashion. In fact, Mistress Debich, while her exterior intimated a considerable change of condition for the better and her countenance showed the less favourable effects of the 20 years which had passed over her head, was in mind and manners very much what she had been when she battled the opinions of Madame Ellesmere at Martindale Castle. In a word, she was self-willed, obstinate and coquettish, as ever otherwise no ill-disposed person. Her present appearance was that of a woman of the better rank from the sobriety of the fashion of her dress, and the uniformity of its colours. It was plain she belonged to some sect which condemned superfluous gaiety in attire, but no rules, not those of a nunnery or of a Quaker's society, can prevent a little coquetry in that particular, where a woman is desirous of being supposed to retain some claim to personal attention. All Mistress Deborah's garments were so arranged as might best set off a good-looking woman, whose countenance indicated ease and good cheer, who called herself 35, and was well entitled if she had a mind to call herself 12 or 15 years older. Julian was under the necessity of enduring all her tiresome and fantastic airs, and awaiting with patience till she had prinked herself and pinned Ursel, flung her hoods back, and drawn them forward, snuffed at a little bottle of essence, closed her eyes like a dying fowl, turned them up like duck in a thunderstorm, when at length, having exhausted her round of minaderies, she condescended to open the conversation. "These walks will be the death of me," she said, "and all on your account, Master Julian Peveril, for if Dame Christian should learn that you have chosen to make your visits to her niece, I promise you Mistress Alice would be soon obliged to find other quarters, and so should Roman one." "Come now, Mistress Deborah, be good-humoured," said Julian. "Consider, was not all this intimacy of ours of your own making? Did you not make yourself known to me the very first time I strolled up this glen with my fishing-rod, and tell me that you were my former keeper, and that Alice had been my little playfellow? And what could there be more natural than that I should come back and see two such agreeable persons as often as I could?" "Yes," said Dame Deborah, "but I did not bid you fall in love with us, though, or propose such a matter as marriage either to Alice or myself." "To do you justice, you never did, Deborah," answered the youth. "But what of that? Such things will come out before one is aware. I am sure you must have heard such proposals 50 times when you least expected them." Fie, Master Julian Peveril," said the gouvernante, "I would have you to know that I have always so behaved myself, that the best of the land would have thought twice of it, and have very well considered both what he was going to say, and how he was going to say it, before he came out with such proposals to me." True, Mistress Deborah," continued Julian, "but all the world hath not your discretion. Then Alice Bridgenorth is a child, a mere child, and one always asks a baby to be one's little wife, you know. Come, I know you will forgive me, thou wert ever the best-natured, kindest woman in the world, and you know you have said 20 times we were made for each other." "Oh no, Master Julian Peveril, no," ejaculated Deborah. "I may indeed have said your estates were born to be united, and to be sure it is natural for me, that come of the old stock of the yeomanry of Peveril of the Peaks, a state to wish that it was all within the ring-fence again, which sure enough it might be were you to marry Alice Bridgenorth. But then there is the knight your father, and my lady your mother, and there is her father that is half crazy with his religion, and her aunt that wears eternal black grogram for that unlucky Colonel Christian, and there is the Countess of Derby, that would serve us all with the same sauce if we were thinking of anything that would displease her. And besides all that you have broke your word with Mistress Alice, and everything is over between you and I am of opinion, it is quite right it should be all over, and perhaps it may be, Master Julian, that I should have thought so a long time ago before a child like Alice put it into my head, but I am so good-natured. No flatterer like a lover who wishes to carry his point. You are the best-natured, kindest creature in the world, Deborah, but you have never seen the ring I bought for you at Paris. Nay, I will put it on your finger myself, what your foster son, whom you loved so well, and took such care of." He easily succeeded in putting a pretty ring of gold with a humorous affectation of gallantry on the fat finger of Mistress Deborah Debich. Hers was a soul of a kind, often to be met with both among the lower and higher vulgar, who, without being on a broad scale accessible to bribes or corruption, are nevertheless much attached to perquisites, and considerably biased in their line of duty, though perhaps insensibly, by the love of petty observances, petty presents, and trivial compliments. Mistress Debich turned the ring round and round and round, and at length said in a whisper, "Well, Master Julian Peveril, it signifies nothing denying anything to such a young gentleman, as you, for young gentlemen are always so obstinate, and so I may as well tell you that Mistress Alice walked back from the Kirk Troog along with me just now, and entered the house at the same time with myself." Why did you not tell me so before, said Julian, starting up. Where is she? You had better ask why I tell you so now, Master Julian, said Dame Deborah, for I promise you it is against her express commands, and I would not have told you had you not looked so pitiful. But, as for seeing you, that she will note, and she is in her own bedroom, with a good oak door shut and bolted upon her, that is one comfort, and so as for any breach of trust on my part, I promise you the little saucy minx gives it no less name, it is quite impossible. Do not say so, Deborah Henley, goonly tritle her to hear me tell her. I have 100 excuses for disobeying her commands. Tell her I have no doubt to get over all obstacles at Martindale Castle. Nay, I tell you it is all in vain, replied the dame. When I saw your cap and rod lying in the hall I did but say, there he is again, and she ran up the stairs like a young deer, and I heard key turned and bolt shot ere I could say a single word to stop her. I marvel you heard her not. It was because I am as I ever was, an owler dreaming fool, who let all those golden minutes pass which my luckless life holds out to me so rarely. Well, tell her I go for ever go, where she will hear no more of me. Her no one shall hear more of me. Oh, the father, said the dame, hear how he talks. What will become of Sir Geoffrey and your mother, and of me, and of the Countess, if you were to go so far as you talk of, and what would become of poor Alice too, for I will be sworn she likes you better than she says, and I know she used to sit and look the way that you used to come up the stream, and now and then ask me if the morning were good for fishing, and all the while you were on the continent, as they call it. She scarcely smiled once, unless it was when she got 2 beautiful long letters about foreign parts. Friendship, Dame Deborah Henley, friendship, cold and calm remembrance of one who by your kind permission stole in on your solitude now, and then with news from the living world, without once, indeed I thought, but it is all over, farewell. So saying, he covered his face with one hand, and extended the other in the act of bidding adieu to Dame Debich, whose kind heart became unable to withstand the sight of his affliction. Now do not be in such haste, she said, I will go up again, and tell her how it stands with you, and bring her down if it is in woman's power to do it. And so saying, she left the apartment and ran upstairs. Julian Peveril meanwhile paced the apartment in great agitation, waiting the success of Deborah's intercession, and she remained long enough absent to give us time to explain in a short retrospect the circumstances which had led to his present situation. Chapter 12. Me, for aught that ever I could read, could ever hear by tale or history, the course of true love never did run smooth. Midsummer Night's Dream. The celebrated passage which we have prefixed to this chapter has, like most observations of the same author, its foundation in real experience. The period at which love is formed for the first time, and felt most strongly, is seldom that at which there is much prospect of its being brought to a happy issue. The state of artificial society opposes many complicated obstructions to early marriages, and the chance is very great that such obstacles prove insurmountable. In fine, there are few men who do not look back in secret to some period of their youth, at which a sincere and early affection was repulsed or betrayed, or become abortive from opposing circumstances. It is these little passages of secret history which leave a tinge of romance in every bosom scarce, permitting us, even in the most busy or the most advanced period of life, to listen with total indifference to a tale of true love. Julian Peveril had so fixed his affections as to ensure the fullest share of that opposition which early attachments are so apt to encounter, yet nothing so natural as that he should have done so in early youth. Dame Debich had accidentally met with the son of her first patroness, and who had himself been her earliest charge, fishing in the little brook already noticed, which watered the vat which she resided with Alice Bridgenorth. The dame's curiosity easily discovered who he was, and besides the interest which persons in her condition usually take in the young people who have been under their charge, she was delighted with the opportunity to talk about former times, about Martindale Castle and friends, there about Sir Geoffrey and his good lady, and now and then about Lance Outram the parkeeper. The mere pleasure of gratifying her inquiries would scarce have had power enough to induce Julian to repeat his visits to the lonely glen, but Deborah had a companion, a lovely girl bred in solitude, and in the quiet and unpretending tastes which solitude encourages, spirited also and inquisitive, and listening with laughing cheek, and an eager eye to every tale which the young angler brought from the town and castle. The visits of Julian to the Black Fort were only occasional so far Dame Deborah showed common sense, which was perhaps inspired by the apprehension of losing her place in case of discovery. She had indeed great confidence in the strong and rooted belief, amounting almost to superstition, which Major Bridgenorth entertained, that his daughter's continued health could only be ensured by her continuing under the charge of one who had acquired Lady Peveril's supposed skill in treating those subject to such ailments. This belief Dame Deborah had improved to the utmost of her simple cunning galways, speaking in something of an oracular tone upon the subject of her charge's health, and hinting at certain mysterious rules necessary to maintain it in the present favourable state. She had availed herself of this artifice to procure for herself and Alice a separate establishment at the Black Fort, for it was originally Major Bridgenorth's resolution that his daughter and her gouvernante should remain under the same roof with the sister-in-law of his deceased wife, the widow of the unfortunate Colonel Christian. But this lady was broken down with premature age brought on by sorrow, and in a short visit which Major Bridgenorth made to the island, he was easily prevailed on to consider her house at Kirk Truog as a very cheerless residence for his daughter Dame Deborah, who longed for domestic independence, was careful to increase this impression by alarming her patron's fears on account of Alice's health. The mansion of Kirk Truog stood, she said, much exposed to the Scottish winds, which could not but be cold, as they came from a country where, as she was assured, there was ice and snow at midsummer. In short, she prevailed, and was put into full possession of the Black Fort, a house which, as well as Kirk Truog, belonged formerly to Christian, and now to his widow. Still, however, it was enjoined on the gouvernante and her charge to visit Kirk Truog from time to time, and to consider themselves as under the management and guardianship of Mistress Christiana's state of subjection, the sense of which Deborah endeavoured to lessen by assuming as much freedom of conduct as she possibly dared, under the influence doubtless of the same feelings of independence which induced her at Martindale Hall to spurn the advice of Mistress Ellesmere. It was this generous disposition to defy control which induced her to procure for Alice secretly some means of education, which the stern genius of Puritanism would have proscribed. She ventured to have her charge taught music, nay, even dancing, and the picture of the stern Colonel Christian trembled on the wainscot where it was suspended, while the sylph-like form of Alice and the substantial person of Dame Deborah executed French chaussees and bories to the sound of a small kit, which screamed under the bow of Monsieur de Piggle, half smuggler, half dancing master. This abomination reached the ears of the Colonel's widow, and by her was communicated to Bridgenorth, whose sudden appearance in the island showed the importance he attached to the communication. Had she been faithless to her own cause, that had been the latest hour of Mrs. Deborah's administration, but she retreated into her stronghold. Dancing, she said, was exercise regulated and timed by music, and it stood to reason that it must be the best of all exercise for a delicate person, especially as it could be taken within doors, and in all states of the weather. Bridgenorth listened with a clouded and thoughtful brow, when in exemplification of her doctrine Mistress Deborah, who was no contemptible performer on the viol, began to jangle Sellinger's round, and desired Alice to dance an old English measure to the tune, as the half-bashful, half-smiling girl about 14, for such was her age, moved gracefully to the music. The father's eye unavoidably followed the light spring of her step, and marked with joy the rising colour in her cheek when the dance was over. He folded her in his arms, smoothed her somewhat disordered locks with a father's affectionate hand, smiled, kissed her brow, and took his leave without one single word, farther interdicting the exercise of dancing. He did not himself communicate the result of his visit at the Black Fort to Mrs. Christian, but she was not long of learning it by the triumph of Dame Deborah on her next visit. "It is well said, the stern old lady, my brother Bridgenorth, hath permitted you to make a Herodias of Alice, and teach her dancing. You have only now to find her a partner, for life I shall neither meddle nor make more in their affairs." In fact, the triumph of Dame Deborah, or rather of Dame Nature on this occasion, had more important effects than the former had ventured to anticipate for Mrs. Christian. Though she received with all formality the formal visits of the gouvernante and her charge, seemed thenceforth so pettish with the issue of her remonstrance upon the enormity of her niece, dancing to a little fiddle, that she appeared to give up interference in her affairs, and left Dame Debich and Alice to manage both education and housekeeping, in which she had hitherto greatly concerned herself much after their own pleasure. It was in this independent state that they lived when Julian first visited their habitation, and he was the rather encouraged to do so by Dame Deborah, that she believed him to be one of the last persons in the world with whom Mistress Christian would have desired her niece to be acquainted, happy spirit of contradiction superseding with Dame Deborah on this as on other occasions all consideration of the fitness of things. She did not act altogether without precaution, neither she was aware she had to guard not only against any reviving interest or curiosity on the part of Mistress Christian, but against the sudden arrival of Major Bridgenorth, who never failed once in the year to make his appearance at the Black Fort when least expected, and to remain there for a few days. Dame Debich therefore exacted of Julian that his visits should be few and far between, that he should condescend to pass for a relation of her own in the eyes of two ignorant Manx girls, and a lad who formed her establishment, and that he should always appear in his angler's dress made of the simple lotten or buff-coloured wool of the island, which is not subjected to dyeing. By these cautions, she thought his intimacy at the Black Fort would be entirely unnoticed or considered as immaterial, while in the meantime it furnished much amusement to her charge and herself. This was accordingly the case during the earlier part of their intercourse, while Julian was a lad and Alice a girl 2 or 3 years younger. But as the lad shot up to youth, and the girl to womanhood, even Dame Deborah Debich's judgment saw danger in their continued intimacy, she took an opportunity to communicate to Julian who Miss Bridgenorth actually was and the peculiar circumstances which placed discord between their fathers. He heard the story of their quarrel with interest and surprise, for he had only resided occasionally at Martindale Castle, and the subject of Bridgenorth's quarrel with his father had never been mentioned in his presence. His imagination caught fire at the sparks afforded by this singular story, and far from complying with the prudent remonstrance of Dame Deborah, and gradually estranging himself from the Black Fort and its fair inmate, he frankly declared he considered his intimacy there so casually commenced as intimating the will of heaven that Alice and he were designed for each other in spite of every obstacle which passion or prejudice could raise up betwixt them. They had been companions in infancy, and a little exertion of memory enabled him to recall his childish grief for the unexpected and sudden disappearance of his little companion, whom he was destined again to meet with in the early bloom of opening beauty in a country which was foreign to them both. Dame Deborah was confounded at the consequences of her communication, which had thus blown into a flame the passion which she hoped it would have either prevented or extinguished. She had not the sort of head which resists the masculine and energetic remonstrances of passionate attachment, whether addressed to her on her own account or on behalf of another. She lamented and wondered, and ended her feeble opposition by weeping and sympathizing and consenting to allow the continuance of Julian's visits, provided he should only address himself to Alice as a friend. To gain the world she would consent to nothing more. She was not, however, so simple, but that she also had her forebodings of the designs of Providence on this youthful couple, for certainly they could not be more formed to be united than the good estates of Martindale and Moultracy. Then came a long sequence of reflections. Martindale Castle wanted but some repairs to be almost equal to Chatsworth. The whole might be allowed to go to ruin, or what would be better, when Sir Geoffrey's time came for the good knight had seen service, and must be breaking now, the hall would be a dowry house to which my lady and Ellesmere might retreat, while Empress of the Still-room and Queen of the Pantry Mistress Deborah Debich should reign housekeeper at the castle, and extend, perhaps, the crown matrimonial to Lance Outram, provided he was not become too old, too fat, or too fond of ale. Such were the soothing visions under the influence of which the dame connived at an attachment which lulled also to pleasing dreams, though of a character so different her charge and her visitant. The visits of the young angler became more and more frequent, and the embarrassed Deborah, though foreseeing all the dangers of discovery, and the additional risk of an explanation betwixt Alice and Julian, which must necessarily render their relative situation so much more delicate, felt completely overborne by the enthusiasm of the young lover, and was compelled to let matters take their course. The departure of Julian for the continent interrupted the course of his intimacy at the Black Fort, and while it relieved the elder of its inmates from much internal apprehension, spread an air of languor and dejection over the countenance of the younger, which at Bridgenorth's next visit to the Isle of Man renewed all his terrors for his daughter's constitutional malady. Deborah promised faithfully she should look better the next morning, and she kept her word. She had retained in her possession for some time a letter which Julian had, by some private conveyance, sent to her charge, for his youthful friend Deborah had dreaded the consequences of delivering it as a billet doux. But as in the case of the dance, she thought there could be no harm in administering it as a remedy. It had complete effect, and next day the cheeks of the maiden had a tinge of the rose which so much delighted her father that as he mounted his horse, he flung his purse into Deborah's hand, with the desire she should spare nothing that could make herself and his daughter happy, and the assurance that she had his full confidence. This expression of liberality and confidence from a man of Major Bridgenorth's reserved and cautious disposition gave full plumage to Mistress Deborah's hopes, and emboldened her not only to deliver another letter of Julian's to the young lady, but to encourage more boldly and freely than formerly the intercourse of the lovers when Peveril returned from abroad. At length, in spite of all Julian's precaution, the young Earl became suspicious of his frequent solitary fishing parties, and he himself, now better acquainted with the world than formerly, became aware that his repeated visits and solitary walks with a person so young and beautiful as Alice might not only betray prematurely the secret of his attachment, but be of essential prejudice to her who was its object. Under the influence of this conviction, he abstained for an unusual period from visiting the Black Fort, but when he next indulged himself with spending an hour in the place, where he would gladly have abode for ever, the altered manner of a Lyseth tone, in which she seemed to upbraid his neglect, penetrated his heart and deprived him of that power of self-command which he had hitherto exercised in their interviews. It required but a few energetic words to explain to Alice at once his feelings, and to make her sensible of the real nature of her own. She wept plentifully, but her tears were not all of bitterness. She sat passively still and without reply, while he explained to her with many an interjection the circumstances which had placed discord between their families, for hitherto all that she had known was that Master Peveril, belonging to the household of the great Countess or Lady of Man, must observe some precautions in visiting a relative of the unhappy Colonel Christian. But when Julian concluded his tale with the warmest protestations of eternal love, "My poor father," she burst forth, "and was this to be the end of all thy precautions, this, that the son of him that disgraced and banished thee should hold such language to your daughter?" "You err, Alice, you err," cried Julian eagerly, "that I hold this languageth at the son of Peveril, addresses thus the daughter of your father, that he thus kneels to you, for forgiveness of injuries which passed, when we were both infants, shows the will of heaven, that in our affection should be quenched the discord of our parents. What else could lead those who parted infants on the hills of Derbyshire to meet thus in the valleys of Man?" Alice, however, knew such a scene, and above all her own emotions might be, was highly endowed with that exquisite delicacy which is imprinted in the female heart to give warning of the slightest approach to impropriety in a situation like hers. "Rise, rise, Master Peveril," she said, "do not do yourself and me this injustice, who have done both wrong, very wrong, but my fault was done in ignorance. O God, my poor father, who needs comfort so much as it for me to add to his misfortunes, rise," she added more firmly, "if you retain this unbecoming posture any longer, I will leave the room, and you shall never see me more." The commanding tone of Alice overawed the impetuosity of her lover, who took in silence a seat, removed to some distance from hers, and was again about to speak. Julian said, she in a milder tone, "You have spoken enough, and more than enough. Would you had left me in the pleasing dream in which I could have listened to you for ever, but the hour of wakening is arrived." Peveril waited the prosecution of her speech as a criminal, while he waits his doom, for he was sufficiently sensible that an answer delivered not certainly without emotion, but with firmness and resolution, was not to be interrupted. "We have done wrong," she repeated, "very wrong, and if we now separate for ever, the pain we may feel will be but a just penalty for our error. We should never have met meeting. We should part as soon as possible. Our farther intercourse can but double our pain at parting. Farewell, Julian, and forget we ever have seen each other." "Forget," said Julian, "never, never to you. It is easy to speak the word, to think the thought. To me, an approach to either can only be by utter destruction. Why should you doubt that the feud of our fathers, like so many of which we have heard, might be appeased by our friendship? You are my only friend, I am the only one whom heaven has assigned to you. Why should we separate for the fault of others which befell when we were but children?" "You speak in vain, Julian," said Alice. "I pity you, perhaps I pity myself. Indeed, I should pity myself perhaps the most of the two, for you will go forth to new scenes and new faces, and will soon forget me. But I remaining in this solitude, how shall I forget that? However, is not now the question. I can bear my lot, and it commands us to part." "Hear me yet a moment," said Peveril. "This evil cannot be remediless. I will go to my father. I will use the intercession of my mother, to whom he can refuse nothing. I will gain their consent. Thee have no other child, and they must consent, or lose him for ever. Say, Alice, if I come to you with my parents' consent to my suit, will you again say with that tone so touching and so sad, yet so incredibly determined, "Julian, we must part"? Alice was silent. "Cruel girl, will you not even deign to answer me?" said her lover. "I would refer you to my father," said Alice, blushing and casting her eyes down, but instantly raising them again, she repeated in a firmer and a sadder tone, "Yes, Julian, I would refer you to my father, and you would find that your pilot hope had deceived you, and that you had but escaped the quicksands to fall upon the rocks." "I would that could be tried," said Julian. "Methinks I could persuade your father that in ordinary eyes our alliance is not undesirable. my family have fortune rank long descentole, that fathers look for when they bestow a daughter's hand. All this would avail you nothing, said Alice. The spirit of my father is bent upon the things of another world, and if he listened to hear you out, it would be but to tell you that he spurned your offers. You know not, Alice, said Julian. Fire can soften iron, the father's heart cannot be so hard, or his prejudices so strong, but I shall find some means to melt him. Forbid me not, oh, forbid me not at least the experiment. I can but advise, said Alice. I can forbid you nothing, for to forbid implies power to command obedience, but if you will be wise and listen to me here, and on this spot we part for ever. Not so, by heaven, said Julian, whose bold and sanguine temper scarce saw difficulty in attaining aught which he desired. We now part indeed, but it is that I may return armed with my parents' consent. They desire that I should marry. In their last letters they pressed it more open. Lithy shall have their desire, and such a bride as I will present to them has not graced their house since the Conqueror gave it origin. Farewell, Alice, farewell for a brief space. She replied, farewell, Julian, farewell for ever. Julian, within a week of this interview, was at Martindale Castle, with the view of communicating his purpose, but the task which seems easy at a distance proves as difficult upon a nearer approach as the fording of a river which from afar appeared only a brook. There lacked not opportunities of entering upon the subject, for in the first ride which he took with his father, the knight resumed the subject of his son's marriage, and liberally left the lady to his choice, but under the strict proviso that she was of a loyal and an honourable family. If she had fortune, it was good and well, or rather, it was better than well, but if she was poor, why, there is still some picking, said Sir Geoffrey, on the bones of the old estate and Dame Margaret, and I will be content with the less that you young folks may have your share of it. I am turned frugal already, Julian. You see what a north country shambling bit of a Galloway nag I ride up on, a different beast, I wot, from my own old black Hastings, who had but one fault, and that was his wish to turn down Moultrassy Avenue. Was that so great a fault, said Julian, affecting indifference, while his heart was trembling, as it seemed to him, almost in his very throat. It used to remind me of that base dishonourable Presbyterian fellow, Bridgenorth, said Sir Geoffrey, and I would as lief think of a toad thief. Say, he has turned independent to accomplish the full degree of rascality. I tell you, Gil, I turned off the cowboy for gathering nuts in his woods. I would hang a dog that would so much as kill a hare. There, but what is the matter with you? You look pale. Julian made some indifferent answer, but too well understood from the language and tone which his father used that his prejudices against Alice's father were both deep and envenomed, as those of country gentlemen often become, who, having little to do or think of, are but too apt to spend their time in nursing and cherishing petty causes of wrath against their next neighbours. In the course of the same day, he mentioned the Bridgenorth to his mother, as if in a casual manner, but the Lady Peveril instantly conjured him never to mention the name, especially in his father's presence. Was that Major Bridgenorth, of whom I have heard the name mentioned, said Julian, so very bad a neighbour? I do not say so, said Lady Peveril. Nay, we were more than once obliged to him in the former unhappy times, but your father, and he took some passages so ill at each other's hands, that the least allusion to him disturbs Sir Geoffrey's temper in a manner quite unusual, and which, now that his health is somewhat impaired, is sometimes alarming to me. For heaven's sake, then, my dear Julian, avoid upon all occasions the slightest allusion to Moultrassy or any of its inhabitants. This warning was so seriously given that Julian himself saw that mentioning his secret purpose would be the sure way to render it abortive, and therefore he returned disconsolate to the isle. Peveril had the boldness, however, to make the best he could of what had happened, by requesting an interview with Alice, in order to inform her what had passed betwixt his parents and him on her account. It was with great difficulty that this boon was obtained, and Alice Bridgenorth showed no slight degree of displeasure when she discovered, after much circumlocution and many efforts to give an air of importance to what he had to communicate, that all amounted but to this, that Lady Peveril continued to retain a favourable opinion of her father, Major Bridgenorth, which Julian would fain have represented as an omen of their future, more perfect reconciliation. I did not think you would thus have trifled with me, Master Peveril, said Alice, assuming an air of dignity, but I will take care to avoid such intrusion in future. I request you will not again visit the Black Fort, and I entreat of you, good mistress Debich, that you will no longer either encourage or permit this gentleman's visits, as the result of such persecution will be to compel me to appeal to my aunt and father for another place of residence, and perhaps also for another and more prudent companion. This last hint struck Mistress Deborah with so much terror that she joined her ward in requiring and demanding Julian's instant absence, and he was obliged to comply with their request. But the courage of a youthful lover is not easily subdued, and Julian, after having gone through the usual round of trying to forget his ungrateful mistress, and entertaining his passion with augmented violence, ended by the visit to the Black Fort, the beginning of which we narrated in the last chapter. We then left him anxious for yet almost fearful of an interview with Alice, which he prevailed upon Deborah to solicit, and such was the tumult of his mind, that while he traversed the parlour, it seemed to him that the dark melancholy eyes of the slaughtered Christian's portrait followed him wherever he went with the fixed chill and ominous glance which announced to the enemy of his race mishap and misfortune. The door of the apartment opened at length, and these visions were dissipated. Chapter 13. Parents have flinty hearts, no tears can move them. Artway. When Alice Bridgenorth at length entered the parlour where her anxious lover had so long expected her, it was with a slow step and a composed manner. Her dress was arranged with an accurate attention to form, which at once enhanced the appearance of its puritanic simplicity, and struck Julian as a bad omen, for although the time bestowed upon the toilet may in many cases intimate the wish to appear advantageously at such an interview, yet a ceremonious arrangement of attire is very much allied with formality, and a preconceived determination to treat a lover with cold politeness. The sad-coloured gown, the pinched and plaited cap, which carefully obscured the profusion of long dark brown hair, the small ruff, and the long sleeves would have appeared to great disadvantage on a shape less graceful than Alice Bridgenorth's, but an exquisite form, though not as yet sufficiently rounded in the outlines to produce the perfection of female beauty, was able to sustain and give grace even to this unbecoming dress. Her countenance fair and delicate, with eyes of hazel, and a brow of alabaster, had notwithstanding less regular beauty than her form, and might have been justly subjected to criticism. There was however a life and spirit in her gaiety, and a depth of sentiment in her gravity, which made Alice, in conversation with the very few persons with whom she associated, so fascinating in her manners and expression, whether of language or countenance, so touching also in her simplicity and purity of thought that brighter beauties might have been overlooked in her company. It was no wonder, therefore, that an ardent character like Julian, influenced by these charms, as well as by the secrecy and mystery attending his intercourse with Alice, should prefer the recluse of the Black Fort to all others with whom he had become acquainted in general society. His heart beat high as she came into the apartment, and it was almost without an attempt to speak that his profound obeisance acknowledged her entrance. "This is a mockery, Master Peveril," said Alice, with an effort to speak firmly, which yet was disconcerted by a slightly tremulous inflection of voicier mockery, "and a cruel when you come to this lone place, inhabited only by two women too simple to command your absence edu week, to enforce it you come in spite of my earnest requesto, the neglect of your own timeto, the prejudice I may fear of my character you, abuse the influence you possess over the simple person to whom I am entrusted, all this you do, and think to make up by low reverences and constrained courtesy. Is this honourable, or is it fair? Is it," she added, after a moment's hesitation, "is it kind?" The tremulous accent fell especially on the last word she uttered, and it was spoken in a low tone of gentle reproach, which went to Julian's heart. "If," said he, "there was a mode by which at the peril of my life, Alice, I could show my regard me, respect me, devoted tenderness, danger would be dearer to me than ever was pleasure." "You have said such things often," said Alice, "and they are such as I ought not to hear, and do not desire to hear. I have no tasks to impose on you, no enemies to be destroyed, no need or desire of protection, no wish heaven knows to expose you to danger. It is your visits here alone to which danger attaches. You have but to rule your own wilful temper, to turn your thoughts and your cares elsewhere, and I can have nothing to ask, nothing to wish for. Use your own reason, consider the injury you do yourself, injustice you do use, and let me once more in fair terms entreat you to absent yourself from this place till." She paused, and Julian eagerly interrupted her. "Till when, Eliza, till when impose on me any length of absence which your severity can inflict short of a final separation. Say, begone for years, but return when these years are over, and slow and wearily as they must pass away, still the thought that they must at length have their period will enable me to live through them. Let me then conjure thee, Alice, to name a datito fix, a term to say, till when? Till you can bear to think of me only as a friend and sister." "That is a sentence of eternal banishment, indeed," said Julian. "It is seeming no doubt to fix a term of exile, but attaching to it an impossible condition." "And why impossible, Julian?" said Alice in a tone of persuasion. "Were we not happier ere you threw the mask from your own countenance, and tore the veil from my foolish eyes? Did we not meet with joy, spend our time happily, and part cheerily, because we transgressed no duty and incurred no self-reproach? Bring back that state of happy ignorance, and you shall have no reason to call me unkind. But while you form schemes which I know to be visionary, and use language of such violence and passion, you shall excuse me if I now, and once for all, declare, that since Deborah shows herself unfit for the trust reposed in her, and must needs expose me to persecutions of this nature, I will write to my father that he may fix me another place of residence, and in the meanwhile I will take shelter with my aunt at Kirk Truog." "Hear me, unpitying girl," said Peveril, "hear me, and you shall see how devoted I am to obedience in all that I can do to oblige you. You say you were happy, when we spoke not on such topics. Well, at all expense of my own suppressed feelings, that happy period shall return. I will meet Yowok with Yorid with Yow, but only as a brother would with his sister, or a friend with his friend. Thoughts I may nourish, be they of hope or of despair, my tongue shall not give birth to, and therefore I cannot offend. Deborah shall be ever by your side, and her presence shall prevent my even hinting at what might displease you. Only do not make a crime to me of those thoughts, which are the dearest part of my existence, for believe me, it were better and kinder to rob me of existence itself." "This is the mere ecstasy of passion, Julian," answered Alice Bridgenorth. "That which is unpleasant or selfish and stubborn will represents as impossible. I have no confidence in the plan you propose, no confidence in your resolution, and less than none in the protection of Deborah, till you can renounce honestly and explicitly the wishes you have lately expressed. We must be strangers, and, could you renounce them even at this moment, it were better that we should part for a long time. And for heaven's sake, let it be as soon as possible. Perhaps it is even now too late to prevent some unpleasant accident. I thought I heard a noise." "It was Deborah," answered Julian. "Be not afraid, Alice, we are secure against surprise." "I know not," said Alice, "what you mean by such security. I have nothing to hide. I sought not this interview, on the contrary, averted it as long as I could, and am now most desirous to break it off." "And wherefore, Alice, since you say it must be our last, why should you shake the sand, which is passing so fast the very executioner hurries, not the prayers of the wretches upon the scaffold? And see you not I will argue as coldly as you can desire? See you not that you are breaking your own word, and recalling the hope which yourself held out to me?" "What hope have I suggested? What word have I given?" Julian answered. "Alice, you yourself build wild hopes in the air, and accuse me of destroying what had never any earthly foundation. Spare yourself, Julian, spare meaned in mercy to us both. Depart, and return not again, till you can be more reasonable." "Reasonable," replied Julian. "It is you, Alice, who will deprive me altogether of reason. Did you not say that, if our parents could be brought to consent to our union, you would no longer oppose my suit?" No, said Alice eagerly, and blushing deeply. "I did not say so, Julian. It was your own wild imagination which put construction on my silence and my confusion." "You do not say so, then," answered Julian, "and if all other obstacles were removed, I should find one in the cold, flinty bosom of her, who repays the most devoted and sincere affection with contempt and dislike. Is that," he added in a deep tone of feelingis, "that what Alice Bridgenorth says to Julian Peveril?" Indeed, Julian," said the almost weeping girl, "I do not say so. I say nothing, and I ought not to say anything concerning what I might do in a state of things which can never take place. Indeed, Julian, you ought not thus to press me unprotected, as I am wishing you very well. Should you urge me to say or do what would lessen me in my own eyes, to own affection for one from whom fate has separated me for ever, it is ungenerous, it is cruel, it is seeking a momentary and selfish gratification to yourself, at the expense of every feeling which I ought to entertain." "You have said enough, Alice," said Julian with sparkling eyes. "You have said enough in deprecating my urgency, and I will press you no farther, but you overrate the impediments which lie betwixt us. Thee must, and shall give way." "So you said before," answered Alice, "and with what probability your own account may show you dared not to mention the subject to your own father. How should you venture to mention it to mine?" "That I will soon enable you to decide upon. Major Bridgenorth, by my mother's account, is a worthy and an estimable man. I will remind him that to my mother's care he owes the dearest treasure and comfort of his life, and I will ask him if it is a just retribution to make that mother childless. Let me but know where to find him, Alice, and you shall soon hear if I have feared to plead my cause with him." "Alas," answered Alice, "you well know my uncertainty as to my dear father's residence. How often has it been my earnest request to him that he would let me share his solitary abode, or his obscure wanderings, but the short and infrequent visits which he makes to this house are all that he permits me of his society, something I might surely do however little to alleviate the melancholy by which he is oppressed. Something we might both do, said Peveril. How willingly would I aid you in so pleasing a task. All old griefs should be forgotten, all old friendships revived. My father's prejudices are those of an Englishman, strong indeed, but not insurmountable by reason. Tell me then where Major Bridgenorth is, and leave the rest to me, or let me but know by what address your letters reach him, and I will forthwith essay to discover his dwelling. Do not attempt it, I charge you, said Alice. He is already a man of sorrows, and what would he think were I capable of entertaining a suit so likely to add to them besides? I could not tell you if I would where he is now to be found. My letters reach him from time to time by means of my Aunt Christian, but of his address I am entirely ignorant. Then by heaven, answered Julian, I will watch his arrival in this island, and in this house, and ere he has locked thee in his arms, he shall answer to me on the subject of my suit. Then demand that answer now, said a voice from without the door, which was at the same time slowly opened. Demand that answer now, for here stands Ralph Bridgenorth. As he spoke, he entered the apartment with his usual slow and sedate step, raised his flapped and steeple-crowned hat from his brows, and standing in the midst of the room eyed alternately his daughter and Julian Peveril with a fixed and penetrating glance. Father, said Alice, utterly astonished and terrified besides by his sudden appearance at such a conjuncture. Father, I am not to blame. Of that anon, Alice said. Bridgenorth, meantime retire to your apartment. I have that to say to this youth, which will not endure your presence. Indeed, father, said Alice, alarmed at what she supposed these words indicated. Julian is as little to be blamed as I. It was chance, it was fortune which caused our meeting together. Then suddenly rushing forward, she threw her arms around her father, saying, Oh, do him no injury. Meant no wrong, father. You were wont to be a man of reason and religious peace. And wherefore should I not be so now? Alice, said Bridgenorth, raising his daughter from the ground, on which she had almost sunk in the earnestness of her supplication. Dost thou know aught, maiden, which should inflame my anger against this young man, more than reason or religion may bridle? Go to thy chamber. Compose thine own passions, learn to rule Thesind, leave it to me to deal with this stubborn young man. Alice arose, and with her eyes fixed on the ground, retired slowly from the apartment. Julian followed her steps with his eyes, till the last wave of her garment was visible at the closing door, then turned his looks to Major Bridgenorth, and then sunk them on the ground. The Major continued to regard him in profound silence. His looks were melancholy and even austere, but there was nothing which indicated either agitation or keen resentment. He motioned to Julian to take a seat, and assumed one himself, after which he opened the conversation in the following manner. You seemed but now, young gentleman, anxious to learn where I was to be found. Such I at least conjectured from the few expressions which I chanced to overhear, for I made bold, though it may be contrary to the code of modern courtesy, to listen a moment or two, in order to gather upon what subject so young a man as you entertained so young a woman as Alice in a private interview. I trust, sir, said Julian, rallying spirits, in what he felt to be a case of extremity, you have heard nothing on my part which has given offence to a gentleman, whom though unknown I am bound to respect so highly. On the contrary, said Bridgenorth with the same formal gravity, I am pleased to find that your business is or appears to be with me, rather than with my daughter. I only think you had done better to have entrusted it to me in the first instance as my sole concern. The utmost sharpness of attention which Julian applied could not discover if Bridgenorth spoke seriously or ironically to the above purpose. He was however quick-witted beyond his experience, and was internally determined to endeavour to discover something of the character and the temper of him with whom he spoke for that purpose. Regulating his reply in the same tone with Bridgenorth's observation, he said that not having the advantage to know his place of residence, he had applied for information to his daughter. Who is now known to you for the first time, said Bridgenorth. Am I so to understand you? By no means, answered Julian, looking down. I have been known to your daughter for many years, and what I wish to say respects both her happiness and my own. I must understand you, said Bridgenorth, even as carnal men understand each other on the matters of this world. You are attached to my daughter by the cords of love. I have long known this. You, Master Bridgenorth, exclaimed Peveril, you have long known it. Yes, young man, think you that as the father of an only child I could have suffered Alice Bridgenorth, only living pledge of her, who is now an angel in Ivanhoe, have remained in this seclusion, without the surest knowledge of all her material actions? I have in person seen more both of her and of you than you could be aware of, and when absent in the body, I had the means of maintaining the same superintendence. Young man, They say that such love as you entertain for my daughter teaches much subtlety, but believe not that it can overreach the affection which a widowed father bears to an only child. If, said Julian, his heart beating thick and joyfully, if you have known this intercourse so long, may I not hope that it has not met your disapprobation? The Major paused for an instant, and then answered in some respects, certainly, not had it done so had there seemed aught on your side, or on my daughter's, to have rendered your visits here dangerous to her, or displeasing to me. She had not been long the inhabitant of this solitude, or of this island, but be not so hasty as to presume that all which you may desire in this matter can be either easily or speedily accomplished. I foresee indeed difficulties, answered Julian, but with your kind acquiescence they are such as I trust to remove. My father is generous me, mother is candid and liberal, they loved you once, I trust they will love you again. I will be the mediator betwixt you, peace and harmony shall once more inhabit our neighbourhood, and Bridgenorth interrupted him with a grim smile, for such it seemed, as it passed over a face of deep melancholy. My daughter, well said, but short while past that you were a dreamer of dreams, an architect of plans, and hopes fantastic, as the visions of the night. It is a great thing you ask of me, hand of my only child, the sum of my worldly substance, though that is but dross in comparison. You ask the key of the only fountain, from which I may yet hope to drink one pleasant draught. You ask to be the sole and absolute keeper of my earthly happiness, and what have you offered, or what have you to offer in return for the surrender you require of me? I am but too sensible, said Peveril, abashed at his own hasty conclusions, how difficult it may be. Nay, but interrupt me not, replied Bridgenorth, till I show you the amount of what you offer me in exchange for a boon which, whatever may be its intrinsic value, is earnestly desired by you, and comprehends all that is valuable on earth, which I have it in my power to bestow. You may have heard that in the late times I was the antagonist of your father's principles, and his profane faction, but not the enemy of his person. I have ever heard, replied Julian, much the contrary, and it was but now that I reminded you that you had been his friend. I when he was in affliction, and I in prosperity, I was neither unwilling nor altogether unable to show myself such. Well, the tables are turned, the times are changed, a peaceful and unoffending man might have expected from a neighbour now powerful in his turn such protection, when walking in the paths of the law, as all men subjects of the same realm have a right to expect even from perfect strangers. What chances I pursue with the warrant of the king, and law a murderess bearing on her hand the blood of my near connection. And I had in such a case a right to call on every liege subject to render assistance to the execution, my late friendly neighbour bound as a man, and a magistrate to give ready assistance to a legal action bound as a grateful and obliged friend, to respect my rights and my person. Thrusts himself betwixt me, the avenger of blood, and my lawful captive, beats me to the earth, at once endangering my life, and in mere human eyes sullying mine honour. And under his protection the Midianitish woman reaches like a seagull the nest which she hath made in the wave-surrounded rocks, and remains there, till gold duly administered at court wipes out all memory of her crime, and baffles the vengeance due to the memory of the best and bravest of men. But, he added, apostrophizing the portrait of Christian, thou art not yet forgotten, my fair-haired William. The vengeance which dogs thy murderess is slow, but it is sure. There was a pause of some moments, which Julian Peveril, willing to hear to what conclusion Major Bridgenorth was finally to arrive, did not care to interrupt. Accordingly, in a few minutes, the latter proceeded. These things, he said, I recall not in bitterness, so far as they are personal to me. I recall them not in spite of heart, though they have been the means of banishing me from my place of residence, where my fathers dwelt, and where my earthly comforts lie interred. But the public cause sets further strife betwixt your father and me, who so active as he to execute the fatal edict of Black St. Bartholomew's Day, when so many hundreds of gospel preachers were expelled from house and home, from hearth and altar, from church and parish, to make room for belegards and thieves, who, when a devoted few of the Lord's people were united to lift the fallen standard, and once more advance the good cause, was the readiest to break their purpose, to search for, persecute, and apprehend them. Whose breath did I feel warm on my neck, whose naked sword was thrust within a foot of my body, whilst I lurked darkling like a thief in concealment in the house of my fathers. It was Geoffrey Peveril. It was your father's. What can you answer to all this, or how can you reconcile it with your present wishes? These things I point out to you, Julian, that I may show you how impossible in the eyes of a merely worldly man would be the union which you are desirous of. But heaven hath at times opened a door where man beholds no means of issue. Julian, your mother, for one to whom the truth is unknown, is after the fashion of the world one of the best and one of the wisest of women, and Providence, which gave her so fair a form, and tenanted that form with a mind as pure as the original frailty of our vile nature, will permit means not I trust that she shall continue to the end, to be a vessel of wrath and perdition of your father I say nothing, is what the times and example of others, and the counsels of his lordly priest have made him, and of him once more I say nothing save that I have power over him, which ere now he might have felt, but that there is one within his chambers who might have suffered in his suffering, nor do I wish to root up your ancient family, if I prize not your boast of family honours and pedigree, I would not willingly destroy them more than I would pull down a moss-grown tower, or hew to the ground an ancient oak save, for the straightening of the common path and advantage of the public. I have therefore no resentment against the humbled house of Peveril, nay, I have regard to it in its depression. He here made a second pause, as if he expected Julian to say something, but notwithstanding the ardour with which the young man had pressed his suit, he was too much trained in ideas of the importance of his family, and in the better habit of respect for his parents to hear, without displeasure, some part of Bridgenorth's discourse. The house of Peveril, he replied, was never humbled. Had you said the sons of that house had never been humble, answered Bridgenorth, you would have come nearer the truth. Are you not humbled? Live you not here the lackey of a haughty woman, the play companion of an empty youth? If you leave this isle, and go to the court of England, see what regard will there be paid to the old pedigree that deduces your descent from kings, and conquerors a scurril or obscene, jest an impudent carriage, a laced cloak, a handful of gold, and the readiness to wager it on a card or a die, will better advance you at the court of Charles than your father's ancient name and slavish devotion of blood, and fortune to the cause of his father. That is indeed but too probable, said Peveril, but the court shall be no element of mine. I will live like my fathers among my people, care for their comforts, decide their differences. Build maypoles and dance around them, said Bridgenorth with another of those grim smiles, which passed over his features like the light of a sexton's torch as it glares, and is reflected by the window of the church when he comes from locking a funeral vault. No, Julian, these are not times in which by the dreaming drudgery of a country magistrate, and the petty cares of a country proprietor, a man can serve his unhappy country. There are mighty designs afloat, and men are called to make their choice betwixt God and Baal, the ancient superstition, the abomination of our fathersis, raising its head, and flinging abroad its snares under the protection of the princes of the earth. But she raises not her head unmarked or unwatched. The true English hearts are as thousands which wait, but a signal to arise as one man, and show the kings of the earth that they have combined in vain. We will cast their cords from us, the cup of their abominations we will not taste. You speak in darkness, master, Bridgenorth, said Peveril, knowing so much of me. You may perhaps also be aware that I at least have seen too much of the delusions of Rome, to desire that they should be propagated at home. Else wherefore do I speak to thee friendly, and so free, said Bridgenorth, do I not know with what readiness of early wit you baffled the wily attempts of the woman's priest, to seduce thee from the Protestant faith? Do I not know how thou wast beset when abroad, and that thou didst both hold thine own faith, and secure the wavering belief of thy friend? Said I not this was done like the son of Margaret? Peveril, said I not, he holdeth as yet but the dead letter, but the seed which is sown shall one day sprout and quicken enough. However, of this for today, this is thy habitation. I will see in thee neither the servant of the daughter of Eshbal, nor the son of him who pursued my life and blemished my honours, but thou shalt be to me for this day as the child of her without whom my house had been extinct. So saying, he stretched out his thin bony hand and grasped that of Julian Peveril, but there was such a look of mourning in his welcome that whatever delight the youth anticipated spending so long a time in the neighbourhood of Alice Bridgenorth, perhaps in her society, or however strongly he felt the prudence of conciliating her father's goodwill, he could not help feeling as if his heart was chilled in his company. Chapter 14. This day at least is friendship's, and the morrow let strife come, and she will. Artway. Deborah Debitch, summoned by her master, now made her appearance with her handkerchief at her eyes, and an appearance of great mental trouble. It was not my fault, Major Bridgenorth, she said. How could I help it? Like will to liketh boy would cometh girl would see him. Peace, foolish woman, said Bridgenorth, and hear what I have got to say. I know what your honour has to say well enough, said Deborah Service. I wot is no inheritance nowadays. Some are wiser than others. Some, if I had not been wheedled away from Martindale, I might have had a house of mine own by this time. Peace, idiot, said Bridgenorth, but so intent was Deborah on her vindication that he could but thrust the interjection as it were edgewise between her exclamations, which followed as thick as is usual in cases where folks endeavour to avert deserved censure by a clamorous justification, ere the charge be brought. No wonder she was cheated, she said out of sight of her own interest, when it was to wait on pretty Miss Alice. All your honour's gold should never have tempted me, but that I knew she was but a dead castaway, poor innocent, if she were taken away from my lady or me, and so this is the end on't up early and down late, and this is all my thanks, but your honour had better take care what you dosh has the short cough, yet sometimes and should take physic spring and fall. Peace, chattering fool, said her master so soon as her failing breath gave him an opportunity to strike in. Thinkest thou I knew not of this young gentleman's visits to the Black Fort, and that if they had displeased me, I would not have known how to stop them? Did I know that your honour knew of his visits, exclaimed Deborah in a triumphant tone, for, like most of her condition, she never sought farther for her defence than a lie, however inconsistent and improbable. Did I know that your honour knew of it, why, how should I have permitted his visits? Else, I wonder what your honour takes me for. Had I not been sure it was the thing in this world that your honour most desired, would I have presumed to lend it a hand forward? I trust I know my duty better here, if I ever asked another youngster into the house save himselfer. I knew your honour was wise, and quarrels cannot last for ever, and love begins where hatred ends, and to be sure they love as if they were born one for the other, and then the estates of Moultracy and Martindale suit each other like sheath and knife. Parrot of a woman, hold your tongue, said Bridgenorth, his patience almost completely exhausted, or if you will prate, let it be to your playfellows in the kitchen, and bid them get ready some dinner presently, for Master Peveril is far from home. That I will, and with all my heart, said Deborah, and if there are a pair of fatter fowls in man, then shall clap their wings on the table presently. Your honour shall call me goose as well as parrot. She then left the apartment. It is to such a woman as that, said Bridgenorth, looking after her significantly, that you conceived me to have abandoned the charge of my only child. But enough of this subject, we will walk abroad, if you will, while she is engaged in a province fitter for her understanding. So saying, he left the house accompanied by Julian Peveril, and they were soon walking side by side, as if they had been old acquaintances. It may have happened to many of our readers, as it has done to ourselves, to be thrown by accident into society with some individual whose claims to what is called a serious character stand considerably higher than our own, and with whom therefore we have conceived ourselves likely to spend our time in a very stiff and constrained manner, while on the other hand our destined companion may have apprehended some disgust from the supposed levity and thoughtless gaiety of a disposition, that, when we with that urbanity and good humour which is our principal characteristic, have accommodated ourselves to our companion, by throwing as much seriousness into our conversation as our habits will admit, he on the other hand, moved by our liberal example, hath divested his manners of part of their austerity, and our conversation has in consequence been of that pleasant texture, betwixt the useful and agreeable, which best resembles the fairy-web of night and day, usually called in prose the twilight. It is probable both parties may on such occasions have been the better for their encounter, even if it went no farther than to establish for the time a community of feeling between men who, separated more perhaps by temper than by principle, are too apt to charge each other with profane frivolity on the one hand, or fanaticism on the other. It fared thus in Peveril's walk with Bridgenorth, and in the conversation which he held with him. Carefully avoiding the subject on which he had already spoken, Major Bridgenorth turned his conversation chiefly on foreign travel, and on the wonders he had seen in distant countries, and which he appeared to have marked with a curious and observant eye. This discourse made the time fly light away, for although the anecdotes and observations thus communicated were all tinged with the serious and almost gloomy spirit of the narrator, they yet contained traits of interest and of wonder such as are usually interesting to a youthful ear, and were particularly so to Julian, who had in his disposition some cast of the romantic and adventurous. It appeared that Bridgenorth knew the south of France, and could tell many stories of the French Huguenots, who already began to sustain those vexations, which a few years afterwards were summed up by the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. He had even been in Hungary, for he spoke as from personal knowledge of the character of several of the heads of the great Protestant insurrection, which at this time had taken place under the celebrated Tekeli, and laid down solid reasons why they were entitled to make common cause with the Great Turk, rather than submit to the Pope of Rome. He talked also of Savoy, where those of the reformed religion still suffered a cruel persecution, and he mentioned with a swelling spirit the protection which Oliver had afforded to the oppressed Protestant churches therein, showing himself, he added, more fit to wield the supreme power than those who, claiming it by right of inheritance, use it only for their own vain and voluptuous pursuits. "I did not expect," said Peveril modestly, "to have heard Oliver's panegyric from you, Master Bridgenorth." "I do not plagiarize him," answered Bridgenorth, "I speak but truth of that extraordinary man now being dead, whom when alive I feared not to withstand to his face. It is the fault of the present unhappy king, if he make us look back with regret to the days when the nation was respected abroad, and when devotion and sobriety were practiced at home. But I mean not to vex your spirit by controversy. You have lived amongst those who find it more easy and more pleasant to be the pensioners of France than her controller Stowe, spend the money which she doles out to themselves, than to check the tyranny with which she oppresses our poor brethren of the religion. When the scales shall fall from thine eyes, all this thou shalt see, and seeing shalt learn to detest and despise it." By this time they had completed their walk, and were returned to the Black Fort, by a different path from that which had led them up the valley. The exercise, and the general tone of conversation, had removed in some degree the shyness and embarrassment which Peveril originally felt in Bridgenorth's presence, and which the tenor of his first remarks had rather increased than diminished. Deborah's promised banquet was soon on the board, and in simplicity as well as neatness and good order, answered the character she had claimed for it. In one respect alone there seemed some inconsistency, perhaps a little affectation. Most of the dishes were of silver, and the plates were of the same metal, instead of the trenchers and pewter which Peveril had usually seen employed on similar occasions at the Black Fort. Presently, with the feeling of one who walks in a pleasant dream from which he fears to awake, and whose delight is mingled with wonder, and with uncertainty, Julian Peveril found himself seated between Alice Bridgenorth and her father, being he most loved on earth, and the person whom he had ever considered as the great obstacle to their intercourse. The confusion of his mind was such that he could scarcely reply to the importunate civilities of Dame Deborah, who, seated with them at table in her quality of gouvernante, now dispensed the good things which had been prepared under her own eye. As for Alice, she seemed to have found a resolution to play the mute, for she answered not, excepting briefly to the questions of Dame Debich, nay, even when her father, which happened once or twice, attempted to bring her forward in the conversation, she made no further reply than respect for him rendered absolutely necessary. Upon Bridgenorth himself then devolved the task of entertaining the company, and contrary to his ordinary habits, he did not seem to shrink from it. His discourse was not only easy, but almost cheerful, though ever and anon crossed by some expressions indicative of natural and habitual melancholy, or prophetic of future misfortune, and flashes of enthusiasm too shot along his conversation, gleaming like the sheet lightning of an autumn eve, which throws a strong though momentary illumination across the sober twilight, and all the surrounding objects which touched by it assume a wilder and more striking character. In general, however, Bridgenorth's remarks were plain and sensible, and as he aimed at no graces of language, any ornament which they received arose out of the interest with which they were impressed on his hearers. For example, when Deborah, in the pride and vulgarity of her heart, called Julian's attention to the plate from which they had been eating, Bridgenorth seemed to think an apology necessary for such superfluous expense. It was a symptom, he said, of approaching danger, when such men as were not usually influenced by the vanities of life employed much money in ornaments composed of the precious metals. It was a sign that the merchant could not obtain a profit for the capital, which for the sake of security he invested in this inert form. It was a proof that the noblemen or gentlemen feared the rapacity of power when they put their wealth into forms the most portable and the most capable of being hidden, and it showed the uncertainty of credit, when a man of judgment preferred the actual possession of a mass of a silver to the convenience of a goldsmith's or a banker's receipt. While a shadow of liberty remained, he said, domestic rights were last invaded, and therefore men disposed upon their cupboards and tables the wealth which in these places would remain longest, though not perhaps finally sacred, from the grasp of a tyrannical government. But let there be a demand for capital to support a profitable commerce, and the mass is at once consigned to the furnace, and ceasing to be a vain and cumbrous ornament of the banquet, becomes a potent and active agent for furthering the prosperity of the country. In war too, said Peveril, plate has been found a ready resource. But too much so, answered Bridgenorth. In the late times, the plate of the nobles and gentry, with that of the colleges, and the sale of the crown jewels enabled the king to make his unhappy stand, which prevented matters returning to a state of peace and good order, until the sword had attained an undue superiority, both over king and parliament. He looked at Julian as he spoke, much as he who proves a horse offers some object suddenly to his eyes, then watches to see if he starts or blenches from it. But Julian's thoughts were too much bent on other topics to manifest any alarm. His answer referred to a previous part of Bridgenorth's discourse, and was not returned, till after a brief pause. War then, he said, war the grand impoverisher is also a creator of wealth which it wastes and devours. Yes, replied Bridgenorth, even as the sluice brings into action the sleeping waters of the lake which it finally drains necessity, invents arts and discovers means, and what necessity is sterner than that of civil war? Therefore, even war is not in itself, unmixed evil being the creator of impulses and energies, which could not otherwise have existed in society. Men should go to war then, said Peveril, that they may send their silver plate to the mint, and eat from pewter dishes and wooden plates. Not so, my son, said Bridgenorth, then checking himself as he observed the deep crimson in Julian's cheek and brow, he added, I crave your pardon for such familiarity, but I meant not to limit what I said even now to such trifling consequences, although it may be something salutary to tear men from their pomps and luxuries and teach those to be Romans who would otherwise be Sybarites. But I would say that times of public danger, as they call into circulation, the miser's hoard and the proud man's bullion, and so add to the circulating wealth of the country, do also call into action many a brave and noble spirit which would otherwise lie torpid, give no example to the living, and bequeath no name to future ages. Society knows not, and cannot know the mental treasures which slumber in her bosom, till necessity and opportunity call forth the statesman and the soldier from the shades of lowly life to the parts they are designed by Providence to perform, and the stations which nature had qualified them to hold. So rose Oliverso, rose Miltanso, rose many another name which cannot be forgotten even as the tempest summons forth, and displays the address of the mariner. You speak, said Peveril, as if national calamity might be in some sort an advantage. And if it were not so, replied Bridgenorth, it had not existed in this state of trial, where all temporal evil is alleviated by something good in its progress or result, and where all that is good is close coupled with that which is in itself evil. It must be a noble sight, said Julian, to behold the slumbering energies of a great mind awakened into energy, and to see it assume the authority which is its due over spirits more meanly endowed. I once witnessed, said Bridgenorth, something to the same effect, and as the tale is brief I will tell it you if you will. Amongst my wanderings, the transatlantic settlements have not escaped me, more especially the country of New England, into which our native land has shaken from her lap, as a drunkard flings from him his treasures so much that is precious in the eyes of God, and of his children, there thousands of our best and most godly men, such whose righteousness might come of citizen content to be the inhabitants of the desert, rather encountering the unenlightened savages than stooping to extinguish under the oppression practiced in Britain the light that is within their own minds. There I remained for a time during the wars which the colony maintained with Philip, a great Indian chief, or sachem, as they were called, who seemed a messenger sent from Satan to buffet them. His cruelty was Graythai's dissimulation profound, and the skill and promptitude with which he maintained a destructive and desultory warfare inflicted many dreadful calamities on the settlement. I was by chance at a small village in the woods more than 30 miles from Boston, and in its situation exceedingly lonely, and surrounded with thickets. Nevertheless, there was no idea of any danger from the Indians at that time, for men trusted to the protection of a considerable body of troops who had taken the field for protection of the frontiers, and who lay, or were supposed to lie, betwixt the hamlet and the enemy's country. But they had to do with a foe whom the devil himself had inspired at once with cunning and cruelty. It was on a Sabbath morning, when we had assembled to take sweet counsel together, in the Lord's house. Our temple was but constructed of wooden logs, but when shall the chant of trained hirelings, or the sounding of tin and brass tubes amid the aisles of a minster, arise so sweetly to heaven as did the psalm in which we united at once our voices and our hearts? An excellent worthy, who now sleeps in the Lord Nehemiah Salsgrace, long the companion of my pilgrimage, had just begun to wrestle in prayer, when a woman with disordered looks and dishevelled hair entered our chapel, in a distracted manner, screaming incessantly, the Indians, in that land no man dares separate himself from his means of defence, and whether in the city or in the field, in the ploughed land or the forest, men keep beside them their weapons, as did the Jews at the rebuilding of the temple. So we sallied forth with our guns and pikes, and heard the whoop of these incarnate devils already in possession of a part of the town, and exercising their cruelty on the few whom weighty causes or indisposition had withheld from public worship. And it was remarked as a judgment that upon that bloody Sabbath Adrian Hansen, Dutchman, a man well enough disposed towards man, but whose mind was altogether given to worldly gain, was shot and scalped, as he was summing his weekly gains in his warehouse. In fine, there was much damage done, and although our arrival and entrance into combat did in some sort put them back, yet being surprised and confused, and having no appointed leader of our band, the devilish enemy shot hard at us, and had some advantage. It was pitiful to hear the screams of women and children amid the report of guns, and the whistling of bullets mixed with the ferocious yells of these savages, which they term their war whoops. Several houses in the upper part of the village were soon on fire, and the roaring of the flames and crackling of the great beams, as they blazed, added to the horrible confusion, while the smoke which the wind drove against us gave farther advantage to the enemy, who fought as it were invisible and under cover, whilst we fell fast by their unerring fire in this state of confusion. And while we were about to adopt the desperate project of evacuating the village and placing the women and children in the centre of attempting a retreat to the nearest settlement, it pleased Heaven to send us unexpected assistance. A tall man of a reverend appearance, whom no one of us had ever seen before, suddenly was in the midst of us, as we hastily agitated the resolution of retreating. His garments were of the skin of the elk, and he wore sword and carried gun. I never saw anything more august than his features, overshadowed by locks of grey hair, which mingled with a long beard of the same colour. Men and brethren, he said in a voice like that which turns back the flight, why sink your hearts? And why are you thus disquieted? Fear ye that the God we serve will give you up to yonder heathen dogs. Follow me, and you shall see this day that there is a captain in Israel. He uttered a few brief but distinct orders in a tone of one who was accustomed to command, and such was the influence of his appearance, his mien, his language, and his presence of mind, that he was implicitly obeyed by men who had never seen him. Until that moment, we were hastily divided by his orders into two bodies, one of which maintained the defence of the village, with more courage than ever, convinced that the unknown was sent by God to our rescue at his command. They assumed the best and most sheltered positions for exchanging their deadly fire with the Indians, while under cover of the smoke, the stranger sallied from the town at the head of the other division of the New England men, and fetching a circuit attacked the red warriors in the rear. The surprise, as is usual amongst savages, had complete effect, for they doubted not that they were assailed in their turn, and placed betwixt two hostile parties by the return of a detachment from the provincial army. The heathens fled in confusion, abandoning the half-won village, and leaving behind them such a number of their warriors that the tribe hath never recovered its loss. Never shall I forget the figure of our venerable leader when our men, and not they only, but the women and children of the village, rescued from the tomahawk and scalping knife, stood crowded around him, yet scarce venturing to approach his person, and more minded, perhaps, to worship him as a descended angel than to thank him as a fellow mortal. Not unto me be the glory, he said, I am but an implement frail as yourselves in the hand of him who is strong to deliver. Bring me a cup of water that I may allay my parched throat ere I essay the task of offering thanks where they are most due. I was nearest to him as he spoke, and I gave into his hand the water he requested. At that moment we exchanged glances, and it seemed to me that I recognized a noble friend whom I had long since deemed in glory, but he gave me no time to speak. Had speech been prudent, sinking on his knees, and signing us to obey him, he poured forth a strong and energetic thanksgiving for the turning back of the battle, which, pronounced with a voice loud and clear as a war trumpet, thrilled through the joints and marrow of the hearers. I have heard many an act of devotion in my life, had Heaven vouchsafed me grace to profit by them, but such a prayer as this, uttered amid the dead and the dying with a rich tone of mingled triumph and adoration, was beyond them. It was like the song of the inspired prophetess who dwelt beneath the palm tree between Ramah and Bethel. He was silent, and for a brief space we remained with our faces bent to the earth, no man daring to lift his head. At length we looked up, but our deliverer was no longer amongst us, nor was he ever again seen in the land which he had rescued. Here Bridgenorth, who had told this singular story with an eloquence and vivacity of detail very contrary to the usual dryness of his conversation, paused for an instant, and then resumed. Thou seest, young man, that men of valour and of discretion are called forth to command in circumstances of national exigence, though their very existence is unknown in the land which they are predestined to deliver. But what thought the people of the mysterious stranger, said Julian, who had listened with eagerness for the story, was of a kind interesting to the youthful and the brave. Many things, answered Bridgenorth, and as usual little to the purpose. The prevailing opinion was, notwithstanding his own disclamation, that the stranger was really a supernatural being. Others believed him an inspired champion, transported in the body from some distant climate, to show us the way to safety. Others again concluded that he was a recluse who, either from motives of piety or other cogent reasons, had become a dweller in the wilderness, and shunned the face of man. And if I may presume to ask, said Julian, to which of these opinions were you disposed to adhere? The last suited best with the transient though close view with which I had perused the stranger's features, replied Bridgenorth, For although I dispute not that it may please heaven on high occasions, even to raise one from the dead in defence of his country, yet I doubted not then, as I doubt not now, that I looked on the living form of one who had indeed powerful reasons to conceal him in the cleft of the rock. Are these reasons a secret? Said Julian Peveril. Not properly a secret, replied Bridgenorth, for I fear not thy betraying what I might tell thee in private discourse. And besides, wert thou so base, the prey lies too distant for any hunters to whom thou couldst point out its traces. But the name of this worthy will sound harsh in thy ear, on account of one action of his life being his accession, to a great measure, which made the extreme isles of the earth to tremble. Have you never heard of Richard Whalley? Of the regicide, exclaimed Peveril, starting. Call his act what thou wilt, said Bridgenorth. He was not less the rescuer of that devoted village that with other leading spirits of the age, he sat in the judgment seat when Charles Stuart was arraigned at the bar, and subscribed the sentence that went forth upon him. I have ever heard, said Julian in an altered voice, and colouring deeply, that you, Master Bridgenorth, with other Presbyterians, were totally averse to that detestable crime, and were ready to have made joint cause with the Cavaliers in preventing so horrible a parricide. If it were so, said Bridgenorth, we have been richly rewarded by his successor. Rewarded, exclaimed Julian, does the distinction of good and evil, and our obligation to do the one and forbear the other, depend on the reward which may attach to our actions? God forbid, answered Bridgenorth, yet those who view the havoc which this house of Stuart have made in the church and stateth tyranny, which they exercise over men's persons and consciences, may well doubt whether it be lawful to use weapons in their defence. Yet you hear me not praise or even vindicate the death of the king, though so far deserved, as he was false to his oath as a prince and magistrate. I only tell you what you desire to know, that Richard Whalley, one of the late king's judges, was he of whom I have just been speaking. I knew his lofty brow, though time had made it bolder, and higher his grey eye retained all its lustre, and though the grizzled beard covered the lower part of his face, it prevented me not from recognizing him. The scent was hot after him for his blood, but by the assistance of those friends, whom heaven had raised up for his preservation, he was concealed carefully, and emerged only to do the will of Providence in the matter of that battle. Perhaps his voice may be heard in the field, once more, should England need one of her noblest hearts. Now God forbid, said Julian. Amen, returned Bridgenorth. May God avert civil war, and pardon those whose madness would bring it on us. There was a long pause, during which Julian, who had scarce lifted his eyes towards Alice, stole a glance in that direction, and was struck by the deep cast of melancholy which had stolen over features to which a cheerful if not gay expression was most natural. So soon as she caught his eye, she remarked, and as Julian thought with significance, that the shadows were lengthening and evening coming on. He heard, and although satisfied that she hinted at his departure, he could not upon the instant find resolution to break the spell which detained him. The language which Bridgenorth held was not only new and alarming, but so contrary to the maxims in which he was brought up, that as a son of Sir Geoffrey Peveril of the Peak, he would in another case have thought himself called upon to dispute its conclusions even at the sword's point. But Bridgenorth's opinions were delivered with so much calmness, seemed so much the result of conviction, that they excited in Julian rather a spirit of wonder than of angry controversy. There was a character of sober decision and sedate melancholy in all that he said, which, even had he not been the father of Alice, and perhaps Julian was not himself aware how much he was influenced by that circumstance, would have rendered it difficult to take personal offence. His language and sentiments were of that quiet yet decided kind, upon which it is difficult either to fix controversy or quarrel, although it be impossible to acquiesce in the conclusions to which they lead. While Julian remained as if spellbound to his chair, scarce more surprised at the company in which he found himself than at the opinions to which he was listening, another circumstance reminded him that the proper time of his stay at Blackfort had been expended. Little Ferry, the Manx pony, which, well accustomed to the vicinity of Blackfort, used to feed near the house, while her master made his visits, there began to find his present stay rather too long. She had been the gift of the Countess to Julian, whilst a youth, and came of a high-spirited mountain breed, remarkable alike for hardiness, for longevity, and for a degree of sagacity approaching to that of the dog. Ferry showed the latter quality by the way in which she chose to express her impatience to be moving homewards. At least such seemed the purpose of the shrill neigh with which she startled the female inmates of the parlour, who the moment afterwards could not forbear smiling to see the nose of the pony advance through the opened casement. Ferry reminds me, said Julian, looking to Alice, and rising, that the term of my stay here is exhausted. "Speak with me yet one moment," said Bridgenorth, withdrawing him into a Gothic recess of the old-fashioned apartment, and speaking so low that he could not be overheard by Alice and her gouvernante, who in the meantime caressed, and fed with fragments of bread, the intruder fairy. "You have not after all," said Bridgenorth, "told me the cause of your coming hither." He stopped as if to enjoy his embarrassment, and then added, "And indeed it were most unnecessary that you should do so. I have not so far forgotten the days of my youth, or those affections which bind poor frail humanity, but too much to the things of this world. Will you find no words to ask of me the great boon which you seek, and which peradventure you would not have hesitated to have made your own without my knowledge, and against my consent? Nay, never vindicate thyself, but mark me farther. The patriarch bought his beloved by 14 years' hard service to her father Laban, and they seemed to him but as a few days, but he that would wed my daughter must serve in comparison but a few days, though in matters of such mighty import, that they shall seem as the service of many years. Reply not to me now, but go, and peace be with you." He retired so quickly, after speaking, that Peveril had literally not an instant to reply. He cast his eyes around the apartment, but Deborah and her charge had also disappeared. His gaze rested for a moment on the portrait of Christian, and his imagination suggested that his dark features were illuminated by a smile of haughty triumph. He stared, and looked more attentive. Elliot was but the effect of the evening beam which touched the picture. At the instant the effect was gone, and there remained but the fixed, grave, inflexible features of the Republican soldier. Julian left the apartment as one who walks in a dream. He mounted fairy and agitated by a variety of thoughts which he was unable to reduce to order. He returned to Castle Rushen before the night sat down. Here he found all in movement. The Countess with her son had, upon some news received or resolution formed during his absence, removed with a principal part of their family to the yet stronger castle of Homepeel, about 8 miles distance across the island, and which had been suffered to fall into a much more dilapidated condition than that of Castletown, so far as it could be considered as a place of residence. But as a fortress, Homepeel was stronger than Castletown, nay, unless assailed regularly, was almost impregnable, and was always held by a garrison belonging to the Lords of Man. Here Peveril arrived at nightfall. He was told in the fishing village that the night bell of the castle had been rung earlier than usual, and the watch set with circumstances of unusual and jealous repetition. Resolving therefore not to disturb the garrison by entering at that late hour, he obtained an indifferent lodging in the town for the night, and determined to go to the castle. Early on the succeeding morning, he was not sorry thus to gain a few hours of solitude, to think over the agitating events of the preceding day. Chapter 15. What seemed its head? The likeness of a kingly crown had on. Paradise Lost. Sodor or Homepeel, so is named the castle to which our Julian directed his course early on the following morning, is one of those extraordinary monuments of antiquity, with which this singular and interesting island abounds. It occupies the whole of a high rocky peninsula, or rather an island, for it is surrounded by the sea at high water and scarcely accessible even when the tide is out, although a stone causeway of great solidity erected for the express purpose connects the island with the mainland. The whole space is surrounded by double walls of great strength and thickness, and the access to the interior at the time which we treat of was only by 2 flights of steep and narrow steps divided from each other by a strong tower and guardhouse, under the former of which there is an entrance arch. The open space within the walls extends to 2 acres, and contains many objects worthy of antiquarian curiosity. There were, besides the castle itself, 2 cathedral churches, dedicated the earlier to St. Patrick, the latter to St. Germain, besides 2 smaller churches, all of which had become, even in that day, more or less ruinous, their decayed walls exhibiting the rude and massive architecture of the most remote period, were composed of a ragged greystone, which formed a singular contrast with the bright red freestone, of which the window cases, cornerstones, arches, and other ornamental parts of the building were composed. Besides these 4 ruinous churches, the space of ground enclosed by the massive exterior walls of Homepeel exhibited many other vestiges of the olden time. There was a square mound of earth facing with its angles to the points of the compass, one of those moats, as they were called, on which in ancient times the northern tribes elected, recognized their chiefs, and held their solemn popular assemblies or comitia. There was also one of those singular towers so common in Ireland as to have proved the favourite theme of her antiquaries, but of which the real use and meaning seems yet to be hidden in the mist of ages. This of Homepeel had been converted to the purpose of a watchtower. There were besides runic monuments of which legends could not be deciphered, and later inscriptions, to the memory of champions of whom the names only were preserved from oblivion. but tradition and superstitious eld still most busy, where real history is silent, had filled up the long blank of accurate information with tales of seekings and pirates, Hebridean chiefs and Norwegian resolutes who had formerly warred against, and in defence of this famous castle superstition too, had her tales of fairies' ghosts and spectresher legions of saints and demons of fairies, and of familiar spirits which in no corner of the British Empire are told, and received with more absolute credulity than in the Isle of Man. Amidst all these ruins of an older time arose the castle itself, no ruinhouse but, in Charles Roman II's reign, well garrisoned, and in a military point of view kept in complete order. It was a venerable and very ancient building containing several apartments of sufficient size and height to be termed noble, but in the surrender of the island by Christian, the furniture had been in a great measure plundered or destroyed by the Republican soldiers, so that, as we have before hinted, its present state was ill adapted for the residence of the noble proprietor. Yet it had been often the abode not only of the lords of Man, but of those state prisoners, whom the kings of Britain sometimes committed to their charge. In this castle of Homepeel, the great kingmaker Richard Earl of Warwick was confined during one period of his eventful life, to ruminate at leisure on his farther schemes of ambition. And here too Elena, the haughty wife of the good Duke of Gloucester, pined out in seclusion the last days of her banishment. The sentinels pretended that her discontented spectre was often visible at night traversing the battlements of the external walls, or standing motionless beside a particular solitary turret of one of the watchtowers with which they are flanked, but dissolving into air at cockcrow, or when the bell tolled from the yet remaining tower of St. Germain's Church. Such was Homepeel, as records inform us, till towards the end of the 17th century. It was in one of the lofty, but almost unfurnished apartments of this ancient castle that Julian Peveril found his friend the Earl of Derby, who had that moment sat down to a breakfast composed of various sorts of fish. "Welcome, most imperial Julian," he said, "welcome to our royal fortress, in which as yet we are not like to be starved with hunger, though well nigh dead for cold." Julian answered by inquiring the meaning of this sudden movement. "Upon my word," replied the Earl, "you know nearly as much of it as I do. My mother has told me nothing about it, supposing, I believe, that I shall at length be tempted to inquire. But she will find herself much mistaken. I shall give her credit for full wisdom in her proceedings, rather than put her to the trouble to render a reason, though no woman can render one better." Come, this is affectation, my good friend," said Julian. "You should inquire into these matters a little more curiously." "To what purpose," said the Earl, "to hear old stories about the Tynwald laws, and the contending rights of the lords and the clergy, and all the rest of that Celtic barbarism, which like Burgess's thorough-paced doctrine enters at one ear, paces through, and goes out at the other?" "Come, my lord," said Julian, "you are not so indifferent, as you would represent yourself. You are dying of curiosity to know what this hurry is about, only you think it the courtly humour to appear careless about your own affairs." "Why, what should it be about," said the young Earl, "unless some factious dispute between our Majesty's Minister Governor Noel and our vassals, or perhaps some dispute betwixt our Majesty and the ecclesiastical jurisdictions, for all which our Majesty cares as little as any king in Christendom." "I rather suppose there is intelligence from England," said Julian. "I heard last night in Peeltown that Greenhalgh is come over with unpleasant news." "He brought me nothing that was pleasant, I wot well," said the Earl. "I expected something from St. Evremond or Hamilton, some new plays by Dryden or Lee, and some waggery or lampoons from the Rose Coffee House. And the fellow has brought me nothing but a parcel of tracts about Protestants and Papists, and a folio playbook, one of the conceptions, as she calls them, of that old madwoman, the Duchess of Newcastle." "Hush, my lord, for heaven's sake," said Peveril. "Here comes the Countess, and you know she takes fire at the least slight to her ancient friend." "Let her read her ancient friend's works herself then," said the Earl, "and think her as wise as she can. But I would not give one of Waller's songs or Denham's satires for a whole cartload of her Grace's trash. But here comes our mother with care on her brow." The Countess of Derby entered the apartment accordingly, holding in her hand a number of papers. Her dress was a mourning habit with a deep train of black velvet, which was borne by a little favourite attendant, a deaf and dumb girl, whom, in compassion to her misfortune, the Countess had educated about her person for some years upon this unfortunate being. With the touch of romance which marked many of her proceedings, Lady Derby had conferred the name of Fenella after some ancient princess of the island. The Countess herself was not much changed. Since we last presented her to our readers, age had rendered her step more slow, but not less majestic, and while it traced some wrinkles on her brow, had failed to quench the sedate fire of her dark eye. The young men rose to receive her with the formal reverence which they knew she loved, and were greeted by her with equal kindness. "Cousin Peveril," she said, for so she always called Julian, in respect of his mother being a kinswoman of her husband. "You were ill abroad last night, when we much needed your counsel." Julian answered with a blush which he could not prevent that he had followed his sport among the mountains too far, had returned late, and, finding her ladyship was removed from Castletown, had instantly followed the family hither, but as the night bell was rung, and the watch set, he had deemed it more respectful to lodge for the night in the town. "It is well said," the Countess, "and to do you justice, Julian, you are seldom a truant neglecter of appointed hours, though like the rest of the youth of this age you sometimes suffer your sports to consume too much of time that should be spent otherwise. But for your friend Philip, he is an avowed contemner of good order, and seems to find pleasure in wasting time even when he does not enjoy it." "I have been enjoying my time just now at least," said the Earl, rising from table, and picking his teeth carelessly. "These fresh mullets are delicious, and so is the lacrum Christi. I pray you to sit down to breakfast, Julian, and partake the goods my royal foresight has provided. Never was king of man nearer being left to the mercy of the execrable brandy of his dominions. Old Griffiths would never, in the midst of our speedy retreat of last night, have had sense enough to secure a few flasks, had I not given him a hint on that important subject. But presence of mind amid danger and tumult is a jewel I have always possessed." "I wish then, Philip, you would exert it to better purpose," said the Countess, half smiling, half displeased, for she doted upon her son with all a mother's fondness, even when she was most angry with him for being deficient in the peculiar and chivalrous disposition which had distinguished his father, and which was so analogous to her own romantic and high-minded character. "Lend me your signet," she added, with a sigh, "for it were, I fear, vain to ask you to read over these dispatches from England, and execute the warrants which I have thought necessary to prepare in consequence." "My signet you shall command with all my heart, madam," said Earl Philip, "but spare me the revision of what you are much more capable to decide upon. I am, you know, a most complete Roy Faineant, and never once interfered with my mare de palais in her proceedings." The Countess made signs to her little train-bearer, who immediately went to seek for wax and a light, with which she presently returned. In the meanwhile the Countess continued, addressing Peveril. "Philip does himself less than justice when you were absent, Julian, for if you had been here I would have given you the credit of prompting your friend. He had a spirited controversy with the bishop for an attempt to enforce spiritual censures against a poor wretch by confining her in the vault under the chapel, beneath the only one of the 4 churches in Castle Rushen, which is or was kept a little in repair, is a prison or dungeon for ecclesiastical offenders. This, says Waldron, is certainly one of the most dreadful places that imagination can form. The sea runs under it through the hollows of the rock with such a continual roar that you would think it were every moment breaking in upon you, and over it are the vaults for burying the dead. The stairs descending to this place of terrors are not above 30, but so steep and narrow that they are very difficult to go down, a child of 8 or 9 years not being able to pass them. But sideways Waldron's description of the Isle of Man in his works p. 105 folio. "Do not think better of me than I deserve," said the Earl to Peveril. "My mother has omitted to tell you the culprit was pretty Peggy of Ramsey, and her crime what in Cupid's courts would have been called a peccadillo." "Do not make yourself worse than you are," replied Peveril, who observed the Countess' cheek reddening. "No, you would have done as much for the oldest and poorest cripple in the island. Why, the vault is under the burial ground of the chapel, and for aught I know under the ocean itself. Such a roaring do the waves make in its vicinity, I think no one could remain there long and retain his reason." "It is an infernal hole," answered the Earl, "and I will have it built up one day. That is full certain. But hold for God's sake, madam, what are you going to do? Look at the seal before you put it to the warrant. You will see it is a choice antique cameo, Cupid riding on a flying fisheye. Had it for 20 zechins from Signor Furibasco at Romea. Most curious matter for an antiquary, but which will add little faith to a Manx warrant." "My signet me signato, you mean that with the 3 monstrous legs, which I supposed was devised as the most preposterous device to represent our most absurd majesty of man. The signet I have not seen it, since I gave it to Gibbon my monkey to play with. He did whine for it most piteously. I hope he has not gemmed the green breast of ocean with my symbol of sovereignty." "Now, by heaven," said the Countess, trembling and colouring deeply with anger, "it was your father's signet, the last pledge which he sent with his love to me, and his blessing to thee the night, before they murdered him at Bolton. Mother, dearest mother, said the Earl, startled out of his apathy, and taking her hand which he kissed tenderly, I did, but just the signet is safe. Peveril knows that it is so. Go fetch it, Julian, for heaven's sake. Her on my keys it is in the left-hand drawer of my travelling cabinet. Nay, mother, forgive mate, was but a mauvaise plaisanterie, only an Imogen jest ungracious, and in bad taste, I allow, but only one of Philip's follies. Look at me, dearest mother, and forgive me. The Countess turned her eyes towards him, from which the tears were fast falling. Philip, she said, you try me too unkindly, and too severely. If times are changed, as I have heard you allege, the dignity of rank, and the high feelings of honour and duty, are now drowned in giddy jests and trifling pursuits, let me at least, who live secluded from all others, die without perceiving the change which has happened, and above all without perceiving it in mine own son. Let me not learn the general prevalence of this levity, which laughs at every sense of dignity or duty through your personal disrespect. Let me not think that when I die. Speak nothing of it, mother, said the Earl, interrupting her affectionately. It is true I cannot promise to be all my father and his fathers were, for we wear silk vests for their steel coats, and feathered beavers for their crested helmets. But believe me, though to be an absolute Pomeran of England is not in my nature, no son ever loved a mother more dearly, or would do more to oblige her, and that you may own this, I will forthwith not only seal the warrants to the great endangerment of my precious fingers, but also read the same from end to end, as well as the dispatches thereunto appertaining. A mother is easily appeased even when most offended, and it was with an expanding heart that the Countess saw her son's very handsome features, while reading these papers, settle into an expression of deep seriousness, such as they seldom wore. It seemed to her as if the family likeness to his gallant but unfortunate father increased when the expression of their countenances became similar in gravity. The Earl had no sooner perused the dispatches, which he did with great attention, than he rose, and said, Julian, come with me. The Countess looked surprised. I was wont to share your father's counsels, my son, she said, but do not think that I wish to intrude myself upon yours. I am too well pleased to see you assume the power and the duty of thinking for yourself, which is what I have so long urged you to do. Nevertheless, my experience, who have been so long administrator of your authority in man, might not, I think, be superfluous to the matter in hand. Hold me excused, dearest mother, said the Earl gravely. The interference was none of my seeking. Had you taken your own course without consulting me, it had been well. But since I have entered on the affair, and it appears sufficiently important, I must transact it to the best of my own ability. Go then, my son, said the Countess, and may heaven enlighten thee with its counsel. Since thou wilt have none of mine, I trust that you, Master Peveril, will remind him of what is fit for his own honour, and that only a coward abandons his rights, and only a fool trusts his enemies. The Earl answered not, but taking Peveril by the arm led him up a winding stair to his own apartment, and from thence into a projecting turret, where amidst the roar of waves and seamews' clang, he held with him the following conversation. Peveril, it is well I looked into these warrants. My mother queens it at such a rate as may cost me not only my crown, which I care little for, but perhaps my head, which though others may think little of, I would feel it an inconvenience to be deprived of. What on earth is the matter, said Peveril, with considerable anxiety. It seems, said the Earl of Derby, that old England, who takes a frolicsome brain fever once every 2 or 3 years for the benefit of her doctors, and the purification of the torpid lethargy brought on by peace and prosperity, is now gone stark staring mad on the subject of a real or supposed popish plot. I read one programme on the subject by a fellow called Oates, and thought it the most absurd foolery I ever perused, but that cunning fellow Shaftesbury, and some others amongst the great ones, having taken it up, and are driving on at such a rate as makes harness crack and horses smoke for it, the king, who has sworn never to kiss the pillow his father went to sleep on, temporizes, and gives way to the current. The Duke of York, suspected and hated on account of his religion, is about to be driven to the Continent. Several principal Catholic nobles are in the Tower already, and the nation, like a bull at Tutbury running, is persecuted with so many inflammatory rumours and pestilent pamphlets, that she has cocked her tail, flung up her heels, taken the bit betwixt her teeth, and is as furiously unmanageable as in the year 1642. All this you must have known already, said Peveril. I wonder you told me not of news so important. It would have taken long to tell, said the Earl. Moreover, I desired to have you solus. Thirdly, I was about to speak when my mother entered, and to conclude it was no business of mine, but these dispatches of my politic mother's private correspondent, put a new face on, the whole matter for it seems some of the informer's trade, which having become a thriving one, is now pursued by many have dared to glance at the Countess herself, as an agent in this same plot, and have found those that are willing enough to believe their report. On mine honour, said Peveril, you both take it with great coolness. I think the Countess the more composed of the two, for except her movement hither, she exhibited no mark of alarm and moreover, seemed no way more anxious to communicate the matter to your lordship, than decency rendered necessary. My good mother, said the Earl, loves power, though it has cost her dear. I wish I could truly say that my neglect of business is entirely assumed in order to leave it in her hands, but that better motive combines with natural indolence, but she seems to have feared I should not think exactly like her in this emergency, and she was right in supposing so. How comes the emergency upon you, said Julian, and what form does the dangerous? Mary, thus it is, said the Earl. I need not bid you remember the affair of Colonel Christian, that man besides his widow, who is possessed of large property, Dame Christian of Kirk Truog, whom you have often heard of, and perhaps seen, left a brother called Edward Christian, whom you never saw at all. Now this brother, but I dare say you know all about it. Not I, on my honour, said Peveril. You know the Countess seldom or never alludes to the subject. Why, replied the Earl, I believe in her heart she is something ashamed of that gallant act of royalty and supreme jurisdiction, the consequences of which maimed my estate so cruelly. Well, cousin, this same Edward Christian was one of the Dempsters at the time, and naturally enough was unwilling to concur in the sentence which adjudged his ain to be shot like a dog. My mother, who was then in high force, and not to be controlled by any one, would have served the Dempster with the same sauce with which she dressed his brother had he not been wise enough to fly from the island. Since that time, the thing has slept on all hands, and though we knew that Dempster Christian made occasionally secret visits to his friends in the island, along with 2 or 3 other Puritans of the same stamp, and particularly a prick-eared rogue called Bridgenorth, brother-in-law to the deceased, yet my mother, thank heaven, has hitherto had the sense to connive at them, though for some reason or other she holds this Bridgenorth in especial disfavour. And why, said Peveril, forcing himself to speak in order to conceal the very unpleasant surprise which he felt, why does the Countess now depart from so prudent a line of conduct? You must know the case is now different. The rogues are not satisfied with toleration, they would have supremacy. They have found friends in the present heat of the popular mind, my mother's name, and especially that of her confessor Aldrich, the Jesuit, have been mentioned in this beautiful maze of a plot, which if any such exists she knows as little of as you or Roman one. However, she is a Catholic, and that is enough, and I have little doubt that if the fellows could seize on our scrap of a kingdom here, and cut all our throats, they would have the thanks of the present House of Commons, as willingly as old Christian had those of the Rump for a similar service. From whence did you receive all this information, said Peveril again, speaking though by the same effort which a man makes who talks in his sleep. Aldrich has seen the Duke of York in secret, and his Royal Highness, who wept while he confessed his want of power to protect his friend's and it is no trifle, will wring tears from him, told him to send us information that we should look to our safety, for that Dempster, Christian and Bridgenorth were in the island with secret and severe orders, that they had formed a considerable party there, and were likely to be owned and protected in anything they might undertake against us. The people of Ramsey and Castletown are unluckily discontented about some new regulation of the imposts, and to tell you the truth, though I thought yesterday's sudden remove a whim of my mother's, I am almost satisfied they would have blockaded us in Rushen Castle, where we could not have held out for lack of provisions. Here we are better supplied, and as we are on our guard, it is likely the intended rising will not take place. And what is to be done in this emergency, said Peveril. That is the very question, my gentle Cars, answered the Earl. My mother sees but one way of going to work, and that is by royal authority. Here are the warrants she had prepared to search for, take and apprehend the bodies of Edward Christian and Robert No Ralph Bridgenorth, and bring them to instant trial. No doubt she would soon have had them in the castle court, with a dozen of the old matchlocks levelled against them. That is her way of solving all sudden difficulties. But in which I trust you do not acquiesce, my lord, answered Peveril, whose thoughts instantly reverted to Alice, if they could ever be said to be absent from her. Truly I acquiesce in no such matter, said the Earl. William Christian's death cost me a fair half of my inheritance. I have no fancy to fall under the displeasure of my royal brother King Charles for a new escapade of the same kind. But how to pacify my mother, I know not. I wish the insurrection would take place, and then as we are better provided than they can be, we might knock the knaves on the head. And yet since they began the fray we should keep the law on our side. Were it not better, said Peveril, if by any means these men could be induced to quit the island? Surely, replied the Earl, but that will be no easy matter. They are stubborn on principle, and empty threats will not move them. This storm blast in London is wind in their sails, and they will run their length, you may depend on it. I have sent orders, however, to clap up the Manxmen upon whose assistance they depended, and if I can find the two worthies themselves here are sloops enough in the harbour, I will take the freedom to send them on a pretty distant voyage, and I hope matters will be settled before they return to give an account of it. At this moment, a soldier belonging to the garrison approached the two young men with many bows and tokens of respect. How now, friend, said the Earl to him, leave off thy courtesies, and tell thy business. The man, who was a native islander, answered in Manx that he had a letter for his honour Master Julian Peveril. Julian snatched the billet hastily, and asked whence it came. It was delivered to him by a young woman, the soldier replied, who had given him a piece of money to deliver it into Master Peveril's own hand. Thou art a lucky fellow, Julian, said the Earl, with that grave brow of thine, and thy character for sobriety and early wisdom. You set the girls awing without waiting till they are asked, whilst I their drudge and vassal waste both language and leisure, without getting a kind word, or look far less a billet do. This the young Earl said with a smile of conscious triumph, as in fact he valued himself not a little upon the interest which he supposed himself to possess with the fair sex. Meanwhile the letter impressed on Peveril a different train of thoughts from what his companion apprehended. It was in Alice's hand, and contained these few words: I fear what I am going to do is wrong, but I must see you meet me at noon at Goddard Craven's Stone with as much secrecy as you may. The letter was signed only with the initials a B, but Julian had no difficulty in recognizing the handwriting which he had often seen, and which was remarkably beautiful. He stood suspended, for he saw the difficulty and impropriety of withdrawing himself from the Countess and his friend at this moment of impending danger, and yet to neglect this invitation was not to be thought of. He paused in the utmost perplexity. Shall I read your riddle? Said the Earl. Go where love calls you. I will make an excuse to my mother-in-law, most grave anchorite, be hereafter more indulgent to the failings of others than you have been hitherto, and blaspheme not the power of the little deity. Nay, but cousin Darby, said Peveril, and stopped short, for he really knew not what to say. Secured himself by a virtuous passion from the contagious influence of the time, he had seen with regret his noble kinsman mingle more in its irregularities than he approved of, and had sometimes played the part of a monitor. Circumstances seemed at present to give the Earl a right of retaliation. He kept his eye fixed on his friend, as if he waited till he should complete his sentence, and at length exclaimed, What cousin, quite a lamort, O most judicious Julian, O most precise Peveril, have you bestowed so much wisdom on me, that you have none left for yourself? Come, be frank, tell me name and placer, say but the colour of the eyes of the most emphatic sure do, but let me have the pleasure to hear thee say, I love, confess one touch of human, frail to conjugate the verb amo, and I will be a gentle schoolmaster, and you shall have, as Father Richards used to say when we were under his feral licensure exundi. Enjoy your pleasant humour at my expense, my lord, said Peveril. I fairly will confess thus much, that I would fain, if it consisted with my honour and your safety, have 2 hours at my own disposal, the more especially as the manner in which I shall employ them may much concern the safety of the island. Very likely, I dare say, answered the Earl, still laughing. No doubt you are summoned out by some lady politic wood of the isle to talk over some of the Breslaws, but never mind, go, and go speedily, that you may return as quickly as possible. I expect no immediate explosion of this grand conspiracy. When the rogues see us on our guard, they will be cautious how they break out. Only once more make haste. Peveril thought this last advice was not to be neglected, and glad to extricate himself from the raillery of his cousin, walked down towards the gate of the castle, meaning to cross over to the village, and there take horse at the Earl's stables for the place of rendezvous. Chapter 16. Acasto can she not speak? Oswald, if speech be only in accented sounds, framed by the tongue and lips, the maiden's dumb. But if by quick and apprehensive look, by motion, sign, and glance to give each meaning, express as clothed in language be termed speech, she hath that wondrous faculty, for her eyes, like the bright stars of heaven, can hold discourse, though it be mute and soundless. Old play. At the head of the first flight of steps, which descended towards the difficult and well-defended entrance of the castle of Homepeel, Peveril was met and stopped by the Countess Trainbearer. This little creatureffer, she was of the least and slightest size of womankind, was exquisitely well formed in all her limbs, which the dress she usually wore, a green silk tunic of a peculiar form, set off to the best advantage. Her face was darker than the usual hue of Europeans, and the profusion of long and silken hair which, when she undid the braids in which she commonly wore it, fell down almost to her ankles, was also rather a foreign attribute. Her countenance resembled a most beautiful miniature, and there was a quickness, decision, and fire in Fenella's look, and especially in her eyes, which was probably rendered yet more alert and acute, because through the imperfection of her other organs, it was only by sight that she could obtain information of what passed around her. The pretty mute was mistress of many little accomplishments, which the Countess had caused to be taught to her in compassion for her forlorn situation, and which she learned with the most surprising quickness. Thus, for example, she was exquisite in the use of the needle, and so ready and ingenious a draftswoman that, like the ancient Mexicans, she sometimes made a hasty sketch with her pencil, the means of conveying her ideas, either by direct or emblematical representation. Above all, in the art of ornamental writing, much studied at that period, Fenella was so great a proficient as to rival the fame of Messrs. Snow, Shelley, and other masters of the pen, whose copybooks, preserved in the libraries of the curious, still show the artists smiling on the frontispiece, in all the honours of flowing gowns and full-bottomed wigs, to the eternal glory of calligraphy. The little maiden had besides these accomplishments much ready wit and acuteness of intellect. With Lady Derby, and with the two young gentlemen, she was a great favourite, and used much freedom in conversing with them by means of a system of signs, which had been gradually established amongst them, and which served all ordinary purposes of communication. But though happy in the indulgence and favour of her mistress, from whom indeed she was seldom separate, Fenella was by no means a favourite with the rest of the household. In fact, it seemed that her temper, exasperated perhaps by a sense of her misfortune, was by no means equal to her abilities. She was very haughty in her demeanour, even towards the upper domestics, who in that establishment were of a much higher rank and better birth than in the families of the nobility in general. These often complained not only of her pride and reserve, but of her high and irascible temper and vindictive disposition. Her passionate propensity had been indeed idly encouraged by the young men, and particularly by the Earl, who sometimes amused himself with teasing her that he might enjoy the various singular motions and murmurs by which she expressed her resentment towards him. These were of course only petulant and whimsical indications of pettish anger, but when she was angry with others of inferior degree before whom she did not control herself, the expression of her passion, unable to display itself in language, had something even frightful. So singular were the tones, contortions, and gestures to which she had recourse. The lower domestics, to whom she was liberal almost beyond her apparent means, observed her with much deference and respect, but much more from fear than from any real attachment for the caprices of her temper, displayed themselves even in her gifts, and those who most frequently shared her bounty seemed by no means assured of the benevolence of the motives which dictated her liberality. All these peculiarities led to a conclusion consonant with Manx superstition. Devout believers in all the legends of fairies so dear to the Celtic tribes, the Manx people held it for certainty that the elves were in the habit of carrying off mortal children before baptism, and leaving in the cradle of the newborn babe one of their own brood, which was almost always imperfect in some one or other of the organs proper to humanity. Such a being they conceived Fenella to be, and the smallness of her size, her dark complexion, her long locks of silken hair, the singularity of her manners and tones, as well as the caprices of her temper, were to their thinking all attributes of the irritable, fickle, and dangerous race from which they supposed her to be sprung, and it seemed that, although no jest appeared to offend her more than when Lord Derby called her in sport the Elfin Queen, or otherwise alluded to her supposed connection with the pygmy folk, yet still her perpetually affecting to wear the colour of green proper to the fairies, as well as some other peculiarities, seemed voluntarily assumed by her, in order to countenance the superstition perhaps, because it gave her more authority among the lower orders. Many were the tales circulated respecting the Countess Elf, as Fenella was currently called in the island, and the malcontents of the stricter persuasion were convinced that no one but a papist and a malignant would have kept near her person a creature of such doubtful origin. They conceived that Fenella's deafness and dumbness were only towards those of this world, and that she had been heard talking and singing and laughing most elvishly with the invisibles of her own race. They alleged also that she had a double, a sort of apparition resembling her, which slept in the Countess' anteroom, or bore her train, or wrought in her cabinet, while the real Fenella joined the song of the mermaids on the moonlight sands, or the dance of the fairies in the haunted valley of Glenm. Or on the heights of Snawfell and Barrel, the sentinels too would have sworn they had seen the little maiden trip past them in their solitary night walks without their having it in their power to challenge her any more than if they had been as mute as herself. To all this mass of absurdities, the better informed paid no more attention than to the usual idle exaggerations of the vulgar, which so frequently connect that which is unusual with what is supernatural. Such in form and habits was the little female who, holding in her hand a small old-fashioned ebony rod, which might have passed for a divining wand, confronted Julian on the top of the flight of steps, which led down the rock from the castle court. We ought to observe that as Julian's manner to the unfortunate girl had been always gentle and free from those teasing jests, in which his gay friend indulged with less regard to the peculiarity of her situation and feelings, so Fenella on her part had usually shown much greater deference to him than to any of the household, her mistress, the Countess, always excepted. On the present occasion, planting herself in the very midst of the narrow descent, so as to make it impossible for Peveril to pass by her, she proceeded to put him to the question by a series of gestures which we will endeavour to describe. She commenced by extending her hand, slightly accompanied with the sharp, inquisitive look, which served her as a note of interrogation. This was meant as an inquiry whether he was going to a distance. Julian, in reply, extended his arm more than half to intimate that the distance was considerable. Fenella looked grave, shook her head, and pointed to the Countess' window, which was visible from the spot where they stood. Peveril smiled, and nodded to intimate there was no danger in quitting her mistress for a short space. The little maiden next touched an eagle's feather, which she wore in her hair, a sign which she usually employed to designate the Earl, and then looked inquisitively at Julian once more as if to say, "Goes he with you?" Peveril shook his head, and somewhat wearied by these interrogatories smiled, and made an effort to pass. Fenella frowned, struck the end of her ebony rod perpendicularly on the ground, and again shook her head as if opposing his departure, but finding that Julian persevered in his purpose, she suddenly assumed another and milder mood, held him by the skirt of his cloak with one hand, and raised the other in an imploring attitude, whilst every feature of her lively countenance was composed into the like expression of supplication, and the fire of the large dark eyes, which seemed in general so keen and piercing, as almost to over-reanimate the little sphere to which they belonged, seemed quenched for the moment in the large drops which hung on her long eyelashes, but without falling. Julian Peveril was far from being void of sympathy towards the poor girl, whose motives in opposing his departure appeared to be her affectionate apprehension for her mistress' safety. He endeavoured to reassure by smiles, and at the same time by such signs as he could devise to intimate that there was no danger, and that he would return presently, and having succeeded in extricating his cloak from her grasp, and in passing her on the stair, he began to descend the steps as speedily as he could in order to avoid farther importunity. But with activity much greater than his, the dumb maiden hastened to intercept him, and succeeded by throwing herself at the imminent risk of life and limb a second time into the pass which he was descending, so as to interrupt his purpose. In order to achieve this she was obliged to let herself drop a considerable height from the wall of a small flanking battery, where two patereros were placed to scour the pass in case any enemy could have mounted so high. Julian had scarce time to shudder at her purpose, as he beheld her about to spring from the parapet ere, like a thing of gossamer, she stood light and uninjured on the rocky platform below. He endeavoured, by the gravity of his look and gesture, to make her understand how much he blamed her rashness, but the reproof, though obviously quite intelligible, was entirely thrown away. A hasty wave of her hand intimated how she contemned the danger, and the remonstrance, while at the same time she instantly resumed with more eagerness than before the earnest and impressive gestures by which she endeavoured to detain him in the fortress. Julian was somewhat staggered by her pertinacity. Is it possible, he thought, that any danger can approach the Countess, of which this poor maiden has, by the extreme acuteness of her observation, obtained knowledge which has escaped others? He signed to Fenella hastily to give him the tablets and the pencil which she usually carried with her, and wrote on them the question, "Is there danger near to your mistress, that you thus stop me?" "There is danger around the Countess," was the answer instantly written down, "but there is much more in your own purpose." "How, what know you of my purpose?" said Julian, forgetting in his surprise that the party he addressed had neither ear to comprehend nor voice to reply to uttered language. She had regained her book in the meantime, and sketched with a rapid pencil on one of the leaves a scene which she showed to Julian. To his infinite surprise, He recognized Goddard Craven's stone, a remarkable monument, of which she had given the outline with sufficient accuracy, together with a male and female figure, which though only indicated by a few slight touches of the pencil bore, yet he thought some resemblance to himself and Alice Bridgenorth. When he had gazed on the sketch for an instant with surprise, Fenella took the book from his hand, laid her finger upon the drawing and slowly and sternly shook her head with a frown, which seemed to prohibit the meeting which was there represented. Julian, however, though disconcerted, was in no shape disposed to submit to the authority of his monitress by whatever means. She who so seldom stirred from the Countess' apartment had become acquainted with a secret which he thought entirely his own. He esteemed it the more necessary to keep the appointed rendezvous, that he might learn from Alice, if possible, how the secret had transpired. He had also formed the intention of seeking out Bridgenorth, entertaining an idea that a person so reasonable and calm as he had shown himself in their late conference might be persuaded, when he understood that the Countess was aware of his intrigues, to put an end to her danger and his own by withdrawing from the island, and could he succeed in this point, he should at once, he thought, render a material benefit to the father of his beloved Eliza, remove the Earl from his state of anxiety, save the Countess from a second time putting her feudal jurisdiction in opposition to that of the Crown of England, and secure quiet possession of the island to her and her family. With this scheme of mediation on his mind, Peveril determined to rid himself of the opposition of Fenella to his departure with less ceremony than he had hitherto observed towards her, and suddenly lifting up the damsel in his arms before she was aware of his purpose, he turned about, set her down on the steps above him, and began to descend the pass himself as speedily as possible. It was then that the dumb maiden gave full course to the vehemence of her disposition, and clapping her hands repeatedly expressed her displeasure in sound, or rather a shriek, so extremely dissonant that it resembled more the cry of a wild creature than anything which could have been uttered by female organs. Peveril was so astounded at the scream, as it rung through the living rocks, that he could not help stopping and looking back in alarm, to satisfy himself that she had not sustained some injury. He saw her, however, perfectly safe, though her face seemed inflamed and distorted with passion. She stamped at him with her foot, shook her clenched hand, and turning her back upon him without further ado, ran up the rude steps, as lightly as a kid could have tripped up that rugged ascent, and paused for a moment at the summit of the first flight. Julian could feel nothing but wonder and compassion for the impotent passion of a being so unfortunately circumstanced, cut off, as it were, from the rest of mankind, and incapable of receiving in childhood that moral discipline which teaches us mastery of our wayward passions ere yet they have attained their meridian strength and violence. He waved his hand to her in token of amicable farewell, but she only replied by once more menacing him with her little hand clenched, and then ascending the rocky staircase with almost preternatural speed, was soon out of sight. Julian, on his part, gave no farther consideration to her conduct or its motives, but hastening to the village on the mainland, where the stables of the castle were situated, he again took his palfrey from the stall, and was soon mounted, and on his way to the appointed place of rendezvous, much marvelling, as he ambled forward with speed far greater than was promised by the diminutive size of the animal, he was mounted on what could have happened to produce so great a change in Alice's conduct towards him, that in place of enjoining his absence as usual, or recommending his departure from the island, she should now voluntarily invite him to a meeting under impression of the various doubts which succeeded each other in his imagination. He sometimes pressed Fairy's sides with his legs, sometimes laid his holly rod lightly on her neck, sometimes incited her by his voice, for the mettled animal needed neither whip nor spur, and achieved the distance betwixt the castle of Homepeel and the stone at Goddard Craven at the rate of 12 miles within the hour. The monumental stone, designed to commemorate some feat of an ancient king of man, which had been long forgotten, was erected on the side of a narrow, lonely valley, or rather glen, secluded from observation by the steepness of its banks, upon a projection of which stood the tall, shapeless, solitary rock, frowning like a shrouded giant over the brawling of the small rivulet which watered the river. Chapter 17. This a love-meeting, see the maiden mourns, and the sad suitor bends his looks on earth. There's more hath passed between them than belongs to love's sweet sorrows. Old play. As he approached the monument of Goddard Craven, Julian cast many an anxious glance to see whether any object visible beside the huge grey stone should apprise him whether he was anticipated at the appointed place of rendezvous by her who had named it, nor was it long before the flutter of a mantle, which the breeze slightly waved, and the motion necessary to replace it upon the wearer's shoulders, made him aware that Alice had already reached their place of meeting one instant, set the palfrey at liberty with slackened girths and loosened reins, to pick its own way through the dell. At will another placed Julian Peveril by the side of Alice Bridgenorth. That Alice should extend her hand to her lover, as with the ardour of a young greyhound he bounded over the obstacles of the rugged path, was as natural as that Julian, seizing on the hand so kindly stretched out, should devour it with kisses, and for a moment or two without reprehension, while the other hand, which should have aided in the liberation of its fellow, served to hide the blushes of the fair owner. But Alice, young as she was, and attached to Julian by such long habits of kindly intimacy, still knew well how to subdue the tendency of her own treacherous affections. "This is not right," she said, extricating her hand from Julian's grasp. "This is not right, Julian. If I have been too rash in admitting such a meeting as the present, it is not you that should make me sensible of my folly." Julian Peveril's mind had been early illuminated with that touch of romantic fire which deprives passion of selfishness, and confers on it the high and refined tone of generous and disinterested devotion. He let go the hand of Alice with as much respect as he could have paid to that of a princess, and when she seated herself upon a rocky fragment over which nature had stretched a cushion of moss and lichen, interspersed with wild flowers, backed with a bush of copsewood, he took his place beside her indeed, but at such distance as to intimate the duty of an attendant who was there only to hear and to obey. Alice Bridgenorth became more assured as she observed the power which she possessed over her lover, and the self-command which Peveril exhibited, which other damsels in her situation might have judged inconsistent with intensity of passion, she appreciated more justly as a proof of his respectful and disinterested sincerity. She recovered in addressing him the tone of confidence, which rather belonged to the scenes of their early acquaintance than to those which had passed betwixt them, since Peveril had disclosed his affection, and thereby had brought restraint upon their intercourse. Original. "Julian," she said, "your visit of yesterday, a most ill-timed visit, has distressed me much. It has misled my father, it has endangered you. At all risks I resolved that you should know this, and blame me not if I have taken a bold and imprudent step in desiring this solitary interview, since you are aware how little poor Deborah is to be trusted." "Can you fear misconstruction from me, Alice?" replied Peveril warmly. "From me, whom you have thus highly favoured, thus deeply obliged." "Cease your protestations," Julian answered the maiden. "They do but make me the more sensible that I have acted over boldly. But I did for the best. I could not see you, whom I have known so long, you, who say you regard me with partiality." "Say that I regard you with partiality," interrupted Peveril in his turn. "Ah, Alice, with a cold and doubtful phrase, you have used to express the most, devoted, the most sincere affection." "Well then," said Alice sadly, "we will not quarrel about words. But do not again interrupt me. I could not, I say, see you, who I believe regard me with sincere though vain and fruitless attachment, rush blindfold into a snare, deceived and seduced by those very feelings towards me." "I understand you not, Alice," said Peveril, "nor can I see any danger to which I am at present exposed. The sentiments which your father has expressed towards me are of a nature irreconcilable with hostile purposes. If he is not offended with the bold wishes I may have formed, and his whole behaviour shows the contrary, I know not a man on earth from whom I have less cause to apprehend any danger. Or my father," said Alice, "means well by his country, and well by you, yet I sometimes fear he may rather injure than serve his good cause, and still more do I dread that in attempting to engage you as an auxiliary, he may forget those ties which ought to bind you, and I am sure which will bind you to a different line of conduct from his own." "You lead me into still deeper darkness, Alice," answered Peveril. "That your father's especial line of politics differs widely from mine I know well, but how many instances have occurred even during the bloody scenes of civil warfare of good and worthy men, laying the prejudice of party affections aside and regarding each other with respect, and even with friendly attachment, without being false to principle on either side." "It may be so," said Alice, "but such is not the league which my father desires to form with you, and that to which he hopes your misplaced partiality towards his daughter may afford a motive for your forming with him." "And what is it," said Peveril, "which I would refuse with such a prospect before me?" "Treachery and dishonour," replied Alice, "whatever would render you unworthy of the poor boon, at which you aim, were it more worthless than I confess it to be." "Would your father," said Peveril, as he unwillingly received the impression which Alice designed to convey, "would he, whose views of duty are so strict, and sever, would he wish to involve me in aught to which such harsh epithets as treachery and dishonour can be applied with the lightest shadow of truth. Do not mistake me, Julian, replied the maiden. My father is incapable of requesting aught of you that is not to his thinking just and honourable. Nay, he conceives that he only claims from you a debt which is due as a creature to the Creator, and as a man to your fellow men. So guarded where can be the danger of our intercourse, replied Julian, if he be resolved to require, and I determine to accede to nothing save what flows from conviction. What have I to fear, Alice, and how is my intercourse with your father dangerous? Believe, not so. His speech has already made impression on me in some particulars, and he listened with candour and patience to the objections which I made occasionally. You do Master Bridgenorth less than justice in confounding him with the unreasonable bigots in policy and religion, who can listen to no argument, but what favours their own prepossessions. Julian, replied Alice, it is you who misjudge my father's powers and his purpose with respect to you, and who overrate your own powers of resistance. I am but a girl, but I have been taught by circumstances to think for myself, and to consider the character of those around me. My father's views in ecclesiastical and civil policy are as dear to him as the life which he cherishes only to advance them. They have been with little alteration his companions through life. They brought him at one period into prosperity, and when they suited not the times he suffered for having held them, they have become not only a part but the very dearest part of his existence, if he shows them not to you at first in the flexible strength which they have acquired over his mind. Do not believe that they are the less powerful. He who desires to make converts must begin by degrees, but that he should sacrifice to an inexperienced young man whose ruling motive he will term a childish passion, any part of those treasured principles which he has maintained through good repute and bad reputo. Do not dream of such an impossibility. If you meet at all, you must be the wax, he the seal. You must receive, he must bestow an absolute impression. That said Peveril were unreasonable. I will frankly avow to you, Alice, that I am not a sworn bigot to the opinions entertained by my father. Much as I respect his person, I could wish that our Cavaliers, or whatsoever they are pleased to call themselves, would have some more charity towards those who differ from them in church and state. But to hope that I would surrender the principles in which I have lived were to suppose me capable of deserting my benefactress and breaking the hearts of my parents. Even so I judged of you, answered Alice, and therefore I asked this interview to conjure that you will break off all intercourse with our family. Return to your parents, sir. What will be much safer, visit the continent once more, and abide till God send better days to England, for these are black with many a storm. And can you bid me go, Alice, said the young man, taking her unresisting hand, can you bid me go, and yet own an interest in my fate? Can you bid me for fear of dangers which, as a man, as a gentleman, and a loyal one, I am bound to show my face, to meanly abandon my parents, my friends, my country, suffer the existence of evils which I might aid to prevent, forego the prospect of doing such little good as might be in my power, fall from an active and honourable station into the condition of a fugitive and time-server? Can you bid me do all this, Alice? Can you bid me do all this, and in the same breath bid farewell for ever to you and happiness? It is impossible. I cannot surrender at once my love and my honour. There is no remedy, said Alice, but she could not suppress a sigh while she said, so there is no remedion, whatever what we might have been to each other placed in more favourable circumstances. It avails not to think of now, and circumstanced as we are with open war about to break out betwixt our parents and friends, we can be but well-wisher scold and distant well-wishers who must part on this spot, and at this hour never meet again. No, by heaven, said Peveril, animated at the same time by his own feelings, and by the sight of the emotions which his companion in vain endeavoured to suppress. No, by heaven, he exclaimed, we part not, Alice, we part not. If I am to leave my native land, you shall be my companion in my exile. What have you to lose? Whom have you to abandon? Your father, the good old cause, as it is termed, is dearer to him than 1,000 daughters. And setting him aside, what tie is there between you and this barren isle, between my Alice and any spot of the British dominions, where her Julian does not sit by her? O Julian, answered the maiden, why make my duty more painful by visionary projects, which you ought not to name, or I to listen to your parents? Me father, it cannot be. Fear not for my parents, Alice, replied Julian, and pressing close to his companion's side, he ventured to throw his arm around her. They love me, and they will soon learn to love in Alice, the only being on earth who could have rendered their son happy. And for your own father, when state and church intrigues allow him to bestow a thought upon you, will he not think that your happiness, your security, is better cared for when you are my wife than were you to continue under the mercenary charge of yonder foolish woman? What could his pride desire better for you than the establishment which will one day be mine. Come then, Alice. And since you condemn me to banishment, since you deny me a share in those stirring achievements, which are about to agitate England, come do you for, you only can do, you reconcile me to exile and inaction, and give happiness to one who for your sake is willing to resign honour. It cannot be, said Alice, faltering, as she uttered her negative, and yet she said, how many in my place left alone, and unprotected, as I am, but I must not for your sake, Julian, I must not. Say not for my sake, you must not, Alice, said Peveril eagerly. This is adding insult to cruelty. If you will do aught for my sake, you will say yes, or you will suffer this dear head to drop on my shoulder. The slightest sign, the moving of an eyelid, shall signify consent. All shall be prepared within an hour, within another, the priest shall unite us, and within a third, we leave the isle behind us, and seek our fortunes on the continent. But while he spoke in joyful anticipation of the consent, which he implored, Alice found means to collect together her resolution, which, staggered by the eagerness of her lover, the impulse of her own affections, and the singularity of her situation seeming in her case to justify what would have been most blamable in another, had more than half abandoned her. The result of a moment's deliberation was fatal to Julian's proposal. She extricated herself from the arm which had pressed her to his side, arose, and repelling his attempts to approach or detain her, said, with a simplicity not unmingled with dignity, Julian, I always knew I risked much in inviting you to this meeting, but I did not guess that I could have been so cruel to both to you and to myself as to suffer you to discover what you have today seen too plainly, that I love you better than you love me. But since you do know it, I will show you that Alice's love is disinterested. She will not bring an ignoble name into your ancient house if hereafter in your line there should arise some who may think the claims of the hierarchy too exorbitant, the powers of the crown too extensive. Men shall not say these ideas were derived from Alice Bridgenorth, their Whig grandame. Can you speak thus, Alice, said her lover, can you use such expressions, and are you not sensible that they show plainly it is your own pride, not regard for me, that makes you resist the happiness of both? Not so, Julian, not so, answered Alice with tears in her eyes. It is the command of duty to us both, off duty, which we cannot transgress without risking our happiness here and hereafter. Think what I, the cause of all, should feel when your father frowns, your mother weeps, your noble friends stand aloof, and you yourself shall have made the painful discovery that you have incurred the contempt and resentment of all to satisfy a boyish passion, and that the poor beauty once sufficient to mislead you is gradually declining under the influence of grief and vexation. This I will not risk, I see distinctly. It is best we should here break off and part, and I thank God who gives me light enough to perceive and strength enough to withstand your folly, as well as my own. Farewell then, Julian. But first take the solemn advice which I called you hither to impart to you. Shun my father, you cannot walk in his paths, and be true to gratitude, and to honour what he doth from pure and honourable motives. You cannot aid him in, except upon the suggestion of a silly and interested passion, at variance with all the engagements you have formed at coming into life. Once more, Alice, answered Julian, I understand you not. If a course of action is good, it needs no vindication from the actor's motive, as if bad, it can derive none. You cannot blind me with your sophistry, Julian, replied Alice Bridgenorth, any more than you can overpower me with your passion. Had the patriarch destined his son to death upon any less ground than faith and humble obedience to a divine commandment, he had meditated a murder, and not a sacrifice. In our late bloody and lamentable wars, how many drew swords on either side from the purest and most honourable motives, how many from the culpable suggestions of ambition, self-seeking, and love of plunder. Yet while they marched in the same ranks, and spurred their horses at the same trumpet sound, the memory of the former is dear to us as patriots or loyalists, that of those who acted on mean or unworthy promptings is either execrated or forgotten. Once more I warn you, avoid my father, leave this island, which will be soon agitated by strange incidents. Well, you stay, be on your guard, distrust everything, jealous of every one, even of those to whom it may seem almost impossible from circumstances to attach a shadow of suspicion. Trust not the very stones of the most secret apartment in Homepeel, for that which hath wings shall carry the matter. Here Alice broke off suddenly, and with a faint shriek, for stepping from behind the stunted copse which had concealed him, her father stood unexpectedly before them. The reader cannot have forgotten that this was the second time in which the stolen interviews of the lovers had been interrupted by the unexpected apparition of Major Bridgenorth. On this second occasion, his countenance exhibited anger, mixed with solemnity like that of the spirit to a ghost-seer whom he upbraids with having neglected a charge imposed at their first meeting. Even his anger, however, produced no more violent emotion than a cold sternness of manner in his speech and action. "I thank you, Alice," he said to his daughter, "for the pains you have taken to traverse my designs towards this young man and towards yourself. I thank you for the hints you have thrown out before my appearance, the suddenness of which alone has prevented you from carrying your confidence to a pitch which would have placed my life, and that of others, at the discretion of a boy who, when the cause of God and his country is laid before him, has not leisure to think of them, so much is he occupied with such a baby face as thine." Alice, pale as death, continued motionless with her eyes fixed on the ground, without attempting the slightest reply to the ironical reproaches of her father. "And you," continued Major Bridgenorth, turning from his daughter to her lover, "you, sir, have well repaid the liberal confidence which I placed in you with so little reserve. You I have to thank also for some lessons which may teach me to rest satisfied with the churl's blood which nature has poured into my veins, and with the rude nurture which my father allotted to me." "I understand you not, sir," replied Julian Peveril, who, feeling the necessity of saying something, could not at the moment find anything more fitting to say. "Yes, sir, I thank you," said Major Bridgenorth in the same cold, sarcastic tone, "for having shown me that breach of hospitality, infringement of good faith, and such like peccadilloes, are not utterly foreign to the mind and conduct of the heir of a knightly house of 20 descents. It is a great lesson to me, sir, for hitherto I had thought with the vulgar that gentle manners went with gentle blood. But perhaps courtesy is too chivalrous a quality to be wasted in intercourse with a round-headed fanatic like myself." "Major Bridgenorth," said Julian, "whatever has happened in this interview, which may have displeased you, has been the result of feelings suddenly and strongly animated by the crisis of the moment. Nothing was premeditated." "Not even your meeting, I suppose," replied Bridgenorth in the same cold tone. "You, sir, wandered hither from home, peel me daughter, strolled forth from the Black Fort, and chance doubtless assigned you a meeting. By the stone of Goddard Craven, young man, disgrace yourself by no more. Apologists thee are worse than useless, and you maiden who, in your fear of losing your lover, could verge on betraying what might have cost a father his life, begone to your home. I will talk with you at more leisure, and teach you practically those duties which you seem to have forgotten." "On my honour, sir," said Julian, "your daughter is guiltless of all that can offend you. She resisted every offer which the headstrong violence of my passion urged me to press upon her." "And in brief," said Bridgenorth, "I am not to believe that you met in this remote place of rendezvous by Alice's special appointment." Peveril knew not what to reply, and Bridgenorth again signed with his hand to his daughter to withdraw. "I obey you, father," said Alice, who had by this time recovered from the extremity of her surprise. "I obey you, but heaven is my witness that you do me more than injustice in suspecting me capable of betraying your secrets, even had it been necessary to save my own life, or that of Julian. That you are walking in a dangerous path I well know, but you do it with your eyes open, and are actuated by motives of which you can estimate the worth and value. My sole wish was that this young man should not enter blindfold on the same perils, and I had a right to warn him, since the feelings by which he is hoodwinked had a direct reference to me." "'Tis well, minion," said Bridgenorth, "you have spoken your say. Retire, and let me complete the conference which you have so considerately commenced." "I go, sir," said Alice. "Julian, to you my last words are, and I would speak them with my last breath. Farewell and caution." She turned from them, disappeared among the underwood, and was seen no more. "A true specimen of womankind," said her father, looking after her, "who would give the cause of nations up, rather than endanger a hair of her lover's. Head you, Master Peveril, doubtless hold her opinion that the best love is a safe love." "Were danger alone in my way," said Peveril, much surprised at the softened tone in which Bridgenorth made this observation, "there are few things which I would not face. Totto'd serve your good opinion." "Or rather to win my daughter's hand," said Bridgenorth. "Well, young man, one thing has pleased me in your conduct, though of much I have my reasons to complain. One thing has pleased me. You have surmounted that bounding wall of aristocratical pride, in which your father, and I suppose his fathers, remained imprisoned, as in the precincts of a feudal fortress. You have leaped over this barrier, and shown yourself not unwilling to ally yourself with a family whom your father spurns as lowborn and ignoble." However favourable this speech sounded towards success in his suit, it so broadly stated the consequences of that success, so far as his parents were concerned, that Julian felt it in the last degree difficult to reply. At length, perceiving that Major Bridgenorth seemed resolved quietly to await his answer, he mustered up courage to say, "The feelings which I entertain towards your daughter, Master Bridgenorth, are of a nature to supersede many other considerations to which in any other case I should feel it my duty to give the most reverential attention. I will not disguise from you that my father's prejudices against such a match would be very strong, but I devoutly believed they would disappear when he came to know the merit of Alice Bridgenorth, and to be sensible that she only could make his son happy. In the meanwhile, you are desirous to complete the union which you propose without the knowledge of your parents, and take the chance of their being hereafter reconciled to it, so I understand from the proposal which you made but lately to my daughter. The turns of human nature and of human passion are so irregular and uncertain, that although Julian had but a few minutes before urged to Alice a private marriage, and an elopement to the continent, as a measure upon which the whole happiness of his life depended, the proposal seemed not to him half so delightful, when stated by the calm, cold, dictatorial accents of her father. It sounded no longer like the dictates of ardent passion throwing all other considerations aside, but as a distinct surrender of the dignity of his house to one who seemed to consider their relative situation as the triumph of Bridgenorth over Peveril. He was mute for a moment in the vain attempt to shape his answer, so as at once to intimate acquiescence in what Bridgenorth stated, and a vindication of his own regard for his parents, and for the honour of his house. This delay gave rise to suspicion, and Bridgenorth's eye gleamed, and his lip quivered, while he gave vent to it. Hark ye, young man, deal openly with me in this matter, if you would not have me think you the execrable villain, who would have seduced an unhappy girl under promises, which he never designed to fulfil. Let me but suspect this, and you shall see on the spot how far your pride and your pedigree will preserve you against the just vengeance of a father. You do me wrong, said Peveril, you do me infinite wrong, Major Bridgenorth. I am incapable of the infamy which you allude to. The proposal I made to your daughter was as sincere as ever was offered by man to woman. I only hesitated, because you think it necessary to examine me so very closely, and to possess yourself of all my purposes and sentiments in their fullest extent, without explaining to me the tendency of your own. Your proposal then shapes itself thus, said Bridgenorth. You are willing to lead my only child into exile from her native country, to give her a claim to kindness and protection from your family, which you know will be disregarded on condition, I consent, to bestow her hand on you with a fortune sufficient to have matched your ancestors when they had most reason to boast of their wealth. This young man seems no equal bargain. And yet he continued after a momentary pause, so little do I value the goods of this world, that it might not be utterly beyond thy power to reconcile me to the match which you have proposed to me, however unequal it may appear. Show me but the means which can propitiate your favour, Major Bridgenorth, said Peveril, for I will not doubt that they will be consistent with my honour and duty, and you shall soon see how eagerly I will obey your directions, or submit to your conditions. They are summed in few words, answered Bridgenorth. Be an honest man, and the friend of your country. No one has ever doubted, replied Peveril, that I am both. Pardon me, replied the Major, no one has as yet seen you show yourself. Either interrupt me not, I question not your will to be both, but you have hitherto neither had the light nor the opportunity necessary for the display of your principles or the service of your country. You have lived, when an apathy of mind succeeding to the agitations of the Civil War had made men indifferent to state affairs, and more willing to cultivate their own ease than to stand in the gap when the Lord was pleading with Israel. But we are Englishmen, and with us such unnatural lethargy cannot continue long. Already many of those who most desired the return of Charles Stuart regard him as a king whom heaven, importuned by our entreaties, gave to us in his anger. His unlimited licensed example, so readily followed by the young and the gay around him, has disgusted the minds of all sober and thinking men. I had not now held conference with you in this intimate fashion, were I not aware that you, Master Julian, were free from such stain of the times. Heaven, that rendered the king's course of license fruitful, had denied issue to his bed of wedlock, and in the gloomy and stern character of his bigoted successor, we already see what sort of monarch shall succeed to the crown of England. This is a critical period, at which it necessarily becomes the duty of all men to step forward each in his degree, and aid in rescuing the country which gave us birth. Peveril remembered the warning which he had received from Alice, and bent his eyes on the ground, without returning any reply. How is it, young man, continued Bridgenorth, after a pause, so young as thou art, and bound by no ties of kindred profligacy with the enemies of your country, you can be already hardened to the claims she may form on you at this crisis? It were easy to answer you generally, Major Bridgenorth, replied Peveril. It were easy to say that my country cannot make a claim on me, which I will not promptly answer at the risk of lands and life. But in dealing thus generally, we should but deceive each other. What is the nature of this call? By whom is it to be sounded? And what are to be the results? For I think you have already seen enough of the evils of civil war to be wary of again awakening its terrors in a peaceful and happy country. They that are drenched with poisonous narcotics said the major must be awakened by their physicians, though it were with the sound of the trumpet better that men should die bravely with their arms in their hands like freeborn Englishmen, than that they should slide into the bloodless, but dishonoured grave, which slavery opens for its vassals. But it is not of war that I was about to speak, he added, assuming a milder tone. The evils of which England now complains are such as can be remedied by the wholesome administration of her own laws. Even in the state in which they are still suffered to exist, have these laws not a right to the support of every individual who lives under them? Have they not a right to yours? As he seemed to pause for an answer, Peveril replied, I have to learn, Major Bridgenorth, how the laws of England have become so far weakened as to require such support as mine. When that is made plain to me, no man will more willingly discharge the duty of a faithful liegeman to the law as well as the king. But the laws of England are under the guardianship of upright and learned judges, and of a gracious monarch. And of a House of Commons, interrupted Bridgenorth, no longer doting upon restored monarchy, but awakened as with a peal of thunder to the perilous state of our religion, and of our freedom. I appeal to your own conscience, Julian Peveril, whether this awakening hath not been in time, since you yourself know, and none better than you, the secret, but rapid strides which Rome has made to erect her Dagon of idolatry within our Protestant land. Here Julian, seeing or thinking, he saw the drift of Bridgenorth's suspicions, hastened to exculpate himself from the thought of favouring the Roman Catholic religion. It is true, he said, I have been educated in a family where that faith is professed by one honoured individual, and that I have since travelled in popish countries. But even for these very reasons I have seen popery too closely to be friendly to its tenets, the bigotry of the laymen, the persevering arts of the priesthood, the perpetual intrigue for the extension of the forms, without the spirit of religion, the usurpation of that church over the consciences of men, and her impious pretensions to infallibility, are as inconsistent to my mind as they can seem to yours with common sense, rational liberty, freedom of conscience, and pure religion. Spoken like the son of your excellent mother, said Bridgenorth, grasping his hand, for whose sake I have consented to endure so much from your house unrequited, even when the means of requital were in my own hand. It was indeed from the instructions of that excellent parent, said Peveril, that I was enabled in my early youth to resist and repel the insidious attacks made upon my religious faith by the Catholic priests, into whose company I was necessarily thrown. Like her, I trust to live and die in the faith of the Reformed Church of England. The Church of England, said Bridgenorth, dropping his young friend's hand, but presently resuming it. Alas, that Church as now constituted usurps scarcely less than Rome herself upon men's consciences and liberties. Yet out of the weakness of this half-reformed Church may God be pleased to work out deliverance to England, and praise to himself. I must not forget that one whose services have been in the cause incalculable wears the garb of an English priest, and hath had episcopal ordination. It is not for us to challenge the instrument, so that our escape is achieved from the net of the fowler. Enough that I find thee not as yet enlightened with the purer doctrine, but prepared to profit by it when the spark shall reach thee enough in especial, that I find thee willing to uplift thy testimony, to cry aloud, and spare not against the errors and arts of the Church of Rome. But remember what thou hast now said, thou wilt soon be called upon to justify in a manner the most solemn, the most awful. What I have said, replied Julian Peveril, being the unbiased sentiments of my heart, shall upon no proper occasion want the support of my open avowal, and I think it strange you should doubt me so far. I doubt thee not, my young friend, said Bridgenorth, and I trust to see that name rank high amongst those by whom the prey shall be rent from the mighty. At present thy prejudices occupy thy mind like the strong keeper of the house mentioned in Scripture. But there shall come a stronger than he, and make forcible entry, displaying on the battlements that sign of faith in which alone there is found salvation. Watch, hope, and pray that the hour may come. There was a pause in the conversation, which was first broken by Peveril. You have spoken to me in riddles, Major Bridgenorth, and I have asked you for no explanation. Listen to a caution on my part, given with the most sincere goodwill. Take a hint from me, and believe it though it is darkly expressed. You are here, at least, are believed to be here on an errand dangerous to the lord of the island. That danger will be retorted on yourself. If you make man long your place of residence, be warned and depart in time. And leave my daughter to the guardianship of Julian Peveril. Runs not your counsel. So, young man, answered Bridgenorth, trust my safety, Julian, to my own prudence. I have been accustomed to guide myself through worse dangers than now environ me, but I thank you for your caution, which I am willing to believe was at least partly disinterested. We do not then part in anger, said Peveril. Not in anger, my son, said Bridgenorth, but in love and strong affection for my daughter. thou must forbear every thought of seeing her save through me. I accept not thy suit, neither do I reject it, only this, I intimate to you that he who would be my son must first show himself the true and loving child of his oppressed and deluded country. Farewell. Do not answer me now, thou art yet in the gall of bitterness, and it may be that strife, which I desire not should fall between us, thou shalt hear of me sooner than thou thinkest for. He shook Peveril heartily by the hand and again bid him farewell, leaving him under the confused and mingled impression of pleasure, doubt, and wonder, not a little surprised to find himself so far in the good graces of Alice's father, that his suit was even favoured with a sort of negative encouragement. He could not help suspecting, as well from the language of the daughter as of the father, that Bridgenorth was desirous, as the price of his favour, that he should adopt some line of conduct inconsistent with the principles in which he had been educated. You need not fear, Alice, he said in his heart, not even your hand would I purchase by aught which resembled unworthy or truckling compliance with tenets which my heart disowns, and well I know, were I mean enough to do so, even the authority of thy father were insufficient to compel thee to the ratification of so mean a bargain. But let me hope better things. Bridgenorth, though strong-minded and sagacious, is haunted by the fears of popery, which are the bugbears of his sect. My residence in the family of the Countess of Derby is more than enough to inspire him with suspicions of my faith, from which, thank heaven, I can vindicate myself with truth and a good conscience. So thinking, he again adjusted the girths of his palfrey, replaced the bit which he had slipped out of its mouth that it might feed at liberty, and mounting pursued his way back to the castle of Holmpeal, where he could not help fearing that something extraordinary might have happened in his absence. But the old pile soon rose before him serene, and sternly still amid the sleeping ocean. The banner which indicated that the Lord of Man held residence within its ruinous precincts hung motionless by the ensign staff. The sentinels walked to and fro on their posts, and hummed or whistled their Manx airs, leaving his faithful companion Ferry in the village, as before Julian entered the castle, and found all within in the same state of quietness and good order which external appearances had announced. Chapter 18. Now read me, brother dear. Throughout merry England, where will I find a messenger betwixt us two to send? Ballad of King Estmere. Julian's first encounter after re-entering the castle was with its young lord, who received him with his usual kindness and lightness of humour. Thrice welcome, Sir Knight of Dames, said the Earl, here you rove gallantly, and at free will through our dominions fulfilling of appointments and achieving amorous adventures, while we are condemned to sit in our royal halls as dull and as immovable as if our majesty was carved on the stern of some Manx smuggling dogger, and christened the King Arthur of Ramsay. Nay, in that case you would take the sea, said Julian, and so enjoy travel and adventure enough. Oh, but suppose me windbound or detained in harbour by a revenue pink, or ashore if you like it, and lying high and dry upon the sand, imagine the royal image in the dullest of all predicaments, and you have not equalled mine. I am happy to hear at least that you have had no disagreeable employment, said Julian. The morning's alarm has blown over, I suppose. In faith it has, Julian, and our close inquiries cannot find any cause for the apprehended insurrection. That Bridgenorth is in the island seems certain, but private affairs of consequence are alleged as the cause of his visit, and I am not desirous to have him arrested unless I could prove some malpractices against him and his companions. In fact, it would seem we had taken the alarm too soon. My mother speaks of consulting you on the subject, Julian, and I will not anticipate her solemn communication. It will be partly apologetical, I suppose, for we begin to think our retreat rather unroyal, and that like the wicked we have fled, when no man pursued. This idea afflicts my mother, who as a queen dowager, a queen regent, a heroine, and a woman in general, would be extremely mortified to think that her precipitate retreat hither had exposed her to the ridicule of the islanders, and she is disconcerted and out of humour. Accordingly, in the meanwhile, my sole amusement has been the grimaces and fantastic gestures of that ape Fenella, who is more out of humour, and more absurd in consequence than you ever saw her. Morris says it is because you pushed her downstairs. Julian, how is that? Nay, Morris has misreported me, answered Julian. I did but lift her upstairs to be rid of her importunity, for she chose in her way to contest my going abroad in such an obstinate manner that I had no other mode of getting rid of her. She must have supposed your departure at a moment so critical was dangerous to the state of our garrison, answered the Earl. It shows how dearly she esteems my mother's safety, how highly she rates your prowess. But thank heaven there sounds the dinner bell. I would the philosophers who find a sin and waste of time in good cheer could devise us any pastime half so agreeable. The meal which the young Earl had thus longed for as a means of consuming a portion of the time, which hung heavy on his hands, was soon over as soon at least as the habitual and stately formality of the Countess' household permitted. She herself, accompanied by her gentlewomen and attendants, retired early after the tables were drawn, and the young gentlemen were left to their own company. Wine had for the moment no charms for either, for the Earl was out of spirits from ennui and impatience of his monotonous and solitary course of life, and the events of the day had given Peveril too much matter for reflection to permit his starting amusing or interesting topics of conversation. After having passed the flask in silence betwixt them once or twice, they withdrew each to a separate embrasure of the windows of the dining apartment, which, such was the extreme thickness of the wall, were deep enough to afford a solitary recess, separated as it were from the chamber itself. In one of these sat the Earl of Derby, busied in looking over some of the new publications which had been forwarded from London, and at intervals confessing how little power or interest these had for him, by yawning fearfully, as he looked out on the solitary expanse of waters, which, save from the flight of a flock of seagulls or a solitary cormorant, offered so little of variety to engage his attention. Peveril on his part held a pamphlet also in his hand, without giving or affecting to give it even his occasional attention, his whole soul turned upon the interview which he had had that day with Alice Bridgenorth, and with her father, while he in vain endeavoured to form any hypothesis which could explain to him why the daughter, to whom he had no reason to think himself indifferent, should have been so suddenly desirous of their eternal separation, while her father, whose opposition he so much dreaded, seemed to be at least tolerant of his addresses. He could only suppose in explanation that Major Bridgenorth had some plan in prospect, which it was in his own power to farther or to impede, while from the demeanour and indeed the language of Alice he had but too much reason to apprehend that her father's favour could only be conciliated by something on his own part, approaching to dereliction of principle, but by no conjecture which he could form could he make the least guess concerning the nature of that compliance of which Bridgenorth seemed desirous. He could not imagine, notwithstanding Alice had spoken of treachery, that her father would dare to propose to him uniting in any plan by which the safety of the Countess or the security of her little kingdom of man was to be endangered. This carried such indelible disgrace in the front that he could not suppose the scheme proposed to him by any who was not prepared to defend with his sword upon the spot so flagrant an insult offered to his honour, and such a proceeding was totally inconsistent with the conduct of Major Bridgenorth in every other respect besides his being too calm and cold-blooded to permit of his putting a mortal affront upon the son of his old neighbour, to whose mother he confessed so much of obligation. While Peveril in vain endeavoured to extract something like a probable theory out of the hints thrown out by the father, and by the daughter, not without the additional and lover-like labour of endeavouring to reconcile his passion to his honour and conscience, felt something gently pull him by the cloak, he unclasped his arms, which in meditation had been folded on his bosom, and withdrawing his eyes from the vacant prospect of sea-coast and sea which they perused without much consciousness upon what they rested, he beheld beside him the little dumb maid in the elfin fenella. She was seated on a low cushion or stool with which she had nestled close to Peveril's side, and had remained there for a short space of time, expecting no doubt he would become conscious of her presence, until, tired of remaining unnoticed, she at length solicited his attention in the manner which we have described. Startled out of his reverie by this intimation of her presence, he looked down, and could not without interest behold this singular and helpless being. Original. Her hair was unloosened and streamed over her shoulders in such length that much of it lay upon the ground, and in such quantity that it formed a dark veil or shadow not only around her face, but over her whole slender and minute form. From the profusion of her tresses looked forth her small and dark but well-formed features, together with the large and brilliant black eyes, and her whole countenance was composed into the imploring look of one who is doubtful of the reception she is about to meet with from a valued friend, while she confesses a fault, pleads an apology, or solicits a reconciliation. In short, the whole face was so much alive with expression that Julian, though her aspect was so familiar to him, could hardly persuade himself but that her countenance was entirely new. The wild, fantastic, elvish vivacity of the features seemed totally vanished, and had given place to a sorrowful, tender, and pathetic cast of countenance, aided by the expression of the large dark eyes, which, as they were turned up towards Julian, glistened with moisture, that nevertheless did not overflow the eyelids. conceiving that her unwonted manner arose from a recollection of the dispute which had taken place betwixt them in the morning. Peveril was anxious to restore the little maiden's gaiety, by making her sensible that there dwelt on his mind no unpleasing recollection of their quarrel. He smiled kindly, and shook her hand in one of his while, with the familiarity of one who had known her from childhood. He stroked down her long dark tresses with the other. She stooped her head as if ashamed, and at the same time gratified with his kersesand. He was thus induced to continue them, until under the veil of her rich and abundant locks, he suddenly felt his other hand, which she still held in hers, slightly touched with her lips, and at the same time moistened with it. At once, and for the first time in his life, the danger of being misinterpreted in his familiarity with a creature to whom the usual modes of explanation were a blank occurred to Julian's mind, and hastily withdrawing his hand, and changing his posture, he asked her by a sign, which custom had rendered familiar, whether she brought any message to him from the Countess. She started up and arranged herself in her seat with the rapidity of lightning, and at the same moment, with one turn of her hand, braided her length of locks into a natural headdress of the most beautiful kind. There was indeed, when she looked up, a blush still visible on her dark features, but their melancholy and languid expression had given place to that of wild and restless vivacity, which was most common to them. Her eyes gleamed with more than their wonted fire, and her glances were more piercingly wild and unsettled than usual. To Julian's inquiry, she answered by laying her hand on her heart, a motion by which she always indicated the Countess, and rising, and taking the direction of her apartment, she made a sign to Julian to follow her. The distance was not great betwixt the dining apartment and that to which Peveril now followed his mute guide, yet in going thither, he had time enough to suffer cruelly from the sudden suspicion that this unhappy girl had misinterpreted the uniform kindness with which he had treated her, and hence come to regard him with feelings more tender than those which belong to friendship. The misery which such a passion was likely to occasion to a creature in her helpless situation, and actuated by such lively feelings, was great enough to make him refuse credit to the suspicion which pressed itself upon his mind, while at the same time he formed the internal resolution so to conduct himself towards Fenella as to check such misplaced sentiments, if indeed she unhappily entertained them towards him. When they reached the Countess' apartment, they found her with writing implements and many sealed letters before her. She received Julian with her usual kindness, and having caused him to be seated, beckoned to the mute to resume her needle in an instant. Fenella was seated at an embroidering frame where, but for the movement of her dexterous fingers, she might have seemed a statue, so little did she move from her work, either head or eye, as her infirmity rendered her presence no bar to the most confidential conversation. The Countess proceeded to address Peveril as if they had been literally alone together. "Julian," she said, "I am not now about to complain to you of the sentiments and conduct of Darby. He is your friend, he is my son, he has kindness of heart and vivacity of talent, and yet—" "Dearest lady," said Peveril, "why will you distress yourself with fixing your eye on deficiencies, which arise rather from a change of times and manners than any degeneracy of my noble friend? Let him be once engaged in his duty, whether in peace or war, and let me pay the penalty if he acquits not himself becoming his high station." "I," replied the Countess, "but when will the call of duty prove superior to that of the most idle or trivial indulgence, which can serve to drive over the lazy hour?" His father was of another mould, and how often was it my lot to entreat that he would spare from the rigid discharge of those duties which his high station imposed the relaxation absolutely necessary to recruit his health and his spirits. "Still, my dearest lady," said Peveril, "you must allow that the duties to which the times summoned your late honoured lord were of a more stirring as well as a more peremptory cast than those which await your son." "I know not that," said the Countess. "The wheel appears to be again revolving, and the present period is not unlikely to bring back such scenes as my young years witnessed. Well be it, so they will not find Charlotte de la Tremouille broken in spirit though depressed by years. It was even on this subject I would speak with you, my young friend. Since our first early acquaintance, Johan, I saw your gallant behaviour, as I issued forth to your childish eye like an apparition from my place of concealment in your father's castlate, has pleased me to think you a true son of Stanley, and Peveril, I trust your nurture in this family has been ever suited to the esteem in which I hold you. Nay, I desire no thanks. I have to require of you in return a piece of service, not perhaps entirely safe to yourself, but which as times are circumstanced no person is so well able to render to my house." "You have been ever my good and noble lady," answered Peveril, "as well as my kind, and I may say maternal protectress. You have a right to command the blood of Stanley in the veins of every one. You have 1,000 rights to command it in mine." The reader cannot have forgotten that the Earl of Derby was head of the great house of Stanley. My advices from England, said the Countess, resemble more the dreams of a sick man than the regular information which I might have expected from such correspondence, as mind their expressions are like those of men who walk in their sleep, and speak by snatches of what passes in their dreams. It is said a plot, real or fictitious, has been detected among the Catholics which has spread far wider and more uncontrollable terror than that of the 5th of November. Its outlines seem utterly incredible, and are only supported by the evidence of wretches, the meanest and most worthless in the creation, yet it is received by the credulous people of England with the most undoubting belief. This is a singular delusion, to rise without some real ground, answered Julian. I am no bigot, cousin, though a Catholic, replied the Countess. I have long feared that the well-meant zeal of our priests for increasing converts would draw on them the suspicion of the English nation. These efforts have been renewed with double energy, since the Duke of York conformed to the Catholic faith, and the same event has doubled the hate and jealousy of the Protestants. So far, I fear, there may be just cause of suspicion that the Duke is a better Catholic than an Englishman, and that bigotry has involved him as avarice, or the needy greed of a prodigal has engaged his brother in relations with France, whereof England may have too much reason to complain, but the gross, thick, and palpable fabrications of conspiracy and murder, blood and fire, the imaginary armists, intended massacres, form a collection of falsehoods that one would have thought indigestible even by the coarse appetite of the vulgar for the marvellous and horrible, but which are nevertheless received as truth by both Houses of Parliament and questioned by no one who is desirous to escape the odious appellation of friend to the bloody papists in favour of their infernal schemes of cruelty. But what say those who are most likely to be affected by these wild reports? Said Julian. What say the English Catholics themselves, as a numerous and wealthy body comprising so many noble names? Their hearts are dead within them, said the Countess. They are like sheep penned up in the shambles, that the butcher may take his choice among them in the obscure and brief communications which I have had by a secure hand. They do but anticipate their own utter ruin, and are so general is the depression, so universal the despair. But the king, said Peveril, the king and the Protestant royalists, what say they to this growing tempest? Charles, replied the Countess, with his usual selfish prudence, truckles to the storm, and will let cord and axe do their work on the most innocent men in his dominions, rather than lose an hour of pleasure in attempting their rescue. And for the royalists, either they have caught the general delirium which has seized on Protestants in general, or they stand aloof and neutral, afraid to show any interest in the unhappy Catholics, lest they be judged altogether such as themselves and abettors of the fearful conspiracy in which they are alleged to be engaged. In fact, I cannot blame them. It is hard to expect that mere compassion for a persecuted sector, what is yet more rare, an abstract love of justice, should be powerful enough to engage men to expose themselves to the awakened fury of a whole people, for in the present state of general agitation whoever disbelieves the least tittle of the enormous improbabilities which have been accumulated by these wretched reformers is instantly hunted down as one who would smother the discovery of the plot. It is indeed an awful tempest, and remote as we lie from its sphere, we must expect soon to feel its effects. Lord Derby already told me something of this, said Julian, and that there were agents in this island whose object was to excite insurrection. Yes, answered the Countess, and her eye flashed fire as she spoke, and had my advice been listened to, they had been apprehended in the very fact, and so dealt with as to be a warning to all others, how they sought this independent principality on such an errand. But my son, who is generally so culpably negligent of his own affairs, was pleased to assume the management of them upon this crisis. I am happy to learn, madam, answered Peveril, that the measures of precaution which my kinsman has adopted have had the complete effect of disconcerting the conspiracy. For the present, Julian, but they should have been such as would have made the boldest tremble to think of such infringement of our rights in future. But Derby's present plan is fraught with greater danger, and yet there is something in it of gallantry which has my sympathy. What is it, madam? Inquired Julian anxiously, and in what can I aid it or avert its dangers? He purposes, said the Countess, instantly to set forth for London. He is, he says, not merely the feudal chief of a small island, but one of the noble peers of England, who must not remain in the security of an obscure and distant castle. When his name or that of his mother is slandered before his prince and people, he will take his place, he says, in the House of Lords, and publicly demand justice for the insult thrown on his house by perjured and interested witnesses. "It is a generous resolution, and worthy of my friend," said Julian Peveril. "I will go with him and share his fate, be it what it may." "Alas, foolish boy," answered the Countess, "as well may you ask a hungry lion to feel compassion as a prejudiced and furious people to do justice. They are like the madman at the height of frenzy, who murders without compunction his best and dearest friend, and only wonders and wails over his own cruelty when he is recovered from his delirium." "Pardon me, dearest lady," said Julian, "this cannot be. The noble and generous people of England cannot be thus strangely misled. Whatever prepossessions may be current among the more vulgar, the House of Legislature cannot be deeply infected by them. Will remember their own dignity." "Alas, cousin," answered the Countess, "when did Englishmen, even of the highest degree, remember anything, when hurried away by the violence of party feeling, even those who have too much sense to believe in the incredible fictions which gull the multitude will beware how they expose them if their own political party can gain a momentary advantage by their being accredited. It is amongst such too that your kinsman has found friends and associates, neglecting the old friends of his house, as too grave and formal companions for the humour of the times. His intercourse has been with the versatile Shaftesburythe mercurial Buckinghamman, who would not hesitate to sacrifice to the popular monarch of the day whatsoever or whomsoever, whose ruin could propitiate the deity forgive a mother's tears kinsman. But I see the scaffold at Bolton again erected if Derby goes to London, while these bloodhounds are in full cry, obnoxious as he is, and I have made him by my religious faith and my conduct in this island, he dies his father's death, and yet upon what other course to resolve?" "Let me go to London, madam," said Peveril, much moved by the distress of his patroness. "Your ladyship was wont to rely something on my judgment. I will act for the best, will communicate with those whom you point out to me, and only with them, and I trust soon to send you information that this delusion, however strong it may now be, is in the course of passing away. At the worst, I can apprise you of the danger, should it menace the Earl or yourself, and may be able also to point out the means by which it may be eluded." The Countess listened with a countenance in which the anxiety of maternal affection, which prompted her to embrace Peveril's generous offer, struggled with her native disinterested and generous disposition. "Think what you ask of me, Julian," she replied, with a sigh. "Would you have me expose the life of my friend's son to those perils, to which I refuse my own? No, never." "Nay, but madam," replied Julian, "I do not run the same risk. Me person is not known in London. Me situation, though not obscure in my own country, is too little known to be noticed in that huge assemblage of all that is noble and wealthy. No whisper, I presume, however indirect, has connected my name with the alleged conspiracy. I am a Protestant above all, and can be accused of no intercourse direct or indirect with the Church of Rome. My connections also lie amongst those who, if they do not or cannot befriend me, cannot at least be dangerous to me. In a word, I run no danger where the Earl might incur great peril." "Alas," said the Countess of Derby, "all this generous reasoning may be true, but it could only be listened to by a widowed mother. Selfish as I am, I cannot but reflect that my kinswoman has in all events the support of an affectionate husband. Such is the interested reasoning to which we are not ashamed to subject our better feelings." "Do not call it so, madam," answered Peveril. "Think of me as the younger brother of my kinsman. You have ever done by me the duties of a mother, and have a right to my filial service, were it at a risk 10 times greater than a journey to London to inquire into the temper of the times. I will instantly go and announce my departure to the Earl." "Stay, Julian," said the Countess, "if you must make this journey in our behalf, and alas, I have not generosity enough to refuse your noble proffer, you must go alone, and without communication with Derby. I know him well. His lightness of mind is free from selfish baseness, and for the world would he not suffer you to leave man without his company, and if he went with you, your noble and disinterested kindness would be of no avail. You would but share his ruin, as the swimmer who attempts to save a drowning man is involved in his fate, if he permit the sufferer to grapple with him." "It shall be as you please, madam," said Peveril. "I am ready to depart upon half an hour's notice." "This night then," said the Countess, after a moment's pause. "This night I will arrange the most secret means of carrying your generous project into effect, for I would not excite that prejudice against you, which will instantly arise were it known you had so lately left this island, and its popish lady. You will do well perhaps to use a feigned name in London." "Pardon me, madam," said Julian, "I will do nothing that can draw on me unnecessary attention, but to bear a feigned name, or affect any disguise beyond living with extreme privacy, would I think be unwise as well as unworthy, and what if challenged I might find some difficulty in assigning a reason for consistent with perfect fairness of intentions." "I believe you are right," answered the Countess after a moment's consideration, and then added, "You propose doubtless to pass through Derbyshire and visit Martindale Castle." "I should wish it, madam," certainly replied Peveril, "did time permit and circumstances render it advisable." "Of that," said the Countess, "you must yourself judge. Dispatch is doubtless desirable. On the other hand, arriving from your own family set, you will be less an object of doubt and suspicion than if you posted up from hence, without even visiting your parents. You must be guided in this'n, all by your own prudence. Go, my dearest son, for to me you should be dear as a song. Go, and prepare for your journey. I will get ready some dispatches, and a supply of money. Nay, do not object. Am I not your mother? And are you not discharging a son's duty? Dispute not my right of defraying your expenses, nor is this all, for, as I must trust your zeal and prudence to act in our behalf, when occasion shall demand, I will furnish you with effectual recommendations to our friends and kindred, entreating, and enjoining them, to render whatever aid you may require, either for your own protection or the advancement of what you may propose in our favour." Peveril made no farther opposition to an arrangement which in truth the moderate state of his own finances rendered almost indispensable unless with his father's assistance, and the Countess put into his hand bills of exchange to the amount of £200 upon a merchant in the city. She then dismissed Julian for the space of an hour, after which she said she must again require his presence. The preparations for his journey were not of a nature to divert the thoughts which speedily pressed on him. He found that half an hour's conversation had once more completely changed his immediate prospects and plans for the future. He had offered to the Countess of Derby a service which her uniform kindness had well deserved at his hand, but by her accepting it, he was upon the point of being separated from Alice Bridgenorth at a time when she was become dearer to him than ever. By her avowal of mutual passion her image rose before him, such as he had that day pressed her to his bosom. Her voice was in his ear, and seemed to ask whether he could desert her in the crisis which everything seemed to announce as impending. But Julian Peveril, his youth considered, was strict in judging his duty and severely resolved in executing it. He trusted not his imagination to pursue the vision which presented itself, but resolutely seizing his pen wrote to Alice the following letter, explaining his situation as far as justice to the Countess permitted him to do so. "I leave you, dearest Alice," thus ran the letter, "I leave you, and though in doing so I but obey the command you have laid on me, yet I can claim little merit for my compliance, since without additional and most forcible reasons in aid of your orders I fear I should have been unable to comply with them, but family affairs of importance compel me to absent myself from this island, for I fear more than 1 week my thoughts, hopes and wishes will be on the moment that shall restore me to the Black Fort and its lovely valley. Let me hope that yours will sometimes rest on the lonely exile whom nothing could render such but the command of honour and duty. Do not fear that I mean to involve you in a private correspondence, and let not your father fear it. I could not love you so much, but for the openness and candour of your nature, and I would not that you concealed from Major Bridgenorth 1 syllable of what I now avow respecting other matters. He himself cannot desire the welfare of our common country with more zeal than I do. Differences may occur concerning the mode in which that is to be obtained, but in the principle I am convinced there can be only one mind between us, nor can I refuse to listen to his experience and wisdom, even where they may ultimately fail to convince me. Farewell, Alice, farewell. Much might be added to that melancholy word, but nothing that could express the bitterness with which it is written, yet I could transcribe it again and again, rather than conclude the last communication which I can have with you for some time. My sole comfort is that my stay will scarce be so long as to permit you to forget one who never can forget you." He held the paper in his hand for a minute after he had folded, but before he had sealed it, while he hurriedly debated in his own mind whether he had not expressed himself towards Major Bridgenorth in so conciliating a manner as might excite hopes of proselytism, which his conscience told him he could not realize with honour. Yet on the other hand, he had no right, from what Bridgenorth had said, to conclude that their principles were diametrically irreconcilable, for though the son of a high Cavalier, and educated in the family of the Countess of Derby, he was himself upon principle an enemy of prerogative and a friend to the liberty of the subject, and with such considerations he silenced all internal objections on the point of honour, although his conscience secretly whispered that these conciliatory expressions towards the father were chiefly dictated by the fear that during his absence Major Bridgenorth might be tempted to change the residence of his daughter, and perhaps to convey her altogether out of his reach. Having sealed his letter, Julian called his servant, and directed him to carry it under cover of one addressed to Mrs. Debich to a house in the town of Rushin, where packets and messages intended for the family at Blackfort were usually deposited, and for that purpose to take horse immediately. He thus got rid of an attendant who might have been in some degree a spy on his motions. He then exchanged the dress he usually wore for one more suited to travelling, and having put a change or two of linen into a small cloak bag, selected as arms a strong double-edged sword and an excellent pair of pistols, which last he carefully loaded with double bullets thus appointed, and with 20 pieces in his purse and the bills we have mentioned secured in a private pocket-book, he was in readiness to depart as soon as he should receive the Countess' commands. The buoyant spirit of youth and hope, which had for a moment been chilled by the painful and dubious circumstances in which he was placed as well as the deprivation which he was about to undergo, now revived in full vigour. Fancy, turning from more painful anticipations, suggested to him that he was now entering upon life at a crisis, when resolution and talents were almost certain to make the fortune of their possessor. How could he make a more honourable entry on the bustling scene than sent by and acting in behalf of one of the noblest houses in England? And should he perform what his charge might render incumbent with the resolution and the prudence necessary to secure success, how many occurrences might take place to render his mediation necessary to Bridgenorth, and thus enable him on the most equal and honourable terms to establish a claim to his gratitude and to his daughter's hand. Whilst he was dwelling on such pleasing though imaginary prospects, he could not help exclaiming aloud, "Yes, Alice, I will win thee nobly." The words had scarce escaped his lips when he heard at the door of his apartment, which the servant had left ajar, a sound like a deep sigh, which was instantly succeeded by a gentle tap. "Come in," replied Julian, somewhat ashamed of his exclamation, and not a little afraid that it had been caught up by some eavesdropper. "Come in," he again repeated, but his command was not obeyed. On the contrary, the knock was repeated somewhat louder. He opened the door, and Fenella stood before him, with eyes that seemed red with recent tears, and with a look of the deepest dejection. The little mute, first touching her bosom and beckoning with her finger, made to him the usual sign that the Countess desired to see him, then turned as if to usher him to her apartment. As he followed her through the long, gloomy, vaulted passages which afforded communication betwixt the various apartments of the castle, he could not but observe that her usual light trip was exchanged for a tardy and mournful step, which she accompanied with low inarticulate moaning, which she was probably the less able to suppress, because she could not judge how far it was audible, and also with wringing of the hands and other marks of extreme affliction. At this moment a thought came across Peveril's mind, which in spite of his better reason made him shudder involuntarily. As a peaksman and a long resident in the Isle of Man, he was well acquainted with many a superstitious legend, and particularly with a belief which attached to the powerful family of the Stanleys for their peculiar demon, a banshee or female spirit, who was wont to shriek foreboding evil times, and who was generally seen weeping and bemoaning herself before the death of any person of distinction belonging to the family. For an instant Julian could scarcely divest himself of the belief that the wailing, gibbering form which glided before him with a lamp in her hand was a genius of his mother's race, come to announce to him, as an analogous reflection, that if the suspicion which had crossed his mind concerning Fenella was a just one, her ill-fated attachment to him, like that of the prophetic spirit to his family, could bode nothing but disaster and lamentation and woe. Chapter 19. Now hoist the anchor, mates, and let the sails give their broad bosom to the buxom wind, like lass that woos a lover. Anonymous. The presence of the Countess dispelled the superstitious feeling which for an instant had encroached on Julian's imagination, and compelled him to give attention to the matters of ordinary life. "Here are your credentials," she said, giving him a small packet, carefully packed up in a sealskin cover. "You had better not open them till you come to London. You must not be surprised to find that there are one or two addressed to men of my own persuasion. These, for all our sakes, you will observe caution in delivering." "I go your messenger, madam," said Peveril, "and whatever you desire me to charge myself with, of that I undertake the care. Yet allow me to doubt whether an intercourse with Catholics will at this moment forward the purposes of my mission." "You have caught the general suspicion of this wicked sect already," said the Countess, smiling, "and are the fitter to go amongst Englishmen in their present mood. But my cautious friend, these letters are so addressed, and the persons to whom they are addressed so disguised, that you will run no danger in conversing with them without their aid. Indeed, you will not be able to obtain the accurate information you go in search of. None can tell so exactly how the wind sets as the pilot whose vessel is exposed to the storm. Besides, though you Protestants deny our priesthood, the harmlessness of the dove, you are ready enough to allow us a full share of the wisdom of the serpent. In plain terms, their means of information are extensive, and they are not deficient in the power of applying it. I therefore wish you to have the benefit of their intelligence and advice if possible. Whatever you impose upon me as a part of my duty, madam, rely on its being discharged punctually, answered Peveril. And now, as there is little use in deferring the execution of a purpose, when once fixed, let me know your ladyship's wishes concerning my departure. It must be sudden and secret, said the Countess. The island is full of spies, and I would not wish that any of them should have notice that an envoy of mine was about to leave man for London. Can you be ready to go on board tomorrow? Tonight this instant, if you will, said Julian. Me little preparations are complete. Be ready then in your chamber at 2 hours after midnight. I will send one to summon you, for our secret must be communicated for the present to as few as possible. A foreign sloop is engaged to carry you over. Then make the best of your way to London by Martindale Castle, or otherwise as you find most advisable. When it is necessary to announce your absence, I will say you are gone to see your parents, but stay your journey will be on horseback, of course, from Whitehaven. You have bills of exchange, it is true, but are you provided with ready money to furnish yourself with a good horse? I am sufficiently rich, madam, answered Julian, and good nags are plenty in Cumberland. There are those among them who know how to come by them good and cheap. Trust not to that, said the Countess. Here is what will purchase for you the best horse on the borders. Can you be simple enough to refuse it? She added, as she pressed on him a heavy purse, which he saw himself obliged to accept. A good horse, Julian, continued the Countess, and a good sword next to a good heart and head are the accomplishments of a cavalier. I kiss your hands, then, madam, said Peveril, and humbly beg you to believe that whatever may fail in my present undertaking, my purpose to serve you, my noble kinswoman and benefactress, can at least never swerve or falter. I know it, my son, I know it, and may God forgive me if my anxiety for your friend has sent you on dangers which should have been his go-go. May saints and angels bless you, Fenella, shall acquaint him that you sup in your own apartment. So indeed will I, for tonight I should be unable to face my son's looks. Little will he thank me for sending you on his errand, and there will be many to ask whether it was like the Lady of Latham to trust her friend's son on the danger which should have been braved by her own. But oh, Julian, I am now a forlorn widow whom sorrow has made selfish. Tush, madam, answered Peveril, it is more unlike the Lady of Latham to anticipate dangers which may not exist at all, and to which, if they do indeed occur, I am less obnoxious than my noble kinsman. Farewell, all blessings. Attend you, madam, commend me to Derby, and make him my excuses. I shall expect a summons at 2 hours after midnight. They took an affectionate leave of each other, the more affectionate, indeed, on the part of the Countess, that she could not entirely reconcile her generous mind to exposing Peveril to danger on her son's behalf, and Julian betook himself to his solitary apartment. His servant soon afterwards brought him wine and refreshments, to which, notwithstanding the various matters he had to occupy his mind, he contrived to do reasonable justice. But when this needful occupation was finished, his thoughts began to stream in upon him like a troubled tide at once recalling the past and anticipating the future. It was in vain that he wrapped himself in his riding cloak, and lying down on his bed, endeavoured to compose himself to sleep. The uncertainty of the prospect before him, the doubt how Bridgenorth might dispose of his daughter during his absence, the fear that the Major himself might fall into the power of the vindictive Countess, besides a numerous train of vague and half-formed apprehensions, agitated his blood and rendered slumber impossible. Alternately to recline in the old oaken easy-chair and listen to the dashing of the waves under the windows, mingled as the sound was with the scream of the seabirds, or traverse the apartment with long and slow steps, pausing occasionally to look out on the sea, slumbering under the influence of a full moon which tipped each wave with silver. Such were the only pastimes he could invent, until midnight had passed for 1 hour. The next was wasted in anxious expectation of the summons of departure. At length it arrived. A tap at his door was followed by a low murmur, which made him suspect that the Countess had again employed her mute attendant as the most secure minister of her pleasure on this occasion. He felt something like impropriety in this selection, and it was with a feeling of impatience alien to the natural generosity of his temper that, when he opened the door, He beheld the dumb maiden standing before him. The lamp which he held in his hand showed his features distinctly, and probably made Fenella aware of the expression which animated them. She cast her large dark eyes mournfully on the ground, and without again looking him in the face, made him a signal to follow her. He delayed no longer than was necessary to secure his pistols in his belt, wrap his cloak closer around him, and take his small portmanteau under his arm. Thus accoutred, he followed her out of the keep or inhabited part of the castle by a series of obscure passages leading to a postern gate, which she unlocked with a key selected from a bundle which she carried at her girdle. They now stood in the castle-yard in the open moonlight, which glimmered white and ghastly on the variety of strange and ruinous objects to which we have formerly alluded, and which gave the scene rather the appearance of some ancient cemetery than of the interior of a fortification. The round and elevated tower, the ancient mount with its quadrangular sides facing the ruinous edifices, which once boasted the name of cathedral, seemed of yet more antique and anomalous form when seen by the pale light which now displayed them to one of these churches. Fenella took the direct course and was followed by Julian, although he at once divined, and was superstitious enough to dislike the path which she was about to adopt. It was by a secret passage through this church that in former times the guard-room of the garrison, situated at the lower and external defences, communicated with the keep of the castle, and through this passage were the keys of the castle, every night carried to the governor's apartment so soon as the gates were locked, and the watch set. The custom was given up in James I's time, and the passage abandoned on account of the well-known legend of the Morth Doga fiend, or demon in the shape of a large shaggy black mastiff, by which the church was said to be haunted. It was devoutly believed that in former times this spectre became so familiar with mankind as to appear nightly in the guard-room, issuing from the passage which we have mentioned at night and retiring to it at daybreak. The soldiers became partly familiarized to its presence, yet not so much so as to use any license of language while the apparition was visible, until one fellow, rendered daring by intoxication, swore he would know whether it was dog or devil, and with his drawn sword followed the spectre when it retreated by the usual passage. The man returned in a few minutes, sobered by terror, his mouth gaping, and his hair standing on end, under which horror he died. But unhappily for the lovers of the marvellous, altogether unable to disclose the horrors which he had seen under the evil repute arising from this tale of wonder, the guardroom was abandoned, and a new one constructed in like manner. The guards after that period held another and more circuitous communication with the governor or seneschal of the castle, and that which lay through the ruinous church was entirely abandoned. In defiance of the legendary terrors which tradition had attached to the original communication, Fenella, followed by Peveril, now boldly traversed the ruinous vaults, through which it lay, sometimes only guided over heaps of ruins by the precarious light of the lamp, borne by the dumb maiden, sometimes having the advantage of a gleam of moonlight darting into the dreary abyss through the shafted windows, or through breaches made by time, as the path was by no means a straight one. Peveril could not but admire the intimate acquaintance with the mazes which his singular companion displayed, as well as the boldness with which she traversed them. He himself was not so utterly void of the prejudices of the times, but that he contemplated with some apprehension the possibility of their intruding on the lair of the phantom hound of which he had heard so often, and in every remote sight of the breeze among the ruins he thought he heard him baying at the mortal footsteps which disturbed his gloomy realm. No such terrors, however, interrupted their journey, and in the course of a few minutes they attained the deserted and now ruinous guardhouse. The broken walls of the little edifice served to conceal them from the sentinels, one of whom was keeping a drowsy watch at the lower gate of the castle, whilst another, seated on the stone steps which communicated with the parapet of the bounding and exterior wall, was slumbering in full security with his musket peacefully grounded by his side. Fenella made a sign to Peveril to move with silence and caution, and then showed him to his surprise from the window of the deserted guardroom a boat, for it was now high water, with 4 rowers lurking under the cliff on which the castle was built, and made him farther sensible that he was to have access to it by a ladder of considerable height, placed at the window of the. Julian was both displeased and alarmed by the security and carelessness of the sentinels, who had suffered such preparations to be made without observation or alarm given, and he hesitated whether he should not call the officer of the guard, upbraid him with negligence, and show him how easily Homepeel, in spite of its natural strength, and although reported impregnable, might be surprised by a few resolute men. Fenella seemed to guess his thoughts. With that extreme acuteness of observation which her deprivations had occasioned her acquiring, she laid one hand on his arm, and a finger of the other on her own lips, as if to enjoin forbearance, and Julian, knowing that she acted by the direct authority of the Countess, obeyed her accordingly, but with the internal resolution to lose no time in communicating his sentiments to the Earl concerning the danger to which the castle was exposed on this point. In the meantime, he descended the ladder with some precaution, for the steps were unequal, broken, wet, and slippery, and having placed himself in the stern of the boat, made a signal to the men to push off, and turned to take farewell of his guide. To his utter astonishment, Fenella rather slid down than descended regularly the perilous ladder, and the boat, being already pushed off, made a spring from the last step of it with incredible agility, and seated herself beside Peveril. Ere he could express either remonstrance or surprise, he commanded the men once more to pull in to the precarious landing place, and throwing into his countenance a part of the displeasure which he really felt, endeavoured to make her comprehend the necessity of returning to her mistress. Fenella folded her arms, and looked at him with a haughty smile, which completely expressed the determination of her purpose. Peveril was extremely embarrassed. He was afraid of offending the Countess and interfering with her plan, by giving alarm, which otherwise he was much tempted to have done on Fenella. It was evident no species of argument which he could employ was likely to make the least impression, and the question remained how, if she went on with him, he was to rid himself of so singular and inconvenient a companion, and provide at the same time sufficiently for her personal security. The boatmen brought the matter to a decision, for after lying on their oars for a minute, and whispering among themselves in Low Dutch or German, they began to pull stoutly, and were soon at some distance from the castle. The possibility of the sentinels sending a musket ball, or even a cannon shot after them, was one of the contingencies which gave Peveril momentary anxiety, but they left the fortress as they must have approached it unnoticed, or at least unchallenged, a carelessness on the part of the garrison which, notwithstanding that the oars were muffled, and that the men spoke little, and in whispers argued in Peveril's opinion great negligence on the part of the sentinels. When they were a little way from the castle, the men began to row briskly towards a small vessel, which lay at some distance. Peveril had in the meantime leisure to remark that the boatmen spoke to each other doubtfully, and bent anxious looks on Fenella, as if uncertain whether they had acted properly in bringing her off. After about a quarter of an hour's rowing they reached the little sloop, where Peveril was received by the skipper, or captain, on the quarterdeck, with an offer of spirits or refreshments. A word or two among the seamen withdrew the captain from his hospitable cares, and he flew to the ship's side, apparently to prevent Fenella from entering the vessel. The men, and he talked eagerly in Dutch, looking anxiously at Fenella as they spoke together, and Peveril hoped the result would be that the poor woman should be sent ashore again, but she baffled whatever opposition could be offered to her, and when the accommodation ladder, as it is called, was withdrawn, she snatched the end of a rope, and climbed on board with the dexterity of a sailor, leaving them no means of preventing her entrance save by actual violence, to which apparently they did not choose to have recourse. Once on deck, she took the captain by the sleeve, and led him to the head of the vessel, where they seemed to hold intercourse in a manner intelligible to both. Peveril soon forgot the presence of the mute, as he began to muse upon his own situation, and the probability that he was separated for some considerable time from the object of his affections. Constancy, he repeated to himself, constancy, and as if in coincidence with the theme of his reflections, he fixed his eyes on the polar star, which that night twinkled with more than ordinary brilliancy, emblem of pure passion and steady purpose. Thoughts which arose as he viewed its clear and unchanging light were disinterested and noble. To seek his country's welfare and secure the blessings of domestic peace, to discharge a bold and perilous duty to his friend and patron, to regard his passion for Alice Bridgenorth as the lodestar which was to guide him to noble deeds, were the resolutions which thronged upon his mind, and which exalted his spirits to that state of romantic melancholy which perhaps is ill exchanged even for feelings of joyful rapture. He was recalled from those contemplations by something which nestled itself softly and closely to his side. A woman's sigh sounded so near him as to disturb his reverie, and as he turned his head, he saw Fenella seated beside him with her eyes fixed on the same star which had just occupied his own. His first emotion was that of displeasure, but it was impossible to persevere in it towards a being so helpless in many respects, so interesting in others, whose large dark eyes were filled with dew, which glistened in the moonlight, and the source of whose emotions seemed to be in a partiality which might well claim indulgence, at least from him who was the object of it. At the same time, Julian resolved to seize the present opportunity for such expostulations with Fenella on the strangeness of her conduct as the poor maiden might be able to comprehend. He took her hand with great kindness, but at the same time with much gravity pointed to the boat, and to the castle whose towers and extended walls were now scarce visible in the distance, and thus intimated to her the necessity of her return to Homepeel, she looked down and shook her head, as if negativing his proposal with obstinate decision. Julian renewed his expostulation by look and gesture repented to his own heart, to intimate the countersign bent his brows, to show the displeasure which she must entertain to all which the maiden only answered by her tears. At length, as if driven to explanation by his continued remonstrances, she suddenly seized him by the arm to arrest his attention, cast her eye hastily around, as if to see whether she was watched by any one, then drew the other hand, edgewise across her slender throat, pointed to the boat, and to the castle, and nodded. On this series of signs, Peveril could put no interpretation, excepting that he was menaced with some personal danger, from which Fenella seemed to conceive that her presence was a protection. Whatever was her meaning, her purpose seemed unalterably adopted. At least, it was plain he had no power to shake it. He must therefore wait till the end of their short voyage to disembarrass himself of his companion, and in the meanwhile, acting on the idea of her having harboured a misplaced attachment to him, he thought he should best consult her interest and his own character in keeping at as great a distance from her as circumstances admitted. With this purpose, he made the sign she used for going to sleep by leaning his head on his palm, and having thus recommended to her to go to rest, he himself desired to be conducted to his berth. The captain readily showed him a hammock in the after cabin, into which he threw himself to seek that repose which the exercise and agitation of the preceding day, as well as the lateness of the hour, made him now feel desirable. Sleep deep and heavy sunk down on him in a few minutes, but it did not endure long. In his sleep he was disturbed by female cries, and at length, as he thought, distinctly heard the voice of Alice Bridgenorth call on his name. He awoke, and starting up to quit his bed, became sensible from the motion of the vessel and the swinging of the hammock that his dream had deceived him. He was still startled by its extreme vivacity and liveliness. Julian Peveril, help! Julian Peveril! The sounds still rung in his ears. The accents were those of a Lycind. He could scarce persuade himself that his imagination had deceived him. Could she be in the same vessel? The thought was not altogether inconsistent with her father's character and the intrigues in which he was engaged, but then, if so, to what peril was she exposed, that she invoked his name so loudly? Determined to make instant inquiry, he jumped out of his hammock, half-dressed as he was, and stumbling about the little cabin, which was as dark as pitch, at length, with considerable difficulty, reached the door. The door, however, he was altogether unable to open, and was obliged to call loudly to the watch upon deck. The skipper, or captain, as he was called, being the only person aboard who could speak English, answered to the summons, and replied to Peveril's demand. What noise? That was that a boat was going off with the young woman. That she whimpered a little as she left the vessel, and dat was all. His dream was thus fully explained. Fancy had caught up the inarticulate and vehement cries with which Fenella was wont to express resistance or displeasure, had coined them into language, and given them the accents of Alice Bridgenorth. Our imagination plays wilder tricks with us almost every night. The captain now undid the door, and appeared with a lantern, without the aid of which Peveril could scarce have regained his couch, where he now slumbered secure and sound, until day was far advanced, and the invitation of the captain called him up to breakfast. Chapter 20. Now what is this that haunts me like my shadow, frisking and mumming like an elf in moonlight? Ben Jonson. Peveril found the master of the vessel rather less rude than those in his station of life usually are, and received from him full satisfaction concerning the fate of Fenella, upon whom the captain bestowed a hearty curse for obliging him to lato, until he had sent his boat ashore and had her back again. I hope, said Peveril, no violence was necessary to reconcile her to go ashore. I trust she offered no foolish resistance. Resist main got, said the captain. She did resist like a troop of horse, did cry you might hear her at Whitehavench, did go up the rigging like a cat up a chimney, but dat vas ein trick of her old trade. What trade do you mean? Said Peveril. Oh, said the seaman, I vas no more about her than you main hear. I vas know that she vas a little, very little girl, and prentice to one sailtanzer, when my lady yonder had the good luck to buy her. A sailtanzer, said Peveril, what do you mean by that? I mean a ropedancer, a mountebank, a Hans Pickelharing. I vas know Adrian Brackle, vel sell de powders dat empty men's stomach, and fill him's own purse. Not know Adrian Brackle main, got I have smoked many a pound of tabac with him. Peveril now remembered that Fenella had been brought into the family when he and the young Earl were in England, and while the Countess was absent on an expedition to the Continent, where the Countess found her, she never communicated to the young men, but only intimated that she had received her out of compassion in order to relieve her from a situation of extreme distress. He hinted so much to the communicative seaman, who replied that for distress, he knew Knock's aunt only that Adrian Brackle beat her when she would not dance on the rope, and starved her when she did to prevent her growth. The bargain between the Countess and the mountebank, he said he had made himself, because the Countess had hired his brig upon her expedition to the continent. None else knew where she came from. The Countess had seen her on a public stage at Ostend, compassionated her helpless situation, and the severe treatment she received, and had employed him to purchase the poor creature from her master, and charged him with silence towards all her retinue. And so I do keep silence, continued the faithful confidant, Van. I am in the havens of man, but when I am on the broad seas, den my tongue is mine own. You know, die foolish bay-apples in the island, they say she is a wetchsilbalg, what you call a fairy elf. Changeling, my faith, they do not never have seen ein wetchsilbalg, for I saw one myself at Cologne, and it was twice as big as yonder girl, and did break the poor people with eating them up like de great big cuckoo in the sparrow's nest. But this Vanella eat no more than other girls. It was no wetchsilbalg in the world. By a different train of reasoning, Julian had arrived at the same conclusion, in which therefore he heartily acquiesced. During the seaman's prosing, he was reflecting within himself how much of the singular flexibility of her limbs and movements the unfortunate girl must have derived from the discipline and instructions of Adrian Brackle, and also how far the germs of her wilful and capricious passions might have been sown during her wandering and adventurous childhood, aristocratic also as his education had been. These anecdotes respecting Fenella's original situation and education rather increased his pleasure of having shaken off her company, and yet he still felt desirous to know any farther particulars which the seaman could communicate on the same subject. But he had already told all he knew of her parents. He knew nothing except that her father must have been a damned huntsfoot, and a shelm for selling his own flesh and blood to Adrian Brackle, for by such a transaction had the mountebank become possessed of his pupil. This conversation tended to remove any passing doubts which might have crept on Peveril's mind concerning the fidelity of the master of the vessel, who appeared from thence to have been a former acquaintance of the Countess, and to have enjoyed some share of her confidence. The threatening motion used by Fenella he no longer considered as worthy of any notice, excepting as a new mark of the irritability of her temper. He amused himself with walking the deck and musing on his past and future prospects, until his attention was forcibly arrested by the wind, which began to rise in gusts from the northwest, in a manner so unfavourable to the course they intended to hold that the master, after many efforts to beat against it, declared his bark, which was by no means an excellent sea-boat, was unequal to making Whitehaven, and that he was compelled to make a fair wind of it and run for Liverpool to this course. Peveril did not object. It saved him some land journey in case he visited his father's castle, and the Countess' commission would be discharged as effectually the one way as the other. The vessel was put accordingly before the wind, and ran with great steadiness and velocity. The captain, notwithstanding pleading some nautical hazards, chose to lie off, and did not attempt the mouth of the Mersey, until morning, when Peveril had at length the satisfaction of being landed upon the quay of Liverpool, which even then showed symptoms of the commercial prosperity that has since been carried to such a height. The master, who was well acquainted with the port, pointed out to Julian a decent place of entertainment, chiefly frequented by seafaring people, for although he had been in the town formerly, he did not think it proper to go anywhere at present where he might have been unnecessarily recognized. Here he took leave of the seaman, after pressing upon him with difficulty a small present for his crew. As for his passage, the captain declined any recompense whatever, and they parted upon the most civil terms. The inn to which he was recommended was full of strangers, seamen, and mercantile people, all intent upon their own affairs, and discussing them with noise and eagerness peculiar to the business of a thriving seaport. But although the general clamour of the public room in which the guests mixed with each other related chiefly to their own commercial dealings, there was a general theme mingling with them, which was alike common and interesting to also that amidst disputes about freight, tonnage, demurrage, and such like, were heard the emphatic sounds of deep, damnable, accursed, plot, bloody, papist villains, the king in danger, the gallows too good for them, and so forth. The fermentation excited in London had plainly reached even this remote seaport, and was received by the inhabitants with the peculiar stormy energy which invests men in their situation with the character of the winds and waves with which they are chiefly conversant. The commercial and nautical interests of England were indeed particularly anti-Catholic, although it is not perhaps easy to give any distinct reason why they should be so, since theological disputes in general could scarce be considered as interesting to them, but zeal amongst the lower orders at least is often in an inverse ratio to knowledge, and sailors were not probably the less earnest and devoted Protestants, that they did not understand the controversy between the churches. As for the merchants, they were almost necessarily inimical to the gentry of Lancashire and Cheshire, many of whom still retained the faith of Rome, which was rendered 10 times more odious to the men of commerce as the badge of their haughty aristocratic neighbours. From the little which Peveril heard of the sentiments of the people of Liverpool, he imagined he should act most prudently in leaving the place as soon as possible, and before any suspicion should arise of his having any connection with the party, which appeared to have become so obnoxious. In order to accomplish his journey, it was first necessary that he should purchase a horse, and for this purpose he resolved to have recourse to the stables of a dealer well known at the time, and who dwelt in the outskirts of the place, and having obtained directions to his dwelling, he went thither to provide himself. Joe Bridlesley's stables exhibited a large choice of good horses for that trade, was in former days more active than at present. It was an ordinary thing for a stranger to buy a horse for the purpose of a single journey, and to sell him as well as he could when he had reached the point of his destination, and hence there was a constant demand, and a corresponding supply, upon both of which Bridlesley and those of his trade contrived doubtless to make handsome profits. Julian, who was no despicable horse jockey, selected for his purpose a strong well-made horse about 16 hands high, and had him led into the yard to see whether the paces corresponded with his appearance, as these also gave perfect satisfaction to the customer. It remained only to settle the price with Bridlesley, who of course swore his customer had pitched upon the best horse ever darkened the stable door, since he had dealt that way that no such horses were to be had nowadays, for that the mares were dead that foaled them. And having named a corresponding price, the usual haggling commenced betwixt the seller and purchaser for adjustment of what the French dealers call le prix juste. The reader, if he be at all acquainted with this sort of traffic, well knows it is generally a keen encounter of wits, and attracts the notice of all the idlers within hearing, who are usually very ready to offer their opinions or their evidence. Amongst these upon the present occasion was a thin man rather less than the ordinary size and meanly dressed, but whose interference was in a confident tone, and such as showed himself master of the subject, on which he spoke, the price of the horse being settled to about £15, which was very high for the period. That of the saddle and bridle had next to be adjusted, and the thin mean-looking person before mentioned found nearly as much to say on this subject as on the other, as his remarks had a conciliating and obliging tendency towards the stranger. Peveril concluded he was one of those idle persons who, unable or unwilling to supply themselves with the means of indulgence at their own cost, do not scruple to deserve them at the hands of others by a little officious complaisance, and considering that he might acquire some useful information from such a person, was just about to offer him the courtesy of a morning draught when he observed he had suddenly left the yard. He had scarce remarked this circumstance before a party of customers entered the place, whose haughty assumption of importance claimed the instant attention of Bridlesley and all his militia of grooms and stable boys. 3 good horses, said the leader of the party, a tall bulky man whose breath was drawn full and high under a consciousness of fat, and of importance 3 good and able-bodied horses for the service of the Commons of England. Bridlesley said he had some horses which might serve the speaker himself at need, but that, to speak Christian truth, he had just sold the best in his stable to that gentleman present, who doubtless would give up the bargain if the horse was needed for the service of the state. You speak well, friend, said the important personage, and advancing to Julian, demanded in a very haughty tone the surrender of the purchase which he had just made. Peveril, with some difficulty, subdued the strong desire which he felt to return a round refusal to so unreasonable a request, but fortunately recollecting that the situation in which he at present stood required on his part much circumspection, he replied simply that upon showing him any warrant to seize upon horses for the public service, he must of course submit to resign his purchase. The man, with an air of extreme dignity, pulled from his pocket and thrust into Peveril's hand a warrant subscribed by the Speaker of the House of Commons, empowering Charles Topham, their officer of the Black Rod, to pursue and seize upon the persons of certain individuals named in the warrant, and of all other persons who are or should be accused by competent witnesses of being accessory to or favourers of the hellish and damnable popish plot at present carried on within the bowels of the kingdom, and charging all men as they loved their allegiance, to render the said Charles Topham their readiest and most effective assistance in execution of the duty entrusted to his care. On perusing a document of such weighty import, Julian had no hesitation to give up his horse to this formidable functionary, whom somebody compared to a lion which, as the House of Commons was pleased to maintain such an animal, they were under the necessity of providing for by frequent commitments, until take him Topham became a proverb, and a formidable one in the mouth of the public. The acquiescence of Peveril procured him some grace in the sight of the emissary, who before selecting 2 horses for his attendants, gave permission to the stranger to purchase a grey horse much inferior, indeed to that which he had resigned both in form and in action, but very little lower in price, as Mr. Bridlesley immediately, on learning the demand for horses upon the part of the Commons of England, had passed a private resolution in his own mind, augmenting the price of his whole stud, by an imposition of at least 20% ad valorem. Peveril adjusted and paid the price with much less argument than on the former occasion, for to be plain with the reader, he had noticed, in the warrant of Mr. Topham, the name of his father Sir Geoffrey Peveril of Martindale Castle, engrossed at full length, as one of those subjected to arrest by that officer. When aware of this material fact, it became Julian's business to leave Liverpool directly, and carry the alarm to Derbyshire, if indeed Mr. Topham had not already executed his charge in that county, which he thought unlikely, as it was probable they would commence by securing those who lived nearest to the seaports. A word or two, which he overheard, strengthened his hopes. "And hark ye, friend," said Mr. Topham, "you will have the horses at the door of Mr. Shortell the mercer in 2 hours, as we shall refresh ourselves there, with a cool tankard, and learn what folks live in the neighbourhood that may be concerned in my way. And you will please to have that saddle padded, for I am told the Derbyshire roads are rougher, and you, Captain Dangerfield, and Master Everett, you must put on your Protestant spectacles, and show me where there is the shadow of a priest, or of a priest's favourer, for I am come down with a broom in my cap, to sweep this north country of such like cattle." One of the persons he thus addressed, who wore the garb of a broken-down citizen, only answered, "I truly, Master Topham, it is time to purge the garner." The other, who had a formidable pair of whiskers, a red nose, and a tarnished laced coat, together with a hat of pistol's dimensions, was more loquacious. "I take it on my damnation," said this zealous Protestant witness, "that I will discover the marks of the beast on every one of them betwixt 16 and 70, as plainly as if they had crossed themselves with ink, instead of holy water, since we have a king willing to do justice, and a House of Commons to uphold prosecutions. Why, damn me, the cause must not stand still for lack of evidence." "Stick to that, noble captain," answered the officer, "but prithee reserve thy oaths for the court of justice. It is but sheer waste to throw them away as you do in your ordinary conversation." "Fear you nothing, Master Topham," answered Dangerfield. "It is right to keep a man's gifts in use, and were I altogether to renounce oaths in my private discourse, how should I know how to use one when I needed it? But you hear me use none of your papist abjurations. I swear not by the Mass or before George, or by anything that belongs to idolatry, but such downright oaths as may serve a poor Protestant gentleman who would fain serve heaven and the king." "Bravely spoken, most noble Festus," said his yokefellow, "but do not suppose that although I am not in the habit of garnishing my words with oaths out of season, I shall be wanting when called upon to declare the height, and the depth, the width, and the length of this hellish plot against the king and the Protestant faith." Dizzy and almost sick with listening to the undisguised brutality of these fellows, Peveril, having with difficulty prevailed on Bridlesley to settle his purchase at length, led forth his grey steed, but was scarce out of the yard, when he heard the following alarming conversation pass, of which he seemed himself the object. "Who is that youth?" said the slow, soft voice of the more precise of the 2 witnesses. "Methinks I have seen him somewhere before. Is he from these parts?" "Not that I know of," said Bridlesley, who, like all the other inhabitants of England at the time, answered the interrogatories of these fellows, with the deference which is paid in Spain to the questions of an inquisitor. "A stranger entirely. A stranger never saw him before. A wild young colt, I warrant him, and knows a horse's mouth as well as I do. I begin to bethink me I saw such a face as his at the Jesuits' consult in the White Horse Tavern," answered Everett. "And I think I recollect," said Captain Dangerfield. "Come, come, master and captain," said the authoritative voice of Topham, "we will have none of your recollections at present. We all know what these are likely to end in, but I will have you know you are not to run till the leash is slipped. The young man is a well-looking lad, and gave up his horse handsomely for the service of the House of Commons. He knows how to behave himself to his betters, I warrant you, and I scarce think he has enough in his purse to pay the fees." This speech concluded the dialogue which Peveril, finding himself so much concerned in the issue, thought it best to hear to an end now, when it ceased to get out of the town unobserved, and take the nearest way to his father's castle seemed his wisest plan. He had settled his reckoning at the inn, and brought with him to Bridlesleys the small portmanteau, which contained his few necessaries, so that he had no occasion to return thither. He resolved therefore to ride some miles before he stopped, even for the purpose of feeding his horse, and being pretty well acquainted with the country, he hoped to be able to push forward to Martindale Castle sooner than the worshipful Master Topham, whose saddle was in the first place to be padded, and who when mounted would in all probability ride, with the precaution of those who require such security against the effects of a hard trot. Under the influence of these feelings, Julian pushed for Warrington, a place with which he was well acquainted, but without halting in the town, he crossed the Mersey by the bridge built by an ancestor of his friend the Earl of Derby, and continued his route towards Dishley on the borders of Derbyshire. He might have reached this latter village easily had his horse been fitter for a forced march, but in the course of the journey he had occasion more than once to curse the official dignity of the person who had robbed him of his better steed, while taking the best direction he could through a country with which he was only generally acquainted. At length, near Altrincham, a halt became unavoidable, and Peveril had only to look for some quiet and sequestered place of refreshment. This presented itself in the form of a small cluster of cottages, the best of which united the characters of an alehouse and a mill where the sign of the cat, the landlord's faithful ally in defence of his mealsacks, booted as high as Grimalkin in the fairy tale, and playing on the fiddle for the more grace, announced that John Whitecraft united the two honest occupations of landlord and miller, and doubtless took toll from the public in both capacities. Such a place promised a traveller who journeyed incognito safer, if not better accommodation, than he was like to meet with in more frequented inns, and at the door of the Cat and Fiddle Julian halted accordingly. Chapter 21. In these distracted times, when each man dreads the bloody stratagems of busy hands, Artway, at the door of the Cat and Fiddle Julian received the usual attention paid to the customers of an inferior house of entertainment. His horse was carried by a ragged lad, who acted as hostler into a poultry stable, where however the nag was tolerably supplied with food and litter. Having seen the animal on which his comfort, perhaps his safety, depended, properly provided for, Peveril entered the kitchen, which indeed was also the parlour and hall of the little hostelry, to try what refreshment he could obtain for himself. Much to his satisfaction, he found there was only one guest in the house besides himself, but he was less pleased when he found that he must either go without dinner or share with that single guest the only provisions which chanced to be in the house, namely a dish of trouts and eels, which their host the miller had brought in from his mill-stream. At the particular request of Julian, the landlady undertook to add a substantial dish of eggs and bacon, which perhaps she would not have undertaken, for had not the sharp eye of Peveril discovered the flitch hanging in its smoky retreat, when as its presence could not be denied, the hostess was compelled to bring it forward as a part of her supplies. She was a buxom dame about 30, whose comely and cheerful countenance did honour to the choice of the jolly miller, her loving mate, and was now stationed under the shade of an old-fashioned, huge, projecting chimney, within which it was her province to work either fire and provide for the wearied wayfaring man the good things which were to send him rejoicing on his course. Although at first the honest woman seemed little disposed to give herself much additional trouble on Julian's account, yet the good looks, handsome figure, and easy civility of her new guest soon bespoke the principal part of her attention, and while busy in his service, she regarded him from time to time with looks where something like pity mingled with complacency. The rich smoke of the rasher, and the eggs with which it was flanked, already spread itself through the apartment, and the hissing of these savoury viands bore chorus to the simmering of the pan in which the fish were undergoing a slower decoction. The table was covered with a clean huckaback napkin, and all was in preparation for the meal which Julian began to expect with a good deal of impatience, when the companion who was destined to share it with him entered the apartment. At the first glance Julian recognized to his surprise the same indifferently dressed, thin-looking person who, during the first bargain which he had made with Bridlesley, had officiously interfered with his advice and opinion. Displeased at having the company of any stranger forced upon him, Peveril was still less satisfied to find one who might make some claim of acquaintance with him, however slender, since the circumstances in which he stood compelled him to be as reserved as possible. He therefore turned his back upon his destined messmate, and pretended to amuse himself by looking out of the window, determined to avoid all intercourse until it should be inevitably forced upon him. In the meanwhile, the other stranger went straight up to the landlady, where she twirled on household cares intent, and demanded of her what she meant by preparing bacon and eggs, when he had positively charged her to get nothing ready but the fish. The good woman, important as every cook in the discharge of her duty, deigned not for some time so much as to acknowledge that she heard the reproof of her guest, and when she did so, it was only to repel it in a magisterial and authoritative tone. If he did not like bacon from their own hutch well fed on peas and bran, if he did not like bacon and eggs-laid eggs, which she had brought in from the henroost with her own handswe, so put cassate, was the worse for his honour, and the better for those who Roman 999. The better for those who like them, answered the guest, that is as much as to say I am to have a companion good woman. Do not good woman me, sir, replied the miller's wife, till I call you good man, and I promise you many would scruple to do that to one who does not love eggs and bacon of a Friday. Nay, my good lady, said her guest, do not fix any misconstruction upon me. I dare say the eggs and the bacon are excellent, only they are rather a dish too heavy for my stomach. I or your conscience perhaps, sir, answered the hostess, and now I bethink me you must needs have your fish fried with oil instead of the good drippings I was going to put to them. I would I could spell the meaning of all this now, but I warrant John Bigstaff the constable could conjure something out of it. There was a pause here, but Julian, somewhat alarmed at the tone which the conversation assumed, became interested in watching the dumb show, which succeeded by bringing his head a little towards the left, but without turning round or quitting the projecting latticed window where he had taken his station. He could observe that the stranger, secured, as he seemed to think himself from observation, had sidled close up to the landlady, and as he conceived had put a piece of money into her hand. The altered tone of the miller's moiety corresponded very much with this supposition. Nay, indeed and forsooth, she said her house was Liberty Hall, and so should every publican's be. What was it to her what gentlefolks ate or drank, providing they paid for it honestly? There were many honest gentlemen whose stomachs could not abide bacon grease or dripping, especially on a Friday, and what was that to her or anyone in her line, so gentlefolks paid honestly for the trouble? Only she would say that her bacon and eggs could not be mended betwixt this and Liverpool, and that she would live and die upon. I shall hardly dispute it, said the stranger, and turning towards Julian, he added, I wish this gentleman, who I suppose is my trencher companion, much joy of the dainties which I cannot assist him in consuming. I assure you, sir, answered Peveril, who now felt himself compelled to turn about and reply with civility, that it was with difficulty I could prevail on my landlady to add my cover to yours, though she seems now such a zealot for the consumption of eggs and bacon. I am zealous for nothing, said the landlady, save that men would eat their victuals and pay their score, and if there be enough in one dish to serve 2 guests, I see little purpose in dressing them too, however they are ready now and done to a nicety. Here, Alice. The sound of that well-known name made Julian start, but the Alice who replied to the call ill resembled the vision which his imagination connected with the accents, being a dowdy slipshod, wench, the drudge of the low inn which afforded him shelter. She assisted her mistress in putting on the table the dishes which the latter had prepared, and a foaming jug of homebrewed ale being placed betwixt them, was warranted by Dame Whitecraft as excellent for said she. We know by practice that too much water drowns the miller, and we spare it on our malt as we would in our milldam. I drink to your health in it, dame, said the elder stranger, and a cup of thanks for these excellent fish, and to the drowning of all unkindness between us. I thank you, sir, said the dame, and wish you the like, but I dare not pledge you, for our gaffer says that ale is brewed too strong for women, so I only drink a glass of canary at a time with a gossip, or any gentleman guest that is so minded. You shall drink one with me, then, dame, said Peveril, so you will let me have a flagon. That you shall, sir, and as good as ever was broached, but I must to the mill to get the key from the goodman. So saying, and tucking her clean gown through the pocket holes that her steps might be the more alert, and her dress escape dust off, she tripped to the mill which lay close adjoining. A dainty dame and dangerous is the miller's wife, said the stranger, looking at Peveril. Is not that old Chaucer's phrase? I believe so, said Peveril, not much read in Chaucer, who was then even more neglected than at present, and much surprised at a literary quotation from one of the mean appearance exhibited by the person before him. Yes, answered the stranger, I see that you, like other young gentlemen of the time, are better acquainted with Cowley and Waller than with the well of English undefiled. I cannot help differing. There are touches of nature about the old bard of Woodstock, that to me are worth all the turns of laborious wit in Cowley, and all the ornate and artificial simplicity of his courtly competitor, the description for instance of his country coquette. Wincing she was as is a wanton colt, sweet as a flower and upright as a bolt. Then again for pathos, where will you mend the dying scene of Arcite? Alas my heart's queen, alas my wife, giver at once and ender of my life. What is this world, what axon men to have? Now with his Ivanhoe in his cold grave, alone without other company. But I tire you, sir, and do injustice to the poet whom I remember but by halves. On the contrary, sir, replied Peveril, you make him more intelligible to me in your recitation than I have found him when I have tried to peruse him myself. You were only frightened by the antiquated spelling, and the letters black, said his companion. It is many a scholar's case, who mistakes a nut which he could crack with a little exertion, for a bullet which he must needs break his teeth on, but yours are better employed. Shall I offer you some of this fish? Not so, sir, replied Julian, willing to show himself a man of reading in his turn. I hold with old Caius, and profess to fear judgment, to fight where I cannot choose, and to eat no fish. The stranger cast a startled look around him at this observation, which Julian had thrown out on purpose to ascertain, if possible, the quality of his companion, whose present language was so different from the character he had assumed at Bridlesleys. His countenance, too, although the features were of an ordinary, not to say mean cast, had that character of intelligence which education gives to the most homely face, and his manners were so easy and disembarrassed as plainly showed a complete acquaintance with society, as well as the habit of mingling with it in the higher stages. The alarm which he had evidently shown at Peveril's answer was but momentary, for he almost instantly replied, with a smile, I promise you, sir, that you are in no dangerous company, for notwithstanding my fish dinner, I am much disposed to trifle with some of your savoury mess, if you will indulge me so far. Peveril accordingly reinforced the stranger's trencher with what remained of the bacon and eggs, and saw him swallow a mouthful or two with apparent relish, but presently after began to dally with his knife and fork like one whose appetite was satiated, and then took a long draught of the black jack, and handed his platter to the large mastiff dog, who, attracted by the smell of the dinner, had sat down before him for some time, licking his chops, and following with his eye every morsel which the guest raised to his head. Here, my poor fellow, said he, thou hast had no fish, and needest this supernumerary trencher load more than I do. I cannot withstand thy mute supplication any longer. The dog answered these courtesies by a civil shake of the tail, while he gobbled up what was assigned him by the stranger's benevolence in the greater haste that he heard his mistress' voice at the door. Here is the canary, gentleman, said the landlady, and the goodman has set off the mill to come to wait on you himself. He always does so when company drink wine. That he may come in for the host's, that is, for the lion's share, said the stranger, looking at Peveril. The shot is mine, said Julian, and if mine host will share it, I will willingly bestow another quart on him, and on you, sir, I never break old customs. These sounds caught the ear of Gaffer Whitecraft, who had entered the room a strapping specimen of his robust trade, prepared to play the civil or the surly host as his company should be acceptable or otherwise at Julian's invitation. He doffed his dusty bonnet, brushed from his sleeve the looser particles of his professional dust, and, sitting down on the end of a bench, about a yard from the table, filled a glass of canary, and drank to his guests, and especially to this noble gentleman, indicating Peveril, who had ordered the canary. Julian returned the courtesy by drinking his health, and asking what news were about in the country. Not, sir, I hears on naught, except this plot, as they call it, that they are pursuing the papishers about, but it brings water to my mill, as the saying is, between expresses hurrying hither and thither, and guards and prisoners riding to and again, and the custom of the neighbours that come to speak over the news of an evening nightly, I may say, instead of once a week, why the spigot is in use, gentlemen, and your land thrives, and then I serving as constable, and being a known Protestant, I have tapped, I may venture to say it may be 10 stands of ale extraordinary, besides a reasonable sale of wine for a country corner. Heaven make us thankful, and keep all good Protestants from plot and popery. I can easily conceive, my friend, said Julian, that curiosity is a passion which runs naturally to the alehouse, and that anger and jealousy and fear are all of them thirsty passions, and great consumers of homebrewed. But I am a perfect stranger in these parts, and I would willingly learn from a sensible man, like you, a little of this same plot of which men speak so much and appear to know so Learn a little of it why, it is the most horrible, the most damnable, bloodthirsty beast of a plot. But hold, my good master, I hope. In the first place you believe there is a plot, for otherwise the justice must have a word with you, as sure as my name is John Whitecraft. It shall not need, said Peveril, for I assure you, mine host, I believe in the plot, as freely and fully as a man can believe in anything he cannot understand. God forbid that anybody should pretend to understand, it said the implicit constable for his worship. The justice says it is a mile beyond him, and he be as deep as most of them. But men may believe though they do not understand, and that is what the Romanists say themselves. But this, I am sure of it, makes a rare stirring time for justices and witnesses, and constables. So, here's to your health again, gentlemen, in a cup of neat canary. Come, John Whitecraft, said the wife, do not you demean yourself by naming witnesses, along with justices and constables. All the world knows how they come by their money. Ay, but all the world knows that they do come by it, dame, and that is a great comfort. They rustle in their canonical silks, and swagger in their buff and scarlet. Who, but they? Ay, the cursed fox Thriveson, not so cursed neither. Is there not Dr. Titus Oates, the saviour of the nation, does he not live at Whitehall and eat off plate, and have a pension of thousands a year for what I know, and is he not to be Bishop of Lichfield, so soon as Dr. Doddrum dies? Then I hope Dr. Doddrum's reverence will live these 20 years, and I dare say I am the first that ever wished such a wish, said the hostess. I do not understand these doings, not I. And if 100 Jesuits came to hold a consult at my house, as they did at the White Horse Tavern, I should think it quite out of the line of business to bear witness against them, provided they drank well, and paid their score. Very true, dame, said her elder guest, that is what I call keeping a good publican conscience, and so I will pay my score presently, and be jogging on my way. Peveril on his part also demanded a reckoning, and discharged it so liberally, that the miller flourished his hat as he bowed, and the hostess courtesied down to the ground. The horses of both guests were brought forth, and they mounted in order to depart in company. The host and hostess stood in the doorway to see them depart. The landlord proffered a stirrup cup to the elder guest, while the landlady offered Peveril a glass from her own peculiar bottle. For this purpose, she mounted on the horse-block with flask and glass in hand, so that it was easy for the departing guest, although on horseback, to return the courtesy in the most approved manner, namely, by throwing his arm over his landlady's shoulder, and saluting her at parting. Dame Whitecraft did not decline this familiarity, for there is no room for traversing upon a horse-block, and the hands which might have served her for resistance were occupied with glass and bottle matters too precious to be thrown away in such a struggle. Apparently, however, she had something else in her head, for as after a brief affectation of reluctance she permitted Peveril's face to approach hers, she whispered in his ear, beware of trepann's, an awful intimation, which in those days of distrust, suspicion, and treachery, was as effectual in interdicting free and social intercourse as the advertisement of man-traps and spring-guns to protect an orchard. Pressing her hand in intimation that he comprehended her hint, she shook his warmly in return, and bade God speed him. There was a cloud on John Whitecraft's brow, nor did his final farewell sound half so cordial as that which had been spoken within doors. But then Peveril reflected that the same guest is not always equally acceptable to landlord and landlady, and unconscious of having done anything to excite the miller's displeasure, he pursued his journey without thinking farther of the matter. Julian was a little surprised, and not altogether pleased to find that his new acquaintance held the same road with him. He had many reasons for wishing to travel alone, and the hostess' caution still rung in his ears. If this man possessed of so much shrewdness, as his countenance and conversation intimated, versatile, as he had occasion to remark, and disguised beneath his condition, should prove, as was likely to be, a concealed Jesuit or seminary priest, travelling upon their great task of the conversion of England, and rooting out of the northern heresy, more dangerous companion for a person in his own circumstances, could hardly be imagined, since keeping society with him might seem to authorize whatever reports had been spread concerning the attachment of his family to the Catholic cause. At the same time, it was very difficult without actual rudeness to shake off the company of one who seemed so determined, whether spoken to or not, to remain alongside of him. Peveril tried the experiment of riding slow, but his companion, determined not to drop him, slackened his pace so as to keep close by him. Julian then spurred his horse to a full trot, and was soon satisfied that the stranger, notwithstanding the meanness of his appearance, was so much better mounted than himself as to render vain any thought of outriding him. He pulled up his horse to a more reasonable pace, therefore, in a sort of despair upon his doing so. His companion, who had been hitherto silent, observed that Peveril was not so well qualified to try speed upon the road, as he would have been had he abode by his first bargain of horseflesh that morning. Peveril assented dryly, but observed that the animal would serve his immediate purpose, though he feared it would render him indifferent company for a person better mounted. By no means, answered his civil companion. I am one of those who have travelled so much as to be accustomed to make my journey at any rate of motion, which may be most agreeable to my company. Peveril made no reply to this polite intimation, being too sincere to tender the thanks which in courtesy, with a proper answer, a second pause ensued, which was broken by Julian asking the stranger whether their roads were likely to lie long together in the same direction. I cannot tell, said the stranger, smiling, unless I knew which way you were travelling. I am uncertain how far I shall go tonight, said Julian willingly, misunderstanding the purport of the reply. And so am I, replied the stranger, but though my horse goes better than yours, I think it will be wise to spare him, and in case our road continues to lie the same way, we are likely to sup as we have dined together. Julian made no answer whatever to this round intimation, but continued to ride on, turning in his own mind whether it would not be wisest to come to a distinct understanding with his pertinacious attendant, and to explain in so many words that it was his pleasure to travel alone, but besides that the sort of acquaintance which they had formed during dinner rendered him unwilling to be directly uncivil towards a person of gentlemanlike manners. He had also to consider that he might very possibly be mistaken in this man's character and purpose, in which case the cynically refusing the society of a sound Protestant would afford as pregnant matter of suspicion as travelling in company with a disguised Jesuit. After brief reflection, therefore, he resolved to endure the encumbrance of the stranger's society until a fair opportunity should occur to rid himself of it, and in the meantime to act with as much caution as he possibly could in any communication that might take place between them, for Dame Whitecraft's parting caution still rang anxiously in his ears, and the consequences of his own arrest upon suspicion must deprive him of every opportunity of serving his father, or the Countess, or Major Bridgenorth, upon whose interest also he had promised himself to keep an eye. While he revolved these things in his mind, they had journeyed several miles without speaking, and now entered upon a more waste country and worse roads than they had hitherto found, being in fact approaching the more hilly district of Derbyshire. In travelling on a very stony and uneven lane, Julian's horse repeatedly stumbled, and had he not been supported by the rider's judicious use of the bridle, must at length certainly have fallen under him. These are times which crave wary riding, sir, said his companion, and by your seat in the saddle, and your hand on the rein, you seem to understand it to be so. I have been long a horseman, sir, answered Peveril, and long a traveller too, sir, I should suppose, since, by the great caution you observe, you seem to think the human tongue requires a curb as well as the horse's jaws. Wiser men than I have been of opinion, answered Peveril, that it were a part of prudence to be silent when men have little or nothing to say. I cannot approve of their opinion, answered the stranger. All knowledge is gained by communication, either with the dead through books, or more pleasingly, through the conversation of the living. The deaf and dumb alone are excluded from improvement, and surely their situation is not so enviable that we should imitate them. At this illustration, which awakened a startling echo in Peveril's bosom, the young man looked hard at his companion, but in the composed countenance and calm blue eye he read no consciousness of a farther meaning than the words immediately and directly implied. He paused a moment, and then answered, you seem to be a person, sir, of shrewd apprehension, and I should have thought it might have occurred to you that in the present suspicious times men may without censure avoid communication with strangers. You know not me, and to me you are totally unknown. There is not room for much discourse between us, without trespassing on the general topics of the day, which carry in them seeds of quarrel between friends, much more betwixt strangers at any other time. The society of an intelligent companion would have been most acceptable upon my solitary ride, but at present, said the other, interrupting him, you are like the old Romans who held that hostes meant both a stranger and an enemy. I will therefore be no longer a stranger. My name is Ganlasebi profession. I am a Roman Catholic priest. I am travelling here in dread of my life, and I am very glad to have you for a companion. I thank you for the information with all my heart, said Peveril, and to avail myself of it to the uttermost, I must beg you to ride forward or lag behind, or take a side path at your own pleasure, for as I am no Catholic and travel upon business of high concernment, I am exposed both to risk and delay, and even to danger by keeping such suspicious company, and so Master Ganless keep your own pace, and I will keep the contrary, for I beg leave to forbear your company." As Peveril spoke thus he pulled up his horse and made a full stop. The stranger burst out a-laughing. "What he said, you forbear my company, for a trifle of danger, Saint Anthony, how the warm blood of the Cavaliers is chilled in the young men of the present day. This young gallant now has a father, I warrant, who has endured as many adventures for hunting priests as a knight-errant for distressed damsels." "This raillery avails nothing, sir," said Peveril. "I must request you will keep your own way." "My way is yours," said the pertinacious Master Ganless, as he called himself, "and we will both travel the safer that we journey in company. I have the receipt of Fernseed man, and walk invisible besides. You would not have me quit you in this lane, where there is no turn to right or left." Peveril moved on, desirous to avoid open violence, which the indifferent tone of the traveller indeed afforded no apt pretextiate, highly disliking his company, and determined to take the first opportunity to rid himself of it. The stranger proceeded at the same pace with him, keeping cautiously on his bridle hand, as if to secure that advantage in case of a struggle, but his language did not intimate the least apprehension. "You do me wrong," he said to Peveril, "and you equally wrong yourself. You are uncertain where to lodge. I trust to my guidance. Here is an ancient hall within 4 miles, with an old knightly pantaloon for its lord, and all beruffed Dame Barbara for the Lady Gaillard Jesuit in a butler's habit, to say Gratian old tale of Edgehill, and Worcester fights, to relish a cold venison pasty, and a flask of claret, mantled with cobwebs, a bed for you in the priest's hiding hole, and, for aught I know, pretty Mistress Betty the dairymaid to make it ready." "This has no charms for me, sir," said Peveril, who, in spite of himself, could not but be amused with the ready sketch which the stranger gave of many an old mansion in Cheshire and Derbyshire, where the owners retained the ancient faith of Rome. "Well, I see I cannot charm you in this way," continued his companion. "I must strike another key. I am no longer Ganless the seminary priest, but," changing his tone and snuffling in the nose, "Simon Cantor, a poor preacher of the word, who travels this way to call sinners to repentance, and to strengthen, and to edify, and to fructify among the scattered remnant who hold fast the truth. What say you to this, sir?" "I admire your versatility, sir, and could be entertained with it at another time. At present sincerity is more in request." "Sincerity," said the stranger, "a child's whistle with but 2 notes in it, yea, and nay, nay. Why, man, the very Quakers have renounced it, and have got in its stead a gallant recorder called hypocrisy, that is somewhat like sincerity in form, but of much greater compass, and combines the whole gamut. Ruled by disciple of Simon Cantor for the evening, and we will leave the old tumble-down castle of the knight aforesaid on the left hand, for a new brick-built mansion erected by an eminent saltbuller from Nantwich, who expects the said Simon to make a strong spiritual pickle for the preservation of a soul somewhat corrupted by the evil communications of this wicked world. What say you? He has 2 daughter-spriter eyes, never beamed under a pinched hood, and for myself, I think there is more fire in those who live only to love and to devotion than in your court beauties whose hearts are running on 20 follies. Besides, you know not the pleasure of being consecutor to a pretty precision, who in one breath repeats her foibles, and in the next confesses her passion. Perhaps, though you may have known such in your day, come, sir, it grows too dark to see your blushes, but I am sure they are burning on your cheek." "You take great freedom, sir," said Peveril, as they now approached the end of the lane where it opened on a broad common, "and you seem rather to count more on my forbearance than you have room to do with safety. We are now nearly free of the lane, which has made us companions for this late half-hour to avoid your farther company. I will take the turn to the left upon that common, and if you follow me, it shall be at your peril. Observe, I am well armed, and you will fight at odds." "Not at odds," returned the provoking stranger, "while I have my brown jennet with which I can ride round and round you at pleasure." And this text of a handful in length, showing a pistol, which he drew from his bosom, which discharges very convincing doctrine on the pressure of a forefinger, and is apt to equalize all odds, as you call them, of youth and strength. "Let there be no strife between us, however more lies before us. Choose your path on it, I take the other." "I wish you good night, sir," said Peveril to the stranger. "I ask your forgiveness if I have misconstrued you in anything, but the times are perilous, and a man's life may depend on the society in which he travels." "True," said the stranger, "but in your case the danger is already undergone, and you should seek to counteract it. You have travelled in my company long enough to devise a handsome branch of the popish plot. How will you look when you see come forth in comely folio, formed the narrative of Simon Cantor, otherwise called Richard Ganless, concerning the horrid popish conspiracy for the murder of the king and massacre of all Protestants, as given on oath to the Honourable House of Commons, setting forth how far Julian Peveril younger of Martindale Castle is concerned in carrying on the same. How, sir, what mean you? Said Peveril, much startled. Nay, sir, replied his companion, do not interrupt my title page. Now that Oates and Bedloe have drawn the great prizes, the subordinate discoverers get little, but by the sale of their narrative, and Janeway Newman Simmons, and every bookseller of them, will tell you that the title is half the narrative. Mine shall therefore set forth the various schemes you have communicated to me of landing 10,000 soldiers from the Isle of Man upon the coast of Lancashire, and marching into Wales to join the 10,000 pilgrims who are to be shipped from Spain, and so completing the destruction of the Protestant religion and of the devoted city of London. Truly, I think such a narrative, well spiced with a few horrors, and published cum privilegio parliamenti, might, though the market be somewhat overstocked, be still worth some 20 or 30 pieces. You seem to know me, sir, said Peveril, and if so, I think I may fairly ask your purpose in thus bearing me company, and the meaning of all this rhapsody. If it be mere banter, I can endure it within proper limit, although it is uncivil on the part of a stranger. If you have any farther purpose, speak it out. I am not to be trifled with. Good now, said the stranger, laughing, into what an unprofitable chafe you have put yourself. An Italian Fioricito, when he desires a parley with you, takes aim from behind a wall with his long gun, and prefaces his conference with passo terre. So does your man of war fire a gun across the bows of a Hansmogan Indiaman, just to bring her to, and so do I show Master Julian Peveril that if I were one of the honourable society of witnesses and informers with whom his imagination has associated me for these 2 hours past, he is as much within my danger now as what he is ever likely to be then, suddenly changing his tone to serious, which was in general ironical. He added, young man, when the pestilence is diffused through the air of a city, it is in vain men would avoid the disease, by seeking solitude and shunning the company of their fellow-sufferers. In what then consists their safety? Said Peveril, willing to ascertain if possible the drift of his companion's purpose. In following the counsels of wise physicians, such was the stranger's answer. And as such, said Peveril, you offer me your advice. Pardon me, young man, said the stranger haughtily, I see no reason I should do so. I am not, he added in his former tone, your feed physician. I offer no advice, I only say it would be wise that you sought it. And from whom or where can I obtain it? Said Peveril, I wander in this country like one in a dream, so much a few months have changed it. Men who formerly occupied themselves with their own affairs are now swallowed up in matters of state policy, and those tremble under the apprehension of some strange and sudden convulsion of empire who were formerly only occupied by the fear of going to bed supperless. And to sum up the matter, I meet a stranger, apparently well acquainted with my name and concerns, who first attaches himself to me whether I will or no, and then refuses me an explanation of his business, while he menaces me with the strangest accusations. Had I meant such infamy, said the stranger, believe me, I had not given you the thread of my intrigue. But be wise and come one with me. There is hard by a small inn where, if you can take a stranger's warrant for it, we shall sleep in perfect security. Yet you yourself, said Peveril, but now were anxious to avoid observation, and in that case how can you protect me? Sure I did but silence that tattling landlady in the way in which such people are most readily hushed, and for Topham and his brace of night owls they must hawk at other and lesser game than I should prove. Peveril could not help admiring the easy and confident indifference with which the stranger seemed to assume a superiority to all the circumstances of danger around him, and after hastily considering the matter with himself, came to the resolution to keep company with him for this night at least, and to learn if possible who he really was, and to what party in the estate he was attached. The boldness and freedom of his talk seemed almost inconsistent with his following the perilous, though at that time the gainful trade of an informer. No doubt such persons assumed every appearance which could insinuate them into the confidence of their destined victims, but Julian thought he discovered in this man's manner a wild and reckless frankness, which he could not but connect with the idea of sincerity in the present case. He therefore answered after a moment's recollection, I embrace your proposal, sir, although by doing so I am reposing a sudden, and perhaps an unwary confidence. And what am I then reposing in you? Said the stranger. Is not our confidence mutual? No, much the contrary. I know nothing of you whatever you have named me, and knowing me to be Julian Peveril, no, you may travel with me in perfect security. The devil I do, answered his companion. I travel in the same security, as with a lighted petard, which I may expect to explode every moment. Are you not the son of Peveril of the Peak, with whose name prelacy and popery are so closely allied that no old woman of either sex in Derbyshire concludes her prayer without a petition to be freed from all three. And do you not come from the popish Countess of Derby, bringing for aught I know a whole army of Manxmen in your pocket, with full complement of arms, ammunition, baggage, and a train of field artillery? It is not very likely I should be so poorly mounted, said Julian, laughing, if I had such a weight to carry, but lead on, sir. I see, I must wait for your confidence, till you think proper to confer it, for you are already so well acquainted with my affairs, that I have nothing to offer you in exchange for it. Allons, then, said his companion, give your horse the spur, and raise the curb rein, lest he measure the ground with his nose, instead of his paces. We are not now more than a furlong or two from the place of entertainment. They mended their pace accordingly, and soon arrived at the small solitary in which the traveller had mentioned, when its light began to twinkle before them. The stranger, as if recollecting something he had forgotten, by the way, you must have a name to pass by, for it may be ill travelling under your own, as the fellow who keeps this house is an old Cromwellian. What will you call yourself? My name is for the present Ganless. There is no occasion to assume a name at all, answered Julian. I do not incline to use a borrowed one, especially as I may meet with someone who knows my own. I will call you Julian, then, said Master Ganless, for Peveril will smell in the nostrils of mine host of idolatry, conspiracy, Smithfield faggots, fish on Fridays, the murder of Sir Edmundsbury Godfrey, and the fire of purgatory. As he spoke thus, they alighted under the great broad-branched oak tree that served to canopy the elebench which at an earlier hour had groaned under the weight of a frequent conclave of rustic politicians. Ganless, as he dismounted, whistled in a particularly shrill note, and was answered from within the house. Chapter 22. He was a fellow in a peasant's garb, yet one could censure you a woodcock's carving, like any courtier at the ordinary. The person who appeared at the door of the little inn to receive Ganless, as we mentioned in our last chapter, sung as he came forward this scrap of an old ballad. Good even to you, Dickon. And how have you sped? Bring you the bonny bride to banquet and bed? To which Ganless answered in the same tone and tune, Content thee, kind Robin, he need little care, who brings home a fat buck instead of a hare. You have missed your blow, then, said the other in reply. I tell you I have not, answered Ganless, but you will think of naught but your own thriving occupation. May the plague that belongs to it stick to it, though it hath been the making of thee. A man must live, Dickon. Ganless, said the other. Well, well, said Ganless, bid my friend welcome for my sake. Hast thou got any supper? Reeking like a sacrifice. Chorbert has done his best. That fellow is a treasure. Give him a farthing candle, and he will cook a good supper out of it. Come in, sir. My friend's friend is welcome, as we say in my country. We must have our horses looked to first, said Peveril, who began to be considerably uncertain about the character of his companions. That done, I am for you. Ganless gave a second whistle. A groom appeared who took charge of both their horses, and they themselves entered the ordinary room of a poor inn. Seemed to have undergone some alterations to render it fit for company of a higher description. There were a beaufet, a couch, and one or two other pieces of furniture of a style inconsistent with the appearance of the place. The tablecloth, which was already laid, was of the finest damask, and the spoons, forks, Roman 100, were of silver. Peveril looked at this apparatus with some surprise, and again, turning his eyes attentively upon his travelling companion Ganless, he could not help discovering by the aid of imagination, perhaps, that though insignificant in person, plain in features, and dressed like one in indigence, there lurked still about his person and manners that indefinable ease of manner, which belongs only to men of birth and quality, or to those who are in the constant habit of frequenting the best company. His companion, whom he called Will Smith, although tall and rather good-looking, besides being much better dressed, had not nevertheless exactly the same ease of demeanour, and was obliged to make up for the want by an additional proportion of assurance. Who these two persons could be Peveril could not attempt even to form a guess. There was nothing for it but to watch their manner and conversation. After speaking a moment in whispers, Smith said to his companion, We must go look after our nags for 10 minutes, and allow Chorbert to do his office. Will not he appear and minister before us then, said Ganless. What he shift a trencher hand, a cup? No, you forget, whom you speak of. Such an order were enough to make him fall on his own sword, is already on the borders of despair, because no crawfish are to be had. Alack a day, replied Ganless, heaven forbid, I should add to such a calamity to stable then, and see we how our steeds eat their provender while ours is getting ready. They adjourned to the stable accordingly, which though a poor one had been hastily supplied, with whatever was necessary for the accommodation of 4 excellent horses, one of which, that from which Ganless was just dismounted, the groom we have mentioned, was cleaning and dressing, by the light of a huge wax candle. I am still so far Catholic, said Ganless, laughing, as he saw that Peveril noticed this piece of extravagance. My horse is my saint, and I dedicate a candle to him. Without asking so great a favour for mine, which I see standing behind yonder old hencoop, replied Peveril, I will at least relieve him of his saddle and bridle. Leave him to the lad of the inn, said Smith, he is not worthy of any other person's handling, and I promise you if you slip a single buckle you will so flavour of that stable duty, that you might as well eat roast beef as ragouts for any relish you will have of them. I love roast beef as well as ragouts at any time, said Peveril, adjusting himself to a task which every young man should know how to perform when need is, and my horse though it be, but a sorry jade will champ better on hay and corn than on an iron bit. While he was unsaddling his horse, and shaking down some litter for the poor wearied animal, he heard Smith observe to Ganless, by my faith, Dick, thou hast fallen into poor Slender's blunder, Mr. Page, and brought us a great lubberly postmaster's boy. Hush, he will hear thee, answered Ganless, there are reasons for all, thinks it is well as it is, but prithee tell thy fellow to help the youngster. What, replied Smith, I think I am mad, asked Tom Beacon Tom, of Newmarket Tom, of 10,000, to touch such a 4-legged brute as that. Why, he would turn me away on the spot, discard me, if faith, it was all he would do to take in hand your own my good friend, and if you consider him not the better you are like to stand groom to him yourself tomorrow. Well, Will, answered Ganless, I will say that for thee thou hast a set of the most useless, scoundrelly, insolent vermin about thee that ever ate up a poor gentleman's revenues. Useless, I deny it, replied Smith, every one of my fellows does something or other so exquisitely, that it were sin to make him do anything else. It is your jacks of all trades, who are masters of none, but hark to Chaubert's signal, the coxcomb is twangling it on the lute too. The tune of Eva Lesbos bell in Dormy, come master, what I call addressing Peveril, get ye some water, and wash this filthy witness from your hand, as Betterton says in the play for Chaubert's cookery, is like Friar Bacon's headtime, istime, wastime will soon be no more. So saying, and scarce allowing Julian time to dip his hands in a bucket, and dry them on a horsecloth, he hurried him from the stable back to the supper-chamber. Here all was prepared for their meal with an epicurean delicacy, which rather belonged to the saloon of a palace than the cabin, in which it was displayed 4 dishes of silver, with covers of the same metal smoked on the table, and 3 seats were placed for the company. Beside the lower end of the board was a small side-eatable to answer the purpose of what is now called a dumb waiter, on which several flasks reared their tall, stately, and swan-like crests above glasses, and rummers, clean covers, were also placed within reach, and a small travelling case of Morocco, whooped with silver, displayed a number of bottles containing the most approved sauces that culinary ingenuity had then invented. Smith, who occupied the lower seat, and seemed to act as president of the feast, motioned the 2 travellers to take their places and begin. I would not stay a grassatime, he said, to save a whole nation from perdition. We could bring no chauffets with any convenience, and even Chaubert is nothing unless his dishes are tasted in the very moment of projection. Come, uncover, and let us see what he has done for us. Hum, high squib pigeons, willed fowl, young chickens, venison, cutlets, and a space in the centre wet, alas, by a gentle tear from Chaubert's eye, where should have been the soup ox ecrivices. The zeal of that poor fellow is ill repaid by his paltry 10 louis per month. A mere trifle, said Ganless, but like yourself, Will, he serves a generous master. The repast now commenced, and Julian, though he had seen his young friend the Earl of Derby and other gallants affect a considerable degree of interest and skill in the science of the kitchen, and was not himself either an enemy or a stranger to the pleasures of a good table, found that, on the present occasion, he was a mere novice. Both his companions, but Smith in especial, seemed to consider that they were now engaged in the only true business of life, and weighed all its minutiae with a proportional degree of accuracy, to carve the morsel in the most delicate manner, and to apportion the proper seasoning with the accuracy of the chemisto, be aware exactly of the order in which one dish should succeed another, and to do plentiful justice to all was a minuteness of science to which Julian had hitherto been a stranger. Smith accordingly treated him as a novice in epicurism, cautioning him to eat his soup before the bouillie, and to forget the Manx custom of bolting the boiled meat before the broth, As if Cutler Mac Culloch and all his whingers were at the door, Peveril took the hint in good part, and the entertainment proceeded with animation. At length Ganless paused and declared the supper exquisite, but my friend Smith, he added, "Are your wines curious when you brought all that trash of plates and trumpery into Derbyshire? I hope you did not leave us at the mercy of the strong ale of the shire, as thick and muddy as the squires who drink it." "Did I not know that you were to meet me, Dick Ganless?" answered their host, "and can you suspect me of such an omission? It is true you must make champagne and claret serve, for my Burgundy would not bear travelling. But if you have a fancy for sherry or vin de Cahors, I have a notion Chaubert, and Tom Beacon have brought some for their own drinking." "Perhaps the gentlemen would not care to impart," said Ganless. "Oh, fear nothing in the way of civility," replied Smith. "They are in truth the best-natured lads alive when treated respectfully, so that if you would prefer—" "By no means," said Ganlessy, "glass of champagne will serve in a scarcity of better." "The cork shall start obsequious to my thumb," said Smith, and as he spoke he untwisted the wire, and the cork struck the roof of the cabin. Each guest took a large rummer glass of the sparkling beverage, which Peveril had judgment and experience enough to pronounce exquisite. "Give me your hand, sir," said Smith. "It is the first word of sense you have spoken this evening." "Wisdom, sir," replied Peveril, "is like the best ware in the pedlar's pack, which he never produces till he knows his customer." "Sharp as mustard," returned the bon vivant, "but be wise, most noble pedlar, and take another rummer of this same flask, which you see I have held in an oblique position, for your service not permitting it to retrograde to the perpendicular. Nay, take it off before the bubble bursts on the rim, and the zest is gone." "You do me honour, sir," said Peveril, taking the second glass. "I wish you a better office than that of my cupbearer." "You cannot wish Will Smith one more congenial to his nature," said Ganless. "Others have a selfish delight in the objects of sense. Will thrives, and is happy by imparting them to his friends." "Better help men to pleasures than to pains, Master Ganless," answered Smith, somewhat angrily. "Nay, wrath thee not, Will," said Ganless, "and speak no words in haste, lest you may have cause to repent at leisure. Do I blame thy social concern for the pleasures of others? Why, man, thou dost therein most philosophically multiply. Thine own a man has but one throat, and can but eat with his best efforts some 5 or 6 times a day. But thou dinest with every friend that cuts a capon, and art quaffing wine in other men's gullets from morning to night at sic de sea terrace." "Friend Ganless," returned Smith, "I prithee, beware, thou knowest I can cut gullets as well as tickle them." "I will," answered Ganless carelessly. "I think I have seen thee wave thy whinyard at the throat of a Hogan Magana Netherlandish Wezend, which expanded only on thy natural and mortal objects of aversion, Dutch cheese, rye bread, pickled herring, onion, and Geneva." "For pity's sake forbear the description," said Smith. "Thy words overpower the perfumes, and flavour the apartment like a dish of salmagundy." "But for an epiglottis like mine," continued Ganless, "down which the most delicate morsels are washed by such claret as thou art now pouring out, thou couldst not in thy bitterest mood wish a worse fate than to be necklaced somewhat tight by a pair of white arms." "By a tenpenny cord," answered Smith, "but not till you were dead, that thereafter you be presently embowelled, you being yet alive, that your head be then severed from your body, and your body divided into quarters to be disposed of at his Majesty's pleasure. How like you that Master Richard Ganless? E'en as you like the thoughts of dining on bran bread and milk porridge in extremity, which you trust never to be reduced to, but all this shall not prevent me from pledging you in a cup of sound claret." As the claret circulated, the glee of the company increased, and Smith, placing the dishes, which had been made use of upon the side-eatable, stamped with his foot on the floor, and the table, sinking down a trap, again rose loaded with olives, sliced neats, tongue caviar, and other provocatives for the circulation of the bottle. "Why, Will," said Ganless, "thou art a more complete mechanist than I suspected. Thou hast brought thy scene-shifting inventions to Derbyshire in marvellously short time." "A rope and pulleys can be easily come by," answered Will, "and with a saw and a plane I can manage that business in half a day. I love the knack of clean and secret conveyance. Thou knowest it was the foundation of my fortunes." "It may be the wreck of them too," Will replied his friend. "True, Dickon," answered Will, "but dum vivimus vivimus, that is my motto, and therewith I present you a brimmer to the health of the fair lady you wot of." "Let it come," Will replied his friend, and the flask circulated briskly from hand to hand. Julian did not think it prudent to seem a check on their festivity, as he hoped in its progress something might occur to enable him to judge of the character and purposes of his companions, but he watched them in vain. Their conversation was animated, and lively, and often bore reference to the literature of the period, in which the elder seemed particularly well skilled. They also talked freely of the court, and of that numerous class of gallants, who were then described as men of wit and pleasure about town, and to which it seemed probable they themselves appertained. At length the universal topic of the popish plot was started, upon which Ganless and Smith seemed to entertain the most opposite opinions. Ganless, if he did not maintain the authority of Oates in its utmost extent, contended that at least it was confirmed in a great measure by the murder of Sir Edmundsbury Godfrey, and the letters written by Coleman to the confessor of the French king. With much more noise and less power of reasoning, Will Smith hesitated not to ridicule and run down the whole discovery as one of the wildest and most causeless alarms which had ever been sounded in the ears of a credulous public. I shall never forget, he said, Sir Godfrey's most original funeral. 2 bouncing parsons, well armed with sword and pistol, mounted the pulpit to secure the third fellow who preached from being murdered in the face of the congregation. 3 parsons in one pulpit, 3 sons in one hemisphere. Wonder men stood aghast at such a prodigy. What then? Will answered his companion, you are one of those who think the good knight murdered himself in order to give credit to the plot. By my faith not, I, said the other, but some true blue Protestant might do the job for him, in order to give the thing a better colour. I will be judged by our silent friend, whether that be not the most feasible solution of the whole. I pray you pardon me, gentlemen, said Julian, I am but just landed in England, and am a stranger to the particular circumstances which have thrown the nation into such a ferment. It would be the highest degree of assurance in me to give my opinion betwixt gentlemen who argue the matter so ably. Besides, to say truth, I confess weariness your wine is more potent than I expected, or I have drunk more of it than I meant to do. Nay, if an hour's nap will refresh you, said the elder of the strangers, make no ceremony with us, your bedol we can offer as such as that old-fashioned Dutch-built sofa, as the last new phrase calls it. We shall be early stirrers tomorrow morning. And that we may be so, said Smith, I propose that we do sit up all this night. I hate lying rough, and detest a pallet bed, so have it another flask, and the newest lampoon to help it out. Now a plague of their votes upon papists and plots, and be Dr. Oates, tal de royals. Nay, but our puritanic host, said Ganless. I have him in my pocket, man. His eyes, ears, nose, and tongue, answered his boon companion, are all in my possession. In that case, when you give him back his eyes and nose, I pray you keep his ears and tongue, answered Ganless. Seeing and smelling are organs sufficient for such a navito. Hear and tell are things he should have no manner of pretensions to. I grant you it were well done, answered Smith, but it were a robbing of the hangman and the pillory, and I am an honest fellow who would give done and the devil his due. So all joy to great Caesar, long life, love, and pleasure. May the king live for ever. 'Tis no matter for us boys. Dunn was the hangman of the day at Tyburn. He was successor of Gregory Brundon, who was by many believed to be the same who dropped the axe upon Charles Roman I, though others were suspected of being the actual regicide. While this bacchanalian scene proceeded, Julian had wrapped himself closely in his cloak, and stretched himself on the couch which they had shown him. He looked towards the table he had left. The tapers seemed to become hazy and dim. As he gazed, heard the sound of voices, but they ceased to convey any impression to his understanding, and in a few minutes he was faster asleep than he had ever been in the whole course of his life. Chapter 23. The Gordon then his bugle blew, and said, "Uwa, uwa. The house of Rhodes is all on flame. I hold it time to go." Old ballad. When Julian awake the next morning, all was still and vacant in the apartment. The rising sun, which shone through the half-closed shutters, showed some relics of the last night's banquet, which his confused and throbbing head assured him had been carried into a debauch. Without being much of a boon companion, Julian, like other young men of the time, was not in the habit of shunning wine, which was then used in considerable quantities, and he could not help being surprised that the few cups he had drunk overnight had produced on his frame the effects of excess. He rose up, adjusted his dress, and sought in the apartment for water to perform his morning ablutions, but without success. Wine there was on the table, and beside it one stool stood, and another lay as if thrown down in the heedless riot of the evening. Surely, he thought to himself, the wine must have been very powerful, which rendered me insensible to the noise. My companions must have made ere they finished their carouse. With momentary suspicion, He examined his weapons, and the packet which he had received from the Countess, and kept in a secret pocket of his upper coat bound close about his person. All was safe, and the very operation reminded him of the duties which lay before him. He left the apartment where they had supped and went into another wretched enough, where in a trucklebbed were stretched two bodies covered with a rug, the heads belonging to which were amicably deposited upon the same truss of hay. The one was the black shark head of the groom, the other, graced with a long thrum nightcap, showed a grizzled pate and a grave caricatured countenance, which the hook-nose and lantern-jaws proclaimed to belong to the Gallic minister of good cheer, whose praises he had heard sung forth on the preceding evening. These worthies seemed to have slumbered in the arms of Bacchus, as well as of Morpheus, for there were broken flasks on the floor, and their deep snoring alone showed that they were alive. Bent upon resuming his journey as duty and expedience alike dictated, Julian next descended the trap stair, and essayed a door at the bottom of the steps. It was fastened within. He called. No answer was returned. It must be, he thought, the apartment of the revellers, now probably sleeping as soundly as their dependents still slumbered, and as he himself had done a few minutes before. Should he awake them, to what purpose? They were men with whom accident had involved him against his own will, and situated as he was, he thought it wise to take the earliest opportunity of breaking off from society, which was suspicious, and might be perilous. Ruminating thus, he essayed another door, which admitted him to a bedroom, where lay another harmonious slumberer. The mean utensils, pewter measures, empty cans, and casks with which this room was lumbered, proclaimed it that of the host, who slept surrounded by his professional implements of hospitality and stock-in-trade. This discovery relieved Peveril from some delicate embarrassment which he had formerly entertained. He put upon the table a piece of money sufficient, as he judged, to pay his share of the preceding night's reckoning, not caring to be indebted for his entertainment to the strangers whom he was leaving without the formality of an adieu. His conscience cleared of this gentlemanlike scruple, Peveril proceeded with a light heart, though somewhat a dizzy head, to the stable, which he easily recognized among a few other paltry outhouses, his horse refreshed with rest, and perhaps not unmindful of his services the evening before, neighed as his master entered the stable, and Peveril accepted the sound as an omen of a prosperous journey. He paid the augury with a sieveful of corn, and while his palfrey profited by his attention, walked into the fresh air to cool his heated blood, and consider what course he should pursue in order to reach the castle of Martindale before sunset. His acquaintance with the country in general gave him confidence that he could not have greatly deviated from the nearest road, and with his horse in good condition, he conceived he might easily reach Martindale before nightfall. Having adjusted his route in his mind, he returned into the stable to prepare his steed for the journey, and soon led him into the ruinous courtyard of the inn, bridled, saddled, and ready to be mounted. But as Peveril's hand was upon the mane, and his left foot in the stirrup, a hand touched his cloak, and the voice of Ganless said, "What, Master Peveril, is this your foreign breeding, or have you learned in France to take French leave of your friends?" Julian started like a guilty thing, although a moment's reflection assured him that he was neither wrong nor in danger. "I cared not to disturb you," he said. "Although I did come as far as the door of your chamber, I supposed your friend, and you might require, after our last night's revel, rather sleep than ceremony. I left my own bed, though a rough one, with more reluctance than usual, and as my occasions oblige me to be an early traveller, I thought it best to depart without leave-taking. I have left a token for mine host on the table of his apartment." "It was unnecessary," said Ganless. "The rascal is already overpaid. But are you not rather premature in your purpose of departing? My mind tells me that Master Julian Peveril had better proceed with me to London than turn aside for any purpose whatever. You may see already that I am no ordinary person, but a master spirit of the time. For the cuckoo I travel with, and whom I indulge in his prodigal follies, he also has his uses, but you are a different caste, and I not only would serve you but even wish you to be my own." Julian gazed on this singular person when he spoke. We have already said his figure was mean and slight, with very ordinary and unmarked features, unless we were to distinguish the lightnings of a keen grey eye, which corresponded in its careless and prideful glance with the haughty superiority which the stranger assumed. In conversation, it was not till after a momentary pause that Julian replied, "Can you wonder, sir, that in my circumstances, if they are indeed known to you so well as they seem, I should decline unnecessary confidence on the affairs of moment which have called me hither, or refuse the company of a stranger who assigns no reason for desiring mine?" "Be it as you list, young man," answered Ganless. "Only remember, hereafter you had a fair offer. It is not every one to whom I would have made it. If we should meet hereafter on other and on worse terms, impute it to yourself, and not to me." "I understand not your threat," answered Peveril. "If a threat be indeed implied, I have done no evil, I feel no apprehension, and I cannot in common sense conceive why I should suffer for refusing my confidence to a stranger, who seems to require that I should submit me blindfold to his guidance." "Farewell then, Sir Julian of the Peak, that may soon be," said the stranger, removing the hand which he had as yet left carelessly on the horse's bridle. "How mean you by that phrase?" said Julian, "and why apply such a title to me?" The stranger smiled, and only answered, "Here our conference ends, the way is before you, you will find it longer and rougher than that by which I would have guided you." So saying, Ganless turned his back and walked toward the house. On the threshold, he turned about once more, and seeing that Peveril had not yet moved from the spot, he again smiled and beckoned to him. But Julian, recalled by that sign to recollection, spurred his horse and set forward on his journey. It was not long ere his local acquaintance with the country enabled him to regain the road to Martindale, from which he had diverged on the preceding evening for about 2 miles. But the roads, or rather the paths of this wild country, so much satirized by their native poet Cotton, were so complicated in some places, so difficult to be traced in others, and so unfit for hasty travelling in almost all, that in spite of Julian's utmost exertions, and though he made no longer delay upon the journey than was necessary to bait his horse at a small hamlet through which he passed at noon, it was nightfall ere he reached an eminence from which an hour sooner the battlements of Martindale Castle would have been visible, and where, when they were hid in night, their situation was indicated by a light constantly maintained in a lofty tower called the Warder's Turret, and which domestic beacon had acquired through all the neighbourhood the name of Peveril's Polestar. This was regularly kindled at curfew toll, and supplied with as much wood and charcoal as maintained the light, till sunrise, and at no period was the ceremonial omitted, saving during the space intervening between the death of a lord of the castle and his interment, when this last event had taken place. The nightly beacon was rekindled with some ceremony and continued till fate called the successor to sleep with his fathers. It is not known from which circumstance the practice of maintaining this light originally sprung. Tradition spoke of it. Doubtfully some thought it was the signal of general hospitality, which in ancient times guided the wandering knight, or the weary pilgrim to rest and refreshment. Others spoke of it as a love-lighted watchfire, by which the provident anxiety of a former lady of Martindale guided her husband homeward through the terrors of a midnight storm. The less favourable construction of unfriendly neighbours of the dissenting persuasion ascribed the origin and continuance of this practice to the assuming pride of the family of Peveril, who thereby chose to intimate their ancient suzerainty over the whole country in the manner of the admiral who carries the lantern in the poop for the guidance of the fleet, and in the former times our old friend Master Salsgrace dealt from the pulpit many a hard hit against Sir Geoffrey as he that had raised his horn and set up his candlestick on high. Certain it is that all the Peverils from father to son had been especially attentive to the maintenance of this custom, as something intimately connected with the dignity of their family, and in the hands of Sir Geoffrey the observance was not likely to be omitted. Accordingly, the polar star of Peveril had continued to beam more or less brightly during all the vicissitudes of the Civil War, and glimmered, however, faintly during the subsequent period of Sir Geoffrey's depression. But he was often heard to say, and sometimes to swear, that while there was a perch of woodland left to the estate, the old beacon grate should not lack replenishing. All this his son Julian well knew, and therefore it was with no ordinary feelings of surprise and anxiety that, looking in the direction of the castle, he perceived that the light was not visible. He halted, rubbed his eyes, shifted his position, and endeavoured in vain to persuade himself that he had mistaken the point from which the polar star of his house was visible, or that some newly intervening obstacle, the growth of a plantation perhaps, or the erection of some building, intercepted the light of the beacon. But a moment's reflection assured him that, from the high and free situation which Martindale Castle, in reference to the surrounding country, this could not have taken place, and the inference necessarily forced itself upon his mind that Sir Geoffrey his father was either deceased, or that the family must have been disturbed by some strange calamity, under the pressure of which their wonted custom and solemn usage had been neglected. Under the influence of undefinable apprehension, young Peveril now struck the spurs into his jaded steed, and forcing him down the broken and steep path at a pace which set safety at defiance, he arrived at the village of Martindale Moultracy, eagerly desirous to ascertain the cause of this ominous eclipse. The street through which his tired horse paced slow and reluctantly was now deserted and empty, and scarcely a candle twinkled from a casement, except from the latticed window of the little in cold the Peveril arms from which a broad light shone, and several voices were heard in rude festivity. Before the door of this in the jaded palfrey, guided by the instinct or experience, which makes a hackney well acquainted with the outside of a house of entertainment, made so sudden and determined a pause that notwithstanding his haste, the rider thought it best to dismount, expecting to be readily supplied with a fresh horse by Roger Rain the landlord, the ancient dependent of his family. He also wished to relieve his anxiety by inquiring concerning the state of things at the castle, when he was surprised to hear bursting from the taproom of the loyal old host a well-known song of the Commonwealth time, which some puritanical wag had written in reprehension of the Cavaliers and their dissolute courses, and in which his father came in for a lash of the satirist. Ye thought in the world there was no power to tame ye, so you tippled and drabbed till the saints overcame ye. Forsooth and near Sturser have vanquished G.D. and me, which nobody can deny. There was bluff old Sir Geoffrey loved brandy and mumwe, and to see a beer glass turned over the thumb well. But he fled like the wind before Fairfax and Cromwell, which nobody can deny. Some strange revolution Julian was aware must have taken place both in the village and in the castle, ere these sounds of unseemly insult could have been poured forth in the very in which was decorated with the armorial bearings of his family, and not knowing how far it might be advisable to intrude on these unfriendly revellers without the power of repelling or chastising their insolence, he led his horse to a back door which, as he recollected, communicated with the landlord's apartment. Having determined to make private inquiry of him concerning the state of matters at the castle, he knocked repeatedly, and as often called on Roger Rain with an earnest but stifled voice. At length, a female voice replied by the usual inquiry, "Who is there?" "It is I, Dame Rain, I, Julian Peveril. Tell your husband to come to me presently." "Alack and a well-a-day, Master Julian, if it be really you are to know my poor goodman has gone where he can come to no one, but doubtless we shall all go to him, as Matthew Chamberlain says." "He is dead then," said Julian. "I am extremely sorry." "Dead 6 months and more, Master Julian, and let me tell you it is a long time for a lone woman, as Matt Chamberlain says." "Well, do you or your Chamberlain undo the door. I want a fresh horse, and I want to know how things are at the castle." "The castle, lackaday, Chamberlain, Matthew Chamberlain, I say Matt." Matt Chamberlain apparently was at no great distance, for he presently answered her call, and Peveril, as he stood close to the door, could hear them whispering to each other, and distinguish in a great measure what they said. And here it may be noticed that Dame Rain, accustomed to submit to the authority of old Roger, who vindicated as well the husband's domestic prerogative as that of the monarch in the state, had, when left a buxom widow, been so far incommoded by the exercise of her newly acquired independence that she had recourse upon all occasions to the advice of Matt Chamberlain, and as Matt began no longer to go slipshod, and in a red nightcap, but wore Spanish shoes, and a high-crowned beaver at least of a Sunday, and moreover was called Master Matthew by his fellow-servants, the neighbours in the village argued a speedy change of the name of the signpost, nay, perhaps of the very sign itself, for Matthew was a bit of a Puritan, and no friend to Peveril of the Peak. "Now counsel me, and you be a man, Matt Chamberlain," said Widow Rain, "for never stir if here be not Master Julian's own self, and he wants a horse, and what not, and all as if things were as they want to be." "Why, Damon, you will walk by my counsel," said the Chamberlain, "e'en shake him off, let him be jogging, while his boots are green. This is no world for folks to scold their fingers in other folks' broth." "And that is well spoken truly," answered Dame Rain, "but then look you, Matt, we have eaten their bread, and as my poor goodman used to say, nay, nay, dame, they that walk by the counsel of the dead shall have none of the living, and so you may do as you list, but if you will walk by mine, drop latch and draw bolt, and bid him seek quarters farther. That is my counsel." "I desire nothing of you, sirrah," said Peveril, "save but to know how Sir Geoffrey and his lady do." "Lackaday, lackaday," in a tone of sympathy, was the only answer he received from the landlady, and the conversation betwixt her and her Chamberlain was resumed, but in a tone too low to be overheard. At length Matt Chamberlain spoke aloud, and with a tone of authority, "We undo no doors at this time of night, for it is against the justice's orders and might cost us our licence. And for the castle, the road up to it lies before you, and I think you know it as well as we do." "And I know you," said Peveril, remounting his wearied horse, "for an ungrateful churl, whom on the first opportunity I will assuredly cudgel to a mummy." To this menace Matthew made no reply, and Peveril presently heard him leave the apartment, after a few earnest words betwixt him and his mistress. Impatient at this delay, and at the evil omen implied in these people's conversation and deportment. Peveril, after some vain spurring of his horse, which positively refused to move a step farther, dismounted once more, and was about to pursue his journey on foot, notwithstanding the extreme disadvantage under which the high riding boots of the period laid those who attempted to walk with such encumbrances, when he was stopped by a gentle call from the window. Her counsellor was no sooner gone than the good nature and habitual veneration of the dame for the house of Peveril, and perhaps some fear for her counsellor's bones, induced her to open the casement and cry, but in a low and timid tone, "Hist, hist, Master Julian, you gone?" "Not yet, dame," said Julian, "though it seems my stay is unwelcome." "Nay, but good young master, it is because men counsel so differently, for here was my poor old Roger Rain, would have thought the chimney corner too cold for you, and here is Matt Chamberlain, thinks the cold courtyard is warm enough." "Never mind that, dame," said Julian, "do but only tell me what has happened at Martindale Castle. I see the beacon is extinguished." "Is it in troth like Inaughton good? Sir Geoffrey has gone to heaven with my old Roger." "Sacred heaven," exclaimed Peveril, "when was my father taken ill?" "Never as I knows of," said the dame, "but about 3 hours since arrived a party at the castle with buffcoats and bandoliers, and one of the Parliament's folks, like in Oliver's time my old Roger Rain, would have shut the gates of the inn against them, but he is in the churchyard, and Matt says it is against law, and so they came in and refreshed men and horses, and sent for Master Bridgenorth that is at Moultrassy Hall even now, and so they went up to the castle, and there was a fray. It is like as the old knight was no man to take napping, as poor Roger Rain used to say always. The officers had the best aunt and reason there is since they had the law of their side, as our Matthew says. But since the polestar of the castle is out, as your honour says, why doubtless the old gentleman is dead." "Gracious heaven, dear dame, for love or gold, let me have a horse to make for the castle." "The castle," said the dame, "the Roundheads, as my poor Roger called them, will kill you, as they have killed your father. Better creep into the wood-house, and I will send Bet with a blanket, and some supper, or stay me old Darbin stands in the little stable beside the hencoopine. Take him, and make the best of your way out of the country, for there is no safety here for you. Hear what songs some of them are singing at the tap, so take Darbin, and do not forget to leave your own horse instead." Peveril waited to hear no farther, only that just as he turned to go off to the stable, the compassionate female was heard to exclaim, "O Lord, what will Matthew Chamberlain say?" but instantly added, "Let him say what he will, I may dispose of what's my own." With the haste of a double-feed hostler, did Julian exchange the equipments of his jaded brute with poor Darbin, who stood quietly tugging at his rackful of hay, without dreaming of the business which was that night destined for him. Notwithstanding the darkness of the place, Julian succeeded marvellous quickly in preparing for his journey, and leaving his own horse to find its way to Darbin's rack by instinct, he leaped upon his new acquisition, and spurred him sharply against the hill which rises steeply from the village to the castle. Darbin, little accustomed to such exertions, snorted, panted, and trotted as briskly as he could, until at length he brought his rider before the entrance gate of his father's ancient seat. The moon was now rising, but the portal was hidden from its beams, being situated, as we have mentioned elsewhere, in a deep recess betwixt 2 large flanking towers. Peveril dismounted, turned his horse loose, and advanced to the gate which, contrary to his expectation, he found open. He entered the large courtyard, and could then perceive that lights yet twinkled in the lower part of the building, although he had not before observed them owing to the height of the outward walls. The main door, or great hallgate, as it was called, was, since the partially decayed state of the family, seldom opened save on occasions of particular ceremony. A smaller postern door served the purpose of ordinary entrance, and to that Julian now repaired. This also was open, a circumstance which would of itself have alarmed him had he not already had so many causes for apprehension. His heart sunk within him as he turned to the left through a small outward hall towards the great parlour which the family usually occupied as a sitting apartment, and his alarm became still greater when, on a nearer approach, he heard proceeding from thence the murmur of several voices. He threw the door of the apartment wide, and the sight which was thus displayed warranted all the evil bodings which he had entertained. In front of him stood the old knight, whose arms were strongly secured over the elbows by a leathern belt drawn tight round them, and made fast behind 2 ruffianly-looking men. Apparently his guards had hold of his doublet, the scabbardless sword which lay on the floor, and the empty sheath which hung by Sir Geoffrey's side, showed the stout old cavalier had not been reduced to this state of bondage without an attempt at resistance. 2 or 3 persons, having their backs turned towards Julian, sat round a table, and appeared engaged in ringing voices which he had heard were theirs as they murmured to each other, Lady Peveril, the emblem of death so pallid, was her countenance stood at the distance of a yard or two from her husband, upon whom her eyes were fixed, with an intenseness of gaze, like that of one who looks her last on the object, which she loves the best. She was the first to perceive Julian, and she exclaimed, "Merciful heaven, me son, the misery of our house is complete." "My son," echoed Sir Geoffrey, starting from the sullen state of dejection, and swearing a deep oath, "thou art come in the right time. Julian, strike me one good bloke, leave me that traitorous thief from the crown to the brisket, and that done I care not what comes next." The sight of his father's situation made the son forget the inequality of the contest, which he was about to provoke. "Original villains," he said, unhand him, and rushing on the guards with his drawn sword, compelled them to let go Sir Geoffrey and stand on their own defence. Sir Geoffrey, thus far liberated, shouted to his lady, "Undo the belt, dame, and we will have 3 good blows for it, yet thee must fight well that beat both father and son." But one of those men who had started up from the writing table when the fray commenced prevented Lady Peveril from rendering her husband this assistance, while another easily mastered the hampered knight, though not without receiving several severe kicks from his heavy Bucci's condition, permitting him no other mode of defence. A third, who saw that Julian, young, active, and animated with the fury of a son who fights for his parents, was compelling the 2 guards to give ground, seized on his collar, and attempted to master his sword. Suddenly dropping that weapon and snatching one of his pistols, Julian fired it at the head of the person by whom he was thus assailed. He did not drop, but staggering back, as if he had received a severe blow, showed Peveril, as he sunk into a chair, the features of old Bridgenorth blackened with the explosion which had even set fire to a part of his grey hair. A cry of astonishment escaped from Julian, and in the alarm and horror of the moment, he was easily secured and disarmed by those with whom he had been at first engaged. Original. "Heed it not, Julian," said Sir Geoffrey, "heed it not, my brave boy. That shot has balanced all accounts, but how, what the devil lives, was your pistol loaded with chaff, or has the foul fiend given him proof against Lee?" There was some reason for Sir Geoffrey's surprise, since, as he spoke, Major Bridgenorth collected himself, sat up in the chair as one who recovers from a stunning blow, then rose, and wiping with his handkerchief the marks of the explosion from his face, he approached Julian, and said in the same cold, unaltered tone in which he usually expressed himself, "Young man, you have reason to bless God, who has this day saved you from the commission of a great crime." "Bless the devil, ye crow-paired knave," exclaimed Sir Geoffrey, "for nothing less than the father of all fanatics saved your brains from being blown about like the rinsings of Beelzebub's porridge pot." "Sir Geoffrey," said Major Bridgenorth, "I have already told you that with you I will hold no argument, for to you I am not accountable for any of my actions." "Master Bridgenorth," said the lady, making a strong effort to speak, and to speak with calmness, "whatever revenge your Christian state of conscience may permit you to take on my husband, I, who have some right to experience compassion at your hand, for most sincerely did I compassionate you when the hand of heaven was heavy on you. I implore you not to involve my son in our common ruin. Let the destruction of the father and mother with the ruin of our ancient house satisfy your resentment for any wrong which you have ever received at my husband's hand." "Hold your peace, housewife," said the knight, "you speak like a fool and meddle with what concerns you not. Wrong at my hand the cowardly knave has ever had but even too much right. Had I cudgelled the cur soundly when he first bayed at me, the cowardly mongrel had been now crouching at my feet instead of flying at my throat. But if I get through this action as I have got through worse, whether I will pay off old scores as far as tough Crabtree and cold iron will bear me out." "Sir Geoffrey," replied Bridgenorth, "if the birth you boast of has made you blind to better principles, it might have at least taught you civility. What do you complain of? I am a magistrate, and I execute a warrant addressed to me by the first authority in that state. I am a creditor also of yours, and law arms me with powers to recover my own property from the hands of an improvident debtor." "You a magistrate," said the knight, "much such a magistrate as Noel was a monarch. Your heart is up, I warrant, because you have the king's pardon, and are replaced on the bench forsooth, to persecute the poor papist. There was never turmoil in the state, but knaves had their vantage by it, never pot boiled, but the scum was cast uppermost." "For God's sake, my dearest husband," said Lady Peveril, "cease this wild talk. It can but incense Master Bridgenorth, who might otherwise consider that in common charity." "Incense him," said Sir Geoffrey, impatiently interrupting her. "God's death, madam, you will drive me mad. Have you lived so long in this world, and yet expect consideration and charity from an old starved wolf like that? And if he had it, do you think that I or you, madam, as my wife, are subjects for his charity? Julian, my poor fellow, I am sorry, thou hast come so unluckily, since thy petronel was not better loaded, but thy credit is lost for ever as a marksman. This angry colloquy passed so rapidly on all sides that Julian scarce recovered from the extremity of astonishment with which he was overwhelmed at finding himself suddenly plunged into a situation of such extremity, had no time to consider in what way he could most effectually act for the succour of his parents. To speak to Bridgenorth fair seemed the more prudent course, but to this his pride could hardly stoop, yet he forced himself to say with as much calmness as he could assume, Master Bridgenorth, since you act as a magistrate, I desire to be treated according to the laws of England, and demand to know of what we are accused, and by whose authority we are arrested. Here is another howlet for ye, exclaimed the impetuous old knight. His mother speaks to a Puritan of charity, and thou must talk of law to a round-headed rebel, with a warnian to you. What warrant hath he, think ye, beyond the Parliament's or the devil's? Who speaks of the Parliament, said a person, entering, whom Peveril recognized as the official person whom he had before seen at the horse-dealer's, and who now bustled in with all the conscious dignity of plenary authority. Who talks of the Parliament, he exclaimed, I promise you enough has been found in this house to convict 20 plotters. Here be arms, and that good store, bring them in, captain. The very same, exclaimed the captain, approaching, which I mention in my printed narrative of information, lodged before the Honourable House of Commons. They were commissioned from old Van der Heijs of Rotterdam, by orders of Don John of Austria, for the service of the Jesuits. Now by this light, said Sir Geoffrey, they are the pikes, musketoons, and pistols that have been hidden in the garret ever since Naseby fight. And here, said the captain's yokefellow Everett, are proper priests, trappings, antiphoners, and missals, and copes, I warrant you, aye, and proper pictures, too, for papists to mutter and bow over. Now plague on thy snuffling wine, said Sir Geoffrey, here is a rascal, will swear my grandmother's old farthingale to be priest's vestments, and the story-book of Aulenspiegel a popish missal. But how's this, Master Bridgenorth, said Topham, addressing the magistrate, your honour has been as busy as we have, and you have caught another knave while we recovered these toys. I think so, said Julian, if you look into your warrant, which, if I mistake not, names the persons whom you are directed to arrest, you will find you have not title to apprehend me. So said the officer, puffing with importance, I do not know who you are, but I would you were the best man in England, that I might teach you the respect due to the warrant of the house. Sir, there steps not the man within the British seas, but I will arrest him on authority of this bit of parchment. And I do arrest you accordingly. What do you accuse him of, gentlemen? Dangerfield swaggered forward and, peeping under Julian's hat, Stop my vital breath, he exclaimed. But I have seen you before, my friend, and I could but think where, but my memory is not worth a bean, since I have been obliged to use it so much of late in the behalf of the poor state. But I do know the fellow, and I have seen him amongst the papists. Ill take that, on my assured damnation. Why, Captain Dangerfield, said the captain's smoother, but more dangerous associate, really, it is the same youth whom we saw at the horse merchant's yesterday, and we had matter against him, then only Master Topham did not desire us to bring it out. Ye may bring out what ye will against him now, said Topham, for he hath blasphemed the warrant of the house. I think ye said ye saw him somewhere. I verily, said Everett, I have seen him amongst the seminary pupils, at St. Omersh was who, but he with the regents there. Nay, Master Everett, collect yourself, said Topham, for, as I think you said, you saw him at a consult of the Jesuits in London. It was I said, so Master Topham, said the undaunted Dangerfield, and mine is the tongue that will swear it. Good Master Topham, said Bridgenorth, you may suspend farther inquiry at present, as it doth but fatigue and perplex the memory of the king's witnesses. You are wrong, Master Bridgenorth, clearly wrong it doth, but keep them in Windenley, breathes them like greyhounds before a coursing match. Be it so, said Bridgenorth with his usual indifference of manner, but at present this youth must stand committed upon a warrant which I will presently sign, of having assaulted me while in discharge of my duty as a magistrate for the rescue of a person legally attached. Did you not hear the report of a pistol? I will swear to it, said Everett. And I, said Dangerfield, while we were making search in the cellar, I heard something very like a pistol shot, but I conceived it to be the drawing of a long-corked bottle of sack, to see whether there were any popish relics in the inside on't. A pistol shot, exclaimed Topham, here might have been a second Sir Edmundsbury Godfrey's Matero, thou real spawn of the red old dragon, for he too would have resisted the house's warrant had we not taken him something at unawares. Master Bridgenorth, you are a judicious magistrate, and a worthy servant of the state. I would we had many such sound Protestant justices. Shall I have this young fellow away with his parents? What think yower? Will you keep him for re-examination? Master Bridgenorth, said Lady Peveril, in spite of her husband's efforts to interrupt her, for God's sake, if ever you knew what it was to love one of the many children you have lost, or her, who is now left to you, do not pursue your vengeance to the blood of my poor boy. I will forgive you all the restore, the distress you have wrought, all the yet greater misery with which you threaten us. But do not be extreme with one who never can have offended you. Believe that if your ears are shut against the cry of a despairing mother, those which are open to the complaint of all who sorrow will hear my petition, and your answer. The agony of mind and of voice with which Lady Peveril uttered these words seemed to thrill through all present, though most of them were but too much inured to such scenes. Everyone was silent when ceasing to speak. She fixed on Bridgenorth her eyes, glistening with tears, with the eager anxiety of one whose life or death seemed to depend upon the answer to be returned. Even Bridgenorth's inflexibility seemed to be shaken, and his voice was tremulous, as he answered, Madam, I would to God I had the present means of relieving your great distress otherwise than by recommending to you a reliance upon Providence, and that you take heed to your spirit, that it murmur not under this crook in your lot. For me I am but as a rod in the hand of the strong man, which smites not of itself, but because it is wielded by the arm of him who holds the same. Even as I and my black rod are guided by the Commons of England, said Master Topham, who seemed marvellously pleased with the illustration. Julian now thought it time to say something in his own behalf, and he endeavoured to temper it with as much composure as it was possible for him to assume. Master Bridgenorth, he said, I neither dispute your authority, nor this gentleman's warrant. You do not, said Topham. Oh ho, Master Youngster, I thought we should bring you to your senses presently. Then if you so will it, Master Topham, said Bridgenorth, thus it shall be, you shall set out with early day, taking you towards London the persons of Sir Geoffrey and Lady Peveril, and that they may travel according to their quality, you will allow them their coach sufficiently guarded. I will travel with them myself, said Topham, for these rough Derbyshire roads are no easy riding, and my very eyes are weary with looking on these bleak hills in the coach. I can sleep as sound as if I were in the house, and Master Barderbrains on his legs. It will become you so to take your ease, Master Topham, answered Bridgenorth, for this youth I will take him under my charge and bring him up myself. I may not be answerable for that worthy, Master Bridgenorth, said Topham, since he comes within the warrant of the house. Nay, but, said Bridgenorth, he is only under custody for an assault with the purpose of a rescue, and I counsel you against meddling with him, unless you have stronger guard. Sir Geoffrey is now old and broken, but this young fellow is in the flower of his youth, and hath at his beck all the debauched young cavaliers of the neighbourhood. You will scarce cross the country without a rescue. Topham eyed Julian wistfully, as a spider may be supposed to look upon a stray wasp which has got into his web, and which he longs to secure, though he fears the consequences of attempting him. Julian himself replied, I know not if this separation be well or ill meant on your part, Master Bridgenorth, but on mine I am only desirous to share the fate of my parents, and therefore I will give my word of honour to attempt neither rescue nor escape on condition you do not separate me from them. Do not say so, Julian, said his mother. Abide with Master Bridgenorth. Me mind tells me he cannot mean so ill by us as his rough conduct would now lead us to infer. And I said Sir Geoffrey know that between the doors of my father's house and the gates of hell there steps not such a villain on the ground, and if I wish my hands ever to be unbound again, it is because I hope for one downright blow at a grey head that has hatched more treason than the whole long Parliament. Away with thee, said the zealous officer. Is Parliament a word for so foul a mouth as thine, gentleman? He added, turning to Everett and Dangerfield. You will bear witness to this. To his having reviled the House of Commons, G.D., that I will, said Dangerfield, I will take it on my damnation. And verily, said Everett, as he spoke of Parliament generally, he hath contemned the House of Lords also. Why, ye poor insignificant wretches, said Sir Geoffrey, whose very life is a lie and whose bread is perjury, would you pervert my innocent words, almost as soon as they have quitted my lips? I tell you the country is well weary of you, and should Englishmen come to their senses, the jail, the pillory, the whipping post, and the gibbet will be too good preferment for such base bloodsuckers. And now, Master Bridgenorth, you and they may do your worst, for I will not open my mouth to utter a single word, while I am in the company of such knaves. Perhaps, Sir Geoffrey, answered Bridgenorth, you would better have consulted your own safety in adopting that resolution a little sooner. The tongue is a little member, but it causes much strife. You, Master Julian, will please to follow me, and without remonstrance or resistance, for you must be aware that I have the means of compelling. Julian was indeed but too sensible that he had no other course, but that of submission to superior force. But ere he left the apartment he kneeled down to receive his father's blessing, which the old man bestowed not without a tear in his eye, and in the emphatic words, "God bless thee, my boy, and keep thee good and true to church, and king whatever wind shall bring foul weather." His mother was only able to pass her hand over his head, and to implore him in a low tone of voice not to be rash or violent in any attempt to render them assistance. "We are innocent," she said, "my son, we are innocent, and we are in God's hands, be the thought our best comfort and protection." Bridgenorth now signed to Julian to follow him, which he did, accompanied, or rather conducted, by the two guards who had first disarmed him. When they had passed from the apartment, and were at the door of the outward hall, Bridgenorth asked Julian whether he should consider him as under parole, in which case he said he would dispense with all other security but his own promise. Peveril, who could not help hoping somewhat from the favourable and unresentful manner in which he was treated by one whose life he had so recently attempted, replied without hesitation that he would give his parole for 24 hours neither to attempt to escape by force nor by flight. "It is wisely said," replied Bridgenorth, "for though you might cause bloodshed, be assured that your utmost efforts could do no service to your parents' horses, their horses to the courtyard." The trampling of horses was soon heard, and in obedience to Bridgenorth's signal, and in compliance with his promise, Julian mounted one which was presented to him, and prepared to leave the house of his fathers in which his parents were now prisoners, and to go he knew not whither under the custody of one known to be the ancient enemy of his family. He was rather surprised at observing that Bridgenorth and he were about to travel without any other attendants. When they were mounted, and as they rode slowly towards the outer gate of the courtyard, Bridgenorth said to him, "It is not everyone who would thus unreservedly commit his safety by travelling at night, and unaided with the hot-brained youth who so lately attempted his life." "Master Bridgenorth," said Julian, "I might tell you truly that I knew you not at the time when I directed my weapon against you, but I must also add that the cause in which I used it might have rendered me, even had I known you, a slight respecter of your person. At present I do know you, and have neither malice against your person, nor the liberty of a parent to fight, for besides you have my word, and when was a Peveril known to break it?" "I," replied his companion, "a Peveril of the Pica name, which has long sounded like a war-trumpet in the land, but which has now perhaps sounded its last loud note. Look back, young man, on the darksome turrets of your father's house, which uplift themselves above the sons of their people. Think upon your father, a captive yourself, in some sort, fugitive light quenchidia gloria bastia, a state wrecked and impoverished. Think that Providence has subjected the destinies of the race of Peveril to one whom in their aristocratic pride they held as a plebeian upstart. Think of this, and when you again boast of your ancestry, remember that he who raiseth the lowly can also abase the high in heart." Julian did indeed gaze for an instant with a swelling heart upon the dimly seen turrets of his paternal mansion, on which poured the moonlight mixed with long shadows of the towers and trees. But while he sadly acknowledged the truth of Bridgenorth's observation, he felt indignant at his ill-timed triumph. If fortune had followed worth, he said, the castle of Martindale and the name of Peveril had afforded no room for their enemies' vainglorious boast. But those who have stood high on fortune's wheel must abide by the consequence of its revolutions. This much I will at least say for my father's house, that it has not stood unhonoured, nor will it fall. If it is to fall unlamented, forbear then, if you are indeed the Christian you call yourself, to exult in the misfortunes of others, or to confide in your own prosperity. If the light of our house be now quenched, God can rekindle it in his own good time." Peveril broke off in extreme surprise, for, as he spake the last words, the bright red beams of the family beacon began again to glimmer from its wonted watchtower, checkering the pale moonbeam with a ruddier glow. Bridgenorth also gazed on this unexpected illumination with surprise, and not, as it seemed, without disquietude. "Young man," he resumed, "it can scarcely be, but that heaven intends to work great things by your hand, so singularly has that augury followed on your words." So saying, he put his horse once more in motion, and looking back from time to time as if to assure himself that the beacon of the castle was actually rekindled, he led the way through the well-known paths and alleys to his own house of Maltracy, followed by Peveril, who, although sensible that the light might be altogether accidental, could not but receive as a good omen an event so intimately connected with the traditions and usages of his family. They alighted at the hall door, which was hastily opened by a female, and while the deep tone of Bridgenorth called on the groom to take their horses, the well-known voice of his daughter Alice was heard to exclaim in thanksgiving to God, who had restored her father in safety. Chapter 24. We meet as men see phantoms in a dream, which glide and sigh and sign and move their lips, but make no sound, or if they utter voice, 'tis but a low and undistinguished moaning, which has nor word nor sense of uttered sound. The chieftain. We said at the conclusion of the last chapter that a female form appeared at the door of Maltracy Hall, and that the well-known accents of Alice Bridgenorth were heard to hail the return of her father from what she naturally dreaded as a perilous visit to the castle of Martindale. Julian, who followed his conductor with a throbbing heart into the lighted hall, was therefore prepared to see her, whom he best loved, with her arms thrown around her father, the instant she had quitted his paternal embrace. She was aware of the unexpected guest who had returned in his company. A deep blush, rapidly succeeded by a deadly paleness and again by a slighter suffusion, showed plainly to her lover that his sudden appearance was anything but indifferent to her. He bowed profoundly a courtesy, which she returned with equal formality, but did not venture to approach more nearly, feeling at once the delicacy of his own situation and of hers. Major Bridgenorth turned his cold, fixed, grey, melancholy glance first on the one of them, and then on the other. Some, he said gravely, would in my case have avoided this meeting, but I have confidence in you both. Although you are young and beset with the snares incidental to your age, there are those within who should not know that ye have been acquainted. Wherefore be wise, and be as strangers to each other. Julian and Alice exchanged glances as her father turned from them, and lifting a lamp which stood in the entrance hall, led the way to the interior apartment. There was little of consolation in this exchange of looks, for the sadness of Alice's glance was mingled with fear, and that of Julian clouded by an anxious sense of doubt. The look also was but momentary, for Alice, springing to her father, took the light out of his hand, and stepping before him, acted as the usher of both into the large oaken parlour which has been already mentioned as the apartment in which Bridgenorth had spent the hours of dejection which followed the death of his consort and family. It was now lighted up, as for the reception of company, and 5 or 6 persons sat in it in the plain black stiff dress, which was affected by the formal Puritans of the time, in evidence of their contempt of the manners of the luxurious court of Charles II, amongst whom excess of extravagance in apparel, like excess of every other kind, was highly fashionable. Julian at first glanced his eyes but slightly along the range of grave and severe faces which composed this society, men sincere perhaps in their pretensions to a superior purity of conduct and morals, but in whom that high praise was somewhat chastened by an affected austerity in dress and manners, allied to those Pharisees of old who made broad their phylacteries and would be seen of man to fast, and to discharge with rigid punctuality the observances of the law. Their dress was almost uniformly a black cloak and doublet cut straight and close, and undecorated with lace or embroidery of any kind, black Flemish breeches, and hose square-toed shoes with large roses made of serge ribbon. 2 or 3 had large loose boots of calf leather, and almost everyone was begirt with a long rapier, which was suspended by leathern thongs to a plain belt of buff, or of black leather. 1 or 2 of the elder guests, whose hair had been thinned by time, had their heads covered with a skull-cap of black silk or velvet, which being drawn down betwixt the ears and the skull, and permitting no hair to escape, occasioned the former to project in the ungraceful manner which may be remarked in old pictures, and which procured for the Puritans the term of prick-eared roundheads, so unceremoniously applied to them by their contemporaries. These worthies were ranged against the wall, each in his ancient high-backed long-legged chair, neither looking towards nor apparently discoursing with each other, but plunged in their own reflections, or awaiting, like an assembly of Quakers, the quickening power of divine inspiration. Major Bridgenorth glided along this formal society with noiseless step, and a composed severity of manner resembling their own. He paused before each in succession, and apparently communicated, as he passed, the transactions of the evening, and the circumstances under which the heir of Martindale Castle was now guest at Maltracy Hall. Each seemed to stir at his brief detail like a range of statues in an enchanted hall, starting into something like life, as a talisman is applied to them successively. Most of them, as they heard the narrative of their host, cast upon Julian a look of curiosity blended with haughty scorn and the consciousness of spiritual superiority, though in 1 or 2 instances the milder influences of compassion were sufficiently visible. Peveril would have undergone this gauntlet of eyes with more impatience, had not his own been for the time engaged in following the motions of Alice, who glided through the apartment, and only speaking very briefly and in whispers to 1 or 2 of the company, who addressed her, took her place beside a treble-hooded old lady, the only female of the party. and addressed herself to her in such earnest conversation as might dispense with her raising her head, or looking at any others in the company. Her father put a question to which she was obliged to return an answer where was Mistress Debich. She has gone out, Alice replied, early after sunset to visit some old acquaintances in the neighbourhood, and she was not yet returned. Major Bridgenorth made a gesture indicative of displeasure, and not content with that expressed his determined resolution that Dame Deborah should no longer remain a member of his family. I will have those, he said aloud, and without regarding the presence of his guests, and those only around me who know to keep within the sober and modest bounds of a Christian family, who pretends to more freedom must go out from among us as not being of us. A deep and emphatic humming noise, which was at that time the mode in which the Puritans signified their applause, as well of the doctrines expressed by a favourite divine in the pulpit, as of those delivered in private society, ratified the approbation of the assessors, and seemed to secure the dismission of the unfortunate gouvernante, who stood thus detected of having strayed out of bounds. Even Peveril, although he had reaped considerable advantages in his early acquaintance with Alice from the mercenary and gossiping disposition of her governess, could not hear of her dismissal without approbation, so much was he desirous that in the hour of difficulty which might soon approach Alice might have the benefit of countenance and advice from one of her own sex of better manners and less suspicious probity than Mistress Debich. Almost immediately after this communication had taken place, a servant in mourning showed his thin, pinched, and wrinkled visage in the apartment, announcing with a voice more like a passing bell than the herald of a banquet that refreshments were provided in an adjoining apartment, gravely leading the way with his daughter on one side, and the puritanical female whom we have distinguished on the other. Bridgenorth himself ushered his company, who followed with little attention to order or ceremony, into the eating-room, where a substantial supper was provided. In this manner, Peveril, although entitled according to ordinary ceremonial to some degree of precedency, a matter at that time considered of much importance, although now little regarded, was left among the last of those who quitted the parlour, and might indeed have brought up the rear of all, had not one of the company, who was himself late in the retreat, bowed, and resigned to Julian the rank in the company which had been usurped by others. This act of politeness naturally induced Julian to examine the features of the person who had offered him this civility, and he started to observe under the pinched velvet cap, and above the short bandstrings, the countenance of Ganless, as he called himself his companion. On the preceding evening, he looked again and again, especially when all were placed at the supper board, and when consequently he had frequent opportunities of observing this person fixedly, without any breach of good manners. At first he wavered in his belief, and was much inclined to doubt the reality of his recollection, for the difference of dress was such as to effect a considerable change of appearance, and the countenance itself, far from exhibiting anything marked or memorable, was one of those ordinary visages which we see almost without remarking them, and which leave our memory so soon as the object is withdrawn from our eyes. But the impression upon his mind returned and became stronger, until it induced him to watch with peculiar attention the manners of the individual who had thus attracted his notice. During the time of a very prolonged grace before meat, which was delivered by one of the company, who from his Geneva band and serge doublet presided, as Julian supposed, over some dissenting congregation, noticed that this man kept the same demure and severe cast of countenance usually affected by the Puritans, and which rather caricatured the reverence unquestionably due upon such occasions. His eyes were turned upward, and his huge penthouse hat with a high crown and broad brim held in both hands before him rose and fell with the cadences of the speaker's voice, thus marking time, as it were, to the periods of the benediction. Yet when the slight bustle took place, which attends the adjusting of chairs, Roman 100, as men sit down to table, Julian's eye encountered that of the stranger, and as their looks met there glanced from those of the latter an expression of satirical humour and scorn, which seemed to intimate internal ridicule of the gravity of his present demeanour. Julian again sought to fix his eye, in order to ascertain that he had not mistaken the tendency of this transient expression, but the stranger did not allow him another opportunity. He might have been discovered by the tone of his voice, but the individual in question spoke little, and in whispers, which was indeed the fashion of the whole company, whose demeanour at table resembled that of mourners at a funeral feast. The entertainment itself was coarse though plentiful, and must, according to Julian's opinion, be distasteful to one so exquisitely skilled in good cheer, and so capable of enjoying critically and scientifically The genial preparations of his companion Smith as Ganless had shown himself on the preceding evening accordingly upon close observation. He remarked that the food which he took upon his plate remained there unconsumed, and that his actual supper consisted only of a crust of bread with a glass of wine. The repast was hurried over with the haste of those who think it shame if not sin to make mere animal enjoyments the means of consuming time or of receiving pleasure, and when men wiped their mouths and moustaches, Julian remarked that the object of his curiosity used a handkerchief of the finest cambrican article, rather inconsistent with the exterior plainness, not to say coarseness, of his appearance. He used also several of the more minute refinements, then only observed at tables of the higher rank, and Julian thought he could discern at every turn something of courtly manners and gestures, under the precise and rustic simplicity of the character which he had assumed. A Scottish gentleman in hiding, as it was emphatically termed, for some concern in a Jacobite insurrection or plot, was discovered among a number of ordinary persons by the use of his toothpick. But if this were indeed that same Ganless with whom Julian had met on the preceding evening, and who had boasted the facility with which he could assume any character which he pleased to represent for the time, what could be the purpose of this present disguise? He was, if his own words could be credited, a person of some importance, who dared to defy the danger of those officers and informers before whom all ranks at that time trembled, nor was he likely, as Julian conceived, without some strong purpose, to subject himself to such a masquerade as the present, which could not be otherwise than irksome to one whose conversation proclaimed him of light life and free opinions. Was his appearance here for good or for evil? Did it respect his father's house, or his own person, or the family of Bridgenorth? Was the real character of Ganless known to the master of the house inflexible, as he was in all which concerned morals as well as religion? If not, might not the machinations of a brain so subtile affect the peace and happiness of Alice Bridgenorth? These were questions which no reflection could enable Peveril to answer. His eyes glanced from Alice to the stranger, and new fears and undefined suspicions, in which the safety of that beloved and lovely girl was implicated, mingled with the deep anxiety which already occupied his mind on account of his father and his father's house. He was in this tumult of mind when, after a thanksgiving as long as the grace, the company arose from table, and were instantly summoned to the exercise of family worship, a train of domestics, grave, sad, and melancholy, as their superiors glided in to assist at this act of devotion, and ranged themselves at the lower end of the apartment. Most of these men were armed with long tucks, as the straight stabbing swords, much used by Cromwell's soldiery, were then called. Several had large pistols also, and the corslets or cuirasses of some were heard to clank, as they seated themselves to partake in this act of devotion. The ministry of him whom Julian had supposed a preacher was not used on this occasion. Major Bridgenorth himself read and expounded a chapter of Scripture with much strength and manliness of expression, although so as not to escape the charge of fanaticism. The 19th chapter of Jeremiah was the portion of Scripture which he selected, in which, under the type of breaking a potter's vessel, the prophet presages the desolation of the Jews. The lecturer was not naturally eloquent, but a strong, deep, and sincere conviction of the truth of what he said supplied him with language of energy and fire, as he drew parallel between the abominations of the worship of Baal and the corruptions of the Church of Romiso, favourite a topic with the Puritans of that period, and denounced against the Catholics, and those who favoured them, that hissing and desolation which the prophet directed against the city of Jerusalem. His hearers made a yet closer application than the lecturer himself suggested, and many a dark proud eye intimated by a glance on Julian that on his father's house were already in some part realized those dreadful maledictions. The lecture finished, Bridgenorth summoned them to unite with him in prayer, and on a slight change of arrangements amongst the company, which took place as they were about to kneel down, Julian found his place next to the single-minded and beautiful object of his affection, as she knelt in her loveliness to adore her Creator. A short time was permitted for mental devotion, during which Peveril could hear her half-breathed petition for the promised blessings of peace on earth and goodwill towards the children of men. The prayer which ensued was in a different tone. It was poured forth by the same person who had officiated as chaplain at the table, and was in the tone of a Bonerges, or son of thunderer, denouncer of crimson, invoker of judgments, almost a prophet of evil and of destruction. The testimonies and the sins of the day were not forgotten. The mysterious murder of Sir Edmundsbury Godfrey was insisted upon, and thanks and praise were offered that the very night on which they were assembled had not seen another offering of a Protestant magistrate to the bloodthirsty fury of revengeful Catholics. Never had Julian found it more difficult during an act of devotion to maintain his mind in a frame befitting the posture and the occasion, and when he heard the speaker return thanks for the downfall and devastation of his family, he was strongly tempted to have started upon his feet, and charged him with offering a tribute, stained with falsehood and calumny at the throne of truth itself. He resisted, however, an impulse which it would have been insanity to have yielded to, and his patience was not without its reward, for when his fair neighbour arose from her knees, the lengthened and prolonged prayer being at last concluded, he observed that her eyes were streaming with tears, and one glance with which she looked at him in that moment showed more of affectionate interest for him in his fallen fortunes and precarious condition than he had been able to obtain from her when his worldly estate seemed so much the more exalted of the two. Cheered and fortified with the conviction that one bosom in the company, and that in which he most eagerly longed to secure an interest, sympathized with his distress, he felt strong to endure whatever was to follow, and shrunk not from the stern still smile with which one by one the meeting regarded him, as gliding to their several places of repose, they indulged themselves at parting with a look of triumph on one whom they considered as their captive enemy. Alice also passed by her lover, her eyes fixed on the ground, and answered his low obeisance without raising them. The room was now empty, but for Bridgenorth and his guest or prisoner, for it is difficult to say in which capacity Peveril ought to regard himself, he took an old brazen lamp from the table, and leading the way said at the same time, "I must be the uncourtly chamberlain who am to usher you to a place of repose more rude perhaps than you have been accustomed to occupy." Julian followed him in silence up an old-fashioned winding staircase. Within a turret at the landing-place on the top was a small apartment where an ordinary pallet bed, 2 chairs, and a small stone table were the only furniture. "Your bed," continued Bridgenorth, as if desirous to prolong their interview, "is not of the softest, but innocence sleeps as sound upon straw as on down." "Sorrow Major Bridgenorth finds little rest on either," replied Julian. "Tell me, for you seem to await some question from me, what is to be the fate of my parents, and why you separate me from them?" Bridgenorth for answer indicated with his finger the mark which his countenance still showed from the explosion of Julian's pistol. "That," replied Julian, "is not the real cause of your proceedings against me. It cannot be that you, who have been a soldier and are a man, can be surprised or displeased by my interference in the defence of my father. Above all, you cannot, and I must needs say you do not believe that I would have raised my hand against you personally had there been a moment's time for recognition." "I may grant all this," said Bridgenorth, "but what the better are you for my good opinion, or for the ease with which I can forgive you the injury which you aimed at me? You are in my custody, as a magistrate, accused of abetting the foul, bloody, and heathenish plot for the establishment of popery, the murder of the king, and the general massacre of all true Protestants. And on what grounds, either of fact or suspicion, dare anyone accuse me of such a crime?" said Julian. "I have hardly heard of the plot save by the mouth of common rumour, which, while it speaks of nothing else, takes care to say nothing distinctly, even on that subject." "It may be enough for me to tell you," replied Bridgenorth, "and perhaps it is a word too much, that you are a discovered intriguer, a spy who carries tokens and messages betwixt the Popish Countess of Derby and the Catholic party in London. You have not conducted your matters with such discretion, but that this is well known, and can be sufficiently proved to this charge, which you are well aware you cannot deny. These men, Everett and Dangerfield, are not unwilling to add from the recollection of your face other passages, which will certainly cost you your life when you come before a Protestant jury." "They lie like villains," said Peveril, "who hold me accessory to any plot, either against the king, the nation, or the state of religion. And for the Countess, her loyalty has been too long and too highly proved to permit her being implicated in such injurious suspicions." "What she has already done," said Bridgenorth, his face darkening, as he spoke against the faithful champions of pure religion, "hath sufficiently shown of what she is capable. She hath betaken herself to her rock, and sits, as she thinks, in security like the eagle reposing after his bloody banquet. But the arrow of the fowler may yet reach her shaft, is whetted, the bow is bended, and it will be soon seen whether Amalek or Israel shall prevail. But for thee, Julian Peveril, we should I conceal it from thee, me heart yearns for thee as a woman's for her firstborn. To thee I will give at the expense of my own reputation, perhaps at the risk of personal suspicion, for who in these days of doubt shall be exempted from it? O thee I say, I will give means of escape, which else were impossible to thee. The staircase of this turret descends to the gardens, the postern gate is unlatched, and the right hand lie the stables, where you will find your own horse. Take it, and make for Liverpool. I will give you credit with a friend, under the name of Simon Simonson, one persecuted by the prelates, and he will expedite your passage from the kingdom." "Major Bridgenorth," said Julian, "I will not deceive you. Were I to accept your offer of freedom, it would be to attend to a higher call than that of mere self-preservation. My father is in danger, me mother in sorrow. The voices of religion and nature call me to their side. I am their only child, their only hope. I will aid them or perish with them." "Thou art mad," said Bridgenorth. "Tide them, thou canst not perish with them. Thou mayst, and even accelerate their ruin, for in addition to the charges with which thy unhappy father is loaded, it would be no slight aggravation that while he meditated arming and calling together the Catholics and High Churchmen of Cheshire and Derbyshire, his son should prove to be the confidential agent of the Countess of Derby, who aided her in making good her stronghold against the Protestant commissioners, and was dispatched by her to open secret communication with the popish interest in London." "You have twice stated me as such an agent," said Peveril, resolved that his silence should not be construed into an admission of the charge, though he felt it was in some degree well-founded. "What reason have you for such an allegation?" "Will it suffice for a proof of my intimate acquaintance with your mystery," replied Bridgenorth, "if I should repeat to you the last words which the Countess used to you when you left the castle of that Amalekitish woman? Thus she spoke: 'I am now a forlorn widow,' she said, 'whom sorrow has made selfish.'" Peveril started, for these were the very words the Countess had used, but he instantly recovered himself, and replied, "Be your information of what nature it will, I deny, and I defy it so far as it attaches aught like guilt to me. There lives not a man more innocent of a disloyal thought, or of a traitorous purpose. What I say for myself, I will to the best of my knowledge say, and maintain on account of the noble Countess to whom I am indebted for nurture." "Perish then in thy obstinacy," said Bridgenorth, and turning hastily from him, he left the room, and Julian heard him hasten down the narrow staircase, as if distrusting his own resolution. With a heavy heart, yet with that confidence in an overruling providence which never forsakes a good and brave man, Peveril betook himself to his lowly place of repose. Chapter 25. The course of human life is changeful still, as is the fickle wind and wandering, or like the light dance which the wild breeze weaves amidst the fated race of fallen leaves, which now its breath bears down, now tosses high, beats to the earth, or wafts to middle sky. Such and so varied the precarious play of fate with man, frail tenant of a day. Anonymous. Whilst overcome with fatigue and worn out by anxiety, Julian Peveril slumbered as a prisoner in the house of his hereditary enemy Fortune, was preparing his release by one of those sudden frolics with which she loves to confound the calculations and expectancies of humanity. And as she fixes on strange agents for such purposes, she condescended to employ on the present occasion no less a personage than Mistress Deborah Debich. Instigated doubtless by the pristine reminiscences of former times, no sooner had that most prudent and considerate dame found herself in the vicinity of the scenes of her earlier days, than she bethought herself of a visit to the ancient housekeeper of Martindale Castle, Dame Ellesmere by name, who, long retired from active service, resided at the keeper's lodge in the west thicket, with her nephew Lance Outram, subsisting upon the savings of her better days, and on a small pension allowed by Sir Geoffrey to her age and faithful services. Now Dame Ellesmere and Mistress Deborah had not by any means been formerly on so friendly a footing as this haste to visit her might be supposed to intimate, but years had taught Deborah to forget and forgive, or perhaps she had no special objection, under cover of a visit to Dame Ellesmere, to take the chance of seeing what changes time had made on her old admirer, the keeper. Both inhabitants were in the cottage, when, after having seen her master set forth on his expedition to the castle, Mistress Debich, dressed in her very best gown, footed it through gutter and over stile, and by pathway green, to knock at their door, and to lift the hatch at the hospitable invitation which bade her come in. Dame Ellesmere's eyes were so often dim that even with the aid of spectacles she failed to recognize in the portly and mature personage who entered their cottage the tight, well-made lass who, presuming on her good looks and flippant tongue, had so often provoked her by insubordination, and her former lover, the redoubted Lance, not being conscious that ale had given rotundity to his own figure, which was formerly so slight and active, and that brandy had transferred to his nose the colour which had once occupied his cheeks, was unable to discover that Deborah's French cap, composed of sarcenet and Brussels lace, shaded the features which had so often procured him a rebuke from Dr. Dummerar for suffering his eyes during the time of prayers to wander to the maidservant's bench, In brief, the blushing visitor was compelled to make herself known, and when known was received by aunt and nephew with the most sincere cordiality. The homebrewed was produced, and in lieu of more vulgar food a few slices of venison presently hissed in the frying pan, giving strong room for inference that Lance Outram, in his capacity of keeper, neglected not his own cottage, when he supplied the larder at the castle, a modest sip of the excellent Derbyshire ale, and a taste of the high lice and hash soon placed Deborah entirely at home with her old acquaintance. Having put all necessary questions, and received all suitable answers respecting the state of the neighbourhood, and such of her own friends as continued to reside there, the conversation began rather to flag, until Deborah found the art of again renewing its interest by communicating to her friends the dismal intelligence that they must soon look for deadly bad news from the castle, for that her present master Major Bridgenorth had been summoned by some great people from London to assist in taking her old master Sir Geoffrey, and that all Master Bridgenorth's servants and several other persons whom she named friends and adherents of the same interest had assembled a force to surprise the castle, and that as Sir Geoffrey was now so old and gouty withal it could not be expected he should make the defence he was wont, and then he was known to be so stout-hearted that it was not to be supposed that he would yield up without stroke of sword, and then if he was killed as he was like to be amongst them, that liked never a bone of his body and now had him at their mercy, why in that case she Dame Deborah would look upon Lady Peveril as little better than a dead woman, and undoubtedly there would be a general mourning through all that country where they had such great kin, and silks were likely to rise on it, as Master Lutestring, the mercer of Chesterfield, was like to feel in his purse bottom. But for her part, let matters wag how they would, and if Master Julian Peveril was to come to his own, she could give as near a guess as e'er another, who was likely to be lady at Martindale. The text of this lecture, or in other words, the fact that Bridgenorth was gone with a party to attack Sir Geoffrey Peveril in his own castle of Martindale, sounded so stunningly strange in the ears of those old retainers of his family, that they had no power either to attend to Mistress Deborah's inferences or to interrupt the velocity of speech with which she poured them forth, and when at length she made a breathless pause, all that poor Dame Ellesmere could reply was the emphatic question, "Bridgenorth, brave Peveril of the Peak, is the woman mad?" "Come, come, dame," said Deborah, "woman me no more than I woman you. I have not been called mistress at the head of the table for so many years to be womaned here by you. And for the news it is as true as that you are sitting there in a white hood, who will wear a black one ere long." "Lance Outram," said the old woman, "make out if thou best a man, and listen about if aught stirs up at the castle." "If there should," said Outram, "I am even too long here," and he caught up his crossbow and 1 or 2 arrows and rushed out of the cottage. "Well-a-day," said Mistress Deborah, "see if my news have not frightened away Lance Outram too, whom they used to say nothing could start. But do not take on so, dame, for I dare say if the castle and the lands pass to my new master Major Bridgenorth, as it is like they will, for I have heard that he has powerful debts over the estate, you shall have my good word with him, and I promise you he is no bad man. Something precise about preaching and praying, and about the dress which one should wear, which I must own beseems not a gentleman, as to be sure every woman knows best what becomes her. But for you, dame, that wear a prayer book at your girdle with your housewife case, and never change the fashion of your white hood, I dare say he will not grudge you the little matter you need, and are not able to win." "Outsworded jade," exclaimed Dame Ellesmere, her very flesh quivering betwixt apprehension and anger, "and hold your peace this instant, or I will find those that shall flay the very hide from thee. With dog-whips hast thou ate thy noble master's bread, not only to betray his trust and fly from his service, but wouldst thou come here like an illumined bird as thou art to triumph over his downfall?" "Nay, dame," said Deborah, over whom the violence of the old woman had obtained a certain predominance, "it is not I that say itonly the warrant of the Parliament folks." "I thought we had done with their warrants ever since the blessed 29th of May," said the old housekeeper of Martindale Castle. "But this, I tell thee, sweetheart, that I have seen such warrants crammed at the sword's point down the throats of them that brought them, and so shall this be if there is one true man left to drink of the dove." As she spoke, Lance Outram re-entered the cottage. "Naunt," he said in dismay, "I doubt it is true what she says, the beacon tower is as black as my belt, no pole-star of Peveril. What does that betoken?" "Death, ruin, and captivity," exclaimed old Ellesmere, "make for the castle. Thou knave, thrust in thy great body, strike for the house that bred thee and fed thee, and if thou art buried under the ruins thou deest a man's death." "Nay, naunt, I shall not be slack," answered Outram, "but here come folks that I warrant can tell us more on't." 1 or 2 of the female servants who had fled from the castle during the alarm now rushed in with various reports of the case, but all agreeing that a body of armed men were in possession of the castle, and that Major Bridgenorth had taken young Master Julian prisoner, and conveyed him down to Moultrassy Hall with his feet tied under the belly of the Naga, shameful sight to be seen, and he so well born and so handsome. Lance scratched his head, and though feeling the duty incumbent upon him as a faithful servant, which was indeed specially dinned into him by the cries and exclamations of his aunt, he seemed not a little dubious how to conduct himself. I would to God not. He said at last that old Whitaker were alive now with his long stories about Marston Moor and Edge Hill, that made us all yawn our jaws off their hinges in spite of broiled rashers and double beer. When a man is missed, he is moaned, as they say, and I would rather than a broad piece he had been here to have sorted this matter, for it is clean out of my way as a woodsman that have no skill of war. But dang it, if old Sir Geoffrey go to the wall without a knock, for it hear you Nell speaking to one of the fugitive maidens from the castle, but know you have not the heart of a cat, and are afraid of your own shadow by moonlight. But sis, you are a stout-hearted wench, and know a buck from a bullfinch. Hark thee, sis, as you would wish to be married, get up to the castle again, and get thee in. Thou best knowest wherefore thou hast oft gotten out of postern to a dance or junketing. To my knowledge, get thee back to the castle, as ye hope to be married. See, my lady thee cannot hinder thee, if that me lady has a head worth 20 of ours. If I am to gather force, light up the beacon for a signal, and spare not a tar barrel on't. Thou mayst do it safe enough. I warrant the Roundheads busy with drink and plunder. And hark thee, say to my lady, I am gone down to the miners' houses at Bonadventure. The rogues were mutinying for their wages, but yesterday they will be all ready for good or bad. Let her send orders down to me, or do you come yourself? Your legs are long enough. Whether they are or not, Master Lance, and you know nothing of the matter, they shall do your errand tonight for love of the old knight and his lady. So Cicely Sellark, a kind of Derbyshire Camilla, who had won the smark at the footrace at Ashbourne, sprung forward towards the castle with a speed which few could have equalled. There goes a mettled wench, said Lance, and now naught give me the old broadsword. It is above the bedhead and my wood-knife, and I shall do well enough. And what is to become of me? Bleated the unfortunate Mistress Deborah Debich. You must remain here with my aunt, Mistress Deb, and for old acquaintance' sake she will take care no harm befalls you, but take heed how you attempt to break bounds. So saying, and pondering in his own mind the task which he had undertaken, the hardy forester strode down the moonlight glade, scarcely hearing the blessings and cautions which Dame Ellesmere kept showering after him. His thoughts were not altogether warlike. What a tight ankle the jade hath, trips it like a doe in summer overdo well. But here are the huts, let us to this girah. Ye all asleep, you dammers, sinkers, and drift drivers, turn out, ye subterranean badgers. Here is your master, Sir Geoffrey, dead, for aught ye know or care. Do not you see the beacon is unlit, and you sit there like so many asses? Why, answered one of the miners, who now began to come out of their huts, an he be dead, he will eat no more bread. And you are like to eat none neither, said Lance, for the works will be presently stopped, and all of you turned off. Well, and what of it, Master Lance? As good play for naught as work for naught. Here is 4 weeks we have scarce seen the colour of Sir Geoffrey's coin, and you ask us to care whether he be dead or in life. For you, that goes about trotting upon your horse, and doing for work what all men do for pleasure, it may be well enough, but it is another matter to be leaving God's light, and burrowing all day and night in darkness like a toad in a hole. That's not to be done for naught, I trow. And if Sir Geoffrey is dead, his soul will suffer for't, and if he's alive, well, have him in the Barmouth court. Hark ye, Gaffer, said Lance, and take notice, my mates, all of you, for a considerable number of these rude and subterranean people had now assembled to hear the discussion. Has Sir Geoffrey, think you, ever put a penny in his pouch out of this same Bonadventure? I cannot say, as I think he has, answered old Ditchley, the party who maintained the controversy. Answer on your conscience, though it be but a leaden one. Do not you know that he hath lost a good penny? Why, I believe he may, said Gaffer Ditchley. What then lost today win tomorrow? The miner must eat in the meantime. True, but what will you eat when Master Bridgenorth gets the land, that will not hear of a mine being wrought on his own ground? Will he work on at dead loss, think ye? Demanded trusty Lance. Bridgenorth of Moultrassy Hall, that stopped the great Felicity work, on which his father laid out some say £10,000, and never got in a penny. Why, what has he to do with Sir Geoffrey's property down here at Bonadventure? It was never his, I trow. Nay, what do I know, answered Lance, who saw the impression he had made. Law and debt will give him half Derbyshire, I think, unless you stand by old Sir Geoffrey. But if Sir Geoffrey be dead, said Ditchley cautiously, what good will our standing by do to him? I did not say he was dead, but only as bad as dead in the hands of the Roundheads, a prisoner up yonder at his own castle, said Lance, and will have his head cut off like the good Earl of Derby's at Boltunnel Moors. Nay then, comrade, said Gaffer Ditchley, and it be as Master Lance says, I think we should bear a hand for stout old Sir Geoffrey, against a low-born, mean-spirited fellow like Bridgenorth, who shut up a shaft had cost thousands, without getting a penny profit on't. So hurrah for Sir Geoffrey, and down with the rump. But hold ye a blinkhold, the waving of his hand stopped the commencing cheer. Hark ye, Master Lance, it must be all over, for the beacon is as black as night, and you know yourself that marks the Lord's death. It will kindle again in an instant, said Lance, internally adding, I pray to God it may. It will kindle in an instant. Lack of fuel, and the confusion of the family. I like Eno, said Ditchley, but I winna budge till I see it blazing. Why then there agoes, said Lance. Thank thee, sis, thank thee, my good wench, believe your own eyes, my lads, if you will not believe me. And now hurrah for Peveril of the Peak, the king and his friends, and down with rumps and Roundheads. The sudden rekindling of the beacon had all the effect which Lance could have desired upon the minds of his rude and ignorant hearers, who in their superstitious humour had strongly associated the polar star of Peveril with the fortunes of the family. Once moved, according to the national character of their countrymen, they soon became enthusiastic, and Lance found himself at the head of 30 stout fellows and upwards, armed with their pickaxes, and ready to execute whatever task he should impose on them. Trusting to enter the castle by the postern, which had served to accommodate himself and other domestics upon an emergency, his only anxiety was to keep his march silent, and he earnestly recommended to his followers to reserve their shouts for the moment of the attack. They had not advanced far on their road to the castle, when Cicely Sellock met them so breathless with haste that the poor girl was obliged to throw herself into Master Lance's arms. Stand up, my mettled wench, said he, giving her a sly kiss at the same time, and let us know what is going on up at the castle. My lady bids you, as you would serve God and your master, not to come up to the castle, which can but make bloodshed, for she says Sir Geoffrey is lawfully in hand, and that he must bide the issue, and that he is innocent of what he is charged with, and is going up to speak for himself before king and council, and she goes up with him, and besides they have found out the postern, the Roundhead rogues, for 2 of them saw me when I went out of door and chased me, but I showed them a fair pair of heels. As ever dashed do from the cowslip, said Lance, but what the foul fiend is to be done, for if they have secured the postern, I know not how the dickens we can get in. All is fastened with bolt and staple, and guarded with gun and pistol at the castle, quoth Cicely, and so sharp are they that they nigh caught me coming with my lady's message, as I told you, but my lady says if you could deliver her son Master Julian from Bridgenorth, that she would hold it good service. What, said Lance, is young master at the castle? I taught him to shoot his first shaft, but how to get in? He was at the castle in the midst of the ruffle, but old Bridgenorth has carried him down prisoner to the hall, answered Cicely. There was never faith nor courtesy in an old Puritan, who never had pipe and tabor in his house since it was built. Or who stopped a promising mine, said Ditchley, to save a few £1,000s, when he might have made himself as rich as Lord of Chatsworth, and fed 100 good fellows all the whilst. Why then, said Lance, since you are all of a mind, we will go draw the cover for the old badger, and I promise you that the hall is not like one of your real houses of quality, where the walls are as thick as whinstone dikes, but foolish brickwork, that your pickaxes will work through as if it were cheese. Huzzah once more for Peveril of the Peak, down with Bridgenorth, and all upstart cuckoldly Roundheads. Having indulged the throats of his followers with one buxom, Huzzah Lance commanded them to cease their clamours, and proceeded to conduct them by such paths as seemed the least likely to be watched to the courtyard of Moultrassy Hall. On the road, they were joined by several stout yeoman farmers, either followers of the Peveril family or friends to the High Church and Cavalier party, most of whom, alarmed by the news which began to fly fast through the neighbourhood, were armed with sword and pistol. Lance Outram halted his party at the distance, as he himself described it, of a flight shot from the house, and advanced alone, and in silence to reconnoitre, and having previously commanded Ditchley and his subterranean allies to come to his assistance whenever he should whistle, he crept cautiously forward, and soon found that those whom he came to surprise, true to the discipline which had gained their party such decided superiority during the Civil War, had posted a sentinel who paced through the courtyard, piously chanting a psalm tune, while his arms crossed on his bosom supported a gun of formidable length. Now a true sodder, said Lance Outram to himself, would put a stop to thy snivelling ditty by making a broad arrow quiver in your heart, and no great alarm given, But dang it, I have not the right spirit for a soldier. I cannot fight a man till my blood's up. And for shooting him from behind a wall, it is cruelly like to stalking a deer. Ill-e'en face him, and try what to make of him. With this doughty resolution, and taking no farther care to conceal himself, he entered the courtyard boldly, and was making forward to the front door of the hall as a matter of course, but the old Cromwellian who was on guard had not so learned his duty. Who goes there stand friend or verily, I will shoot thee to death, were challenges which followed each other quick, the last being enforced by the levelling, and presenting the said long-barrelled gun with which he was armed. Why, what a murrain, answered Lance, is it your fashion to go a-shooting at this time? O knight, why this is but a time for batfulling. Nay, but hark thee, friend, said the experienced sentinel, I am none of those who do this work negligently. Thou canst not snare me with thy crafty speech, though thou wouldst make it to sound simple in mine ear. Of a verity, I will shoot, unless thou tell thy name and business. Name, said Lance, why what a dickens should it be but Robin Roundinist, Robin of Redham, and for business, and you must needs know, I come on a message from some Parliament man up yonder at the castle, with letters for worshipful Master Bridgenorth of Moultrassy Hall, and this be the place as I think, though why ye be marching up and down at his door like the sign of a red man with your old firelock, there I cannot so well guess. Give me the letters, my friend, said the sentinel, to whom this explanation seemed very natural and probable, and I will cause them forthwith to be delivered into his worship's own hand. Rummaging in his pockets as if to pull out the letters which never existed, Master Lance approached within the sentinel's peace, and before he was aware, suddenly seized him by the collar, whistled sharp and shrill, and exerting his skill as a wrestler for which he had been distinguished in his youth, he stretched his antagonist on his back musket, for which they struggled, going off in the miners rushed into the courtyard at Lance's signal, and hopeless any longer of prosecuting his design in silence, Lance commanded 2 of them to secure the prisoner, and the rest to cheer loudly, and attack the door of the house. Instantly, the courtyard of the mansion rang with the cry of Peveril of the Peak, for ever with all the abuse which the royalists had invented to cast upon the Roundheads during so many years of contention, and at the same time, while some assailed the door with their mining implements, others directed their attack against the angle, where a kind of porch joined to the main front of the building, and there, in some degree, protected by the projection of the wall, and of a balcony, which overhung the porch, wrought in more security, as well as with more effect than the others, for the doors being of oak thickly studded with nails, offered a more effectual resistance to violence than the brickwork. The noise of this hubbub on the outside soon excited wild alarm and tumult within. Lights flew from window to window, and voices were heard demanding the cause of the attack, to which the party cries of those who were in the courtyard afforded a sufficient, or at least the only answer which was vouchsafed. At length the window of a projecting staircase opened, and the voice of Bridgenorth himself demanded authoritatively what the tumult meant, and commanded the rioters to desist upon their own proper and immediate peril. We want our young master, you canting old thief, was the reply, and if we have him not instantly, the topmost stone of your house shall lie as low as the foundation. We shall try that presently, said Bridgenorth, for if there is another blow struck against the walls of my peaceful house, I will fire my carabine among you, and your blood be upon your own head. I have a score of friends well armed with musket and pistol to defend my house, and we have both the means and heart, with heaven's assistance, to repay any violence you can offer. Master Bridgenorth, replied Lance, who though no soldier was sportsman enough to comprehend the advantage which those under cover, and using firearms, must necessarily have over his party exposed to their aim in a great measure, and without means of answering their fire. Master Bridgenorth, let us crave parley with you and fair conditions. We desire to do you no evil, but will have back our young master. It is enough that you have got our old one, and his lady. It is foul chasing to kill hart, hind, and fawn, and we will give you some light on the subject in an instant. This speech was followed by a great crash amongst the lower windows of the house, according to a new species of attack, which had been suggested by some of the assailants. I would take the honest fellow's word, and let young Peveril go, said one of the garrison, who carelessly yawning approached on the inside of the post, at which Bridgenorth had stationed himself. Are you mad, said Bridgenorth, or do you think me poor enough in spirit to give up the advantages I now possess over the family of Peveril for the ore of a parcel of boors, whom the first discharge will scatter like chaff before the whirlwind? Nay, answered the speaker, who was the same individual that had struck Julian by his resemblance to the man who called himself Ganless. I love a dire revenge, but we shall buy it somewhat too dear, if these rascals set the house on fire, as they are like to do, while you are parleying from the window. They have thrown torches or firebrands into the hall, and it is all our friends can do to keep the flame from catching the wainscoting, which is old and dry. Now may heaven judge thee for thy lightness of spirit, answered Bridgenorth. One would think mischief was so properly thy element, that to thee it was indifferent whether friend or foe was the sufferer. So saying, he ran hastily downstairs towards the hall, into which through broken casements, and betwixt the iron bars, which prevented human entrance, the assailants had thrust lighted straw sufficient to excite much smoke and some fire, and to throw the defenders of the house into great confusion, insomuch that of several shots fired hastily from the windows little or no damage followed to the besiegers, who, getting warm on the onset, answered the hostile charges with loud shouts of Peveril for ever, and had already made a practicable breach through the brick wall of the tenement, through which Lance Ditchley and several of the most adventurous among their followers made their way into the hall. The complete capture of the house remained, however, as far off as ever the defenders, mixed with much coolness and skill, that solemn and deep spirit of enthusiasm, which sets life at less than nothing in comparison to real or supposed duty. From the half-open doors, which led into the hall, they maintained a fire, which began to grow fatal. One miner was shot dead, 3 or 4 were wounded, and Lance scarce knew whether he should draw his forces from the house and leave it a prey to the flames, or, making a desperate attack on the posts occupied by the defenders, try to obtain unmolested possession of the place. At this moment, his course of conduct was determined by an unexpected occurrence, of which it is necessary to trace the cause. Original. Julian Peveril had been, like other inhabitants of Moultrassy Hall on that momentous night, awakened by the report of the sentinel's musket, followed by the shouts of his father's vassals and followers, of which he collected enough to guess that Bridgenorth's house was attacked, with a view to his liberation, very doubtful of the issue of such an attempt, dizzy with the slumber from which he had been so suddenly awakened, and confounded with the rapid succession of events to which he had been lately a witness. He speedily put on a part of his clothes, and hastened to the window of his apartment. From this, he could see nothing to relieve his anxiety, for it looked towards a quarter different from that on which the attack was made. He attempted his door; it was locked on the outside, and his perplexity and anxiety became extreme when suddenly the lock was turned, and in an underdress hastily assumed in the moment of alarm, her hair streaming on her shoulders, her eyes gleaming betwixt fear and resolution, Alice Bridgenorth rushed into his apartment and seized his hand with the fervent exclamation, "Julian, save my father!" The light which she bore in her hand served to show those features, which could rarely have been viewed by anyone without emotion, but which bore an expression irresistible to a lover. "Alice," he said, "what means this? What is the danger? Where is your father?" "Do not stay to question," she answered, "but if you would save him, follow me." At the same time, she led the way with great speed, halfway down the turret staircase, which led to his room, thence turning through a side door along a long gallery, to a larger and wider stair, at the bottom of which stood her father, surrounded by 4 or 5 of his friends, scarce discernible through the smoke of the fire, which began to take hold in the hall, as well as that which arose from the repeated discharge of their own firearms. Julian saw there was not a moment to be lost. If he meant to be a successful mediator, he rushed through Bridgenorth's party ere they were aware of his approach, and throwing himself amongst the assailants, who occupied the hall in considerable numbers, he assured them of his personal safety, and conjured them to depart. "Not without a few more slices at the rump, master," answered Lance. "I am principally glad to see you safe and well, but here is Joe Rhymegap shot as dead as a buck in season, and more of us are hurt and well. Have revenge, and roast the Puritans like apples for lambs." "Then you shall roast me along with them," said Julian, "for I vow to God, I will not leave the hall, being bound by parole of honour to abide with Major Bridgenorth, till lawfully dismissed." "Now out on you, and you were 10 times a Peveril," said Ditchley, "to give so many honest fellows loss and labour on your behalf, and to show them no kinder countenance. I say, beat up the fire and burn all together." "Nay, nay, but peace, my masters, and hearken to reason," said Julian. "We are all here in evil condition, and you will only make it worse by contention. Do you help to put out this same fire, which will else cost us all dear. Keep yourselves under arms. Let Master Bridgenorth and me settle some grounds of accommodation, and I trust all will be favourably made up on both sides. And if not, you shall have my consent and countenance to fight it out, and come on it, what will I will never forget this night's good service." He then drew Ditchley and Lance Outram aside, while the rest stood suspended at his appearance and words, and expressing the utmost thanks and gratitude for what they had already done, urged them, as the greatest favour, which they could do towards him and his father's house to permit him to negotiate the terms of his emancipation from thraldom, at the same time forcing on Ditchley 5 or 6 gold pieces that the brave lads of Bonadventure might drink his health, whilst to Lance he expressed the warmest sense of his active kindness, but protested he could only consider it as good service to his house if he was allowed to manage the matter after his own fashion. Why, answered Lance, I am well out on it, Master Julian, for it is matter beyond my mastery. All that I stand to is that I will see you safe out of this same Moultrassy hole, for our old Naunt Ellesmere will else give me but cold comfort when I come home. Truth is, I began unwillingly, but when I saw the poor fellow Joe shot beside me, why, I thought we should have some amends, but I put it all in your honour's hands. During this colloquy, both parties had been amicably employed in extinguishing the fire, which might otherwise have been fatal to all. It required a general effort to get it under, and both parties agreed on the necessary labour with as much unanimity as if the water they brought in leathern buckets from the well to throw upon the fire had some effect in slaking their mutual hostility. Chapter 26. Necessity through best of peacemakers, as well as surest prompter of invention, help us to composition. Anonymous. While the fire continued, the two parties laboured in active union, like the jarring factions of the Jews during the siege of Jerusalem, when compelled to unite in resisting an assault of the besiegers. But when the last bucket of water had hissed on the few embers that continued to glimmer, when the sense of mutual hostility, hitherto suspended by a feeling of common danger, was in its turn rekindled, the parties mingled, as they had hitherto been in one common exertion, drew off from each other, and began to arrange themselves at opposite sides of the hall, and handle their weapons as if for a renewal of the fight. Bridgenorth interrupted any farther progress of this menaced hostility. Julian Peveril, he said, thou art free to walk thine own path, since thou wilt not walk with me that road which is more safe as well as more honourable, but if you do by my counsel you will get soon beyond the British seas. Ralph Bridgenorth, said one of his friends, this is but evil and feeble conduct on thine own part. Wilt thou withhold thy hand from the battle to defend from these sons of Belial the captive of thy bow, and of thy spear? Surely we are enow to deal with them in the security of the old serpent, until we essay whether the Lord will not give us victory there. A hum of stern assent followed, and had not Ganless now interfered, the combat would probably have been renewed. He took the advocate for war apart into one of the window recesses, and apparently satisfied his objections, for as he returned to his companions, he said to them, our friend hath so well argued this matter, that verily, since he is of the same mind with the worthy Major Bridgenorth, I think the youth may be set at liberty. As no farther objection was offered, it only remained with Julian to thank and reward those who had been active in his assistance, having first obtained from Bridgenorth a promise of indemnity to them for the riot they had committed. A few kind words conveyed his sense of their services, and some broad pieces thrust into the hand of Lance Outram furnished the means for affording them a holiday. They would have remained to protect him, but fearful of farther disorder, and relying entirely on the good faith of Major Bridgenorth, he dismissed them all except Lance, whom he detained to attend upon him for a few minutes, till he should depart from Moultrassy. But ere leaving the hall, he could not repress his desire to speak with Bridgenorth in secret, and advancing towards him he expressed such a desire. Tacitly granting what was asked of him, Bridgenorth led the way to a small summer saloon, adjoining to the hall, where, with his usual gravity and indifference of manner, he seemed to await in silence what Peveril had to communicate. Julian found it difficult, where so little opening was afforded him, to find a tone in which to open the subjects he had at heart, that should be at once dignified and conciliating. Major Bridgenorth, he said at length, you have been a son, and an affectionate one. You may conceive my present anxiety. My father, what has been designed for him? What the law will, answered Bridgenorth. Had he walked by the counsels which I procured to be given to him, he might have dwelt safely in the house of his ancestors. His fate is now beyond my control, far beyond yours. It must be with him as his country decide. And my mother, said Peveril, will consult as she has ever done her own duty, and create her own happiness. By doing so, replied Bridgenorth, believe my designs towards your family are better than they may seem. Through the mist which adversity has spread around your house I may triumph as a man. But as a man, I must also remember in my hour that mine enemies have had theirs. Have you aught else to say? He added, after a momentary pause. You have rejected once, yea, and again, the hand I stretched out to you. Methinks little more remains between us. These words, which seemed to cut short farther discussion, were calmly spoken, so that though they appeared to discourage farther question, They could not interrupt that which still trembled on Julian's tongue. He made a step or two towards the door, then suddenly returned. Your daughter, he said. Major Bridgenorth, I do ask forgiveness for mentioning her name, but may I not inquire after her? May I not express my wishes for her future happiness? Your interest in her is but too flattering, said Bridgenorth, but you have already chosen your part, and you must be in future strangers to each other. I may have wished it otherwise, but the hour of grace is past, during which your compliance with my advice will speak it plainly, have led to your union for her happiness. If such a word belongs to mortal pilgrimage, I shall care for it sufficiently. She leaves this place today under the guardianship of a sure friend. Not have, exclaimed Peveril, and stopped short, for he felt he had no right to pronounce the name which came to his lips. Why do you pause, said Bridgenorth. A sudden thought is often a wise, almost always an honest one. With whom did you suppose I meant to entrust my child, that the idea called forth so anxious an expression? Again I should ask your forgiveness, said Julian, for meddling where I have little right to interfere, but I saw a face here that is known to meth person calls himself Ganless. Is it with him that you mean to entrust your daughter? Even to the person who call himself Ganless, said Bridgenorth, without expressing either anger or surprise. And do you know to whom you commit a charge so precious to all who know her and so dear to yourself? Said Julian. Do you know who ask me the question? Answered Bridgenorth. I own I do not, answered Julian, but I have seen him in a character so different from that he now wears that I feel it my duty to warn you how you entrust the charge of your child to one who can alternately play the profligate or the hypocrite as it suits his own interest or humour. Bridgenorth smiled contemptuously. I might be angry, he said with the officious zeal, which supposes that its green conceptions can instruct my grey hairs, but good Julian, I do but only ask from you the liberal construction that I, who have had much converse with mankind, know, with whom I trust what is dearest to me. He of whom thou speakest hath one visage to his friends, though he may have others to the world, living amongst those before whom honest features should be concealed under a grotesque visard, even as in the sinful sports of the day called maskings and mummeries, where the wise, if he show himself at all, must be contented to play the apish and fantastic fool. I would only pray your wisdom to beware, said Julian, of one who, as he has a vizard for others, may also have one which can disguise his real features from you yourself. This is being over careful, young man, replied Bridgenorth, more shortly than he had hitherto spoken. If you would walk by my counsel, you will attend to your own affairs, which credit me deserve all your care, and leave others to the management of theirs. This was too plain to be misunderstood, and Peveril was compelled to take his leave of Bridgenorth and of Moultrassy Hall without farther parley or explanation. The reader may imagine how oft he looked back and tried to guess amongst the lights which continued to twinkle in various parts of the building which sparkle it was that gleamed from the bower of Alice when the road turned into another direction. He sunk into deep reverie, from which he was at length roused by the voice of Lance, who demanded where he intended to quarter for the night. He was unprepared to answer the question, but the honest keeper himself prompted a solution of the problem by requesting that he would occupy a spare bed in the lodge, to which Julian willingly agreed. The rest of the inhabitants had retired to rest when they entered, but Dame Ellesmere, apprised by a messenger of her nephew's hospitable intent, had everything in the best readiness she could for the son of her ancient patron Peveril, betook himself to rest, and notwithstanding so many subjects of anxiety, slept soundly till the morning was far advanced. His slumbers were first broken by Lance, who had been long up and already active in his service. He informed him that his horse arms and small cloak-bag had been sent from the castle by one of Major Bridgenorth's servants, who brought a letter discharging from the Major's service the unfortunate Deborah Debich, and prohibiting her return to the hall. The officer of the House of Commons, escorted by a strong guard, had left Martindale Castle that morning early, travelling in Sir Geoffrey's carrier, his lady being also permitted to attend on him to this. He had to add that the property at the castle was taken possession of by Master Winterfight, the attorney from Chesterfield, with other officers of law, in name of Major Bridgenorth, a large creditor of the unfortunate knight. Having told these Job's tidings, Lance paused, and after a moment's hesitation declared he was resolved to quit the country and go up to London. Along with his young master, Julian argued the point with him, and insisted he had better stay to take charge of his aunt in case she should be disturbed by these strangers. Lance replied she would have one with her who would protect her well enough, for there was wherewithal to buy protection amongst them, but for himself he was resolved to follow Master Julian to the death. Julian heartily thanked him for his love. Nay, it is not altogether out of love, neither, said Lance, though I am as loving as another, But it is as it were partly out of fear lest I be called over the coals for last night's matter, for, as for the miners, they will never trouble them, as the creatures only act after their kind. I will write in your behalf to Major Bridgenorth, who is bound to afford you protection, if you have such fear, said Julian. Nay, for that matter it is not altogether fear more than altogether love, answered the enigmatical keeper, although it hath a tasting of both in it, and to speak plain truth. Thus it is Dame Debich and Naunt Ellesmere have resolved to set up their horses together, and have made up all their quarrels, and of all ghosts in the world. The worst is when an old true love comes back to haunt a poor fellow like me, Mistress Deborah, though distressed Eno for the loss of her place has been already speaking of a broken sixpence, or some such token, as if a man could remember such things for so many years, even if she had not gone overseas like Woodcock in the meanwhile. Julian could scarce forbear laughing. I thought you too much of a man, Lance, to fear a woman marrying you whether you would or no. It has been many an honest man's luck for all that, said Lance, and a woman in the very house has so many deuced opportunities, and then there would be 2 upon 1 for naught, though high enough, when any of your folks are concerned, hath some look to the main chance, and it seems Mistress Deb is as rich as a Jew. And you, Lance, said Julian, have no mind to marry for cake and pudding. No, truly, master, answered Lance, unless I knew of what dough they were baked. How the devil do I know how the jade came by so much? And then, if she speaks of tokens and love passages, let her be the same tight lass I broke the sixpence with, and I will be the same true lad to her. But I never heard of true love lasting 10 years, and hers, if it lives at all, must be nearer 20. Well then, Lance, said Julian, since you are resolved on the thing, we will go to London together, where if I cannot retain you in my service, and if my father recovers not these misfortunes, I will endeavour to promote you elsewhere. Nay, nay, said Lance, I trust to be back to Bonny Martindale before it is long, and to keep the greenwood as I have been wont to do. For as to Dame Debich, when they have not me for their common but naunt, and she will soon bend bows on each other, so here comes old Dame Ellesmere with your breakfast. I will but give some directions about the deer to rough Ralph my helper, and saddle my forest pony, and your honour's horse, which is no prime one, and we will be ready to trot. Julian was not sorry for this addition to his establishment, for Lance had shown himself on the preceding evening a shrewd and bold fellow, and attached to his master. He therefore set himself to reconcile his aunt to parting with her nephew for some time. Her unlimited devotion for the family readily induced the old lady to acquiesce in his proposal, though not without a gentle sigh over the ruins of a castle in the air, which was founded on the well-saved purse of Mistress Deborah Debich. At any rate, she thought it was as well that Lance should be out of the way of that bold, long-legged, beggarly trollop Cis-Selloch. But to poor Deb herself, the expatriation of Lance, whom she had looked to as a sailor to a port under his lee, for which he can run if weather becomes foul, was a second severe blow following close on her dismissal from the profitable service of Major Bridgenorth. Julian visited the disconsolate damsel in hopes of gaining some light upon Bridgenorth's projects regarding his daughter's character of this Ganlessy and other matters, with which her residence in the family might have made her acquainted, but he found her by far too much troubled in mind to afford him the least information. The name of Ganless she did not seem to recollect, that of Alice rendered her hysterical, that of Bridgenorth furious. She numbered up the various services she had rendered in the family, and denounced the plague of swartness to the line of leanness, to the poultry of dearth, and dishonour to the housekeeping, and of lingering sickness and early death to a lyceal, which evils she averred had only been kept off by her continued watchful and incessant cares. Then, again, turning to the subject of the fugitive Lance, she expressed such a total contempt of that mean-spirited fellow, in a tone between laughing and crying, as satisfied Julian it was not a topic likely to act as a sedative, and that therefore, unless he made a longer stay than the urgent state of his affairs permitted, he was not likely to find Mistress Deborah in such a state of composure as might enable him to obtain from her any rational or useful information. Lance, who good-naturedly took upon himself the whole burden of Dame Debich's mental alienation, or taking on as such fits of passio hysterica are usually termed in the country, had too much feeling to present himself before the victim of her own sensibility, and of his obduracy. He therefore intimated to Julian by his assistant Ralph that the horses stood saddled behind the lodge, and that all was ready for their departure. Julian took the hint, and they were soon mounted and clearing the road at a rapid trot in the direction of London, but not by the most usual route. Julian calculated that the carriage in which his father was transported would travel slowly, and it was his purpose, if possible, to get to London before it should arrive there, in order to have time to consult with the friends of his family, what measures should be taken in his father's behalf. In this manner they advanced a day's journey towards London, at the conclusion of which Julian found his resting place in a small inn upon the road. No, one came at the first call to attend upon the guests, and their horses, although the house was well lighted up, and there was a prodigious chattering in the kitchen such as can only be produced by a French cook when his mystery is in the very moment of projection. It instantly occurred to Julian so rare was the ministry of these Gallic artists at that time that the clamour he heard must necessarily be produced by the Sieur Chobert, on whose plats he had lately feasted along with Smith and Ganless. One or both of these were therefore probably in the little inn, and if so he might have some opportunity to discover their real purpose and character. How to avail himself of such a meeting he knew not, but chance favoured him more than he could have expected. "I can scarce receive you gentlefolk," said the landlord, who at length appeared at the door. "Here be a sort of quality in my house tonight whom less than all will not satisfy, nor all neither for that matter." "We are but plain fellows, landlord," said Julian. "We are bound for Mosler Market, and can get no farther tonight. Any hole will serve us no matter what." "Why," said the honest host, "if that be the case, I must e'en put one of you behind the bar. Though the gentlemen have desired to be private, the other must take heart of grace, and help me at the tap." "The tap for me," said Lance, without waiting his master's decision. "It is an element which I could live and die in." "The bar then for me," said Peveril, and stepping back whispered to Lance to exchange cloaks with him, desirous, if possible, to avoid being recognized. The exchange was made in an instant, and presently afterwards the landlord brought a light, and as he guided Julian into his hostelry, cautioned him to sit quiet in the place where he should stow him, and if he was discovered to say that he was one of the house, and leave him to make it good. "You will hear what the gallants say," he added, "but I think thou wilt carry away but little on it, for when it is not French it is court gibberish, and that is as hard to construe." The bar into which our hero was inducted on these conditions seemed formed with respect to the public room upon the principle of a citadel, intended to observe and bridle a rebellious capital. Here sat the host on the Saturday evenings, screened from the observation of his guests, yet with the power of observing both their wants and their behaviour, and also that of overhearing their conversation, a practice which he was much addicted to, being one of that numerous class of philanthropists to whom their neighbour's business is of as much consequence, or rather more, than their own. Here he planted his new guest with a repeated caution not to disturb the gentleman by speech or motion, and a promise that he should be speedily accommodated with a cold buttock of beef, and a tankard of homebrewed, and here he left him with no other light than that which glimmered from the well-illuminated apartment within through a sort of shuttle, which accommodated the landlord with a view into it. This situation, inconvenient enough in itself, was on the present occasion precisely what Julian would have selected. He wrapped himself in the weather-beaten cloak of Lance Outram, which had been stained by age and weather into 1,000 variations from its original Lincoln green, and with as little noise as he could set himself to observe the two inmates who had engrossed to themselves the whole of the apartment, which was usually open to the public. They sat by a table well covered with such costly rarities as could only have been procured by much forecast, and prepared by the exquisite Mons Chobert, to which both seemed to do much justice. Julian had little difficulty in ascertaining that one of the travellers was, as he had anticipated, the master of the said Chobert, or as he was called by Ganless, Smith. The other, who faced him, he had never seen before. This last was dressed like a gallant of the first order. His periwig, indeed, as he travelled on horseback, did not much exceed in size the barwig of a modern lawyer, but then the essence which he shook from it with every motion impregnated a whole apartment, which was usually only perfumed by that vulgar herb, tobacco. His riding coat was laced in the newest and most courtly style, and Grammont himself might have envied the embroidery of his waistcoat, and the peculiar cut of his breeches, which buttoned above the knee, permitting the shape of a very handsome leg to be completely seen. This, by the proprietor thereof, had been stretched out upon a stool, and he contemplated its proportions from time to time with infinite satisfaction. The conversation between these worthies was so interesting that we propose to assign to it another chapter. Chapter 27. This is some creature of the elements. Most like your seagull he can wheel and whistle, his screaming song e'en when the storm is loudest. Take for his sheeted couch the restless foam of the wild wave-crest slumber in the calm, and daily with the storm yet tease a gull, an errant gull with all this, the champion. And here is to thee, said the fashionable gallant, whom we have described, honest Tom, and a cup of welcome to thee out of Lubeland. Why thou hast been so long in the country that thou hast got a bumpkinly clod-compelling sort of look thyself, that greasy doublet fits thee as if it were thy reserved Sunday's apparel, and the points seem as if they were stay-laces bought for thy true love Marjorie. I marvel thou canst still relish a ragout. Methinks now to a stomach bound in such a jacket eggs and bacon were a diet more conforming. Rally away, my good lord, while wit lasts, answered his companion. Yours is not the sort of ammunition which will bear much expenditure, or rather tell me news from court, since we have met so opportunely. You would have asked me these an hour ago, said the lord, had not your very soul been under Chaubert's covered dishes. You remembered king's affairs will keep cool, and entremet must be eaten hot. Not so, my lord, I only kept common talk, whilst that eavesdropping rascal of a landlord was in the room, so that now the coast is clear once more, I pray you for news from court. The plot is non-suited, answered the courtier. Sir George Wakeman acquitted, witnesses discredited by the jury. Scroggs, who ranted on one side, is now ranting on t'other. Rat the plot, Wakeman. Witnesses papists and Protestants all together. Do you think I care for such trash as that till the plot comes up the palace backstair, and gets possession of old Rowley's own imagination? I care not a farthing who believes or disbelieves. I hang by him will bear me out. Well then, said the lord, the next news is Rochester's disgrace. Disgraced how, and for what? The morning I came off, he stood as fair as anyone. That's over. The epitaph has broken his neck, and now he may write one for his own court favour, for it is dead and buried. The epitaph alluded to is the celebrated epigram made by Rochester on Charles Roman II. It was composed at the king's request, who nevertheless resented its poignancy. The lines are well known. Here lies our sovereign lord the king, whose word no man relies on, who never said a foolish thing, and never did a wise one. The epitaph, exclaimed Tom, why I was by when it was made, and it passed for an excellent good jest with him whom it was made upon. I so it did amongst ourselves, answered his companion, but it got abroad and had a run like a mill race. It was in every coffee-house, and in half the diurnals. Grammont translated it into French too, and there is no laughing at so sharp a jest, when it is dinned into your ears on all sides, so disgraced is the author. And but for his Grace of Buckingham, the court would be as dull as my Lord Chancellor's wig. Or as the head it covers well, my lord, the fewer at court, there is the more room for those that can bustle there. But there are two mainstrings of Shaftesbury's fiddle broken, the popish plot, fallen into discredit, and Rochester disgraced changeful times. But here is to the little man who shall mend them. I apprehend you, replied his lordship, and meet your health with my love trust. Me my lord loves you, and longs for you. Nay, I have done you reason by your leave. The cup is with me here, is to his buxom grace of bucks. As blithe a peer, said Smith, as ever turned knight to day. Nay, it shall be an overflowing bumper, and you will, and I will drink it supernaculum. And how stands the great madam? The Duchess of Portsmouth, Charles Roman II's favourite mistress, very unpopular at the time of the popish plot, as well from her religion as her country, being a Frenchwoman and a Catholic. Stoutly against all change, answered the Lord. Little Anthony can make naught of her. Anthony Ashley Cooper, Earl of Shaftesbury, the politician and intriguer of the period. Then he shall bring her influence to naught. Hark in thine ear, thou knowest here. He whispered so low that Julian could not catch the sound. Know him, answered the other. No, Ned of the island, to be sure I do. He is the man that shall not the great fiddle strings that have snapped say I told you so, and thereupon I give thee his health. And thereupon I pledge thee, said the young nobleman, which on any other argument I were loath to dar, thinking of Ned as somewhat the cut of a villain. Granted, mangranted, said the other, a very thorough-paced rascal, but able, my lord, able and necessary, and in this plan indispensable. Sure this champagne turns stronger as it gets older, I think. Hark, mine honest fellow, said the courtier, I would thou wouldst give me some item of all this mystery. Thou hast it, I know, for whom do men entrust, but trusty Chiffinch. It is your pleasure to say so, my lord, answered Smith, whom we shall hereafter call by his real name of Chiffinch, with such drunken gravity, for his speech had become a little altered by his copious libations. In the course of the evening few men know more or say less than I do, and it well becomes my station conticura omnes, as the grammar hath it all men should learn to hold their tongue. Except with a friend, tonxcept with a friend, thou wilt never be such a dogbolt as to refuse a hint to a friend. Come, you get too wise, and statesmanlike for your office the ligatures of thy most peasantly jacket, there are like to burst with thy secret come undo a button man, it is for the health of thy constitution let out a reef, and let thy chosen friend know what is meditating thou knowest I am as true as thyself to little Anthony, if he can but get uppermost. If thou lordly infidel, said Chiffinch, talk'st, thou to me of ifs there is neither if nor, and in the matter the great madam shall be pulled a peg down the great plot, screwed a peg or two up thou knowest Ned honest Ned, had a brother's death to revenge. I have heard so, said the nobleman, and that his persevering resentment of that injury was one of the few points which seemed to be a sort of heathenish virtue in him. Well, continued Chiffinch, in manoeuvring to bring about this revenge which he hath laboured at many a day, he hath discovered a treasure. What, in the Isle of Man, said his companion. Assure yourself of it, she is a creature so lovely that she needs but be seen to put down every one of the favourites from Portsmouth and Cleveland, down to that threepenny baggage mistress Nelly. By my word, Chiffinch, said my lord, that is a reinforcement after the fashion of thine own best tactics, but bethink thee, man, to make such a conquest, there wants more than a cherry-cheek, and a bright either must be wit man and manners, and a little sense besides to keep influence when it is gotten. Pshaw, will you tell me what goes to this vocation, said Chiffinch, here pledge me her health in a brimerne, you shall do it on knees too, never such a triumphant beauty was seen. I went to church on purpose for the first time, these 10 years yet I lie it was not to church neither it was to chapel. To chapel, what the devil is she a Puritan, exclaimed the other courtier. To be sure she is. Do you think I would be accessory to bringing a papist into favour in these times, when, as my good lord said in the house, there should not be a popish manservant, nor a popish maidservant, not so much as dog or cat, left to bark or mew about the king? Such was the extravagance of Shaftesbury's eloquence. But consider, Chiffy, the dislikelihood of her pleasing, said the noble courtier, what old Rowley with his wit, and love of with eyes wildness and love of wildness, form a league with a silly scrupulous unidad Puritan, not, if she were Venus. Thou knowest not of the matter, answered Chiffinch, I tell thee the fine contrast between the seeming saint and falling sinner will give zest to the old gentleman's inclination, if I do not know him who does her health, my lord, on your bare knee, as you would live to be of the bedchamber. I pledge you most devoutly, answered his friend, but you have not told me how the acquaintance is to be made, for you cannot, I think, carry her to Whitehall. Aha, my dear lord, you would have the whole secret, but that I cannot afford. I can spare a friend a peep at my ends, but no one must look on the means by which they are achieved. So saying, he shook his drunken head most wisely. The villainous design which this discourse implied, and which his heart told him was designed against Alice Bridgenorth, stirred Julian so extremely that he involuntarily shifted his posture and laid his hand on his sword hilt. Chiffinch heard a rustling and broke off, exclaiming, hark, zounds, something moved. I trust I have told the tale to no ears but thine. I will cut off any which have drunk in but a syllable of thy words, said the nobleman, and raising a candle, he took a hasty survey of the apartment, seeing nothing that could incur his menaced resentment. He replaced the light and continued, well, suppose the Belle Louise de Quirwile shoots from her high station in the firmament, how will you rear up the downfallen plot Againfor? Without that same plot, think of it as thou wilt, we have no change of hands, and matters remain as they were with a Protestant courtesan. Instead of a papist, little Anthony can but little speed without that plot of his. I believe in my conscience he begot it himself. Charles' principal mistress en titter she was created Duchess of Portsmouth. Shaftesbury himself is supposed to have said that he knew not who was the inventor of the plot, but that he himself had all the advantage of the discovery. Whoever begot it, said Chiffinch, he hath adopted it, and a thriving babe it has been to him. Well then, though it lies out of my way, I will play St. Peter Agin up with t'other key, and unlock t'other mystery. Now thou speakest like a good fellow, and I will with my own hands unwire this fresh flask, to begin a brimmer to the success of thy achievement. Well then, continued the communicative Chiffinch, thou knowest that they have long had a nibbling at the old Countess of Derby. So Ned was sent down owes her, an old accompt thou knowest with private instructions, to possess himself of the island, if he could by help of some of his old friends. He hath ever kept up spies upon her, and happy man was he to think his hour of vengeance was come so nigh. But he missed his blow, and the old girl being placed on her guard, was soon in a condition to make Ned smoke for it out of the island. He came with little advantage for having entered it, when by some means, for the devil I think stands ever his friend, obtained information concerning a messenger, whom her old majesty of man had sent to London to make party in her behalf, Ned stuck himself to this fellow, a raw half-bred lad's son, of an old blundering cavalier of the old stamp, down in Derbyshire, and so managed the swain that he brought him to the place where I was waiting in anxious expectation of the pretty one I told you of by St. Anthony, for I will swear by no meaner oath I stared, when I saw this great loutnut, that the fellow is so looked neither I stared like good. Now help me to a simile. Like St. Anthony's pig, and it were sleek, said the young lord, your eyes chiffy have the very blink of one, but what hath all this to do with the plot? Hold, I have had wine enough. You shall not balk me, said Chiffinch, and a jingling was heard, as if he were filling his comrade's glass with a very unsteady hand. Hey, what the devil is the matter? I used to carry my glass steady. Well, but this stranger, why, he swept at game and ragout as he would at spring beef or summer mutton. Never saw so unnurtured a cubnu, no more what he ate than an infidel. I cursed him by my guards. When I saw Chaubert's sheft over his glutted down so indifferent a throat, we took the freedom to spice his goblet a little, and ease him of his packet of letters, and the fool went on his way the next morning with a budget artificially filled with grey paper. Ned would have kept him in hopes to have made a witness of him, but the boy was not of that metal. How will you prove your letters? Said the courtier. Lie you there, my lord, said Chiffinch. One may see with half an eye for all your lace doublet that you have been of the family of Furnivals, before your brother's death sent you to court. How prove the letters? Why, we have. But let the sparrow fly with a string round his foot, we have him again so soon as we list. Why, thou art turned a very Machiavel, Chiffinch, said his friend, but how if the youth proved restive? I have heard these peak men have hot heads and hard hands. Trouble not yourself, that was cared for, my lord, said Chiffinch. His pistols might bark, but they could not bite. Most exquisite Chiffinch, thou art turned Mitcher, as well as Padder, canst both rob a man and kidnap him. Mitcher and Padder, what terms be these? Said Chiffinch. Methinks these are sounds to lug out upon you, will have me angry to the degree of falling foul robber and kidnapper. You mistake verb for noun substantive, replied his lordship. I said rob and kidnap. A man may do either once and away without being professional, but not without spilling a little foolish noble blood, or some such red-coloured gear, said Chiffinch, starting up. Oh yes, said his lordship, all this may be without these dire consequences, and as you will find tomorrow when you return to England, for at present you are in the land of champagne chiffy, and that you may continue so, I drink thee this parting cup to line thy nightcap. I do not refuse your pledge, said Chiffinch, but I drink to thee in dudgeon and in hostility. It is cup of wrath and a gauge of battle tomorrow by dawn. I will have thee at point of foxwort, thou the last of the Savills. What the devil think you? I fear you because you are a lord. Not so, Chiffinch, answered his companion. I know thou fearest nothing but beans and bacon washed down with bumpkin like biridoo. Sweet Chiffinchto, bed. So saying, he lifted a candle and left the apartment, and Chiffinch, whom the last draught had nearly overpowered, had just strength enough left to do the same, muttering as he staggered out, yes, he shall answer it. Dawn of day, dn me, it is come already yonders. The dawn, no dn me, tease the fire glancing on the cursed red lattice. It is the smell of the brandy in this cursed room. It could not be the wine. Well, old Rowley shall send me no more errands to the country again. Steady. So saying, he reeled out of the apartment, leaving Peveril to think over the extraordinary conversation he had just heard. The name of Chiffinch, the well-known minister of Charless pleasures, was nearly allied to the part which he seemed about to play in the present intrigue, but that Christian whom he had always supposed a Puritan as strict as his brother-in-law Bridgenorth should be associated with him in a plot so infamous seemed alike unnatural and monstrous. The near relationship might blind Bridgenorth and warrant him in confiding his daughter to such a man's charge, but what a wretch he must be that could coolly meditate such an ignominious abuse of his trust. In doubt whether he could credit for a moment the tale which Chiffinch had revealed, he hastily examined his packet, and found that the sealskin case in which it had been wrapped up now only contained an equal quantity of waste paper. If he had wanted farther confirmation, the failure of the shot which he fired at Bridgenorth, and of which the wadding only struck him, showed that his arms had been tampered with. He examined the pistol, which still remained charged, and found that the ball had been drawn. May I perish, said he to himself, amid these villainous intrigues, but thou shalt be more surely loaded, and to better purpose the contents of these papers may undo my benefactress there, having been found on me, may ruin my father that I have been the bearer of, then may cost in these fiery times my own life that I care least forthy form a branch of the scheme laid against the honour and happiness of a creature so innocent that it is almost sin to think of her within the neighbourhood of such infamous knaves, I will recover the letters at all risks, but how that is to be thought on Lance is stout and trusty, and when a bold deed is once resolved upon there never yet lacked the means of executing it. His host now entered with an apology for his long absence, and after providing Peveril with some refreshments, invited him to accept for his night quarters the accommodation of a remote hayloft which he was to share with his comrade, professing at the same time he could hardly have afforded them this courtesy, but out of deference to the exquisite talents of Lance Outram as assistant at the tap, where indeed it seems probable that he, as well as the admiring landlord, did that evening contrive to drink nearly as much liquor as they drew. But Lance was a seasoned vessel on whom liquor made no lasting impression, so that when Peveril awaked that trusty follower at dawn, he found him cool enough to comprehend and enter into the design which he expressed of recovering the letters which had been abstracted from his person. Having considered the whole matter with much attention, Lance shrugged, grinned, and scratched his head, and at length manfully expressed his resolution. Well, my naunt speaks truth in her old so. He that serves Peveril mauna be slack, neither for weather nor yet for wrack. And then again, my good dame was wont to say that whenever Peveril was in a broil, Outram was in a stew, so I will never bear a base mind, but even hold apart with you, as my fathers have done with yours for 4 generations, whatever more. Spoken like a most gallant Outram, said Julian, and were we but rid of that puppy lord and his retinue, we too could easily deal with the other 3. 2 Londoners and a Frenchman, said Lance, I would take them in mine own hand. And as for my Lord Savile, as they call him, I heard word last night that he and all his men of gilded gingerbread that looked at an honest fellow like me as if they were the oar, and I the drossair, all to be off this morning to some races or such like junketings about Tutbury. It was that brought him down here, where he met this other sived cat by accident. In truth, even as Lance spoke, a trampling was heard of horses in the yard, and from the hatch of their hayloft they beheld Lord Savile's attendants mustered and ready to set out as soon as he could make his appearance. So ho, Master Jeremy, said one of the fellows to a sort of principal attendant, who just came out of the house, methinks the wine has proved a sleeping cup to my lord this morning. No, answered Jeremy, he hath been up before light writing letters for London, and to punish thy irreverence thou, Jonathan, shalt be the man to ride back with them. And so to miss the race, said Jonathan sulkily, I thank you for this good turn, good Master Jeremy, and hang me if I forget it. Farther discussion was cut short by the appearance of the young nobleman, who, as he came out of the inn, said to Jeremy, these be the letters, let one of the knaves ride to London for life and death, and deliver them as directed, and the rest of them get to horse and follow me. Jeremy gave Jonathan the packet with a malicious smile, and the disappointed groom turned his horse's head sullenly towards London, while Lord Savile and the rest of his retinue rode briskly off, in an opposite direction, pursued by the benedictions of the host and his family, who stood bowing and courtesying at the door in gratitude, doubtless, for the receipt of an unconscionable reckoning. It was full 3 hours after their departure that Chiffinch lounged into the room in which they had supped in a brocade nightgown and green velvet cap, turned up with the most costly Brussels lace. He seemed but half awake, and it was with drowsy voice that he called for a cup of cold small beer. His manner and appearance were those of a man who had wrestled hard with Bacchus on the preceding evening, and had scarce recovered the effects of his contest with the jolly god Lance, instructed by his master to watch the motions of the courtier officiously attended with the cooling beverage. He called for, pleading as an excuse to the landlord his wish to see a Londoner in his morning gown and cap. No sooner had Chiffinch taken his morning draught than he inquired after Lord Savile. His lordship was mounted, and away by peep of dawn, was Lance's reply. What the devil, exclaimed Chiffinch, why this is scarce Roman 153, what off for the races with his whole retinue? All but one, replied Lance, whom his lordship sent back to London with letters. To London with letters, said Chiffinch, why I am for London, and could have saved his express a labour, but startled I begin to recollecten. Can I have blabbed? I have I remember it all now, I have blabbed, and to the very weasel of the court, who sucks the yelk out of every man's secret furies, and fireth that my afternoons should ruin my mornings. Thus I must turn boon companion and good fellow in my cups, and have my confidences and my quarrels me friends, and my enemies with a plague to me, as if anyone could do a man much good or harm. But his own self, his messenger, must be stopped, though I will put a spoke in his wheel. Hark ye, drower fellow, call my groom hither, call Tom Beacon. Lance obeyed, but failed not when he had introduced the domestic to remain in the apartment, in order to hear what should pass betwixt him and his master. "Hark ye, Tom," said Chiffinch, "here are 5 pieces for you." "What's to be done now, I trow," said Tom, without even the ceremony of returning thanks, which he was probably well aware would not be received even in part payment of the debt he was incurring. "Mount your fleet nag, Tom, ride like the devil, overtake the groom, whom Lord Savile dispatched to London this morning, glame his horse, break his bones, fill him as drunk as the Baltic Sea, or do whatever may best and most effectively stop his journey. Why does the lout stand there, without answering me? Dost understand me?" "Why, I, Master Chiffinch," said Tom, "and so I am thinking doth this honest man here, who need not have heard quite so much of your counsel, and it had been your will." "I am bewitched this morning," said Chiffinch to himself, "or else the champagne runs in my head, still my brain has become the very lowlands of Hollander Gilcup, would inundate it. Hark thee, fellow," he added, addressing Lance, "keep my counsel. There is a wager betwixt Lord Savile and me. Which of us shall first have a letter in London here is to drink my health and bring luck on my side. Say nothing of it, but help Tom to his nag. Tom, ere thou startest, come for thy credentials. I will give thee a letter to the Duke of Bucks, that may be evidence thou wert first in town." Tom Beacon ducked and exited, and Lance, after having made some show of helping him to horse, ran back to tell his master the joyful intelligence that a lucky accident had abated Chiffinch's party to their own number. Peveril immediately ordered his horses to be got ready, and so soon as Tom Beacon was dispatched towards London on a rapid trot, had the satisfaction to observe Chiffinch with his favourite Chobert mount to pursue the same journey, though at a more moderate rate. He permitted them to attain such a distance that they might be dogged without suspicion, then paid his reckoning, mounted his horse, and followed, keeping his men carefully in view, until he should come to a place proper for the enterprise which he meditated. It had been Peveril's intention that when they came to some solitary part of the road, they should gradually mend their pace, until they overtook Chobert, that Lance outram, should then drop behind in order to assail the man of spits and stoves, while he himself, spurring onwards, should grapple with Chiffinch. But this scheme presupposed that the master and servant should travel in the usual manner, the latter riding few yards behind the former, whereas such and so interesting were the subjects of discussion betwixt Chiffinch and the French cook, that without heeding the rules of etiquette they rode on together, amicably abreast, carrying on a conversation on the mysteries of the table, which the ancient Camus or a modern gastronome might have listened to with pleasure. It was therefore necessary to venture on them both at once. For this purpose, when they saw a long tract of road before them, unvaried by the least appearance of man, beast, or human habitation, they began to mend their pace that they might come up to Chiffinch without giving him any alarm. By a sudden and suspicious increase of haste in this manner, they lessened the distance which separated them, till they were within about 20 yards, when Peveril, afraid that Chiffinch might recognize him at a nearer approach, and so trust to his horse's heels, made Lance the signal to charge. At the sudden increase of their speed, and the noise with which it was necessarily attended, Chiffinch looked around, but had time to do no more, for Lance, who had pricked his pony, which was much more speedy than Julian's horse, into full gallop, pushed without ceremony betwixt the courtier and his attendant, and ere Chobert had time for more than one exclamation, he upset both horse and Frenchman, Morbleu thrilling from his tongue, as he rolled on the ground amongst the various articles of his occupation, which, escaping from the budget in which he bore them, lay tumbled upon the highway in strange disorder, while Lance, springing from his palfrey, commanded his foeman to be still, under no less a penalty than that of death, if he attempted to rise. Before Chiffinch could avenge his trusty follower's downfall, his own bridle was seized by Julian, who presented a pistol with the other hand, and commanded him to stand or die. Chiffinch, though effeminate, was no coward. He stood still as commanded, and said with firmness, "Rogue, you have taken me at surprise. If you are highwaymen, there is my purse, do us no bodily harm, and spare the budget of spices and sauces." "Look you, Master Chiffinch," said Peveril, "this is no time for dallying. I am no highwayman, but a man of honour. Give me back that packet which you stole from me the other night, or by all that is good I will send a brace of balls through you, and search for it at leisure." "What night, what packet?" answered Chiffinch, confused, yet willing to protract the time for the chance of assistance, or to put Peveril off his guard. "I know nothing of what you mean. If you are a man of honour, let me draw my sword, and I will do you right as a gentleman should do to another." "Dishonourable rascal," said Peveril, "you escape not in this manner. You plundered me when you had me at odds, and I am not the fool to let my advantage escape. Now that my turn is come, yield up the packet, and then, if you will, I will fight you on equal terms. But first, He reiterated, "Yield up the packet, or I will instantly send you where the tenor of your life will be hard to answer for." The tone of Peveril's voice, the fierceness of his eye, and the manner in which he held the loaded weapon within a handsbreadth of Chiffinch's head, convinced the last there was neither room for compromise nor time for trifling. He thrust his hand into a side pocket of his cloak, and with visible reluctance produced those papers and dispatches with which Julian had been entrusted by the Countess of Derby. "They are 5 in number," said Julian, "and you have given me only 4. Your life depends on full restitution." "It escaped from my hand," said Chiffinch, producing the missing document there. "It is now, sir, your pleasure is fulfilled, unless," he added sulkily, "you design either murder or farther robbery." "Base wretch," said Peveril, withdrawing his pistol, yet keeping a watchful eye on Chiffinch's motions, "thou art unworthy any honest man's sword, and yet if you dare draw your own as you proposed, but now I am willing to give you a chance upon fair equality of terms." "Equality," said Chiffinch sneeringly. "Yes, a proper equality, sword and pistol against single rapier, and 2 men upon one for Chobot, is no fighter. No, sir, I shall seek amends upon some more fitting occasion, and with more equal weapons." "By backbiting or by poison, base pander," said Julian, "these are thy means of vengeance, but mark me, I know your vile purpose, respecting a lady who is too worthy that her name should be uttered in such a worthless ear. Thou hast done me one injury, and thou seest I have repaid it, but prosecute this farther villainy, and be assured I will put thee to death like a foul reptile, whose very slaver is fatal to humanity. Rely upon this, as if Machiavel had sworn it, for so surely as you keep your purpose, so surely will I prosecute my revenge. Follow me, Lance, and leave him to think on what I have told him." Lance had, after the first shock, sustained a very easy part in this rencontre, for all he had to do was to point the butt of his whip in the manner of a gun at the intimidated Frenchman, who, lying on his back and gazing at random on the skies, had as little the power or purpose of resistance as any pig which had ever come under his own slaughter-knife. Summoned by his master from the easy duty of guarding such an unresisting prisoner, Lance remounted his horse, and they both rode off, leaving their discomfited antagonists to console themselves for their misadventure, as they best could. But consolation was hard to come by in the circumstances. The French artist had to lament the dispersion of his spices, and the destruction of his magazine of sauces. An enchanter, despoiled of his magic wand and talisman, could scarce have been in more desperate extremity. Chiffinch had to mourn the downfall of his intrigue, and its premature discovery to this fellow. At least, he thought, I can have bragged none e'er. My evil genius alone has betrayed me with this infernal discovery, which may cost me so dear on all hands. Champagne had not to do. If there be a flask left unbroken, I will drink it after dinner, and try if it may not even yet suggest some scheme of redemption and of revenge. With this manly resolution, he prosecuted his journey to London. Chapter 28. A man so various that he seemed to be not one but all mankind's epitome, stiff in opinion, salways in the wrong, was everything by starts but nothing long, who in the course of one revolving moon was chemist, fiddler, statesman, and buffoon, then all for women, painting, fiddling, drinking, besides 1,000 freaks that died in thinking. Dryden. We must now transport the reader to the magnificent hotel in Street, inhabited at this time by the celebrated George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, whom Dryden has doomed to a painful immortality by the few lines which we have prefixed to this chapter. Amid the gay and licentious of the laughing court of Charles the Duke was the most licentious and most gay, yet, while expending a princely fortune, a strong constitution, and excellent talents in pursuit of frivolous pleasures, he nevertheless nourished deeper and more extensive designs, in which he only failed from want of that fixed purpose and regulated perseverance essential to all important enterprises, but particularly in politics. It was long past noon, and the usual hour of the Duke's levee, if anything could be termed usual, where all was irregular, had been long past. His hall was filled with lackeys and footmen in the most splendid liveries, the interior apartments with the gentlemen and pages of his household, arrayed as persons of the first quality, and in that respect rather exceeding than falling short of the Duke in personal splendour, but his antechamber in particular might be compared to a gathering of eagles to the slaughter, were not the simile too dignified to express that vile race who by 100 devices all, tending to one common end, live upon the wants of needy greatness, or administer to the pleasures of summer teeming luxury, or stimulate the wild wishes of lavish and wasteful extravagance by devising new modes and fresh motives of profusion, there stood the projector with his mysterious brow promising unbounded wealth to whomsoever might choose to furnish the small preliminary sum necessary to change eggshells into the great arcanum. There was Captain Seagull Undertaker for a foreign settlement, with the map under his arm of Indian or American kingdoms, beautiful as the primitive Eden waiting the bold occupants for whom a generous patron should equip 2 brigantines, and a flyboat thither came fast and frequent the gamesters in their different forms, and calling this light young gay in appearance the thoughtless youth of wit and pleasure-wreath pigeon, rather than the rook but at heart the same sly, shrewd cold-blooded calculator as yonder old hard-featured professor of the same science whose eyes are grown dim with watching of the dice at midnight, and whose fingers are even now assisting his mental computation of chances, and of odds the fine arts to I would it were otherwise have their professors. Amongst this sordid train, the poor poet half ashamed in spite of habit of the part which he is about to perform and abashed by consciousness at once of his base motive, and his shabby black coat lurks in yonder corner for the favourable moment to offer his dedication much better attired. The architect presents his splendid vision of front and wings, and designs a palace the expense of which may transfer his employer to a jail, but uppermost of all the favourite musician or singer, who waits on my lord to receive in solid gold the value of the dulcet sounds, which solaced the banquet of the preceding evening. Such and many such like were the morning attendants of the Duke of Buckingham, genuine descendants of the daughter of the horseleech, whose cry is give, give. But the levee of his grace contained other and very different characters, and was indeed as various as his own opinions and pursuits, besides many of the young nobility and wealthy gentry of England, who made his grace the glass at which they dressed themselves for the day, and who learned from him how to travel with the newest and best grace the general road to ruin. There were others of a graver character, discarded statesmen, political spies, opposition, orators, servile tools of administration, men who met not elsewhere, but who regarded the Duke's mansion as a sort of neutral ground, sure that if he was not of their opinion today, this very circumstance rendered it most likely he should think with them tomorrow. The Puritans themselves did not shun intercourse with a man whose talents must have rendered him formidable, even if they had not been united with high rank, and an immense fortune. Several grave personages, with black suits, short cloaks, and bandstrings of a formal cut, were mingled, as we see their portraits in a gallery of paintings among the gallants who ruffled in silk and embroidery. It is true they escaped the scandal of being thought intimates of the Duke, by their business being supposed to refer to money matters. Whether these grave and professing citizens mixed politics with money lending was not known, but it had been long observed that the Jews who in general confined themselves to the latter department had become for some time faithful attendants at the Duke's levee. It was high-tide in the antechamber, and had been so for more than an hour ere the Duke's gentleman in ordinary ventured into his bedchamber, carefully darkened, so as to make midnight at noonday, to know his Grace's pleasure. His soft and serene whisper, in which he asked whether it were his Grace's pleasure to rise, was briefly and sharply answered by the counter-questions, "Who waits what's o'clock?" "It is Jerningham, your Grace," said the attendant. "It is 1 afternoon, and your Grace appointed some of the people without at 11. "Who are they? What do they want?" "A message from Whitehall, your Grace." "Sure it will keep cold. Those who make all others wait will be the better of waiting in their turn. Were I to be guilty of ill-breeding, it should rather be to a king than a beggar." "The gentlemen from the city." "I am tired of them, tired of their all cant, and no religion, all Protestantism, and no charity. Tell them to go to Shaftesbury, Aldersgate Street, with them that's the best market for their wares. Jockey my lord from Newmarket. Let him ride to the devil, has horse of mine, and spurs of his own any more. The whole antechamber is full, my lord, knights and squires, doctors and dicers. The dicers with their doctors in their pockets, I presume. Doctor a cant name for false dice. Counts, captains, and clergymen." "You are alliterative, Jerningham," said the Duke, "and that is a proof you are poetical. Hand me my writing things." Getting half out of bed, thrusting one arm into a brocade nightgown deeply furred with sables, and one foot into a velvet slipper, while the other pressed in primitive nudity, the rich Carpeth's Grace, without thinking farther on the assembly, began to pen a few lines of a satirical poem, then suddenly stopped through the pen into the chimney, exclaimed that the humour was past, and asked his attendant if there were any letters. Jerningham produced a huge packet. "What the devil," said his Grace, "do you think I will read all these? I am like Clarence, who asked a cup of wine, and was soused into a butt of sack. I mean, is there anything which presses?" "This letter, your grace," said Jerningham, "concerning the Yorkshire mortgage. Did I not bid thee carry it to old Gathrel my steward?